Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 2930 to Chapter 2980. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the fire goblins on the monitor. Now that the fire goblins had settled down, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He let out a long breath and then turned to Laura and said, "In any case, the problem of the true spirit realm has been solved. I can now untie a knot in my heart." Laura understood Zhao Hai very well. She knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai took the golden crow cauldron, causing the fire goblins to lose their home. If Zhao Hai didn't care about them, then he would have a knot in his heart. This would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Besides the fire goblins, there were also other forces in the true spirit realm. The true spirit realm's biggest trump card was the golden crow cauldron. Now that the golden crow cauldron was taken away, the true spirit realm had nothing left to defend against the attacks of the other realms. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai gave the Long family the fire refining technique. With the water refining technique, the true spirit realm would be able to make large artifacts before Zhao Hai ascends. With these large artifacts, the true spirit realm would be able to block the attacks of the other realms. This would allow the true spirit realm to form their own forces. This was tantamount to giving the true spirit realm another trump card. This would also solve another knot in Zhao Hai's heart. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do we do now? Now that the forces of the various sects in the true spiritual realm have gathered their people, should we take them to the void realm and familiarize them with the people of the underworld? At the same time, let them know the situation in the void realm." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he waved his hand as the void realm situation appeared on the monitor. The situation in the void realm was also good. The various clans and forces were preparing for war. This time, they were preparing for war under another name. When Zhao Hai was fighting against the war god's realm, he discovered another plane. These planes clashed with the true spirit realm, causing Zhao Hai to suffer a small loss. This time, Zhao Hai came back to mobilize his army to fight against the other side. Naturally, this was only an excuse to make the spies of the demon race see them preparing for war. This way, they wouldn't suspect that they were going to deal with the demons. This method was also something that Zhao Hai came up with. It was a trick to deceive everyone. Once they were ready, they would immediately attack the extraterritorial demons. At this time, the void realm was still preparing for war. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to stay in the true spirit realm for a long time. After seeing that the void realm was fine, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's do it this way. I'll go talk to the Long family and have them come with me. We'll have the great sects send their people to the fleet. Then we'll return to the void realm." Since this was confirmed, Zhao Hai didn't wait any longer. He directly went to Long Dingtian and told him that he wanted to bring the people of the true spirit realm to the void realm. Long Dingtian didn't object. In any case, they would have to go sooner or later. It was better to go earlier. They could familiarize themselves with the environment and the people who would be participating in the war. Under Zhao Hai and Long Dingtian's proposal, the other sects naturally brought their people to the fleet. The environment of Zhao Hai's fleet was pretty good. The cultivators weren't unfamiliar with the environment. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the leader of the Long family was actually Long Dingtian. Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Uncle Long, why are you personally leading the team this time? Don't you always dislike participating in these things?" Long Dingtian smiled and said, "How can I not follow? Don't look at how obedient those fellows are now. If they really cause trouble in the fleet, would they be afraid if there's no one who can control the situation?" When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Do they dare to be disobedient? Ha ha ha, Uncle Long, you're thinking too much. Now that they're in Zhao Hai's fleet, how could they be disobedient? That's courting death. To tell you the truth, with my current strength, I can destroy the entire true spiritual world dozens of times. How dare they bare their fangs in front of me? Are they tired of living?" When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with uncertainty and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you have so many troops under your command? How many cultivators do you have in the underworld? How many soldiers can you send?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. "I really can't calculate how many cultivators there are in the underworld. I'm afraid there are at least tens of billions. At least half of these cultivators can immediately become soldiers. Moreover, they're soldiers who have undergone military training. They're not ordinary cultivators. Long Dingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that Zhao Hai had become so strong. This was too surprising. As he spoke, Long Dingtian sensed a flash of white light outside the Tianji Tower. The next moment, he appeared in a void. In this void, there was a large, strangely shaped Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact looked like a huge Dharma artifact garbage dump. However, Long Dingtian didn't dare to look down on this large artifact. This was because he saw a lot of other large artifacts on it. These large artifacts were as big as the boat-shaped artifact that Zhao Hai gave him. And now, these large artifacts were parked next to this strange large artifact. While Long Dingtian was looking at the large artifact, countless people came out of it. These people went straight towards the Divine Secret Pavilion. Long Dingtian's heart couldn't help but tighten. Although he trusted Zhao Hai, he still couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw so many experts rushing towards the Divine Secret Pavilion. In the true spiritual realm, there were very few void-piercing realm experts. Ordinary people who reached the spirit condensation realm were already considered experts. But now, there were many void-piercing realm experts among the cultivators rushing towards the Heaven's Secret Tower. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, "These guys, every time they come back, they always make such a big scene. Uncle Long, let's go down and meet these guys. They are all elders and hall masters of the underworld." Long Dingtian nodded and followed Zhao Hai down the Heaven's Secret Tower. When the two arrived on the first floor of the Heaven's Secret Tower, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian came out and stood behind Zhao Hai, guarding him on both sides. Zhao Hai nodded to the two and then led the three out of the Heaven's Secret Tower. Long Dingtian looked at the two in surprise. Whether it was Ji Wuming or Murong Qian, both of them were void-piercing realm experts. And yet, such experts were only Zhao Hai's guards. This made Long Dingtian have a clearer understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. When the three walked out of the Heaven's Secret Tower, White Tiger's Might and the others were already on the platform outside. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, White Tiger's Might and the others immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said in unison, "We have seen the Mansion Lord." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, we're brothers. There's no need to be polite. This is the representative of the real spiritual world, Long Dingtian. The forces that the real spiritual world can send have already followed me out. You guys pay attention to the reception." White Tiger's Might responded and turned his head to give some instructions. Someone immediately went to do it. Zhao Hai led Long Dingtian to the 8 Desolation ship. When they arrived, they immediately entered the conference room. Naturally, Long Dingtian was also present. After sitting down in the conference room, Zhao Hai turned to Tiger's Might and said, "Tiger's Might, tell me about the current situation in the Void Realm. How are the preparations of the 5 great clans? Also, how are our own preparations?" White Tiger's Might nodded and glanced at Long Dingtian. Then, he said in a deep voice, "The 5 great clans can contribute about 200 million this time. As for us, apart from the people who stay behind, we can contribute about 1 billion. These people will definitely not affect the safety of the underworld." When Zhao Hai heard what White Tiger's Might said, he couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "What's going on? The 5 great clans seem to have sent a little less troops this time. Why is that?" White Tiger's Might disdainfully replied, "What else can they do? They're afraid of losing." Although Shang Wanfeng and the others told the 5 great clans about our situation, the patriarchs of the 5 great clans were still afraid of losing out. Therefore, they didn't send too many troops. Moreover, the total number of troops that the 5 great clans have is indeed less than us. Therefore, I expected them to send 200 million troops. Zhao Hai snorted and said, "Don't worry about them. If they don't want to send more troops, then they won't. In any case, after this battle, the rewards will be distributed according to contribution. If they send less troops, then naturally they'll get less. When the time comes, they'll regret it." Tiger's Might nodded, then he said, "The 6 Realms Alliance can send 800 million troops this time. It can be seen that they've invested a lot this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the 6 Realms Alliance is pretty good. Although I haven't been there for some time, they still remember that they'll have meat to eat if they follow me. 800 million should be all the troops they can send. Right, they already have 2 billion troops. What about the others? White Tiger's might continued, the other forces in the Void Realm can send 500 million troops. As for the life and death arena, they can send 100 million troops. That's not 6 billion. As for the other realms, we haven't counted them yet. However, we've already contacted hundreds of realms and they've all agreed to send troops. I believe that the number of troops sent this time won't be small. Xianxia nodded, then he said, the War God's realms can send about 2 billion troops. If we include the Desolate race, then we can send even more troops. However, we can't count on the Desolate race for the time being. They need to research new mechas and battleships in order to increase their fighting strength. But even so, 10 billion troops shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia nodded and said, the War God's realms can send 2 billion troops. Long Dingtian sat there in a daze. This time, he brought 20 million troops from the true spiritual realm. In his opinion, this was already an unimaginable number. However, when Xianxia counted the troops, the number was in the hundreds of millions. When Long Dingtian thought of his 20 million troops, he couldn't help but feel that it was too small. At the same time, Long Dingtian also felt the terror of the extraterritorial devil race. Xianxia had actually gathered 10 billion troops to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. That was 10 billion, not a million. This number was too terrifying. If the extraterritorial devil race's strength was only considered average, then Xianxia wouldn't have needed to gather so many troops. Now that so many troops had been gathered, Xianxia still hadn't taken action. There was only one possibility. The extraterritorial devil race's strength could withstand the attack of 10 billion troops. Long Dingtian still didn't know that Xianxia only planned to use the 10 billion troops to deal with the extraterritorial devil race's vassal races. The main force to deal with the extraterritorial devil race was still Xianxia himself. If Long Dingtian knew about this, he would probably be even more surprised. Xianxia didn't care about what Long Dingtian was thinking, he just continued, 10 billion people against the devils. Although this isn't a small number, if we were to fight against the humans controlled by the devils, we might not be able to gain the upper hand. This is because the devils have already brainwashed these people, making them treat the devils as their religion. Faith can stimulate a person's potential, making them willing to risk their life. Therefore, we cannot treat the cultivators under the control of the devils lightly. You should prepare your supplies first. I'll go to the War God's realm as well as the Desolate race to see their situation. If they're ready, then I'll immediately bring their army over. When the time comes, we can start the war against the devils. Xianxia nodded, then he said, alright, let's go to the War God's realm first. I'll also go to the Desolate race and see their situation. If they're ready, then I'll immediately call their army over. White Tiger's might and the others nodded. Xianxia turned his head to look at Long Dingtian and said in a deep voice, Uncle Long, the people of the real spiritual world have too little contact with the outside world. This time, I won't be bringing you to the War God world. Stay in the Void Realm and try to get in touch with the people of the underworld. In the future, the real spiritual world will be considered as one of the worlds that will enter the Void Realm. It won't do if you don't understand the Void Realm. Long Dingtian nodded and said, you don't have to worry about this. I've already told them that once they arrive in the Void Realm, they will listen to the arrangements of others. If anyone dares to disobey, then don't blame me for being impolite. Moreover, we are now in your territory. I don't think they would dare to act recklessly. You don't have to worry about us, just do what you need to do. Xianxia nodded, then he turned his head to Tiger's Might and said, Tiger's Might, take good care of them. The real spiritual world was harmed by the extraterritorial devil race in the past. Moreover, the real spiritual world was the first to repel the extraterritorial devil race. The reason why the people of the real spiritual world didn't dare to show their faces in the Void Realm was because the extraterritorial devil race had been secretly pursuing them. Tiger's Might, you not only have to take good care of them, but also make sure that the extraterritorial devil race doesn't know their identities before we start a war with them. Tiger's Might nodded and said, alright, big brother, you can rest assured. I know what to do. I won't let you down. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Long Dingtian and said, Uncle Long, I'll have to trouble you this time. You can't reveal your identities for the time being, but you can walk around freely in the underworld's territory. Even if someone knows your identities, they won't reveal it. You can rest assured. Long Dingtian nodded. He believed in Zhao Hai's words because he now had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai's strength and ability. Zhao Hai was definitely much more terrifying than he imagined. Zhao Hai said that he was going to the War God world, but in fact, he wasn't going to the War God world, but the bestial battle arena. Zhao Hai had left the bestial battle arena and had no intention of going there. However, the housekeeper recently reminded Zhao Hai that many factions in the bestial battle arena were looking for Zhao Hai. They seemed to want to cooperate with him to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. It was because of this news that Zhao Hai decided to go to the bestial battle arena to take a look. The situation in the bestial battle arena was similar to the Void Realm. It was also a gathering of myriad worlds. However, there was one thing. The bestial battle arena didn't appear in the Void Realm. Furthermore, it was occupied from the beginning. Therefore, the various factions could still coexist peacefully. Although there were some battles, it was completely different from the bestial battle arena. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the various realms that appeared in the bestial battle arena were all relatively powerful realms. The strength of a single realm was at least comparable to the strength of a dozen realms in the Void Realm, or even dozens of realms. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai was very concerned about the bestial battle arena. This was because Zhao Hai knew very well that if the factions in the bestial battle arena were willing to cooperate with him to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, then they would definitely win. Zhao Hai drove the Heaven's Secret Tower to the War God world to take a look. After communicating with the people from the various realms, he went to the Desolate Race. He didn't urge the Desolate Race, but the Desolate Race themselves were a little anxious. They now understood that they had to make more contact with the people from the other realms in the future. It was to let the other realms know about them, and at the same time, to establish a relationship with the other realms. This way, the people from the other realms wouldn't deal with them. After chatting with Chiemo and the others, he told them not to be anxious. After all, the situation of the Desolate Race was different from the other races. Zhao Hai then left the deserted world and directly entered the bestial battle arena. This time, the place where Zhao Hai appeared was near the camp that was destroyed by them. It must be said that the environment of the Colosseum was very good. The place that was destroyed by Zhao Hai was now filled with small trees. It seems like it wouldn't take long for the place to be restored. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He only noticed that after he appeared in the Colosseum, some people immediately noticed them. After these people discovered them, they didn't leave. Instead, they immediately took out a transmission formation and sent out a message. Then these people slowly approached the Heaven's Secret Sect. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately understood. It seemed like these people really wanted to befriend him. Zhao Hai didn't have any special expression. With a wave of his hand, the Tianji building slowly descended from the sky. When the Heaven's Secret building landed on the ground, Zhao Hai heard a voice. Are you Mr. Zhao Hai? Golden Edge Realms Kai Fei requests an audience with Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mr. Kai, please enter the building. Following his voice, a figure appeared outside the Heaven's Secret Sect square. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kai Fei didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the Heaven's Secret Sect square. When Kai Fei arrived at the Heaven's Secret Sect square, Ji Wuming went up to him and bowed. Greetings, Mr. Kai. Young master is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Kai Fei nodded and cupped his fists at Ji Wuming. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Please. After saying that, he followed Ji Wuming into the Heaven's Secret Sect. After a while, the two of them arrived at Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was sitting in the room waiting for Kai Fei. Kai Fei didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Zhao Hai. He immediately cupped his fists at Zhao Hai and said, Golden Edge Realms Kai Fei greets Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Mr. Kai is too polite. Please take a seat. Kai Fei kept his fists at Zhao Hai and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai. Then he sat down. However, his expression was respectful, as if he was a little cautious. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He looked at Kai Fei and said, Mr. Kai, you came. Looking for me this time. Is there something I can help you with? I noticed that there are a lot of people looking at me. What's wrong? Do you still want to take revenge on me? Kai Fei quickly replied, Mr. Misunderstood. We have absolutely no intention of seeking revenge. We were ordered to wait here for Mr. At the same time, Mr., please don't be in a hurry to leave. The representatives of the realm will be coming to see Mr. They have important matters to discuss with Mr. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Kai Fei and said, I don't know why you're looking for me. I don't seem to have any friendship with you. On the contrary, there's some unpleasantness. Kai Fei said in a deep voice, enemies can also become friends. We didn't have much enmity with Mr. Moreover, if it weren't for Mr. giving us a way out, I'm afraid that we would have died in the previous conflict. This time, we came to find Mr. because we want to cooperate with you. Zhao Hai looked at Kai Fei and said, extraterritorial devil race? A stunned expression flashed on Kai Fei's face, but he still nodded and said, right, the extraterritorial devil race. The conversation between Mr. and the extraterritorial devil race made us vigilant. This is because we've been dealing with the extraterritorial devil race for a long time. It's very likely that we've been plotted against by the extraterritorial devil race. Therefore, after we returned to the realm, we immediately conducted a large-scale investigation. The result of this investigation is that there are spies from the extraterritorial devil race in all the high-grade realms in the Colosseum. Some of them even have high positions. The extraterritorial devil race really wants to use these people to control our realms. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is the usual method of the extraterritorial devil race. It's good that you can find them. Moreover, I'm afraid that the extraterritorial devil race won't have the opportunity to enter the Colosseum in the future. Kai Fei's eyes lit up as he said in a deep voice, which one of the realms in the bestial battle arena is a pushover? The extraterritorial devil race dares to scheme against us. How can we not retaliate? It just so happens that you want to fight against the extraterritorial devil race. We are also willing to lend you a hand. Zhao Hai looked at Kai Fei. To be honest, the realms in the Colosseum were very strong. If they wanted to help, Zhao Hai would naturally be happy. However, Zhao Hai was also a little worried. If these realms knew about the existence of the Void Realm, would they attack the Void Realm in the future? If they really attacked the Void Realm, then it would be a disaster for the Void Realm. Kai Fei looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. He thought that Zhao Hai would welcome their help. This was equivalent to sending troops to help Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had no reason to be unwilling. Kai Fei looked at Zhao Hai and said, what's wrong? Mr. is unwilling? Zhao Hai glanced at Kai Fei and said, I'm naturally happy that you want to help me deal with the extraterritorial devil race. However, to tell you the truth, I still have some concerns. Just as he said that, a voice came from outside, may I ask if Mr. Zhao Hai is here? The representatives of the realms would like to see Mr. Zhao Hai stopped talking and stood up. He turned to Kai Fei and said, Mr. Kai, please take a seat. I'll go out and welcome everyone. Kai Fei also stood up and said, I'll go with Mr. Please. Zhao Hai nodded. The two left the Tianji Pavilion and arrived at the plaza. Now, there were several hundred people standing in the plaza. Each of these people had an imposing aura. One could tell at a glance that they were experts. Moreover, they held high positions in their respective realms. When these people saw Zhao Hai come out, they all cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Among them, a cultivator who looked very old said to Zhao Hai, this old man is Ling Feng from the Golden Edge realm. Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly returned the greeting and said, greetings, Mr. Ling Feng. Everyone, please follow me to the pavilion. Kai Fei greeted Ling Feng. After Ling Feng nodded, he led everyone and followed Zhao Hai into the Tianji Pavilion. Zhao Hai also knew that the Golden Edge realm should be the strongest realm in the beast-fighting Colosseum. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had already formed an alliance. After Zhao Hai led everyone into the Tianji Pavilion, they went straight to the conference room. After sitting down in the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, everyone, I've already heard about your intentions from Mr. Kai Fei. I'm very happy that you're willing to help me. However, I'm not afraid to let you know that I have some misgivings about you. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is afraid that after dealing with the extraterritorial devil race, there will be some unpleasantness between us, right? Mr. can rest assured about this. This time, we're here to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. After that, we'll return here. There won't be any unpleasantness between us. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that his thoughts would be discovered by Ling Feng. Looking at Ling Feng's wise eyes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He had forgotten that these cultivators had been cultivating for countless years. Especially those in charge of the various realms, they had seen too many things. His thoughts couldn't be hidden from them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I won't hide it from Mr. Ling Feng. The various realms in the Beast Fighting Coliseum are too strong. Among the realms that I've allied with, none of them are as strong as you. I'm afraid that after dealing with the extraterritorial devil race, a new war will begin. Moreover, those realms aren't as strong as the ones you're from. If they start a war with your realms, it would be a disaster for those realms. Therefore, I'm hesitating whether to accept your help. Ling Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually admit it. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and then said, this old man is very touched by Mr. Zhao Hai's words. However, this old man will give Mr. a guarantee. This time, we're only here to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. As long as we get our revenge, we'll immediately return. We won't use force against other races. Mr. can rest assured. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and slowly nodded, all right, since Mr. Ling Feng said so, then this Zhao Hai won't say anything else. We'll be fighting the demons in the near future. If you want to participate in the war, then you need to gather your forces in a short time. Then we'll head to the Void Realm. Ling Feng nodded and said, all right, since Mr. Ling Feng said so. When Ling Feng heard what Zhao Hai said, he nodded and said, all right, then we won't say anything more. Mister, please wait here for a few days. We'll go back and prepare before joining you. After saying that, he stood up and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. Then he led everyone out. After Zhao Hai sent off Ling Feng and the others, he returned to the space. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went to greet him. The group went to the villa's living room and sat down. As usual, Meg served Zhao Hai tea. Laura looked at Zhao Hai who was drinking tea and said, Brother Hai, do you really believe those people's words? They said that they were only doing this for the extraterritorial demons. But what if they want to deal with the void in the future? Zhao Hai replied, there's nothing wrong with that. The underworld doesn't have any opponents right now. If we eliminate the extraterritorial demons, then they would have even less opponents. It's good that I'm here, but if we ascend, then what would happen to the underworld? I'll give them an opponent so that they can be vigilant at all times. With a wolf watching them, they wouldn't dare to relax. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Laura and the others nodded, what Zhao Hai said was right. If they couldn't find an opponent for the underworld, then the underworld would sooner or later become useless. Finding an opponent for them now would make them unable to relax in the future. This way, those fellows would have more motivation. Zhao Hai's words were true. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, as long as we eliminate the extraterritorial demons, then it's time for us to leave. At this point, I can feel that this layer of space is starting to reject me. To be honest, if it weren't for the extraterritorial demons being too big of a scourge, then I wouldn't have cared about this matter and would have left long ago. Laura smiled faintly and said, you think I don't know about you? If it weren't for these things that forced you to move forward, then your strength wouldn't have progressed this fast. However, ascension is only a matter of time, so I'm not worried about it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not worried about you. Zhao Hai laughed and said, you understand me. You're right. If it weren't for these things, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current strength so quickly. But if that's the case, then it's also good. I can take you to the various realms and get to know them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're right. If it weren't for these things, then I wouldn't have been able to reach this level so quickly. Laura smiled faintly and said, we also want to. To be honest, Brother Hai, we don't want to fight all the time. It's really boring. Zhao Hai nodded and said, fighting all the time is really boring. Unfortunately, the main theme of cultivators is to fight against the heavens, to fight against the earth, to fight against people. If you don't fight, then you won't be able to progress. Therefore, you can only fight. In any case, since you've already embarked on this path, then there's nothing to say. Let's just follow this path. At this time, the housekeeper's voice was suddenly heard. Young master, something big has happened. The extraterritorial demons have suddenly attacked the Void Realm. They have already conquered several planets. When Zhao Hai heard the housekeeper, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He waved his hand as the situation in the Void Realm appeared on the monitor. Then the scene changed to several planets that were close to where the extraterritorial demons had appeared. The contents of the screen made Zhao Hai's brows jump. These planets were already occupied by the extraterritorial demons. Moreover, more and more extraterritorial demon armies were appearing on these planets. It seems like the extraterritorial demons intended to use these planets as their base to attack the Void Realm. Laura frowned as she looked at the screen and said, "How can this be? Why did the extraterritorial demons suddenly make a move? Could it be that the news of us dealing with them was leaked?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's possible. Why didn't Tiger's Might and the others inform me? Could it be that they haven't received the news?" Laura nodded and said, "It's possible. I'm afraid that when the extraterritorial demons made their move, the housekeeper had already discovered it and informed us. Moreover, with the strength of the extraterritorial demons, it would be very easy for them to capture those planets. Therefore, it's normal for Tiger's Might and the others to not receive the news. What do we do now, Brother Hai? Do you want to remind Tiger's Might and the others?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need. What will come will come. Didn't Ling Feng and the others leave their contact information? Send them a letter and tell them that we're going back. This is because the extraterritorial demons have already made their move. Wait for them to gather their forces and send us a letter. We'll tell them about the transmission formation." Laura and the others nodded and then immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial demons on the screen and muttered, "I didn't expect you to make the first move. Alright, it's time." Before long, Laura and the others returned. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we've already sent them a letter." They replied and said that as long as they're ready, they would immediately contact us. What about now? Should we inform the War God's realm and the Desolate Race? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Send a letter to the War God's realm and tell them to get ready. When we arrive, they would immediately return to the void with us. As for the Desolate Race, let's go." Laura and the others nodded and then immediately sent a letter to the War God's realm. At the same time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion appeared in the Desolate Race's territory. Just as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion appeared in the Desolate Race's territory, Zhao Hai appeared in Qi Mo's office. When Qi Mo saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Brother Zhao, why did you come back? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's something. The Void Realm has already started a war. I came to inform you that I'll be returning to the Void Realm soon. When you're ready, contact me." When Qi Mo heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "The war has already started. The extraterritorial demons made the first move?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the extraterritorial demons made the first move. We'll be returning soon. When you're ready, contact me. Don't worry, the extraterritorial demons can't do anything to us. Moreover, we've already made preparations. We won't suffer any losses." Qi Mo nodded and said, "Alright, then I won't say anything else. As soon as we're ready, we'll immediately contact you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fists towards Qi Mo and said, "Then I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, contact me." Qi Mo nodded and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from Qi Mo's office. After Zhao Hai disappeared, Qi Mo immediately pressed a bell on his desk. As soon as he heard the bell, the door to his office opened. Yufei walked in and looked at Qi Mo with a puzzled expression. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" Qi Mo said in a deep voice, "Prepare the army of the passage. Brother Zhao just arrived. The war in the Void Realm has already begun. The extraterrestrial devils made the first move. He's going back. From the looks of it, I'm afraid he won't have time to come here. Yu Fei stared, then her expression changed as she said, the extraterritorial demons have already made their move? Could it be that the news was leaked? It's also possible. After all, Mr. Zhao Hai contacted too many realms. Maybe the realms have already leaked the news. I'll immediately inform the army. Chiemo nodded, then he said, inform the factories and the alchemy lab as well. We need to prepare the new mechas and battleships as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. Yu Fei nodded before she turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already arrived at the War God's realm through the Heaven's secret pavilion. They weren't in a hurry to return to the Void Realm. Instead, they waited for the people from the other realms in War God City. Just as Zhao Hai arrived at the War God's realm, White Tigers might send a letter to Zhao Hai, informing him that the extraterritorial demons had made the first move. Zhao Hai had White Tiger's might and the others immediately organize people to block the extraterritorial demons' attack. He would be able to return very soon. Because Zhao Hai had already made arrangements before going to the Colosseum, White Tiger's might and the others weren't too flustered. White Tiger's might immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions and gathered everyone. Aside from the necessary vigilance troops, the rest of the army was assembled and sent to the front line. The so-called front line was actually a few planets that were relatively close to the extraterritorial demons. They established a defensive line there and prepared to block the extraterritorial demons. While Tiger's might and the others were making arrangements, Zhao Hai's preparations were almost done. The War God's realms had already made preparations to deal with the extraterritorial demons together. Therefore, when they received Zhao Hai's message, they immediately used the transmission formation to arrive at War God City. In just a short time, large artifacts from the various realms kept appearing in the War God's realm's transmission formation. At the same time, the fleet behind Zhao Hai was also getting bigger and bigger. After the people from the various realms arrived, they immediately sent representatives to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also told them about the situation and had them return to their own large artifacts. Then they would be able to command the people from their respective realms. In just 2 days, all the realms of the War God's realm had arrived. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Hai immediately had his large artifacts form a huge transmission formation. Then with the yin-yang lightning pool providing energy, the formation activated. In the next moment, the entire fleet disappeared from the War God's realm. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. When the people from the other realms saw Zhao Hai's method, they were all shocked. Using large artifacts to form a transmission formation, this idea was too crazy. How much energy would this consume? Moreover, as long as one of the large artifacts made a mistake, then the entire fleet would be sent to an unknown location. After all, the coordinates couldn't be wrong. Only a madman would do something like this. However, not only did Zhao Hai do it, he even succeeded. In the next moment, the entire fleet suddenly appeared in the void. On the other side of the void was a planet. And on this planet, large artifacts were parked. Zhao Hai didn't return to the underworld this time. Instead, he directly sent the fleet to the front line. At this time, Tiger's Might and the others were also there. The people on the planet also noticed the huge fleet. But when they saw the Heaven's secret sect, they knew that Zhao Hai had returned. These people immediately sent a warship to welcome Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat in the conference room. This conference room was located in the Heaven's secret pavilion. Originally, there was a conference room on the planet, but Zhao Hai didn't go there. Instead, he sat in the Heaven's secret pavilion and summoned everyone for a meeting. Before the meeting, Zhao Hai introduced the people from the War God's realm to everyone. After greeting everyone, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This time, the extraterritorial devil race took action ahead of time. This is within my expectations. Because I fought with them twice and killed a lot of their people, including 2 of their commander-level characters, the extraterritorial devil race should be aware of this. Moreover, there should be some spies from the extraterritorial devil race in every plane. We can hide such a large troop movement from them for a while, but we can't hide it from them forever. Therefore, it doesn't matter if they are aware of it." Judging from the current situation, the extraterritorial devil race might have discovered it long ago, but they weren't prepared at that time. Now that they are prepared, they launched an attack on us. It seems like they are one step ahead of us. Everyone nodded. Then Qianwang said, although we haven't fought with the extraterritorial devil race before, for Mr. to pay so much attention to them, it can be seen that the extraterritorial devil race isn't simple. How many troops does the extraterritorial devil race have now? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's hard to say how many troops the extraterritorial devil race have right now. However, they already have 7 planets in their hands. And on each of these 7 planets, there should be at least 100 million troops. From this point of view, the extraterritorial devil race's forces are definitely not small. It might be more than what we imagined. Xiao Kun asked, Mister, do you have any ideas? Zhao Hai replied, the extraterritorial demons aren't easy to deal with. Every time they conquer a realm, they would brainwash the people there. Because of this, their vassal forces are very formidable. However, the strongest force is still the extraterritorial demons themselves. Tomorrow, we'll launch a probing attack to see how strong they are. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the crowd and said, tomorrow, Elder Tang will lead the left wing. Qianwang will lead the cultivators from the war god's realm to the right wing. I will be the center. We will advance towards the planets occupied by the extraterritorial devil race. Everyone immediately complied. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, you fought alongside me before, so I won't say anything more. I just want to tell you that as long as you still want to fight alongside me, then you absolutely cannot disobey my orders. Even if I want you to die, you still have to go. If you don't listen to my orders, then don't blame me for being impolite. Do you understand? Zhao Hai looked at them and said. Do you understand? Everyone responded. Most of them had fought alongside Zhao Hai before. Naturally, they were very clear about Zhao Hai's characteristics. If you want to withdraw before the battle, then Zhao Hai would forgive you. But if you disobey his orders on the battlefield, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let you off. Because of this, when these people heard Zhao Hai, they immediately became well-behaved. Nobody dared to say half a word. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, then go back and prepare. Remember, the left and right wings can engage the enemy, but don't go too far. Focus on defense. Everyone responded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, how are the preparations for the mechas going? Laura smiled faintly and said, don't worry, the space has already refined 1 billion cursed mechs. Moreover, they're made of new metals. These cursed mechs are very strong. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Julie and Kai and said, Julie, Kai the ones taking the initiative this time are the 2 of you. How are your preparations? Julie and Kai looked at each other and then smiled. Kai said, Brother Hai, don't worry. We're already prepared. We're just waiting for the battle to begin. Julie also opened her mouth and said, don't worry, Brother Hai. My children are already prepared. They can go out at any time. You don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked outside the window and said, this will be our final battle. As long as we deal with the demons, we can leave this place. Laura and the others stood by Zhao Hai's side as they looked outside. At this moment, they were reluctant to leave this place. However, they also knew that this place wasn't suitable for them. The water here was too shallow, and Zhao Hai was a flood dragon. It was impossible for him to be trapped here. On the morning of the next day, the army was assembled. Looking at the large artifacts, Long Ding Tian couldn't help but sigh as he said, it's impossible to not make contact with the outside world. The realms outside have at least a few dozen or even a few hundred large artifacts. Look at our true spirit realm, we don't even have a single large artifact. As for strength, these realms have a lot of void-piercing experts. Some of them have even comprehended the power of laws. I'm afraid that the number of void-piercing experts in our true spirit realm can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for Little Hai, then our true spirit realm would have been swallowed up by them. Long Dingtian nodded and said, I'm afraid that the true spirit realm wouldn't have a single large artifact. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright, Uncle Long, we'll catch up in the future. Don't worry. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Heaven's secret pavilion slowly moved forward. The other large artifacts immediately followed. When he moved, the large artifacts of the other realms also began to move. All of the large artifacts were arranged in a neat formation as they slowly moved forward. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai, who was looking at the void and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned his head to look behind Zhao Hai. Behind Zhao Hai was Zhao Hai's room. The room had changed a lot. There was a star chart in the middle of the room. Laura and the others were holding communication devices as they stared at the star chart. Long Dingtian's eyes flashed with guilt. He felt that he had wronged Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had done a lot for the true spirit realm, but they didn't give Zhao Hai anything. These days, while Zhao Hai was running around outside, Long Dingtian and the others had been inquiring about Zhao Hai. They also knew how Zhao Hai managed to get his hands on a large territory. He came to a completely unfamiliar place and fought in the life and death arena. Not only did he earn a lot of money, he also accumulated a lot of connections. After going through countless battles, he finally had the strength that he had today. How difficult was that? Long Dingtian couldn't help but rejoice. If there wasn't someone like Zhao Hai in the true spirit realm, then what would they be like right now? They would probably still be in the true spirit realm and still be in seclusion. They wouldn't be able to participate in a war that involved hundreds of millions of people like they were now. The army moved forward slowly. Zhao Hai stood in front of the window and looked at the void in the distance. In fact, he was observing the movements of the extraterritorial devil race through the space. Now, all the planets in the void realm had been stored in his spatial map. Therefore, he could monitor the situation on any planet at any time. Naturally, he could monitor the 7 planets that were occupied by the extraterritorial devil race. However, since Long Dingtian was here today, he couldn't let Long Dingtian see it. Therefore, he could only monitor in his mind. The extraterritorial devil race had indeed received the news that Zhao Hai's army was moving out. However, the extraterritorial devil race didn't have any intention of hiding. On the contrary, they had already gathered their army and rushed out from those planets. This time, the extraterritorial devil race's army was about 100,000 strong. However, the large celestial device they used was somewhat peculiar. Their large celestial device was a strange celestial device that was half celestial device and half demonic beast. The reason why this type of artifact was strange was because a large portion of it was made up of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were like the ones that Zhao had encountered before, pieced together. However, these large artifacts were more thoroughly pieced together. They even pieced the demonic beasts and the artifacts together. Zhao Hai noticed that there was a crab-like artifact among them. This artifact was very large, about the same size as the large artifacts that the extraterritorial devil race used. The body of this artifact was that of a crab. The crab's shell could be opened to reveal a person inside. However, the crab's legs, including its front clamps, were all artifacts made of metal. Moreover, these artifacts could still move under the control of the crab. It was as if the crab's legs were broken and it had mechanical legs installed on them. It was very peculiar. However, Zhao Hai knew that the extraterritorial devil race deliberately broke the crab's legs in order to install these mechanical legs on them in order to increase their fighting strength. The extraterritorial devil race's flagship was also very peculiar. It looked like the dragons that Zhao Hai had seen before. They were similar to the dragons in Western mythology. However, the extraterritorial devil race's dragons seemed to be undead. The extraterritorial devil race's undead body was equipped with thick armor. Even its eyes were sealed, revealing only 2 flashing blue demonic flames. It looked very frightening. The 2 armies slowly approached each other. However, the distance in the void was very far. Zhao Hai and the others had to travel for 3 days before they could see the shadow of the extraterritorial devil race's army. Upon seeing the extraterritorial devil race's army, Zhao Hai immediately gave an order. Pass down my order, don't get too close. 2 flanks, form a defensive formation. Let's go. Laura and the others immediately passed down the order. At the same time, Zhao Hai commanded the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to rush forward. Behind the Heaven's Secret Pavilion were Underworld's large artifacts. However, behind Zhao Hai were the large artifacts that Zhao Hai brought back from the War God's realm. They were arranged in a formation as they flew forward. At the same time, the extraterritorial devil race's army seemed to have discovered Zhao Hai's movement. They also stopped. Then the dragon led a large group of magic artifacts to fly out. Their numbers were about the same as Zhao Hai's large artifacts. The distance between the two sides slowly closed. When they were about 10 li away, both sides stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race. Among the extraterritorial devil race's dragons, a person wearing a black robe and holding a scepter appeared. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, "Extraterritorial devil race, this one is Zhao Hai. May I know why your race sent an army into the void to kill our cultivators?" "Ha ha ha ha, Zhao Hai, honest people don't tell lies. Don't you know why we're here? Tell me, did you kill our people in the beast fighting arena?" The extraterritorial devil race's black-robed voice sounded out. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, "Right, I killed them. You can come and find me for revenge. Why did you destroy those planets? The people on those planets have no enmity with you. If we extraterritorial devil race want to destroy someone, why would we care if they have any enmity with us? Besides, Zhao Hai, didn't you unite everyone to deal with us extraterritorial devil race? Why can't we make the first move?" The extraterritorial devil race said. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, "Don't make it sound so nice. It's as if you were forced to resist. How many realms have you destroyed over the years? I'm afraid you've destroyed more than 1,000 realms on this level, right? After you destroyed those realms, what did you do to the people in those realms? You actually broke their orthodoxy, destroyed their inheritance, turned them into your slaves, and worshipped you extraterritorial devil race as gods. You didn't attack the void realm previously because you didn't have the strength. As long as you have the strength, you will attack immediately. Am I wrong? If we attack now, we'll just destroy you before you attack us. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, you're right. The reason why we haven't done anything to the void realm yet is because there are too many domains that are connected to it. We haven't been able to subdue those domains yet, so naturally, we can't do anything to the void realm at will. But since you want to do it, we're not afraid of you. We'll take this opportunity to take the void realm into our pocket. Speaking of which, we have to thank you. You want to destroy so many races with just the strength of the extraterritorial devil race? You must be dreaming. When you extraterritorial devil race first arrived at this level, didn't you attack the realm I was in? In the end, you were still defeated by us. What's so great about the extraterritorial devil race? You're from the real spiritual world? How is this possible? How can you be from the real spiritual world? Good, good, good. You're from the real spiritual world. That's even better. For so many years, we extraterritorial devil race have been trying to take revenge on you people from the real spiritual world. However, you people from the real spiritual world are like turtles, hiding in their shells and refusing to come out. Now that you've come out, this is great. We can finally take revenge. Revenge? All of you can talk after you pass through this trial. Enough nonsense. Let's fight. I want to see if your Outerium devil race is able to annihilate us or will be annihilated by us. Let's settle the old and new enmity together. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, rows of xenomorphs appeared beside the Tianji building. After these xenomorphs appeared, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they roared at the extraterritorial devil race. Their ferocious appearance made people feel that these guys weren't easy to deal with. When the extraterritorial devil race saw the appearance of these xenomorphs, his face turned solemn. The extraterritorial devil race was a combat race. Their combat instincts were much stronger than human cultivators. It was precisely because of their belligerence that they had an instinctive intuition about the combat strength of a living being. Moreover, this intuition was often very accurate. Although the combat strength of a race was somewhat related to their physique and innate talent, these weren't the most important factors. The most important factor was their potential and combat instincts. If a race's combat instincts were very strong, then even if they were very weak at the beginning, as long as they were given time, they would be able to defeat stronger enemies. This kind of combat instinct was determined by the genes of a living being. Take a goat for example, no matter how strong it wouldn't be a match for a wolf. The extraterritorial devil race was a combat race. They were born to fight. Their combat instincts were very strong. If their strength was on par, it would be very difficult for a cultivator to defeat an extraterritorial devil race. On the other hand, the extraterritorial devil race had seen a lot of ferocious-looking beasts. Some of these beasts had tempers. They were very gentle, but their appearance was very fierce. They seemed to have strong combat strength, but in fact, this wasn't the case. The extraterritorial devil race didn't care about such beasts because their intuition told them that these beasts weren't difficult to deal with. However, when he faced the xenomorphs, he felt threatened. Not only did the xenomorphs look ferocious, but they were also a race that was born to fight. Most importantly, the xenomorphs were modified by Zerg's genes. Their combat strength was even stronger and their potential was limitless. In the face of such an enemy, the extraterritorial devil race's intuition told him that it was dangerous, very dangerous. When Zhao Hai saw that the extraterritorial devil race didn't move or speak, he couldn't help but stare. He thought that the extraterritorial devil race would directly rush forward. He didn't expect them to be so obedient. This was too abnormal. Zhao Hai didn't act polite. In any case, they were enemies that he must kill. There was no need for him to be polite. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he ordered the xenomorphs to rush towards the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race's face as he spoke, his expression as he said, "Prepare, release." The extraterritorial devil race's race. Devil extraterritorial devil races. The extraterritorial devil race. Of the extraterritorial devil race. The Devilt. These demonic beast artifacts were huge in size. Moreover, after being refined by the extraterritorial devil race, they could no longer be regarded as living creatures. Instead, they were a combination of undead creatures and artifacts. They were a type of monster that didn't resemble anything. Because of this, the fighting strength of these demonic beast artifacts was very strong. In terms of strength, they were like artifacts. As long as they were supplied with energy, they wouldn't feel tired and could continue to fight. In terms of energy, their energy source was their demonic beast-like body. This body can absorb energy from the space and provide it to them. Moreover, the large artifacts of other realms would use jade essence or other materials as their energy source. This way, they could increase their endurance in battle. In terms of combat awareness, these demonic beast artifacts were like undead creatures. They didn't know what fear was, they only knew how to fight. They were classic fighting machines, their existences were the most terrifying. The energy that these demonic beast artifacts spat out was very powerful. They were like energy cannons, but they weren't the same. Ordinary energy cannons didn't have any attributes. On the other hand, although these demonic beast artifacts were different, they still retained some of their attributes. Because of this, the energy beams that they spat out had attributes. These energy beams shot towards the extraterritorial devil army. It seems like they wanted to kill a portion of the extraterritorial devil army. However, it was clear that the extraterritorial devil army had underestimated the extraterritorial devil army. One must know that the extraterritorial devil army had fought against the extraterritorial devil army before. Naturally, they knew how powerful these demonic beast artifacts were. Moreover, they had absorbed some of the demonic beast artifacts' genes, making them even more powerful. Upon seeing the demonic beast artifacts spitting out energy beams, some of the extraterritorial devil army opened their mouths and spat out energy beams towards the demonic beast artifacts. After a series of loud explosions, the energy beams disappeared. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Then the extraterritorial devil army took this opportunity to attack. When the extraterritorial devil army saw the extraterritorial devil army rushing over, they immediately sent out troops to meet them. The situation of these extraterritorial devil army was very special. They actually had a small beast as their combat beast. However, it was a pity that they underestimated the ferocity of the extraterritorial devil army. A single extraterritorial devil was already very ferocious, not to mention a group of extraterritorial devils. Every part of their body seemed to be made for battle. Their slender and flexible tails, their human-like claws, their mantis-like forearms, and their mouths. With so many weapons on their bodies, the extraterritorial devil army was able to use them smoothly. Although both sides suffered losses, the extraterritorial devil army still had the upper hand. The extraterritorial devil army also saw this, so he immediately commanded his troops to attack the extraterritorial devil army. At the same time, he commanded his troops to attack Zhao Hai's fleet. At the same time, he also commanded his beasts to attack the flanks of the extraterritorial devil army. On the other hand, the flanks of the extraterritorial devil army were already prepared. They listened to Zhao Hai's orders and went all out to defend. On the other hand, the extraterritorial devils who were attacking Zhao Hai's fleet were met with resistance from the mechs. These mechs were very formidable, they were all made of new metals from the space. Whether it was their defensive or offensive capabilities, they were very formidable. Additionally, these mechs were personally commanded by Laura and the others. It would be very difficult for the extraterritorial devils to break through their defenses. Zhao Hai looked at the battle. He was just probing the extraterritorial devil army. Although the battle between the flanks looked fierce, it was actually just a clash of large artifacts. It didn't develop to the point of close combat, so there weren't any losses. The only place where the battle was intense was Zhao Hai's side. Since the extraterritorial devil army and the mechs were the main combatants, naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the extraterritorial devil army. Both sides didn't expect that they would be able to eliminate each other in this battle. Both sides were smart people, they understood this fact. Zhao Hai has been observing the extraterritorial devil army's attacks. It seems like Kair hasn't made a move yet. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried, it wasn't time for Kair to make a move. Julie alone was more than enough to deal with the extraterritorial devil army. The battle between the two sides was still going on. Neither side had any intention of retreating. However, the number of aliens was increasing. The aliens killed a lot of extraterritorial devils as well as the beasts they brought with them. Because of this, the number of aliens increased once again. After fighting for more than 4 hours, although the aliens had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to defeat the extraterritorial devil army. Zhao Hai was also aware of this, so he waved his hand, causing the alien army to slowly retreat. When the extraterritorial devil army saw Zhao Hai's alien army retreating, he didn't order his people to pursue. This was because the extraterritorial devil army was retreating when they had the upper hand. If the extraterritorial devil army were to chase after them, it wouldn't be good for them. With the retreat of the alien army, today's battle came to an end. Zhao Hai commanded the fleet to slowly retreat. At the same time, the extraterritorial devil army was also retreating. The two sides were about 10,000 li away from each other. They stopped and set up a camp using large artifacts. After the camp was set up, Zhao Hai immediately invited everyone to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to discuss how to deal with the extraterritorial devil army. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone should know that the extraterritorial devils aren't easy to deal with. The ones I fought today were only the extraterritorial devils, not the humans under their rule. This doesn't mean that the extraterritorial devils aren't strong. On the contrary, the extraterritorial devils are very formidable. If we were to face them head-on, then we would need at least 3 generations of troops to defeat them. But what I want to say is that the humans under their rule are even more difficult to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The extraterritorial devils aren't easy to deal with." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai with some puzzlement. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. The human race under the extraterritorial devil army should be about the same as them in terms of combat strength. Why did Zhao Hai say that the human race was more difficult to deal with? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't be surprised. I'm not saying that the human cultivators are more powerful, but their battle awareness is stronger. Although the extraterritorial demons aren't afraid of death, they still know how to cherish their lives. On the other hand, the human cultivators under their rule aren't necessarily the same. They have been brainwashed by the extraterritorial demons, so they don't take death seriously. In the face of these people who dare to die together with you, we need to be more careful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Don't be surprised." Everyone was stunned, and then their expressions changed. They were very clear that if what Zhao Hai said was true, then the human race cultivators under the extraterritorial devil army would indeed be more difficult to deal with than the extraterritorial devil army. The reason why Zhao Hai told them that the extraterritorial devil race was more difficult to deal with was because he didn't want them to suffer too much losses. Zhao Hai and the others had formed an alliance. Moreover, many of them had joined him to deal with the extraterritorial devil race for the sake of benefits. If these people suffered too much losses, then they might return to their own realms and not join Zhao Hai in dealing with the extraterritorial devil race. Although Zhao Hai's forces seemed to be quite large, they were absolutely insignificant when compared to the extraterritorial devil race. In fact, they were only 1/10 of the extraterritorial devil race's forces. Of course, this didn't include Zhao Hai. It wasn't impossible for Zhao Hai to deal with the extraterritorial devil race alone. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do so. He had exposed himself enough in the Colosseum. If people knew more about him, then it would be more troublesome. Not to mention, their opponents this time were the extraterritorial devil race. They came from the upper realms. Who knows if they were still in contact with the upper realms? If they were, then the upper realms would know more about Zhao Hai. This would be very disadvantageous for Zhao Hai after his ascension. Taking today's battle as an example, they only used energy beam attacks and didn't engage in close combat. However, this doesn't mean that they won't engage in close combat in the future. If the war continues, then it would only be a matter of time before they engage in close combat. Because of this, from tomorrow onwards, our army will launch a large-scale attack on the demons. We need to kill as many of them as possible before their reinforcements arrive. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then we'll be the ones to attack the demons. We need to kill as many of them as possible before their reinforcements arrive." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, everyone nodded. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. In fact, besides some of them who had seen the might of the aliens, the others were frightened by the strength of the alien army. Even if they were injured or killed, their blood would still corrode the enemy. This made them feel a chill in their hearts. They couldn't understand what kind of existence the aliens were. Their fighting strength was too strong. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they thought. Although he still had the people from the Colosseum as his reinforcements, Zhao Hai knew that the people from the Colosseum were even more unreliable compared to the people here. The people here had fought alongside him before, so they had some friendship with him. On the other hand, the people from the Colosseum had no friendship with him. Both sides were enemies. It was only because they had a common enemy that they joined forces. If he were to rely on them, then those fellows from the Colosseum would immediately bite him in the back. Allies? What is an ally? Only two individuals with equal strength and independence can become allies. Have you ever heard of a wolf and a pig becoming allies? Is that possible? Although Zhao Hai had shown his strength in the Colosseum, it was only a relatively high level of strength. Those realms weren't necessarily convinced. After all, their forces in the Colosseum were limited. And at the same time, Zhao Hai had sealed the Colosseum, making it so that they didn't have any reinforcements. In this case, they were ruthlessly dealt with by Zhao Hai. However, they believed that if they were to fight against Zhao Hai, then the one who would lose would be Zhao Hai. They were confident in this. Zhao Hai was also very clear about this. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to show his strength before those people arrived. He wanted them to understand that he, Zhao Hai, was fully qualified to be their ally and even the leader of this alliance. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Hai continued, "Don't think that the demons have a lot of people. Behind them, reinforcements are constantly arriving. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate them. Everyone needs to be prepared for a hard battle. At the same time, be prepared for close combat." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't think that the demons have a lot of people." Everyone nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai looked at the time and then said, "Everyone, please return. You have 10 hours to rest. At the same time, be vigilant. The extraterritorial devil race might attack within these 10 hours. If they take the initiative to attack, then the battle will begin immediately. If they don't, then the battle will begin in 10 hours. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Inside the space, Laura and the others were busy. They were making plans based on the extraterritorial devil race's strength in order to deal with the battle that would begin in 10 hours. Julie and Kyer were also doing their research. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's research and said, Laura, I'm going to have the space's beasts participate in this attack. The space's beasts haven't fought yet. Although their levels are very high, their fighting strength shouldn't be too bad. Letting them participate in the battle can increase their fighting strength. If they die, we can have the aliens absorb their genes. This way, we can produce more aliens. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, okay, I'm going to have the space's beasts participate in this attack. Laura stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why did you suddenly think of having the beasts participate in the battle? Is there a special reason? Zhao Hai replied, the enemies that we will face in the future might be even more terrifying, especially after we ascend. Because of this, I don't want the beasts to lose their wild nature and their fighting spirit. Before a wild boar is tamed, it can run amok in the wilderness. Some hunters even say that there are 1 boar, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. From this point, one can see the strength of a wild boar. But what about after they are tamed? Their fangs are gone, their momentum is gone, they have become pigs that only know how to eat and sleep. In the end, the only fate that awaits them is a blade. They don't even know how to resist, they don't even have the means to resist. Therefore, I believe that a demon beast's strength is only a part of their strength. The most important thing is to make them remember their fighting instincts. Recently, I discovered that some of the demon beasts in the space have their strength deteriorating. This isn't a good thing, so I want them to participate in the battle. What do you think? What do you think? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Laura's expression changed, she immediately said, Housekeeper, is this true? The space's beasts really degenerate? The housekeeper replied, yes, young madam. The space's beasts have shown a certain degree of degeneration, but it isn't very serious. Although they can still fight in the space, those kinds of fights are far from real battles. If they were to participate in real battles, then they would leave behind a lot of battle memories in their genes. This is a beast's instinct. In the future, their descendants would become more powerful. Because of this, I agree with the young master's approach. Laura immediately asked, what about the people inside the space? Did they degenerate? The housekeeper replied, young madam doesn't need to worry about this. The people inside the space have been improving in their fighting abilities. This is because the young master has them undergo trials every year. Because of this, the people inside the space are able to maintain their fighting strength. However, compared to the cultivators outside, there is still a certain difference. But as long as they adapt to the outside world, then their fighting strength wouldn't be weak. After all, people and beasts are different. Laura nodded, then she immediately said, all right, Brother Hai, I agree with your approach. How many beasts do you want to participate in the battle this time? How many beasts do you need to participate in the battle? Zhao Hai asked, housekeeper, how many beasts do we have in the space? The housekeeper replied, young master, all the beasts in the space can fight. Even the ones that are used for meat can also fight. Young master can rest assured about this. There are too many beasts in the space that can be used for battle. There's no way to calculate how many beasts can be used for battle. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, do you think that I'm sitting on a mountain of treasures without knowing it? Housekeeper, let's have 1 billion lanterns participate in the battle. The housekeeper complied and then went to prepare. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, isn't it too much to have so many beasts? If we don't handle it well, then we might expose the existence of the space. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that shouldn't be the case. Don't forget that there are compressed spaces in this layer. Moreover, we have several artifacts with internal spaces. At worst, we can just push this matter onto those artifacts. Hee hee. This way, no one would suspect the existence of space. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded and said, "That's good. If we can make these beasts grow, then it would be worth it to expose some artifacts with internal spaces." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Tomorrow, we'll be fighting against the foreign demons. There are a lot of beasts in the space. Their bodies are huge, even bigger than large artifacts. With them attacking, I think defeating the foreign demons shouldn't be a problem. Even if they die, Alien can absorb their genes. When the time comes, Alien's fighting strength would become even more formidable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I think that if those beasts are allowed to develop, then their fighting strength wouldn't be inferior to Alien." "Brother Hai, you forgot that the Kuanping is also a type of beast. There's also the blood of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon. The Nine Heavens Divine Dragon is also a type of beast. The space's beasts also have their genes, but because they didn't participate in the battle, their genes are dormant. If they can activate their genes during the battle, then the space's fighting strength wouldn't be as simple as increasing. What do you think, Brother Hai?" "Brother Hai, what do you think?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone. He didn't think about this before. 10 hours passed by quickly. During these 10 hours, the extraterritorial devil race didn't attack the Alliance army. Now that the extraterritorial devil race wasn't strong enough, they naturally didn't dare to attack the Alliance army with all their might. However, these 10 hours also increased the number of the extraterritorial devil race's army by a lot. Originally, the extraterritorial devil race had 4 billion troops. But now, their military strength had reached 6 billion, which was an increase of more than 1 billion. Of course, other than Zhao Hai's group, the rest of the Alliance army didn't know about this information. Among the 6 billion troops, less than 100 million were extraterritorial devil race. The rest were all races under the extraterritorial devil race's control. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate these races. These people were very powerful. In addition, they had all been brainwashed. Each and every one of them looked like they were ready to die. This was really a headache. This also made Zhao Hai even more determined to teach them a lesson. Therefore, when the time was up, Zhao Hai commanded the Alliance army to slowly push towards the extraterritorial devil race's camp. The extraterritorial devil race also noticed the movement of Zhao Hai's group. The extraterritorial devil race's army also immediately greeted them. Both sides stopped about 100 miles apart. But this time, both sides didn't speak. However, the atmosphere became even more tense. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but sneer. Then, he waved his hand and saw the door of the Tianji Pavilion open. Groups of beasts came out of the Tianji Pavilion. They were indeed beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of beasts. There were ox-shaped, horse-shaped, sheep-shaped, lion-shaped, tiger-shaped, bear-shaped, pig-shaped, wolf-shaped, snake-shaped, and so on. As long as one could think of it, there were all kinds of beasts. After these demonic beasts appeared, they lined up according to their race. They didn't seem to be in a mess at all. Soon, more and more demonic beasts appeared, especially those that were in the shape of elephants, cows, and turtles. This made everyone very surprised. This was because these demonic beasts were too big. They were even bigger than ordinary large artifacts. It wasn't only the foreign demons who were startled, even Zhao Hai's people were startled. Some of them had fought with Zhao Hai before, but they didn't know that Zhao Hai had so many beasts. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai's group was also startled. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. When most of the beasts came out, he waved his hand, and the beasts directly rushed towards the extraterritorial devil race's army. Behind these demonic beasts, there were countless aberrations. Among these demonic beasts, the ones that were charging at the forefront were the gigantic demonic beasts. Not only were these demonic beasts huge in size, but they were also very fast as they charged towards the army of the extraterritorial devil race. When the extraterritorial devil race's army saw so many huge beasts rushing over, they also became nervous. Then, they immediately let the beasts use energy beams. The energy beams were useless against the xenomorphs, but they had an unexpected effect on these beasts. Many of the huge beasts that rushed at the front didn't have any power to fight back and were directly blasted to death by the energy beams. Everyone was stunned when they saw the aggressive demonic beasts being killed without even being able to withstand a single blow. Then, black lines appeared on their foreheads. The extraterritorial devil race laughed heartily. They didn't expect that those demonic beasts would be so useless despite their huge size. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. These beasts were too lacking in combat experience. Although they were very strong, their combat experience was too lacking. This was why they were killed in a single blow. But it didn't matter, the other beasts would soon learn. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the other beasts had learned their lesson. The attack just now seemed to have stimulated the ferocity in these beasts' bones. These beasts directly attacked the extraterritorial devil race's army. There were too many demonic beasts. In addition, they were charging forward fearlessly. Even if the demonic beasts in front were killed, they wouldn't retreat. Some of the demonic beasts had already reacted. They spat out energy to attack the demonic beasts, rendering the attacks of the extraterritorial devil race useless. Soon, the demon beasts arrived in front of the extraterritorial devils. The battle had finally begun. Although the demon beasts suffered heavy casualties, they didn't retreat. Additionally, the demon beasts were very strong. Therefore, the extraterritorial devils suffered a lot of injuries. However, the ones who fought today were all cultivators under the control of the extraterritorial devils. There wasn't a single extraterritorial devil among them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the situation on the battlefield. No one noticed that the corpses of the beasts were quickly eaten by the xenomorphs. After eating the beasts, many of the beasts mutated. Most importantly, some of the xenomorphs became huge. These xenomorphs' changes were only a part of the battle. Beasts continued to appear in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. These new beasts were much more ferocious compared to the previous beasts. The beasts that Zhao Hai released didn't reach 1 billion. In fact, it didn't even reach 100 million. If he wanted to release 100 million beasts from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, then how long would it take? The beasts that Zhao Hai released were only about 1 million. The beasts that appeared later were the ones that witnessed the battle. Seeing so many beasts die, these beasts' ferocious natures were stimulated. The things produced by the space had never been bad. These demon beasts had undergone countless genetic modifications in the space. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't fought for a long time, causing their fighting instincts to deteriorate, how could so many of them be killed by the extraterritorial demons? However, they didn't completely degenerate. Once these beasts' ferocious natures were stimulated, their fighting strength would be terrifying. A steady stream of beasts kept rushing forward. These beasts seemed to be endless. On the other hand, the xenomorphs from yesterday were hiding in the back and eating. Even though they mutated, they didn't participate in the battle. This situation slowly attracted the attention of both sides. Seeing the xenomorphs not moving and just eating in the back, while the beasts were getting more and more ferocious, both sides seemed to have understood something. Xiao Kun stood beside Qian Wang and looked at the situation on the battlefield. He was currently guarding the right flank. However, it was clear that the main character of today's battle was Zhao Hai's side. They weren't even attacked, this made him very relaxed. Xiao Kun looked at the endless attacks of the beasts and couldn't help but frown. Then he said to Qian Wang, "Old Qian, why do you think Mr. Zhao Hai is doing this? These beasts aren't very strong. Even if they can consume some of the extraterritorial devils, it doesn't seem to be very useful. It's better to let the mutated beasts fight." Qian Wang looked at the situation on the battlefield and smiled faintly. "I don't know why, but Mr. Zhao always has his own plans. You haven't seen it, but there are more and more mutated beasts. Their bodies are getting bigger, and their fighting strength seems to be getting stronger. I think Mr. Zhao wants to feed those mutated beasts to the mutated beasts." Qian Wang smiled faintly and said, "I don't know why, but Mr. Zhao always has his own plans." Xiao Kun nodded, then he carefully looked at the situation on the battlefield. After a while, he said, "Old Qian, did you notice that the fighting strength of these beasts seems to be getting stronger? Moreover, I don't know if you noticed, but although the beasts that appeared at the beginning were big and imposing, they didn't have the ferocious fighting spirit. They gave people the feeling that they were paper tigers. But did you notice the beasts that appeared later? They have a trace of the ferocious aura of the beasts. It seems like they are slowly transforming from paper tigers to real tigers. Xianwang stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "You didn't mention it, so I really didn't notice it. Now that you mention it, I remember that those beasts were like cultivators who had never fought before. Although they weren't weak, they didn't have any combat experience. But the beasts that appeared later, although they didn't have any combat experience, they were fierce enough. I don't think Mr. Zhao wanted to send those beasts to their deaths, he might just be training his troops." Xiao Kun stared and said, "Training troops? Is that possible? Training troops at this time?" Xianwang turned his head to Xiao Kun and said, "Old Xiao, you seem to have forgotten something. Whether it's the mutated beasts or the beasts that are fighting, they aren't Mr. Zhao Hai's main force. Did you forget about the undead? Did you forget about the vampires? They are Mr. Zhao Hai's trump card. But look, where are those two races? Did they appear? From the very beginning, Mr. Zhao Hai didn't use those two races. Why? You don't think that those two races have been eliminated, right?" Xiao Kun was startled, then he looked at the battlefield in shock. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You mean, Mr. Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength from the beginning? But why would he do that?" Qianwang shook his head and said, "I don't know. Mr. Zhao Hai is unfathomable. You should never guess what a person like him is thinking. But before, I felt that Mr. Zhao Hai had a sense of crisis. I thought that his sense of crisis came from the extraterritorial demons, but looking at today's situation, it doesn't seem to be the case. If Mr. Zhao Hai really had a sense of crisis, then he would have already released the undead and the vampires to deal with the extraterritorial demons. If his sense of crisis didn't come from the extraterritorial demons, then where did it come from?" Xiao Kun looked at Qianwang and said, "Old Qian, I didn't have much contact with Mr. Zhao Hai before, but I know one thing. Shallow water can't raise a flood dragon. Mr. Zhao Hai is a flood dragon, and his vision isn't limited to this layer. If my guess is right, then it goes without saying where Mr. Zhao Hai's sense of crisis came from." When Qianwang heard Xiao Kun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xiao Kun and said, "You mean, the extraterritorial demons?" Xiao Kun nodded and said, "I think so. You should know about Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. Even if the extraterritorial demons are as strong as Mr. Zhao Hai said, do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai would be afraid of them? Don't forget, besides the undead and the vampires, Mr. Zhao Hai's iron armor army hasn't been dispatched. There are also those huge puppets and Mr. Zhao Hai's large artifacts. And these are only the trump cards that we know. Can you guarantee that Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't have any other cards? A person like Mr. Zhao would never reveal all of his cards. The strength that he revealed was already invincible in this realm. Even the foreign demons wouldn't be his opponent. What was there to be afraid of?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I'm not afraid of you." Because of this, his sense of crisis can only come from a stronger opponent. After Qianwang heard Xiao Kun's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Mr. Zhao is really a dragon. If he didn't have the ambition to reach the clouds, then how could he have achieved what he has today? Compared to Mr., we are really too far behind. I don't even know how much of a difference there is in our state of mind." Xiao Kun smiled faintly and said, "What are you ashamed of? In this world, there's only one Mr. Zhao Hai. How can other people compare to him? I admire people like Mr. the most. Only people like him are worthy of being called cultivators. Only cultivators like him can be called cultivators. Only cultivators like him can be called cultivators." Qianwang looked at Xiao Kun. He had a whole new level of respect for Qianwang. Qianwang's impression of Qianwang was that he was good at scheming and scheming. In Qianwang's eyes, Qianwang was synonymous with sinister villains. He didn't expect them to admire Zhao Hai. This made Qianwang very surprised. Xiao Kun also noticed Qianwang's expression. He guessed what Qianwang was thinking. But he didn't get angry. Instead, he said, "Don't you feel strange? We actually admire Mr. Zhao Hai? Old Qian, did you really forget? When Mr. Zhao Hai destroyed the divine realm, he didn't just rely on his strength, he also relied on his methods. It can be said that he is a perfect combination of scheming and strength. Isn't such a person worthy of our worship? Qianwang couldn't help but smile. When Qianwang heard Xiao Kun, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't know what to say, because what Xiao Kun said was right. Zhao Hai was a person who perfectly combined conspiracy and strength. When he was scheming against you, he would be so thorough that not even your bones would be left. You would only think that he was a villain who only knew how to scheme against people. But when he really wanted to deal with you, you would find that it was even more terrible than him scheming against you. When he was scheming against you, you would be able to live for a while longer, but when he really wanted to deal with you, you would be completely finished, and you would only be left with the option of waiting for death. While the two were talking, Elder Tang and the others were also looking at the situation in a daze. Elder Tang and the others thought that they had a good understanding of Zhao Hai. But now, they discovered that they didn't understand Zhao Hai at all. Unlike Qian Wang and the others, the extraterritorial demons weren't in the mood to think too much. This was because the attacks of the beasts were too ferocious. Although the beasts didn't have much combat experience, they were still very brave. Moreover, they weren't afraid of death. This kind of non-stop attack made the extraterritorial demons exhausted. Most importantly, the xenomorphs have yet to participate in the battle. The extraterritorial devils already knew how powerful the xenomorphs were. Now that the xenomorphs weren't participating in the battle, the extraterritorial devils had to divert a lot of their attention to the xenomorphs. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Naturally, another reason was the quantity. The number of beasts was too much. Zhao Hai wasn't going to release 1 billion beasts this time. 1 billion beasts was just a drop in the ocean for the space. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use the extraterritorial demons to increase the strength of the beasts. On the battlefield, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Hai's group. The extraterritorial demons also felt threatened. The situation today was completely different from yesterday. Although Zhao Hai's attack was very fierce, it didn't reach this crazy point. But today, they felt that Zhao Hai's attack was very crazy. Wave after wave, it seemed like he didn't have any intention of stopping. Moreover, after eating the corpses of the beasts, the number of aliens was increasing. For the extraterritorial demons, this wasn't a good thing. The extraterritorial demon who talked to Zhao Hai yesterday had an ashen expression as he looked at Zhao Hai. Another extraterritorial demon came to his side and said, "Commander, what do we do now? It seems like Zhao Hai wants to grind us to death." The commander said, "What's the casualty situation?" The extraterritorial demon replied, "Zhao Hai has released nearly 100 million beasts. More than 40 million have died. We also have about 10 million casualties." The commander said, "We'll grind him here. I want to see how many beasts Zhao Hai can release. I don't believe that his beasts are endless." When the extraterritorial demon heard the commander, he knew that there was no other way. They couldn't retreat at this time. If they retreated, the beasts would take the opportunity to attack. This would put them in a more passive position. Moreover, they had an army of 6 billion. Even if 100 or 200 million casualties were to die, it wouldn't matter. On the other hand, the foreign domain demon commander looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "Zhao Hai isn't simple. Where did he get so many beasts? How did he subdue them?" Although the extraterritorial demon was puzzled, the battle was still going on. More and more beasts came out of the space. These beasts were of different sizes. There were bulls, elephants, eagles, turtles, and so on that were comparable to large artifacts. There were also ants that were as small as a human's finger. These beasts slowly came out of the Heaven's secret pavilion and rushed towards the extraterritorial demon's battle formation. This scene made people think of a beast tide. Many cultivators had experienced beast tides before. Beast tides occurred in all planes, unless the human cultivators could completely suppress the demonic beasts in certain planes. However, such situations were very rare. Demonic beasts existed in all planes, and their strength wasn't weak. Cultivators in every plane didn't want to experience a beast tide. This was because it was too terrifying. Every time a beast tide occurs, the beasts would go crazy and attack the cultivators with all their might. They didn't care about their own lives. This kind of ferocious appearance was something that all cultivators were afraid of. And now, the beasts that Zhao Hai released were a bit like the beast tides. They were ferocious and didn't care about their own lives. They bravely moved forward and didn't retreat. However, what these cultivators couldn't understand was where did Zhao Hai get so many powerful beasts? How did he subdue them? Could it be that his strength has reached the point where he can fight against hundreds of millions? There were also beasts that didn't participate in the battle, but could mutate by eating the corpses of other beasts and humans. They had never heard of these beasts before. Where did Zhao Hai get these beasts? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Zhao Hai was unfathomable. Their admiration for Zhao Hai also increased. Now, they finally knew why Zhao Hai was able to take down such a big force like the underworld. It was because he had the strength. The battle didn't stop for a moment. However, in the Alliance army, no one except Zhao Hai made a move. Even Zhao Hai only let the beasts attack. He didn't make a move himself. On the other hand, the situation on the extraterritorial devil race's side was completely different. They didn't have so many beasts. Although the extraterritorial devil race's beasts had good combat power, don't forget that Zhao Hai's beasts were particularly large. The size of those beasts was not smaller than the extraterritorial devil race's beasts. Even if the strength of those beasts wasn't very strong, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of beasts. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil race's losses were huge, especially the extraterritorial devil race's losses. The battle had been going on for 10 hours, and the beasts were still charging again and again. Now, the number of beasts released by Zhao Hai was about 600 million. The beasts that appeared later were already very powerful. They seemed to have learned combat skills, which made it more difficult for the extraterritorial devil race to deal with them. The casualties of the extraterritorial devil race also increased a lot. The extraterritorial devil race stood on the devil dragon race's weapon with an ashen face. Looking at the beasts attacking them continuously, he was finally sure that Zhao Hai really wanted to wear them down here. It was completely different from yesterday's probing attack. Now, the extraterritorial devil race's casualties had reached an astonishing 700 million. Now, their casualties were even more than the beasts. When Zhao Hai saw the situation, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Right, the strength of these beasts is already very good. Let them attack for a while before launching the attack." Laura stood by Zhao Hai's side and said, "During this time, a lot of extraterritorial devil race reinforcements have arrived on the other planets. Moreover, they're already on their way here. It won't take long for them to arrive." "Right, Brother Hai, the people in the Colosseum have already sent me a letter. They said that they're ready. I've already sent them the coordinates, they should be arriving soon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Have our fleet form a transmission formation and have them appear here. Then tell them not to participate in the battle and to rest in the rear." Laura nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Julie went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Big Brother Hai, when do we launch the attack? We need to leave a team of extraterritorial devil race to deal with the light of destruction." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You go and prepare. Leave some behind." This time, a lot of extraterritorial devil race reinforcements have arrived. When the time comes, we'll have the extraterritorial devil race reinforcements deal with them. We'll wait for an hour until the people in the Colosseum arrive. Then we'll launch the attack. We'll let the people in the Colosseum understand that even without them, we can still deal with the extraterritorial devil race." Julie nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that some beast artifacts had flown out from behind the extraterritorial devil race army. These beast artifacts didn't immediately join the battle, they just slowly integrated into the army. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "Do you see that? The extraterritorial devil race's combat attainment is really good." The reinforcements had just arrived, but they were able to integrate into their army immediately. It can be seen that they have undergone training in this aspect. On the other hand, we're far from it. We're an allied army. Not to mention training, we don't even have the opportunity to cooperate. To be honest, if we weren't here, then even if the people in the Colosseum were added, they still wouldn't be a match for the extraterritorial devil race. Julie smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Big Brother Hai, you still don't know how many troops the Colosseum has. Hee, more than 50 billion. If they really cooperate, then the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't necessarily be a match for them. When Zhao Hai heard this number, he couldn't help but stare, then he nodded and said, since there are so many of them, then it's hard to say. The people in the beast fighting coliseum aren't simple. If we don't show them our strength, then they might bite back. Don't look at Spirit Edge's words. Humph, you can't trust the words of people like them. Spirit Edge nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded. While the two were talking, a white light flashed inside their fleet. Then a fleet appeared. This fleet wasn't very large, only a few dozen large artifacts. However, these large artifacts looked very advanced. As soon as these large artifacts appeared, they discovered that they were surrounded by a fleet. They couldn't help but get nervous. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, Mr. Ling Feng, are you here? This one is Zhao Hai. You don't need to panic. You're now inside my fleet. Please leave through the passage that the fleet made for you. You can rest at the back of the fleet. Since there's a battle in front, I can't greet you personally. I hope you can forgive me. Ling Feng was indeed inside the fleet. The coordinates that Laura gave them told them that only 20 large artifacts could enter at a time. However, Ling Feng couldn't make a transmission formation as big as Zhao Hai's fleet. His transmission formation could only allow 10 large artifacts to enter at a time. Because Ling Feng was the one who negotiated with Zhao Hai, he was the first to arrive. Now that Ling Feng heard Zhao Hai, he looked at the battle in the distance. Ling Feng didn't say anything and immediately commanded his fleet to leave through the passage that Zhao Hai's fleet made. Ling Feng was standing on a sword-shaped large artifact. This large artifact was really sword-shaped. Not only was the front of the artifact sword-shaped, even the hilt and the guard were intact. It looked just like an enlarged sword. Ling Feng was standing on the sword's edge along with several people. One of them was Kai Fei. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield, Kai Fei couldn't help but mutter, it seems like Zhao Hai didn't lie to us. The extraterritorial devil race is really strong. I'm afraid there are billions of them fighting each other. I'm afraid that in other places, we won't even be able to set up a formation. Ling Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully observed the battlefield. At this time, an hour had passed. Zhao Hai had already given the order to attack. All kinds of beasts, aliens, and even the vine giants released by Kai began to attack the extraterritorial devil race. This time, Zhao Hai didn't let the beasts run out of the Heaven's secret pavilion. Instead, he released about 2 billion beasts. With the addition of the billions of aliens and the vine giants, Zhao Hai's forces outside had become a lot. Then Zhao Hai's army began their final assault. Some aliens with 2 horns didn't participate in the battle. Instead, they were coldly observing from the side. They were waiting for the extraterritorial devil race to join the battle. As long as the extraterritorial devil race joined the battle, they would immediately join in. The extraterritorial devil race didn't expect that Zhao Hai would release so many beasts to deal with them. They weren't prepared and suffered a big loss. The beasts released by Zhao Hai weren't weak. Their combat genes were completely stimulated. Their fighting strength was already comparable to the beasts outside. Speaking of which, their potential was much stronger than the demon beasts outside. However, if they wanted to fully stimulate their potential, they would need to fight more battles. When Zhao Hai released the billions of beasts, everyone in the alliance was shocked, including Ling Feng and the others. Ling Feng and the others knew about Zhao Hai's strength in the Colosseum. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to block the attacks of billions of people. Because of this, they weren't convinced of Zhao Hai's strength. But now that they saw Zhao Hai release billions of beasts without even blinking, they were shocked. If Zhao Hai can release billions of beasts at once, then what if he can release billions more? And don't forget, they had fought against those aliens before. They were very clear about their terrifying reproductive ability. If they really fought against Zhao, they were afraid that those aliens would be enough to make them drink a pot of water. If it was just the aliens, then they wouldn't be afraid. But with the vine giants and the beasts, Ling Feng discovered that even if all the forces in the Colosseum were to join forces, they might not be able to stop Zhao Hai. If they can't kill Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would be able to kill them sooner or later. The others were even more surprised. When Qian Wang and the others fought with Zhao Hai, they only saw Zhao Hai using the undead and the vampires. But now, they discovered that Zhao Hai didn't use the vampires and the undead at all. With just the amount of beasts, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the battlefield. This time, he didn't prepare to receive more undead into the space. The space already had a lot of undead. Moreover, the space's undead could be automatically generated. Every day, new undead would be born in the Bone Mountain. Although these new undead were very weak, just like newborn human children, they could absorb soul fires to cultivate. And with the War Emperor's guidance, their attacks were very fast. At this time, the undead in the space had truly become undead. They can now carry on their descendants and become a new race. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't prepare to receive more undead into the space. On the contrary, he wanted to let the aliens grow stronger. This was a fighting race. Even if they were to ascend to the higher realms, they would still be able to fight. This was because they could continue to evolve. No matter what, they would still be able to maintain their fighting strength. With the addition of the aberrations, the outcome of this battle was determined from the very beginning. The aberrations that mutated after absorbing the genes of the demonic beasts were definitely stronger than the extraterritorial devil race had imagined. In addition, as more and more demonic beasts died on the battlefield and the extraterritorial devil race cultivators were killed, the number of aberrations also increased. Soon, the extraterritorial devil race was at a disadvantage. After 5 days, the reinforcements from the Colosseum had arrived. However, the army of demonic beasts and demonic beasts were still fighting against the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race had no choice but to fight because they were being suppressed. If it weren't for the reinforcements coming from the extraterritorial devil race's domains, the extraterritorial devil race would have been annihilated long ago. Even if the reinforcements kept coming, the extraterritorial devil race had suffered heavy casualties. After 5 days, Zhao Hai calculated that the extraterritorial demons had lost at least 10 billion people. This was a terrifying number. One must know that during these 5 days, Zhao Hai didn't have the other forces in the alliance make a move. He only had the beasts, the aliens, and the vine giants do the work. Ling Feng and the others finally understood how powerful Zhao Hai was. They were very clear about the fighting strength of the extraterritorial demons. In the Beast Fighting Colosseum, they had dealt with the extraterritorial demons a lot. However, they didn't expect that the extraterritorial demons would be beaten so badly by Zhao Hai. After 5 days of fighting, the extraterritorial demons discovered that Zhao Hai's beasts were increasing in number. If they continued to send people to the front line, then it would be like adding fuel to the fire. In the end, they would be worn down by Zhao Hai. In the end, the extraterritorial demons were filled with resentment. They didn't care about the frontline anymore. They had the frontline block Zhao Hai's attack while the extraterritorial demons called for reinforcements. By the time the extraterritorial demons are done, the extraterritorial demons wouldn't have any advantage in terms of strength. Then they would be able to have a decisive battle with Zhao Hai. After 3 more days, Zhao Hai finally cleaned up the 10 billion extraterritorial demons in the front line. He obtained a lot of good things here. Zhao Hai only had the aliens eat the corpses of the extraterritorial demons. He didn't eat the artifacts that the extraterritorial demons used. Then Zhao Hai distributed the artifacts to everyone. When Qian Wang and the others received the artifacts, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't even fight in the battlefield, yet they obtained so many good things. They didn't know what to say. After the extraterritorial demons disappeared, Zhao Hai invited everyone to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's conference room. This time, Ling Feng and the others who came out of the Beast Fighting Colosseum were also invited to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai introduced Ling Feng and the others to everyone. After everyone gave their greetings, Zhao Hai sat down and said, "Although you didn't participate in the war, you have already seen the extraterritorial demon's strength. What do you think?" Qian Wang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Mister, there are a lot of ideas. You said that we didn't fight in the war and just watched from the sidelines. But in the end, you gave us a lot of good things. We really don't deserve it." The others echoed, including Ling Feng. When Zhao Hai distributed the items, he didn't forget about them. This made Ling Feng and the others surprised. They didn't think that following Zhao Hai to deal with the extraterritorial demons would bring them such benefits. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's talk about how to deal with the extraterritorial demons. Those things are nothing. In the future, you will have to go all out against the extraterritorial demons. Those things should be yours. Let's not talk about this anymore." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they could only give up on this matter. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Besides me, Ling Feng and the others have also fought against foreign realm demons. Ling Feng, tell us about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Ling Feng, tell us about it. Ling Feng, tell us about it." Ling Feng nodded, then he said, "From what I know, the extraterritorial demons are different. They can be divided into several types. The first type is the ordinary extraterritorial demons. They are the most numerous, and most of them focus on close combat. Some of them use scythes and other artifacts, while others don't. Their fighting strength is very strong, their bodies are also very strong. Their resilience is great, their strength is great, and their defense is also very strong. Most importantly, they have 2 horns on their heads that can be used as weapons. Moreover, they can emit a very powerful light that can be compared to the power of laws used by ordinary cultivators." At this point, Ling Feng paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that in our lair, there is a limit to the number of times an artifact can be used. Generally, it can only be used once or twice. Any more and it will cause harm to the user. As for the extraterritorial demon's light of destruction, it can be used 5 times a day. Therefore, when you fight against the extraterritorial demons, you must be careful of their light of destruction." When everyone heard Ling Feng, they were stunned. To be honest, they didn't know about the light of destruction. When Zhao Hai was fighting against the extraterritorial demons, although they saw the extraterritorial demon's horns emitting light, it was blocked by the xenomorph. Therefore, they didn't take the light seriously. Now that they heard Ling Feng, they understood how terrifying the light of destruction was. At the same time, they also realized how terrifying the demon beasts released by Zhao Hai were. Ling Feng glanced at them and continued, "In addition to the light of destruction, some extraterritorial devils can also use the invocation spirit technique. This invocation spirit technique is very magical. It can even invite a demon god to possess them and increase their combat strength. However, there should be side effects. Generally, extraterritorial devils won't use the invocation spirit technique. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Ling Feng is right. I've seen the extraterritorial devils using the spirit summoning technique. Their bodies would instantly grow bigger and their attack power would become very strong. But I think that this technique is similar to some secret techniques, it should have a lot of side effects. But when you encounter the extraterritorial devils, you have to be careful. The extraterritorial devil spirit summoning technique is definitely a trump card." Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng continued, "Besides these extraterritorial devils, there's another type of extraterritorial devil that doesn't engage in close combat. They use all kinds of artifacts and spells. These extraterritorial devils usually wear black robes and have staffs in their hands. Their artifacts and spells are very strange. Some are similar to ghost cultivators, but they aren't exactly the same. They're even more powerful than ghost cultivators. Their artifacts are generally very small, some are even as small as needles. Once they're released, they'll be able to cover the sky and earth. Therefore, everyone must be careful." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "So the extraterritorial devil that we fought before should be one of these extraterritorial devils. No wonder we lost a lot of xenomorphs when dealing with him. Brother Ling Feng, please continue." Ling Feng nodded and said, "Besides these extraterritorial devils, there's another type of extraterritorial devil. These extraterritorial devils are accompanied by a beast. These extraterritorial devils are also very strong. They can use the beast to help them in battle. They can even ride on the beast and turn it into a cavalry. By combining the strength of the beast with the beast, they can increase their battle strength in a short period of time. Their attack power is very strong. Once they combine their strength with the beast to charge, it won't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their cavalry charge is very fierce. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to block it. At this point, Ling Feng let out a long breath and continued, besides these extraterritorial devils, the extraterritorial devils also control many other races. Some of these races are very strong. Moreover, they've all been brainwashed by the extraterritorial devils, making them fearless of death. You must be careful when dealing with them. Ling Feng looked at everyone and said, besides them, there's also a type of human cultivator. These human cultivators have all been disfigured. They wear masks and black robes. They use hammers and sickles in their hands. These people are very strange. They don't talk to you and they don't seem to know pain. In their eyes, there's only one thing, and that is to kill you. Every time these guys appear, a lot of people will die. Moreover, they have a special characteristic, they won't retreat unless they kill all of their opponents. Zhao Hai replied, I've also met such people. They were selected by the foreign realm demons from a young age and underwent special training. Out of 10,000 people, only one would survive. Those who survive would be assigned to the squad. They only live for one purpose, and that is to kill. These people are very powerful, they wouldn't give up on their targets. Moreover, they are different from ordinary cultivators. In order to kill, they would resort to any means. These people are even more terrifying. If you encounter such people in the future, you must tell me and I'll deal with them. When they heard Zhao Hai's solemn words, everyone immediately nodded. Although some of them haven't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, they've already seen Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, they believed in Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and said, Ling Feng, do the extraterritorial devils have any other methods? Ling Feng replied, they certainly do, but we don't know about it yet. However, what we can be sure of is that they have a very powerful assassination technique. Some of our people have been assassinated by the extraterritorial devils, but nobody knows how they did it. Therefore, we must be careful in the future. Right, the extraterritorial devils are very good at using poison, spiritual attacks, and soul attacks. Everyone should pay attention to this. Upon hearing Ling Feng, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only now did they know the true strength of the extraterritorial devils. To be honest, this strength made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, it's precisely because the extraterritorial demons are so powerful that we need to eliminate them. Every day that they remain in this layer is another day that we would be threatened. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm strong enough to ascend. But if I do, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy for you to deal with the extraterritorial demons. You might even be swallowed by the demons. Therefore, before I ascend, I want to organize everyone to eliminate this scourge. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm not afraid to say that I'm strong enough to ascend. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but stare. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. To be honest, he now believed Zhao Hai's words. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's reminder, they wouldn't know that the extraterritorial devils were playing tricks on them. They wouldn't even know that the extraterritorial devils had already made a move on them. Of course, the most important thing was that even if they had discovered the extraterritorial devils' plot, they wouldn't have joined forces to deal with the extraterritorial devils due to the distrust between them. If they didn't join forces, they wouldn't have so many troops. Without so many troops, they wouldn't be a match for the extraterritorial devils. Therefore, Zhao Hai was right. If he didn't resolve this matter before he ascended, then the extraterritorial devils would definitely become the biggest scourge of this layer. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, since everyone believes in me and is willing to follow me, then I won't let you suffer any losses. However, I'm a very strict person when it comes to military discipline. If you want to follow me, then you have to listen to me. Even if I tell you to die, you have to do it. This is because your death will make the enemy pay 100 times the price. If you don't agree with me, then you can leave now, I won't stop you. But if you agree now, then I'll tell you to go on the battlefield and you don't want to, then I'm sorry, the demons won't even need to make a move, I, Zhao Hai, will be the first to chop them up. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, since you've decided to follow me, then I won't stop you. But if you don't go on the battlefield, then I'm sorry, the demons won't even need to make a move, I, Zhao Hai, will be the first to chop them up. Qian Wang and the others who had fought alongside Zhao Hai knew Zhao Hai's temperament. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they didn't object. On the contrary, everyone nodded. On the other hand, Ling Feng and the others were surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so unyielding. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng. After a while, Ling Feng said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree with Mr. In the process of dealing with the extraterritorial devils, we will certainly listen to Mr.'s orders. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "What about the others? Do you have any objections? If you don't, then it's settled. If you have anything else to say, then say it immediately." Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Ji Wuming pushed the door open and walked in. He cupped his fists at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the desolate race sent a letter saying that they are ready. They asked us to send them the coordinates and they will immediately come to participate in the battle. This time, they will send 1,000 large battleships and 1,000,000,000 mechas to participate in the battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, send them the coordinates. With their participation, the chances will be greater." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned to look at everyone and said, "The desolate race used to be a race from the Void Realm. Later on, they left the Void Realm and arrived in this world. Their cultivation isn't very strong, but their mechas and battleships are very powerful. Previously, they were plotted against by the foreign demons and were almost exterminated. It can be said that they have a great enmity with the foreign demons. But because of their special nature, I told them to come later. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The desolate race is a race from the Void Realm. Later on, they left the Void Realm and arrived in this world." Ling Feng and the others didn't know what to say. They were talking about 1 billion people. For a single realm to dispatch an army of 1 billion, this wasn't something to be underestimated. One shouldn't look at how Ling Feng and the others sent 50 billion people. This was because they were participating in the alliance. Almost all the realms that were in the Colosseum had sent people to join the alliance. These 50 billion people came from more than 1,000 realms. On average, the number of people sent by each realm wasn't a lot. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, wait here for a while. In a while, the desolate race will come. I will introduce them to everyone. From now on, we will be comrades fighting side by side." Everyone nodded. After a while, GMO followed Ji Wuming to the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, GMO was stunned. Then he immediately cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I'm late. Please forgive me." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Take a seat. Let me introduce you. These people here are representatives from different worlds. They are all representatives of different forces. They have all been invited by me to deal with the extraterritorial demons together. In the future, everyone will be comrades. We must cooperate well with each other. Only then can we defeat the extraterritorial demons." After saying that, Zhao Hai introduced Mo to everyone. After Mo sat down, Zhao Hai told Mo about the battle characteristics of the extraterritorial demons. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Mo couldn't help but frown. After a while, Mo looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, our desolate race fell into the trap of the extraterritorial demons and was almost exterminated. If it wasn't for Brother Zhao, our desolate race would have been finished. Therefore, our desolate race will definitely do our best to deal with the extraterritorial demons. In the future, if there's anything you need from our desolate race, we will definitely do our best. We only have one purpose in doing this, and that is to exterminate the extraterritorial demons." Everyone nodded, then Ling Feng said, "I don't know if you've heard about the Colosseum. It's a strange place, filled with countless heavenly treasures. However, it's also a huge battlefield. The people who came today all came from the Colosseum. In the past, the demons had their own base in the Colosseum, but it was later destroyed by Mr. Zhao. Because of this, we learned from Mr. Zhao that the demons can control people. They use a method of brainwashing to plant spies around you. Then through these spies, they would slowly take control of the entire plane. When we went back to investigate, we discovered that the demons had infiltrated our planes and were preparing to take control of our planes. We can't just swallow this, so this time, we will go all out to deal with the demons. If there's anything that you need, please tell us. Ling Feng nodded, then he said, I'm not sure if you've heard about the Colosseum. The Colosseum is a strange place with countless heavenly treasures. Everyone nodded. Then, Qian Wang and the others introduced themselves. However, they didn't say that they had any enmity with the extraterritorial demons. Instead, they said that they were Zhao Hai's subordinates and that they had fought side by side with Zhao Hai. Seeing Qian Wang and the others acting as Zhao Hai's subordinates, even Mo, Ling Feng couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai even more. This was an invisible force that was completely under Zhao Hai's control. Ling Feng and the others couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai even more. This was an invisible force that was completely under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai waited for everyone to finish their introductions before he waved his hand and said, Everyone, let's take a rest today. Yesterday, we officially launched our attack. Now, the extraterritorial demons have an army of 20 billion. They have established a huge defensive line around the 7 planets. Moreover, they have reinforcements, so it wouldn't be easy to break through their defensive line. However, I have a way to break this defensive line from the inside. After destroying this defensive line, you must block the extraterritorial demons here and prevent them from entering the Void Realm. This is the Void Realm, and most of the Void Realm's forces are here. If the extraterritorial demons enter the Void Realm, then the Void Realm's losses would be too great. I think the extraterritorial demons had the same idea before. They wanted to put the war in someone else's territory so that they wouldn't feel distressed. However, we can't help but feel distressed. Because of this, we can't let anyone escape from this defensive line, they must all be eliminated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the extraterritorial demons don't dare to enter the Void Realm. Ling Feng smiled faintly and said, I think this won't be difficult. Our forces are greater than theirs. If we can destroy their transmission formation, then it's the same as cutting off their reinforcements. When the time comes, we just need to surround the extraterritorial demons in that defensive line and none of them will be able to escape. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, pass down my order. Have all the planets and forces in the Void Realm open their formations for me. The demons have been preparing for so many years, it's impossible for them to not have 2 backup transmission formations. We can't let them use those transmission formations to cause trouble in the Void Realm. Brother Ling Feng, Brother Qi, the same goes for your realms. Make sure to remind everyone to open their formations in order to prevent a sneak attack from the demons. Zhao Hai's words reminded the others that their realms also needed to prepare their defenses. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the demons were to attack their headquarters. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and understood that they were thinking about this. Then he said, Alright, let's go back and prepare. We'll depart tomorrow and head towards the 7 planets. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After seeing everyone leave, Zhao Hai's body flashed and returned to the space. Laura and the others were looking at the monitor inside the space. On the monitor were the 7 planets of the demon army. The extraterritorial devil race used the 7 stars as the base and made a lot of large meteorites. With these meteorites as the base, they used large celestial devices to form a line of defense. In addition to the transmission formations in the 7 stars, no matter where the extraterritorial devil race was attacked, the extraterritorial devil race could immediately send reinforcements to the extraterritorial devil race's reinforcements from the 7 stars. Therefore, it wasn't easy to break down such a line of defense. At this time, the number of troops in the defensive line had already reached 20 billion. Moreover, this number was still increasing. However, compared to Zhao Hai's forces, this number was still lacking. At this time, Zhao Hai's forces, excluding the aliens and the other beasts, had already reached 60 billion. If the aliens and the other beasts were included, then the total force would be close to 80 billion. Although it seems like Zhao Hai's group had the advantage in terms of military strength, 80 billion versus 20 billion, Zhao Hai knew that the extraterritorial demons had yet to go all out. If the extraterritorial demons were to go all out, then they would definitely be stronger than Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai and the others were the coalition army. If they didn't suffer too many losses, then it would be possible for them to send reinforcements. But if their losses were too big, then it would be very difficult for the other realms to send reinforcements. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the 7 planets, then he turned to Laura and said, "How is it? Do you have any ideas?" Laura smiled and said, "We're already prepared. This time, we'll be relying on Sister Kair. With her, we can turn the 7 planets into a world of vines in the shortest time possible. Once we lose the 7 bases, then the defensive line would collapse." "Brother Hai, you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. This time, we need to eliminate the demons from the 7 planets. We need to make the demons bleed." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." Laura nodded, then she looked at the monitor and said, "Brother Hai, we need to move faster. The reason why the demons are sending reinforcements so slowly is because they haven't finished building their large-scale transmission formations. However, their large-scale transmission formations should be finished soon. When the time comes, they would be able to send a large number of reinforcements. When that time comes, we would be in a lot of trouble." After she said that, Laura waved her hand. Then Zhao Hai discovered that the demons were currently building 14 large transmission formations on the 7 planets. Each transmission formation could allow 30 to 40 large artifacts to transfer at the same time. If the demons were to build these transmission formations, then they would be able to send a large number of reinforcements to the 7 planets. When the time comes, the demons would be able to face an evenly matched war. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the demons would be able to send reinforcements to the 7 planets. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we should speed up. From the looks of it, the transmission formations should be finished in a few days. Once they're finished, the defensive line would become even more difficult to attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we should speed up." Kair opened her mouth and said, "I'm not afraid of that. Even if they finish building the formations, I can still destroy them. This way, they wouldn't be able to send reinforcements." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You can't. You only have one chance to destroy the 7 planets. Once they know about your existence, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They might even retreat or use their large artifacts to escape from the defensive line and destroy the Void Realm. After all, we don't have the means to encircle and annihilate them here." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry." Laura frowned and said, "Brother Hai, why don't they leave the defensive line and destroy the Void Realm? In that case, we would have no choice but to divide our forces to chase them down. This way, their troubles would be solved." Zhao Hai looked at the foreign realm demons and sneered, "I think they want to use these people to entangle us. Then they would send troops to attack the Void Realm. When the time comes, the morale of our troops would drop. This would give them an opportunity to attack us." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, then her expression changed as she said, "If the extraterritorial demons really think this way, then things would be even more troublesome. The Void Realm is very big, and there are countless meteorites. Who knows if they would make a transmission formation on one of the meteorites? If that's the case, then they would be able to send their troops to the Void Realm and attack the various planets there. This would be impossible to guard against. Moreover, it's hard to say if they would attack other realms. I don't think that just relying on formations is very safe." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Laura and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need to worry about the other realms. As long as the formations are set up, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, the demons only stopped by the Desolate Race's territory. Moreover, they didn't pay much attention to the Desolate Race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned the Desolate Race into mindless puppets. As for the Spirit Edge Realm, there's no need for us to worry about them. Spirit Edge Realm should have a lot of experts guarding it. They should also have a lot of troops stationed there. Even if the demons went there, they wouldn't have a good time. And with the reminder just now, I think that their realm shouldn't have any problems. As for the other realms, the demons haven't come in contact with them, so there's no need to worry about them. As for the Void Realm, I think there's also no need to worry about it. The Void Realm has a certain amount of defenses. Moreover, the planets in the Void Realm have already been stored in our space map." Laura nodded and said, "All right, that's for the best. Brother Hai, you should take a rest as well. The war will begin tomorrow." Moreover, I'm afraid it won't be short. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, I'll take a rest. You should take a rest as well. Housekeeper, keep an eye on the situation. If the foreign realm demons make any moves today, immediately inform us. The housekeeper nodded. Then Xiaohai led Laura and the others to take a rest. There wasn't anything to do today, so everyone took a good rest. Actually, they didn't need to rest at all. After all, they didn't participate in the war, so there was no need for them to rest. The next day, under Zhao Hai's command, the Allied army finally set out. The Allied army's speed was very fast. After all, everyone was riding large artifacts. Moreover, they didn't encounter any attacks from the foreign realm demons along the way. It wasn't that the foreign realm demons didn't want to attack them, they just thought that attacking them would be useless. With an army of tens of billions, how many people do you need to send in a sneak attack? If you send too many people, then it would be a big battle. If you send too few people, then they wouldn't even stop. Because of this, the foreign realm demons didn't send any troops to stop them. Zhao Hai and the others smoothly arrived at the 7 planets. The distance between the 7 stars wasn't close, but the extraterritorial devils were using it to their advantage. Between the 7 stars, there were meteorites of various sizes. These meteorites were like dots, and these dots formed a channel that connected the 7 stars. Zhao Hai called everyone to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a projection appeared in front of him. This projection showed the situation of the 7 stars. Zhao Hai pointed at the 7 stars and said, these 7 stars are in an irregular trapezoid shape. Between these 7 stars, a large number of meteorites have been placed. These meteorites have been turned into strongholds with energy cannons, garrisons, and large artifacts. These strongholds aren't easy to attack. If we only attack one point, then it's possible for them to escape. If they really manage to escape into the void, then things wouldn't be good. Therefore, we need to form a huge encirclement and not let them escape. Everyone stared blankly at the projection. The projection was very realistic. Moreover, on the first planet, every meteorite was marked with the number of troops on the planet, the number of troops stationed on the meteorite, the situation of the defense, and so on. The content was very detailed. It was as if Zhao Hai was the one who arranged all of this. This was what surprised them. They didn't understand how Zhao Hai figured out the situation. Could it be that there were spies of Zhao Hai in the foreign realm demons? Or were they spies with high status? Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he said, transmission formations are being built on these 7 planets. Large-scale transmission formations. If we let them finish building these formations, then they would have a large number of reinforcements. When that time comes, we won't have the advantage in numbers. Therefore, we need to deal with them as quickly as possible. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, don't worry. After Zhao Hai said this, the projection flashed and the situation of the large transmission formation appeared. The transmission formation was very big. The foreign realm demons working on it looked like ants standing next to an elephant. The contrast was too great. GMO looked at the projection and said, Brother Zhao, tell me, what should we do? I think you already have a plan, right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Qi is right. I already have a plan. I want everyone to station themselves here, here, and here. You don't need to take the initiative to attack, just leave the task of attacking to me. You just wait here. As long as the demons are defeated, they would escape from the planet. These places are their most likely route. When the time comes, you just need to eat the escaping demons and then you win. Then Zhao Hai pointed at several places on the projection and said, Brother Qi, I have a plan. I want everyone to station themselves here, and here. You don't need to take the initiative to attack, just leave the task to me. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up, I beg you. Everyone looked at the place that Zhao Hai pointed at. They discovered that the place that Zhao Hai pointed at had already surrounded the entire 7-star defensive line. Even if some fishes escape the net, they would be able to catch up and eliminate them. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, we can block them there, but what about the attack? Wouldn't our forces be too spread out? Moreover, if the attack fails, they wouldn't run away. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, leave the attack to me. I can guarantee that they will run away. Moreover, they will run away very quickly. You can rest assured." Upon hearing Jiao Hai, the others didn't say anything. Moreover, besides GMO, the others had seen how Jiao Hai commanded 10 billion beasts and xenomorphs to fight against the demons. Therefore, they had confidence in Jiao Hai. Even GMO had seen how Jiao Hai used xenomorphs to fight against the demons in the desolate world. Because of this, GMO was also confident in his abilities. Seeing that nobody had any objections, Jiao Hai opened his mouth and said, "After a while, you can go and get the coordinates. After you get the coordinates, you can teleport to the location that I pointed out. When you arrive, you can immediately send me a message so that I can launch the attack. Also, it's best for you to keep in touch with me. If the demons run away, I can immediately inform you about their location and how many troops they have. This way, you can deal with them accordingly." When the group heard Jiao Hai, they nodded. Then Jiao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, let's go. When we leave, Fateless will send you the coordinates. Just teleport to the coordinates and you won't make any mistakes." The group nodded, then they cupped their fists towards Jiao Hai before they turned around and left the room. After everyone left, Jiao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others were looking at the monitor. On the monitor, the demons were preparing for war. Jiao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, "Kai, wait for those people to arrive at the designated location. Don't make a move first. Have Julie attack one of the planets while the other planets provide support. Once the other planets have been transferred to that planet, you can make a move and occupy it in the shortest time possible. If you make a move early, then they might run away. We'll surround them from the outside. If they run away, then I'm afraid that the people on the outside wouldn't be able to hold on." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's wait for them to arrive at the designated location. Let's wait for Julie to make a move first." Up's head up. Up. Kai nodded and said, "Up. Big Brother Hai, they've already moved." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the monitor and said, "Right, they're moving. Their speed is quite fast." Hee. Naturally, he was talking about Ling Feng and the others. They had already begun to teleport. It must be said that in order to use a transmission formation, one must first have a transmission formation. Jiao Hai was already prepared for this. This time, he didn't use a warship's transmission formation. Instead, he used a transmission formation made by mechas. Jiao Hai's mechas weren't simple, they also had a transformation function. This was something that Laura and the others got inspired by the Transformers. However, Laura and the others also noticed that the Autobots weren't suitable for them. Therefore, their transformation mechas turned into airplanes. This way, they would be able to move faster. Besides being able to turn into airplanes, the mechas can also transform into other things. One of these functions was to turn the mechas into formation runes. The yin and yang lightning pools inside the mechas can provide power to the transmission formation. This way, the transmission formation could be used. The others didn't know about this, so when they saw the mechas turn into formation runes, they were all startled. The most startled person was GMO. Others didn't know much about mechas, but GMO knew a lot about them. He believed that in this plane, when it comes to mechas, battleships, and large artifacts, nobody could compare to the desolate race. But when he saw the transformation mechas, GMO was speechless. He couldn't find any words to describe his shock. Although he was shocked, GMO knew that this wasn't the time to ask about it. The battle was more important. Therefore, he commanded his fleet to leave. After a day of transmission, everyone finally arrived at the designated location. After they arrived, they immediately sent a letter to Jiao Hai. After everyone sent a letter to Jiao Hai knew that it was time to attack. Seeing that everyone was ready, Jiao Hai led Laura and the others to the top floor of the Heaven's secret building. The group stood there as they looked at the void outside. Jiao Hai said, "Julie, are you ready? This time, we're going to attack the 7th planet. This planet is quite far from the other planets, but it's just right for us to attack." Julie smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we're ready. Although the 7th planet has the most troops, it's also because of this that Brother Hai decided to attack it, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, naturally, the demons have also discovered that the planet is quite far away. Therefore, they decided to station a lot of troops there in order to block our attack. Hee. But this is also what I want. We'll attack them from there and wait for the reinforcements from the other planets. This way, our plan can proceed smoothly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, the demons have also discovered that the planet is quite far away. Julie and the others nodded, they also agreed with Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, let's go. We'll go directly to the 7th planet. Don't be afraid of being discovered. Then with an intention, the fleet began to move towards the 7th planet. Zhao Hai's movements were already known by the demons. Now that they saw Zhao Hai heading towards the 7th star, the demons immediately mobilized their troops towards the 7th star. At this point, the number of troops stationed on the 7th star had already exceeded 5 billion. Zhao Hai's group had already arrived at the 7th star. Before long, Zhao Hai's fleet arrived at the 7th planet. Outside of the 7th planet, there were already a lot of beasts and artifacts. There were more than 10,000 of them present. When Zhao Hai saw this, he waved his hand and released a lot of giant beasts as well as some aliens. These beasts and aliens were divided into two sides while Zhao Hai's fleet was in the middle. After the formation was set, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the fleet began to charge. Zhao Hai's fleet was in the middle. These days, Long Ding Tian and the others have been in Zhao Hai's fleet. However, they were aware of Zhao Hai's every move. They also participated in every meeting. However, Long Ding Tian felt that these realms were getting stronger and stronger. Compared to these realms, the true spiritual realm was nothing. Because of this, Long Ding Tian and the others only listened to the discussions and didn't say a word. Naturally, Long Ding Tian knew that Zhao Hai was going to attack the 7th planet. Therefore, he was paying attention to the situation outside. Now that the time had come, he immediately notified the rest of the true spiritual realm. The people of the true spiritual realm had also lost their arrogance. When they first came out of the true spiritual realm, they were still a little arrogant. After all, they were elites of their respective sects and were used to being arrogant. But after arriving at the void realm, they discovered that they couldn't be arrogant anymore. Not to mention anything else, just Zhao Hai's underworld alone could easily destroy them. Not to mention the other forces. These days, they saw various forces riding large artifacts and bringing countless cultivators to join the alliance. The arrogance in their hearts had already disappeared without a trace. Now, all that was left in their hearts was inferiority. Long Ding Tian also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai didn't bring them out this time to participate in the battle. These people were the elites of the true spiritual realm. If they were to die, the true spiritual realm wouldn't be able to recover for many years. The true spiritual realm itself was weaker than the other realms. If these elites were to die, then the true spiritual realm would be finished. Therefore, Zhao Hai called them out this time to broaden their horizons. After Long Ding Tian understood Zhao Hai's plan, he had his own idea. Long Ding Tian and Zhao Hai had different ideas. Zhao Hai wanted to broaden the horizons of the people in the true spirit realm. On the other hand, Long Ding Tian wanted the people in the true spirit realm to have some motivation. Where would this motivation come from? A role model. The power of a role model was limitless. Zhao Hai was a living example. Zhao Hai came from the true spiritual realm. But now, he was leading an army of tens of billions. With such a powerful role model, if Long Ding Tian didn't make good use of him, then he wouldn't be able to hold a high position in the Long family. Because of this, when Zhao Hai prepared for the large artifacts to charge, everyone in the true spiritual realm knew about it. The projections in their rooms were turned on. Everyone could see the situation outside and the large artifacts charge. Some of the people living in the rooms on the edge of the large artifacts could even open their windows and see the large artifacts charging outside. All of this was done after Long Ding Tian told Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai cooperated with Long Ding Tian. Otherwise, how could Long Ding Tian and the others see the projection outside? Without Zhao Hai's control, the room would just be an ordinary room. The charge of large artifacts was very spectacular. Especially when Zhao Hai had more than 10,000 large artifacts charging in a group. Just looking at the momentum made people's blood boil. Naturally, the extraterritorial devils wouldn't just wait there. When they saw Zhao Hai charging, they immediately commanded their beast artifacts to charge as well. It must be said that these demonic beast artifacts were very good. The defensive capabilities of these artifacts were very strong. Even if they collided with large artifacts, they wouldn't lose out. Otherwise, the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't use them as their standard large artifacts. Unfortunately, the extraterritorial devils didn't encounter anyone else but Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's large artifacts were much stronger than the large artifacts of other realms. This was especially true when Zhao Hai's large artifacts were refined by the space. The metals used to make them were much stronger than other large artifacts. Because of this, when the two sides collided, the extraterritorial devils discovered that their beast artifact army couldn't stop Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Everyone, please give me a thumbs up, I'm begging you. When Zhao Hai's large artifacts were charging, it was very difficult to stop them. The reason why he was forced to stop before was because he didn't use his full strength. But this time, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of being discovered. He directly poured more energy into the large artifacts so that they could charge with all their might. With this charge, the large artifacts couldn't stop. The beast artifacts simply couldn't stop the large artifacts' charge. Their strength was far inferior compared to the large artifacts' full power. The large celestial devices were like waves, destroying everything in front of them. The celestial devices of the extraterritorial devil race were like embankments made of paper, disappearing without a trace from the impact. This time, the losses of the extraterritorial race weren't small. Just the beast artifacts alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Then, because the beast artifacts were destroyed, the extraterritorial race members had no choice but to come out. After they came out, they were immediately attacked by the beasts and the xenomorphs. The war began. Although there were a lot of experts among the extraterritorial race, when faced with the incomparably large and powerful beasts and xenomorphs, they couldn't do anything. This could no longer be called a battle. It could only be called a massacre, a one-sided massacre. The demonic beast celestial artifacts left by the extraterritorial devil clan outside planet number 7 were all destroyed. Apart from a small number of people who managed to escape back to the planet, the rest of the demonic beast celestial artifacts were all killed. Long Ding Tian and the others were watching from the space. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the massacre. They didn't think that the final result would be like this. At this point, Long Ding Tian and the others had a complete understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Long Ding Tian and the others didn't know how Zhao Hai developed to this point. His strength was too astonishing. One must know that Long Ding Tian and the others had some understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was known for his proficiency in using undead in the real spirit realm. Later on, when he arrived in the void realm, he was also proficient in using undead. However, he didn't use them in this battle. Although they didn't know why, Long Ding Tian knew that Zhao Hai's current strength wasn't his true strength. However, the strength that Zhao Hai displayed right now was enough to destroy the real spirit realm several times. The battle outside the planet took less than 10 hours to end. Besides losing a few giant beasts and some aliens, Zhao Hai and the others didn't suffer any losses. On the other hand, the foreign demons lost nearly 10,000 beasts and artifacts as well as 1 billion cultivators. This loss was too great. The extraterritorial race couldn't accept it for a while. When the extraterritorial race on the other planets heard this news, they immediately sent reinforcements to the 7th planet. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others took their large artifacts and rushed into the atmosphere of the 7th planet. However, as soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the atmosphere, they felt a heavy pressure. Their large artifacts couldn't help but fall to the ground. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Forbidden formation? Are the extraterritorial race crazy? Why would they use a forbidden formation to deal with us? They wouldn't be able to fly anyway." Laura, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, smiled faintly and said, "They aren't crazy at all. The number of beast artifacts they have on this planet isn't a lot. If they don't use the forbidden formation, then our large artifacts would be able to attack their targets on the ground. Do you think that they would have any advantage in this situation? On the other hand, once they use the forbidden sky formation, our large artifacts won't be able to fly. And once our large artifacts land on the ground, it would be very difficult for them to charge at the beasts. Our advantage in large artifacts would disappear. Although we have a lot of beasts and xenomorphs, wouldn't it be better for us to use our large artifacts, the beasts, and the xenomorphs to attack them together? Moreover, once we land on the ground, we can only fight them on the ground. All battles on the ground can only be carried out on a flat surface. Even if you have an army of tens of billions, you won't be able to spread them out due to the restrictions of the terrain. They can take advantage of this to deal with us. Don't forget, they might also launch a sneak attack on the Void Realm. If that's the case, they don't need to eliminate us at all. They just need to stall us. Xiaohai nodded and said, so that's how it is. Hee. That's a good plan. Unfortunately, they don't know that we have Kair. Fighting on the ground? Wouldn't that be the same as killing themselves? Laura and the others laughed. At this time, the large artifacts had already fallen to the ground. Xiaohai said, Julie, you attack first. Hurt them and scare them. Make them send more people to support us. When the time comes, Kair will make the final decision and deal with them. Even if some of them run away, they wouldn't be able to escape. Laura smiled and said, they actually used the forbidden formation. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to run away. But Brother Hai, what do we do now? Do we just sit in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and command? Xiaohai smiled and said, sit in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and command? That would be boring. Did you forget that we have Turtle City? Today, we'll be sitting in Turtle City and commanding. Upon hearing Xiaohai, Laura and the others remembered that they indeed had a Turtle City. The Turtle City was built on the back of a giant turtle. It could be considered as a beast artifact, but it was completely different from the demon race's artifacts. However, if one were to command a battle from the top of the Turtle City, then it would be very difficult to do so. After thinking about this, Laura and the others immediately urged Xiaohai to release the Turtle City. Xiaohai didn't wait and immediately released the Turtle City. Then his figure moved as he brought Laura and the others to the Turtle City. After that, a large number of beasts and aliens appeared around the city. Xiaohai waved his hand as the Turtle City on his back slowly moved forward. The army of beasts and aliens also moved forward. Xiaohai already thought about it. He didn't want these planets, so he didn't need to be polite. The aliens will take the lead and eat everything. The scene from Demon Island and the Beast Fighting Coliseum appeared once again. Wherever the alien army went, not even a blade of grass would be left. All living things would be eaten by the aliens. This kind of advance was very destructive. Nothing could stop them. Although there were still some beasts on the planet, once the alien army passed through, not even their bones were left behind. Xiaohai and the others advanced about 10 li before the extraterritorial demon army arrived. Upon seeing the extraterritorial demon army, Xiaohai understood why the extraterritorial demons used the forbidden space formation. It was because the extraterritorial demon army was very special. There were actually a lot of cavalry in the army. Ling Feng said before that the extraterritorial demon army had cavalry. However, Xiaohai thought that the extraterritorial demon cavalry would charge in the sky. Now it seems like he was wrong. The extraterritorial demon cavalry actually used the forbidden space formation before charging on the ground. The power of cavalry charging on the ground was completely different from charging in the sky. The extraterritorial demon cavalry usually had to face cultivators who were used to flying around in the sky. They weren't used to fighting on the ground. One could imagine the consequences if they were to meet the extraterritorial demon cavalry. But it was a pity that the extraterritorial demon army met Xiaohai this time. The army that Xiaohai released was made up of beasts and aliens. The reinforcements made up of beasts and aliens weren't unsuited to fighting on the ground. On the contrary, they were more suited to fighting on the ground. This was especially true for the beasts. When they fight on the ground, they would be able to display more strength compared to fighting in the sky. In addition to the extraterritorial demon cavalry, the extraterritorial demon army also had a lot of magic artifacts. When these magic artifacts landed on the ground, they would be more flexible than the large artifacts that Xiaohai and the others used. The extraterritorial demon army saw this point and used the forbidden space formation. At the very least, they would be able to make Zhao Hai's large artifacts lose their fighting power. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. As soon as he saw the extraterritorial demon army, he waved his hand and the army of beasts and aliens immediately began to attack. These beasts and xenomorphs can attack from all over the terrain. No matter what kind of terrain it was impossible to stop them from advancing. This was especially true for the giant beasts and xenomorphs. When these giant beasts advanced, the trees in front of them were all knocked down by them. The planet's natural environment was very good. The trees were at least a few dozen meters tall, and they were thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around. However, in front of these beasts, they weren't enough. These beasts had extraordinary strength, and their height wasn't any shorter than the trees. In front of these beasts, the trees were nothing more than roots inserted into the ground. They simply couldn't stop the beasts. As they walked, all the trees in front of them were uprooted. At the same time, the extraterritorial devil army also began to charge. Their demonic beast artifacts weren't any weaker than the giant demonic beasts. Although the cavalry was a bit lacking, they were still elites that were hard to come by. Both sides carried out the most primitive ground attack on this planet. Such a clash didn't have any skills to speak of. It relied on the strength of both sides. Soon, the two armies collided. After the roar of the beasts, the entire battlefield was filled with a foul wind and a rain of blood. The cavalry of the extraterritorial devil race was already used to this method of attack. Moreover, it wasn't like they hadn't dealt with large-sized demonic beasts before. Although their mounts weren't tall, their strength wasn't necessarily weaker than the large-sized demonic beasts. In addition, although the extraterritorial devil race was also very powerful, they had already joined forces with their mounts. Just like what Ling Feng said, the power that they could exert was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although the beasts sent by Zhao Hai were very powerful and huge in size, they were still a bit inferior to the battle-hardened extraterritorial demon race cavalry. When both sides collided, Zhao Hai's beast army suffered a small loss. Many beasts were taken down in an instant, including many giant beasts. However, the extraterritorial demon race army also had an advantage. In addition to the beast army, they also had to face the alien army. Although the strength of the beast army wasn't weak, it was still far inferior to the alien army. Not only were the beasts fast, they were also very powerful. Most importantly, they were very flexible and had strong defensive capabilities. Although they couldn't fly due to the forbidden sky barrier, they could still jump and attack the enemy. In addition to their flexible tails and blade-like forelimbs, the alien army became a nightmare for the extraterritorial demon race cavalry. However, just as Laura said, the main reason why the extraterritorial demons chose to fight on the ground was to stall Zhao Hai. They wanted to keep Zhao Hai and the others here while they sent troops to deal with the Void Realm. Not long after Zhao Hai's battle began, the housekeeper informed Zhao Hai that several extraterritorial demon armies had appeared in the Void Realm. These armies were currently attacking the major planets in the Void Realm. Even the 5 great clans weren't spared. Zhao Hai was currently standing on top of Turtle City. In front of him was a projection that showed the situation in the Void Realm. At this time, nearly 100 major planets in the Void Realm were under attack. And these planets were the headquarters of the forces that supported Zhao Hai in dealing with the extraterritorial demons. Naturally, the extraterritorial demons wanted to use this opportunity to attack the headquarters of these forces. This would make them panic and force them to retreat. They might even destroy the headquarters of these forces in order to reduce their morale. Zhao Hai's group was now an alliance. The forces in the Void Realm weren't under Zhao Hai's command. If the forces in the Void Realm panicked, their morale would plummet. This would affect the entire alliance and even cause internal conflicts within the alliance. If Zhao Hai didn't handle this well, then the alliance would fall apart. Once the alliance disbanded, the extraterritorial demons would be able to concentrate their forces and attack them one by one. When the time comes, not only would the crisis of the extraterritorial demons be solved, they would also be able to expand their territory and even swallow the Void Realm. Zhao Hai looked at the projection, then he turned to Laura and smiled. Sure enough, the extraterritorial demons have a good plan. Their attack on the Void Realm made the great clans worry about their own families and want to retreat. In this case, if I agree, then what would the other forces think? The extraterritorial demons aren't attacking their own realms. If the local forces of the Void Realm don't participate, then how could they do their best? If things go wrong, then the alliance would disband. At that time, the extraterritorial demons would be able to take advantage of this conflict and attack the Void Realm. At that time, the extraterritorial demons would be able to swallow the Void Realm in one gulp. They would then use the Void Realm as a base to attack all the other realms that enter the Void Realm. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the extraterritorial demons would dominate the 10,000 realms. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up, thank you very much. Laura looked at the situation on the monitor, then she turned to Xianxia and said, it's not just them. Look, our underworld is being attacked as well. Brother Hai, what do you think we should do now? Xianxia replied, there's no need to worry about underworld. We didn't mobilize a lot of troops there. Moreover, we already sent Long Wei and the others back. With them there shouldn't be any problems. Additionally, there are 2 fleets there as well as the 8 Desolation ship. Even if the demons attack, they wouldn't be able to do anything. As for the 5 great families, we should also leave some defensive forces behind. There's no need to worry about them for the time being. If there's a need, we can send the undead over. Laura nodded and said, all right, leave it to us. You don't need to worry. Xianxia nodded, then he turned his head to the outside and said, the demon's forbidden space formation is really useful. It can delay us for a few days. Kair, wait for them to send more reinforcements before you make your move. Kair nodded, she didn't oppose. The battle outside was still going on. Both sides were fighting on the entire planet. Nobody thought about the things on the planet. For the demons, this place wasn't their territory, so they didn't feel distressed about it. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't feel distressed. The 7 planets were about to be destroyed by Kair, so there was nothing to feel distressed about. In the beginning, both sides didn't have a large formation. But after a while, the entire planet became a huge battlefield. This time, Julie didn't just release aliens, she also released Zerg. What were Zerg good at? Digging. As for the Zergs that Julie released, aside from the ones that could fly, all of the other Zergs were released. After these Zergs appeared, they immediately started to dig holes on the planet. Then groups of Zergs entered the holes and attacked the extraterritorial demons from the ground. Xianxia didn't expect the demons to have the same idea. They also made an army of beasts that can dig holes. They wanted to dig holes and attack the beasts from the ground. They even wanted to attack Xianxia's large artifacts. They didn't expect that both sides would encounter each other underground, and a great battle would unfold. Although the extraterritorial devil race used demon beasts that were good at digging underground, it didn't mean that they were very strong underground. Moreover, they had encountered the insect race, so they were doomed to be unlucky. After 10 days of battle, the extraterritorial devil race had been completely defeated underground. They had lost nearly 1,000 men in a short period of time. This truly shocked the extraterritorial devil race. Naturally, what made them even more surprised was that Xianxia and the others actually thought of attacking underground. Since their underground attack failed, the demons immediately fell into a passive position. Not only did they lose their underground position, they also became more passive on the surface. This was because they had to worry about attacks from below. Originally, the extraterritorial demons wanted to use the formation to seal the underground. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't give them the opportunity to do so. Xianxia had already used the formation, making it impossible for them to seal the underground. It can be said that both sides were fighting a battle of wits and courage. In these 10 days, Laura and the others also sent out several batches of undead to deal with the demons that entered the Void Realm. After turning the demons into undead, they found the transmission formations that the demons used to enter the Void Realm. Then they sealed the formations. In the beginning, when the people of the Void Realm heard that the demons were going to attack their homeland, they couldn't help but worry. But when they learned that Xianxia had already sent his undead to eliminate the demons, they no longer worried. At the same time, they also understood why Xianxia only used alien to deal with the demons and not his undead. It was because he left his undead in the Void Realm. Actually, if Xianxia wanted to use alien to deal with the demons in the Void Realm, then he could just use his undead and undead to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. If he did, then it would be too unreasonable. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the undead. In the end, the undead population increased by a lot. Soon after, Bai Huwei and the others sent news that the extraterritorial demons that attacked the underworld residents were all eliminated. Moreover, the extraterritorial demons that attacked the underworld residents were found and sealed. As for the demons that attacked the 5 great clans, they were also blocked by the 5 great clans. However, they weren't eliminated. The situation of the 5 great clans was quite serious. After all, they only sent some people. Because of this, the strength of the clans was quite weak. They couldn't do anything to the demons for a while. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately sent his undead to support the demons. In the end, the Void Realm's crisis was resolved. In addition to the Void Realm, the Colosseum was also attacked by the demons. However, just as Zhao Hai said, the Colosseum's realms weren't simple. Although these realms sent a lot of troops, compared to the strength of their own realms, it was just a drop in the ocean. The demons attacking these realms were simply courting death. At the same time, this also aroused the anger of these realms. These realms were the hegemons of their own territories, so naturally, they had their own dignity. The demons had provoked them several times, so how could they tolerate it? Therefore, these realms gave a death order to their people to deal with the demons. If they couldn't deal with the demons, then they wouldn't be allowed to return. Moreover, they also sent a message to Zhao Hai through the alliance's representatives. They told him that if Zhao Hai's side didn't have enough manpower, then they could send more people. Naturally, Zhao Hai thanked them for their good intentions. However, he didn't ask them to send more people. There was no need for that right now. Just like that, another 10 days passed. During these 20 days, the battle on planet number 7 had never stopped. Those aberrations and demonic beasts didn't seem to know what fatigue was. They kept attacking the extraterritorial devils, and each attack was more ferocious than the last. Even if the extraterritorial demons didn't want to fight, they had no other choice. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't continue fighting with them. He needed Kair to make a move. This was because the extraterritorial race's large transmission formations were about to be completed. If the extraterritorial race were to finish building their transmission formations, then it would be troublesome. Standing in Turtle City and looking at the projection in front of him, Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai, it's time to make a move. Although there are some deviations from our plan, we still have to make a move. If we don't make a move, then those guys would send a large number of reinforcements. That would make things even more troublesome. Laura smiled faintly and said, Big Brother Hai, I don't think it's a big deal. At this time, there are more than 10 billion demons in the 7 planets. Although they sent some reinforcements in the past 20 days, their total strength in the 7 planets is only about 30 billion. We have more than 80 billion people. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, Big Brother Hai. Don't worry, the 7 planets have more than 10 billion demons. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm not worried. I just want those people to do something. If they don't do anything, then it wouldn't be justifiable. Alright, let's make a move. Kair nodded and then immediately launched the attack. Ling Feng and the others were quite depressed these days. Zhao Hai had sent them to that location for 20 days, but there was no movement. Zhao Hai was having a lot of fun while the others could only watch. This made Ling Feng and the others feel very uncomfortable. These people were all elites in their respective realms. If there was a problem, they would be the first group to rush to the front. But here, they could only watch the show. How could they accept this? What made Ling Feng and the others depressed was the formation that Zhao Hai gave them. This formation allowed them to see the situation on the 7 planets. Seeing that the transmission formation on the 7 planets was about to be completed, Zhao Hai didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Ling Feng and the others couldn't sit still. They had already urged Zhao Hai several times, but the response they got was to wait. In the end, Ling Feng and the others didn't urge Zhao Hai anymore. In any case, if something happens, Zhao Hai would be there. Therefore, Ling Feng and the others didn't think too much about it. They simply brought the formation to the conference room and then followed the representatives of the other realms to observe the situation on the 7 planets, especially the battle on the 7th planet. While the group was watching with great interest, Ling Feng suddenly felt the transmission formation that Zhao Hai gave him shake. He couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately took out the transmission formation and discovered that there was a jade slip inside. Ling Feng immediately took out the jade slip and poured his spiritual force into it. There wasn't much content on the jade slip, only a single sentence: "The operation has begun. Pay attention." Ling Feng looked at the projection in confusion. He didn't see any signs of the operation beginning. This made him very confused. When the representatives of the other realms saw Ling Feng's expression, they immediately said, "Ling Feng, what's wrong? Is it Zhao Hai's letter? What did he say? Did he tell us to attack?" Ling Feng looked at the man and said with a puzzled expression, "He didn't tell us to attack, he just said that the operation has started and told us to pay attention. But the operation has already started. Look at these planets, how flat." Before he could say the word quiet, his eyes went wide, almost popping out of their sockets. He looked at the situation on the 7 planets with a shocked expression. Ling Feng looked at the 7 planets with a shocked expression. When the representatives of the other realms saw Ling Feng's expression, they also looked at the projection in confusion. When they saw the situation on the projection, their expressions also changed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Now, the 7 stars were completely different from the calm scene they saw a minute ago. Suddenly, countless thick vines stretched out from the 7 stars. These vines were like demonic hands that reached out from the ground and destroyed everything on the planet. Brothers and sisters, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. As the Grand Commander of the extraterritorial devil race, his status in the extraterritorial devil race wasn't low. Moreover, he was famous for his belligerence. However, he didn't expect that he would one day be sent to do such a job. He had to delay the enemy and prevent them from leaving. This way, the other armies would have enough time to attack the enemy's lair. To put it bluntly, he was just a bait. He would lure the enemy here and let the others attack the enemy's lair. How could they send Fried to do such a job? Wasn't this looking down on him too much? But as soon as he clashed with Zhao Hai, Fried discovered that something wasn't right. This Zhao Hai's offensive strength was too strong. Although he had the support of the realm, he still found it very difficult to deal with him. In the end, he had to use all his cards to delay Zhao Hai's group. Now that the teleportation formation was about to be completed, Fried could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But at the same time, Fried felt even more depressed. Because once the teleportation formation was completed, the realm would send more people here. And those people wouldn't be under his command. His contribution would be gone. Thinking of this, Fried couldn't help but feel irritated. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. Fried couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed and he immediately shouted, "What's going on? Is Zhao Hai's group attacking?" His words didn't get any response. Just as Fried was about to shout, he suddenly felt the ground shaking even more violently. Then, he heard a roar. That roar was filled with endless pain. Upon hearing this roar, Fried's expression couldn't help but change. He knew that this roar came from the beast artifact he was in. His beast artifact was under attack. As soon as Fried thought of this, he flew away. But as soon as he flew, he felt that something was wrong. Didn't he activate the forbidden flight barrier? When did the forbidden sky barrier disappear? However, just as this thought popped up in his mind, Fried had already arrived outside the beast artifact. Upon arriving outside, Fried was stunned. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, completely losing his ability to think. In front of his eyes, thick vines emerged from the ground. These vines were dozens of meters in diameter and were covered with barbs. As soon as these vines came out, they began to move in all directions. When they encountered a beast artifact, they would immediately entangle it. The beast artifact that was entangled by these vines would immediately let out a miserable cry. Then the beast artifact would slowly shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it would completely disappear. Aside from the metal parts on its body, nothing would be left. This wasn't all. Under the sweep of these vines, all the extraterritorial demons outside would be swept away. Some of them were directly hooked by the barbs on the vines. As long as the extraterritorial demons were hooked by the vines, they would immediately shrink before finally disappearing. It was as if the vines had absorbed all of their flesh and blood. Naturally, the most important thing was the number of vines. The number of vines completely exceeded Fried's imagination. In the blink of an eye, his camp was completely submerged by the vines. Some smart people also flew into the air. However, they soon discovered that the air wasn't safe. These vines were very long, they seemed to be able to sense people in the air. The thick vines directly swung towards the extraterritorial demons. As long as they encountered an extraterritorial demon, countless small branches would immediately grow from the vines. These small branches would then entangle the extraterritorial demon. In just a few seconds, the entangled extraterritorial demon would completely disappear, leaving not even a corpse behind. Fried was also a veteran of many battles. However, he had never encountered such a terrifying situation. Moreover, the appearance of these vines was too sudden. They didn't even have time to react. Fried knew that they were finished this time. At this moment, a vine swung towards Fried. Fried's eyes turned blood red as he reached out and took out his staff. Then he waved his hand as countless small flying dagger-like artifacts shot out from his staff towards the vines. These were his artifacts, their attack power was very formidable. One must know that Fried's dagger-like artifacts weren't simple. Although these dagger-like artifacts looked ordinary, they weren't simple at all. Fried believed that even a void-piercing expert wouldn't be able to block such an attack. However, he didn't expect that such an attack wouldn't be able to do anything to the vines. This made him feel very surprised. While Fried was distracted, the vine swung towards him. Seeing that the vine was about to hit his body, Fried didn't dare to stop. His figure moved as he dodged the vine's attack. But as soon as he dodged, another vine lashed out at him. This time, Fried didn't manage to dodge and was struck by the vine. An incomparably massive power struck Fried's body. Next, Fried felt every bone in his body cracking. Next, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. On the 7th planet, there were a lot of people who were in the same situation as Fried. As long as they were hit by the vines, then they wouldn't have a good ending. All of them were killed on the spot. Xianxia and Laura were also in Turtle City as they looked at the projection. The projection showed the situation of the 7 planets. At this time, the 7 planets had been completely occupied by the vines. The entire planet was surrounded by vines. Xianxia's Turtle City was now in midair. The beasts and aliens were also in midair. On the surface of the planet, nothing could be seen except for the countless vines. Upon seeing this, Julie couldn't help but sigh as she said, "This is too terrifying. If we were in the air, then I might be able to fight against Kai. But on the ground, nobody can be Kai's opponent. This is too frightening." Xianxia turned to Kai and smiled faintly, "Good, Kai. Good job. Let's go back to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion." Now that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion is flying, almost nobody can escape from the planet. However, a lot of people managed to escape from the other planets. Let's inform the others and have them clean up the fish that escaped the net. After he said that, Xiaohai's mind moved as he received Turtle City, Alien, and the beasts to the space. After that, the group returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. At this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was already in midair. Long Ding Tian and the others flew out of their rooms and looked at the vines below. The vines looked like countless snakes that were entangled together. The entire planet's surface was completely covered. This wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that everything on the planet had been destroyed. Trees, rocks, cities, anything that could be destroyed was destroyed. Nothing was left behind. Long Ding Tian and the others didn't believe that the vines had nothing to do with Xiaohai. If the vines had nothing to do with Xiaohai, then why didn't the vines attack them? Even if the demons were lucky enough to fly up, they were all knocked down by the vines. On the other hand, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion didn't attack them. Long Ding Tian and the others didn't believe that the vines had nothing to do with Xiaohai. When Xiaohai and the others returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, they immediately opened the projection and looked at the situation. It was just as they expected. Aside from the seventh planet, there were demons that managed to escape from the other planets. Moreover, their numbers weren't small. After all, they weren't attacked, so they didn't need to activate the forbidden space formation. When the vines appeared, they immediately fled. Although they were shot down by the vines, there were still a lot of them who managed to escape. In fact, Xiaohai was confident that he could keep all of them here. As long as he had Kair use the vines to form a forbidden sky barrier, then they wouldn't be able to escape. However, Xiaohai didn't do that. He wanted those people to escape so that Ling Feng and the others could make a move. Otherwise, Ling Feng and the others would complain. After they participated, Xiaohai said that the resources would be distributed according to their contribution. If he did everything, then these people wouldn't have the nerve to take the resources. Even if they took the resources, they would think that Xiaohai was giving them alms. This would make them lose face. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't directly eliminate the demons. Instead, he made them do some work. This way, they wouldn't have any psychological burden when they take the resources. Looking at the direction where those people escaped, Xiaohai immediately reminded the people in charge of intercepting them. They mustn't let those people escape. Under Xiaohai's command, a large interception began. The extraterritorial demon cultivators who had just escaped weren't able to get far before they were intercepted. After a great battle, none of them were able to escape. Moreover, it wasn't just one planet, the situation was the same on all 7 of the planets. Xiaohai looked at the interception of the foreign demons and couldn't help but nod. Good, it's better than what we thought. There aren't as many foreign demons as we expected. We can relax a bit. Xiaohai nodded and said, good, it's better than what we thought. Laura knit her brows and said, we can't be that relaxed. Brother Hai, let's go. The Six Realms Alliance is in trouble. This group of extraterritorial demons is quite large. I'm afraid that the Six Realms Alliance would have to pay a huge price to stop them. What I'm afraid of is that they don't have the heart to fight to the death. Xiaohai looked at the direction that Laura was pointing at. It was the direction where the extraterritorial demons were escaping towards the Six Realms Alliance. Moreover, there were a lot of extraterritorial demons, about 1 billion of them. This wasn't a small army. On the other hand, the Six Realms Alliance only had 3 billion people. If the Six Realms Alliance didn't dare to fight to the death, then they wouldn't be able to stop the extraterritorial demons. Brothers and sisters, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Ling Du stood on top of the large artifact and looked at the situation outside. He was the commander-in-chief of the Six Realms Alliance. Although he wasn't supposed to be in command of the Six Realms Alliance, Ling Du still relied on his own efforts to become the commander-in-chief. Ling Du was a cultivator from the Upper Pillar Realm. Originally, he wasn't very eye-catching. But later on, he relied on his excellent commanding ability to become the commander-in-chief of the Six Realms Alliance. Ling Du was very grateful to Xiaohai. If it weren't for Xiaohai, then they wouldn't have been suppressed by the 6 great sects. Now, the Upper Pillar Realm had almost become the largest force in the Six Realms Alliance. Naturally, the Upper Pillar Realm didn't feel proud because of this. This was because they knew that they only had their current status because of Xiaohai. If Xiaohai wanted to, then he could take back what he gave them. At this time, Ling Du felt the transmission formation given to him by Xiaohai vibrate. Ling Du's eyes couldn't help but shine. He turned his hand and took out the transmission formation. There was a jade slip on top of the transmission formation. Ling Du took the jade slip and used his spiritual force to see the contents of the jade slip. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, Ling Du wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, from Mister's tone, it seems like most of the extraterritorial demons are escaping towards us? This is a good thing. After he said that, Ling Du received the jade slip and returned to the large artifact. Then he immediately invited the representatives of the Six Realms Alliance to come over. After everyone arrived, Ling Du looked at them and smiled faintly. Everyone, Mr. Xiaohai just sent me a letter. 1 billion extraterritorial demons have escaped from the 3rd planet and are heading towards us. Mr. was afraid that we wouldn't be able to deal with them, so he sent people to support us. However, we need to delay them for at least 10 hours. We can't let them break through our defensive line. This is Mr. Xiaohai's order. After saying this, Ling Du paused for a moment, then he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I think everyone is very clear about Mr. Zhao Hai's ability. Every time we follow Mr. Zhao Hai, we get a lot of benefits. The more merits you make, the more benefits you will get. But this time, Mr. Zhao Hai has tens of billions of people. Moreover, we only have 3 billion people here. To be honest, even if we all die, it wouldn't affect Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. Am I right?" Of course, he wasn't wrong. However, everyone looked at Ling Du in confusion. They didn't understand why he said this. Ling Du looked at everyone and said, "What I mean is, if we 3 billion people can't do something earth-shattering, how can we get more merits? How can we get more benefits? Now that we've obtained merits and benefits, it's up to us whether or not we have the courage to take them." A sex representative looked at Ling Du and said, "Alliance Master, what do you mean? Do you want to rely on our forces to block the extraterritorial demons? But don't forget, we only have 3 billion people while the extraterritorial demons have 1 billion. If the extraterritorial demons really launch an all-out attack, then we wouldn't even be able to defend for 10 hours, let alone deal with them." Ling Du smiled faintly and said, "On the surface, the extraterritorial demons will definitely fight us to the death in order to survive. However, the truth is that they are just a bunch of stray dogs that have lost their courage. As long as we do well, they will be easily defeated by us. None of them will be able to escape." Everyone looked at Ling Du. They were really a little tempted. If they really annihilated the extraterritorial demons with 3 billion people, then their merits this time wouldn't be small. With Mr. Zhao Hai's character, they would definitely obtain a lot of benefits. Ling Du looked at everyone and knew that they were tempted. He continued, "Everyone, the terrain here is very special. There are a lot more meteorites than other places. We can make use of these things. A few days ago, I asked everyone to set up some arrays on the various meteorites. Now is the time to put them to use. The number of people we have is 3 times that of the extraterritorial demons, and they want to leave as soon as possible. This is an opportunity for us. As long as we set up the arrays well, it won't be a problem to deal with them." Everyone whispered and discussed for a while. After a while, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "All right, let's do it. Wealth comes from danger. As long as we can accomplish this task, I think we won't be short of benefits." The others also nodded. "What we need to do is to wait for them in the meteorite belt. Our 3 billion people will be divided into 3 armies, the middle army, the left army, and the right army. The middle army has 1 billion people. When they see the extraterritorial devil race, don't attack them immediately. Instead, let the meteorites move and crash against the extraterritorial devil race's troops to weaken their forward momentum. When the extraterritorial devil race's troops fall into chaos, the left and right armies will rush out from the 2 ends of the crescent moon and complete the encirclement in the shortest time possible. After that, we can properly deal with these guys." When everyone heard what Ling Du said, they nodded. This method was good. As long as they used it well, they would be able to deal with the extraterritorial demons. Ling Du said in a deep voice, "There are still a few hours before the extraterritorial demons arrive. Everyone, go and prepare. We can't let those guys escape. If they do, then we won't have the face to see Mr. Zhao Hai." Everyone nodded and then turned around and left. Pillay stood on the demonic beast ritual implement, flying forward non-stop. There was still a trace of horror on his face. To be honest, he had never seen such a terrifying situation in his life. Huge vines broke out of the ground and swept across, killing and injuring countless of them. This kind of scene was something he had never dreamed of even in his dreams. It must be said that Pires was really lucky. He was just a small commander and wasn't very popular. This was because he was different from the other extraterritorial demons. Ordinary extraterritorial demons were very warlike and good at fighting. But he was different. He wasn't warlike and wasn't good at fighting. What he was best at was running away. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a person like him to become a commander. However, he was able to become a commander mainly because of his family. His family was also a powerful family in the extraterritorial devil race. It was precisely because of his family's strength that he was able to become a small commander. However, he was publicly recognized as the one with the least future in his family. Letting him become a small commander was just to arrange a place for him to eat, that's all. But this time, his specialty in running away saved his life. Because he was very afraid of death, he had his demonic beast artifact fly in the sky. Moreover, he was always paying attention to everything around him. When the vines broke out of the ground and attacked them, Pires didn't even think about it before he turned around and ran away. It was precisely because of his escape that a lot of extraterritorial demons followed him. This was the reason why an army of 1 billion people was running with him. Pires looked at the army around him, but he didn't feel any sense of security. It couldn't be helped. When they were fighting Zhao Hai, they had an army of 30 billion. 30 billion, not 3 billion. 30 billion was dealt with by Zhao Hai. How could he feel safe with 1 billion people following him? Therefore, he kept urging everyone to run forward without a moment of rest. He was afraid of being chased from behind. In fact, Pires had already become a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. Pires was good at running away, but this didn't mean that he was a talented general. In fact, he was completely different from those generals who were good at preserving their troops and taking the initiative to retreat. He was just running away because he was afraid of death. He didn't think that he would become the backbone of the 1 billion people behind him. A general was the courage of his soldiers. Pires was now equivalent to a general. If a general like him didn't have the courage, then how could his soldiers have the courage to fight? Because of this, they ran forward like a swarm of bees, completely forgetting about formation. They also forgot to send people to scout around to see if there were any pursuers or if there were any blockades. Pires quickly discovered a large asteroid belt in front of them. When he saw this asteroid belt, Pires' eyes couldn't help but light up. This asteroid belt was very important to them. They could enter the asteroid belt and rest for a while. At the same time, they could make some arrangements in the asteroid belt. It would be best if they could arrange a transmission formation so that they could contact the realm and immediately return. Therefore, when Pires saw the asteroid belt, he didn't even think about it before he led his people in. Just as they were about to enter the asteroid belt, the asteroids in the asteroid belt suddenly flew towards them. Looking at the situation, it was clear that someone was directing them. Seeing this, Pires' complexion greatly changed as he screamed, "Enemy attack! Retreat!" Then he commanded the beast artifact to turn around and run. When the demonic beast artifacts turned around, they were different from ordinary large artifacts. They were like demonic beasts. When they turned around, they were able to move very quickly. However, when Pires turned around, he found that he still couldn't escape. This was because there were people behind him. Seeing this, Pires' complexion turned ashen. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of situation. While he was in a daze, the asteroids had already arrived. It must be said that the impact of the asteroids wasn't very strong. For some powerful cultivators, it would be very difficult for the asteroids to injure them. Unless they didn't have any defenses, they wouldn't suffer any life-threatening injuries. If the extraterritorial devils had a good commander, then they would have immediately organized themselves to smash the asteroids. Then they would have retreated in an organized manner and escaped the attack. However, Pires didn't do so. Because of this, the extraterritorial devils were like a mass of loose sand. They were directly hit by the asteroids. Then, the Six Realms Alliance's army rushed out. When Pile saw this, his eyes turned red. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, this killing intent wasn't directed towards the Six Realms Alliance, instead, it was directed towards the foreign realm devils. Pile shouted, "Go! Push those guys away. Let's get out of here." As soon as they heard Pires' order, everyone on the demonic beast ritual implement was stunned. They never thought that Pires would actually give such an order. However, the demonic beast artifact only listened to Pile's orders, it wouldn't listen to anyone else. Therefore, the demonic beast artifact immediately rushed out and knocked away all the extraterritorial devils in front of it. Only a few managed to dodge and survive. As for the others, none of them survived. All of them had their bones broken and their tendons torn apart, their bodies smashed into pieces. Ling Du, who was standing on a large artifact, couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the extraterritorial devil race's reaction. After a while, he couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "How can they not be defeated with such an outstanding performance? What a pity for these extraterritorial devil race. Their combat strength isn't weak." No matter how much Ling Du lamented, the battle had already begun. Although the extraterritorial devils didn't have any command, they were still incomparably brave. When they saw that they were surrounded, they immediately began to resist. Moreover, they had received some training. As long as they received some instructions from the lowest level officials, they would be able to form a small team and fight against the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. However, there was a saying that one shouldn't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Obviously, Pires was a pig-like teammate. Not only did this guy only know how to run away, but when he realized that there were extraterritorial devils blocking his way, he didn't organize them to fight the enemy together. Instead, he only thought about running away. He even ordered his demonic beast celestial artifacts to attack the extraterritorial devils in front of him. Under such circumstances, the extraterritorial devils' determination to fight to the death with great difficulty immediately dissipated. Coupled with his charge, the extraterritorial devils' originally chaotic formation became even more chaotic. In the end, those extraterritorial devils completely lost the will to resist and either ran away on their own or divided into small groups to prepare to break through. But how could they run away? They were surrounded by the Six Realms Alliance. Moreover, the Six Realms Alliance was already prepared. Moreover, they also had large artifacts to support them. Facing the Six Realms Alliance's army, the extraterritorial devils could only be beaten. Even if some of them wanted to resist, they would still be killed in the end. This didn't mean that the extraterritorial devils weren't strong, nor did it mean that they didn't have the will to fight. It was just that they were too flustered. They had never been attacked by vines before. Moreover, they didn't expect to encounter an attack here. What they didn't expect the most was that they would encounter an incompetent commander like Pires. Pires' order to run away consumed a lot of their spiritual chi. One must know that the extraterritorial devils didn't have enough magic artifacts. They could only fly, which consumed even more spiritual chi. Now, even if they wanted to go all out, they didn't have the strength to fight. The battle ended quickly. The extraterritorial devils were completely defeated. None of them managed to escape. The nearly 1 billion extraterritorial devils were completely annihilated under the command of a stupid commander. Of course, this mission couldn't be said to be completed by the Six Realms Alliance. Cultivators from several nearby realms also rushed over. But in the end, they could only drink the leftover soup. Everything that the Six Realms Alliance did was seen by Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai originally planned to release his undead to help the Six Realms Alliance when they couldn't hold on. However, he didn't expect the Six Realms Alliance to do such a beautiful job. This made Zhao Hai interested in Ling Du. The Six Realms Alliance was still under Zhao Hai's control. Although he had left for a long time, he didn't relax his control. Ling Du becoming the commander of the Six Realms Alliance came as a surprise to Zhao Hai. But since Ling Du didn't oppose him, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. By the time the Six Realms Alliance dealt with the extraterritorial devils, all of the devils that entered the void had already been eliminated. After receiving this news, Zhao Hai immediately gathered everyone. This time, they chose to gather on the 7th planet. However, they didn't land on the ground, instead, they flew above the 7th planet. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, the 7 planets had already turned into a world of vines. There was no empty space left. Because of this, they could only gather in the air. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space. Looking at the formations displayed on the screen, he said, "Is this the transmission formation that leads to the extraterritorial devils? Why does it look different?" Laura replied, "Of course it's different. This transmission formation should be similar to the one in the prison space." "Right, Brother Hai, it seems like someone was locked up in the prison space." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Oh? Someone was locked up? That's interesting. Let's see who it is." After Zhao Hai said that, the projection changed and showed the situation inside the prison space. Originally, there were no people inside the prison space. But now, there were a few people inside. These people seemed to be from the same realm. They were now carefully inspecting the prison space. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "So the foreign realm demons are also fighting with the other realms while we're at war with them? Billions of people died here. Don't they care?" Laura replied, "It's not necessarily that they don't care. It's possible that they had sent troops to other realms before. But after fighting with us, they weren't willing to give up. Because of this, they could only fight on two fronts. Moreover, it's possible that the extraterritorial devils were the main force. Otherwise, the extraterritorial devils wouldn't have been so weak. It's possible that they didn't fully focus on us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "They didn't put all of their efforts into us, yet they're already this strong. If they put all of their efforts into us, then how strong would we be? These demons are really amazing. It seems like we made the right choice to make them our final opponent in this layer." Laura and the others nodded. Then Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, when everyone arrives, should we go to the extraterritorial devils? Should we send people to take a look first?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Didn't we already send some flowing silver dust to the extraterritorial devils? Although we weren't able to explore a large area due to the environment, it's still enough." Laura replied, "What I mean is, we should use this transmission formation to take a look. When the time comes, we can't make any mistakes." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, we'll use flowing silver dust to go through the transmission formation. We can't make any mistakes, otherwise, it would be very troublesome." Laura nodded, then she immediately went to prepare. Before long, the transmission formation was ready. Then Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation. A black vortex appeared before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then Zhao Hai felt that the flowing silver dust didn't enter the extraterritorial devil's territory. Instead, it was in another place. When Zhao Hai looked carefully, he discovered that it was hell space. This discovery made Zhao Hai and the others stare. Then Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer as he said, "The extraterritorial devils are really cunning. I didn't expect them to come up with such a method." Laura and the others nodded. They didn't think that the extraterritorial devil's transmission formation would have this kind of ability. It can send people over and then send them back to another place. It seems like this transmission formation had a special method. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "It doesn't matter. In any case, we already know the coordinates of the extraterritorial devil's territory. Kair, send a branch there. If necessary, you can use your branch to set up a transmission formation." Laura and the others, study the transmission formation and see what's going on. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Steward, bring us the coordinates of the extraterritorial devil's territory. Let's see what's going on there." The steward nodded and then brought up the image. When the image was brought up, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because he discovered that the image wasn't very big. Most of the image was of a barren mountain. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Steward, what's going on? Weren't you the one who controlled the flowing silver dust? Why is the image so small?" The housekeeper replied, "Young master, the extraterritorial devil race has a very strict control over their territory. Almost every place where humans can live has a place like a church. Those who live there are the most loyal people of the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, those people would regularly contact the extraterritorial devil race. At the same time, they also have a strange formation. This formation has only one function, which is to detect suspicious things. A tree, a blade of grass, a piece of metal, anything suspicious, they wouldn't let it go. Flowing silver dust can only move around in the mountains. If it goes out, it would be discovered by those people, and that would be troublesome." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Is it that serious? Why would the extraterritorial devil's territory be so strict? Could it be that they're guarding against something?" The steward replied, "There's too little information, so there's no way to analyze it. However, a big reason might be to brainwash those people. Naturally, the main reason is that they don't want anything to shake their rule. Additionally, the people they left in the church were heavily brainwashed. It can be said that they are as loyal to the extraterritorial devil as the undead are to the young master. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil's territory can be controlled so strictly. Zhao Hai understood the steward's meaning. Those brainwashed by the extraterritorial devil should be completely loyal to the extraterritorial devil. Just like when he gave an order to the undead would meticulously complete it. The extraterritorial devil's territory was also the same. Zhao Hai frowned, then he said, "This is a bit difficult. Steward, have the flowing silver dust go outside and take a look. In any case, we're about to go to war with the extraterritorial devil race. We don't need to worry about being discovered." The steward complied, then he commanded the flowing silver dust to sneak into the extraterritorial devil race's territory. The projection in the space was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the steward suddenly said, "Young master, Elder Tang and the others have returned." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure flashed out of the space and returned to the divine secret pavilion. The place that Elder Tang and the others were guarding was very close to the seventh planet. Therefore, they were the first to arrive. Now, they had already entered the atmosphere of the seventh planet. Before long, Elder Tang's fleet stopped beside Zhao Hai's fleet. Then Elder Tang and the others flew from the large artifact to the divine secret pavilion and were invited to a room by Zhao Hai. Beside Elder Tang were the representatives of the 5 great clans and other forces. These people were natives of the Void Realm. They were the ones who understood Zhao Hai's strength the most. Therefore, they respected Zhao Hai the most. After Elder Tang and the others entered the room and sat down, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Good boy, you did well this time." "Right, how did you get so many vines?" "These things are too strong." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Those things weren't made by me, they were made by Kai and the others." "Forget it, let's not talk about this. You've completed your mission very well. Rest here for a few days. After a few days, we'll enter the extraterritorial devil race's territory and have a good fight with them." Elder Tang nodded and said in a deep voice, "However, this matter is still a little difficult to handle. We know very little about the situation of the extraterritorial devil race. We're practically deaf and blind there. If we really fight with the extraterritorial devil race, I'm afraid we'll suffer. What about your situation here? How much do you know about the extraterritorial devil race?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You're right. I know very little about the extraterritorial devil race, but it doesn't matter. I've obtained some information from the extraterritorial devil race that I killed. Although it's not complete, it's enough for us to use. This time, I'm afraid that the extraterritorial devil race won't be that simple. We don't just have to deal with one extraterritorial devil race, but all the races under their control. It can even be said that we have to deal with everyone under the extraterritorial devil race's control, including the elderly, women, and children." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Elder Tang couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, "What's going on? Do we have to exterminate everyone in the extraterritorial devil race? How many people are there?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Even if not, I'm afraid that it won't be a small number. You should know that the extraterritorial devil race has already brainwashed the extraterritorial devil race. To them, the extraterritorial devil race's orders are the orders of God. If we don't exterminate them, then they'll treat us as enemies. Even if we kill all the extraterritorial devil race, as long as they're still alive, they'll come to deal with us sooner or later." Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but frown. This matter was indeed tricky. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "You don't have to worry. At worst, I'll take care of these things. I've already killed enough in my life, so I don't mind killing more. Besides, the alien army also needs to be fed. Don't worry." When Elder Tang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that the population of the extraterritorial demons was an astronomical number. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invested tens of billions of troops here. If so many people were killed by Zhao Hai, then how many people would Zhao Hai commit? And these killings might even affect his ascension. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elder Tang, you don't need to worry. Maybe there's no need to kill so many people. Do you still remember Liu Yang? He was turned into an undead by me. But before he became an undead, I took something from his body. It's called a demon seed. It's a very strange parasite that can parasitize a person's soul. When the person dies, the demon seed will also die. Once the demon seed dies, the demons will know about it. This demon seed is what the extraterritorial demons use to control those people. As long as we find a way to eliminate the demon seed and brainwash them, we won't have to kill them. Elder Tang smiled bitterly and said, "Why do I feel that this is more difficult than killing them?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's indeed not easy. If we don't kill them, we'll have to make them stop resisting. Otherwise, even if we eliminate the demon seed, we won't be able to brainwash them. In the end, they'll still treat us as enemies." Elder Tang smiled bitterly, then he said, "You're the commander-in-chief. We'll leave these matters to you. No matter how you deal with it, we won't have any opinions." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Even if you have any objections, I'll still deal with it accordingly. This time, I'm the one who took the lead in dealing with the extraterritorial devil race. If these people really bear a grudge against any of us in the future, then I'll be the first one. It doesn't matter if I ascend, but the one who will suffer in the end is Underworld. I don't want to leave any trouble for Underworld, so I won't be lenient towards the extraterritorial devil race." Elder Tang nodded and didn't speak. He was very clear about what Zhao Hai said. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the entire extraterritorial devil race knew that it was Zhao Hai who provoked them. If they wanted to settle accounts in the future, the first person they would look for would be Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai ascended, they would still look for Underworld. When that time comes, Underworld would be in even more trouble. In order to reduce Underworld's troubles, Zhao Hai was willing to do anything. Elder Tang smiled bitterly, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you destroy these planets? From where do we enter the extraterritorial devil race's territory?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll enter from here. You don't need to worry, just leave it to me. To be honest, I already tried to send an alien through a transmission formation left behind by the extraterritorial devil race. However, I didn't expect the extraterritorial devil race to use a special method to send the alien to a special place. There's no spiritual chi in that place, it's definitely a place of death. But you don't need to worry, I've already made arrangements to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Therefore, I also have the coordinates of the extraterritorial devil race's territory. I'll guarantee that you'll be able to handle it." Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "We can rest assured that Little Hai can handle things. You've always been very reliable, so there's nothing to worry about. You don't need to tell others about this matter. Those fellows don't know your background and might suspect you. When the time comes, it would affect the operation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "If they ask, then I won't say anything. Senior Shangguan, after this operation, you must be careful of Spiritual Edge and the others." Spiritual Edge and the others came from the Beast Colosseum, and none of the Beast Colosseum's realms are simple. They have conquered at least dozens of other realms. With me here, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Once I ascend, it's hard to guarantee that they wouldn't set their sights on the Void Realm. With how big the Void Realm is, who knows what they would do. You must be vigilant, you must be careful. You have to be careful. When Shangguan Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions turned solemn. From what Zhao Hai said, they already knew how powerful those fellows were. Therefore, Shangguan Feng nodded and said, "All right, don't worry. We will definitely be careful." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "In the future, everyone can make friends with the Desolate race. Those people from the Desolate race are different from ordinary people. They don't have any ability to ascend. Furthermore, they probably won't do anything to the Void Realm because of me. They will trade with the Void Realm, which is what I want. If we can become allies with the Desolate race, then the Void Realm will have an additional helping hand in the future." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has worked hard this time. Go back and take a rest. When they return in a few days, we will go to the extraterritorial devil race." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Although these people were impolite when they spoke to Zhao Hai, they were still very respectful towards Zhao Hai. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai's strength had long surpassed theirs. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have been in danger in the future. After sending these people off, Zhao Hai returned to the space and looked at the projection. The projection was still showing the extraterritorial devil race's situation. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, there were a few empty villages. It was clear that the extraterritorial devil race had made some preparations to evacuate the villagers. Zhao Hai could understand this situation. At this moment, a red dot suddenly appeared on the screen. Zhao Hai was stunned, but the housekeeper immediately zoomed in on the red dot. When the red dot was zoomed in, Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he discovered that the red dot was an array. It was a very complicated array that he had never seen before. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the array seemed to be in operation. The housekeeper's voice was heard, "Young master, the flowing silver dust should have been discovered. This array is a probing array used by the extraterritorial devil race." Zhao Hai was stunned, then his expression changed. Then he coldly said, "So what if they've been discovered?" "Kai, how are you doing? Did you send a branch?" Kai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I've already sent a branch. The mountain area where the flowing silver dust was located is now under my control. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Slowly expand underground. Don't be too fast. Make sure that the depth is deep." Kai nodded and then went to arrange it. Zhao Hai relaxed, then he coldly said, "Good, the extraterritorial devil race is really formidable. They actually used this method to discover me. But even if they discovered me, it's useless. You can't stop me from going in." Since the flowing silver dust had been discovered, then there was no need to worry. Zhao Hai simply released a large amount of flowing silver dust and sent it into the extraterritorial devil race's territory in order to expand the spatial map as much as possible. However, Zhao Hai's plan was quickly met with resistance. He discovered that formations were placed in all the surrounding demon villages. Not long after the formations discovered the silver dust, the demons would immediately appear and set up a barrier around the area. These barriers were able to block the silver dust directly. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to see the silver dust. Instead, he was able to see the silver dust. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse the extraterritorial devils for being too cunning. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After a few days, the people from the other realms arrived at the 7th star. Zhao Hai immediately called everyone to the Heaven's Secret Sex conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Everyone, we've won a great victory against the extraterritorial devil race. After 2 battles, we've eliminated nearly 50 billion extraterritorial devils. This is an extraordinary number. Moreover, we've also obtained a lot of good things. I've already told you that I don't want anything from this battle. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my word. Everything that we obtained from the extraterritorial devil race is here." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then Ji Wuming moved the things inside the room. Soon, a pile of space bags appeared in the conference room. Zhao Hai said, "These space bags contain the extraterritorial devil race's space bags. Hee. Don't look down on these space bags. There's a lot of goods inside." Everyone chuckled. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I've already said that you'll get your share based on your contributions. I'm not included. This time, the one who contributed the most is the Six Realms Alliance." Under Ling Du's command, the Six Realms Alliance annihilated 1 billion extraterritorial devils. I think the Six Realms Alliance should take the most credit. Does anyone object? Everyone nodded, nobody objected. On the contrary, they felt that Zhao Hai was right. In fact, in their opinion, Zhao Hai was the one who contributed the most. If they really obtained something from the extraterritorial devil race, then it should belong to Zhao Hai and not to them. At this time, Ling Du stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, when we annihilated the demons, we obtained a lot of good things. Do you want to hand them over so that we can distribute them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, when we annihilated the demons, we obtained a lot of good things." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need. What you obtained is yours. There's no need to hand them over. These are the rewards you deserve." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a space bag flew out from the pile of space bags and fell into Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai handed the space bag to Ling Du and said, "This space bag contains the rewards you deserve. You can take it back and distribute it among yourselves. Remember, you must be fair. Ling Du received the space bag and then said to Zhao Hai, yes. Mr. Can rest assured, I'll certainly be fair. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and said, everyone, I haven't forgotten about your contributions. The space bags have already been distributed. Everyone who participated in the battle will receive a reward. You can take it back and distribute it among your subordinates. If you feel that it's unfair, you can come to me and I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Everyone felt that it was unfair. If there was any injustice, then wouldn't it be unfair to Zhao Hai? Therefore, they happily took a space bag and left. The reason why Zhao Hai gave out rewards to these people wasn't because it was superfluous. Instead, he wanted to establish his leadership position in their minds. By giving out rewards, these people would naturally think that Zhao Hai was their leader. In the future, it would be more convenient for Zhao Hai to command them. After everyone went back and distributed their rewards, they rested for 2 days. Then Zhao Hai gathered them. During these 2 days, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He was observing the situation of the extraterritorial devil race. The mountain that Zhao Hai wanted to go to had been surrounded by the extraterritorial devil race. If it weren't for Kai then the extraterritorial devil race would have already occupied the mountain. After everyone arrived at the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, alright, since everyone has rested, I won't say anything else. It's time to enter the demon domain and fight them to the death. I don't think anyone would object to this, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, everyone has rested enough. Everyone shook their heads. In fact, after eliminating so many extraterritorial devil race members, they had already formed a blood feud with the extraterritorial devil race. In the future, even if they didn't want to eliminate the extraterritorial devil race, the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't let them go. These people understood this. Therefore, they didn't object to dealing with the extraterritorial devil race. Of course, there was another reason, and that was the need for resources. This time, they had obtained a lot of good things. The artifacts in the hands of the extraterritorial devil race, the artifacts of their demonic beasts, and the spatial equipment of the extraterritorial devil race had all become their spoils of war. Just these things alone had allowed them to make a huge profit. With these things, their realm would be able to develop better. Even the seemingly useless metal artifacts of the beasts were collected. One must know that these things could emit energy beams. As long as they were brought back to their realm, they could be used as energy cannons. However, it would take a long time and a lot of materials to refine an energy cannon in their realm. They didn't have Zhao Hai's ability to decompose broken artifacts. Otherwise, they would have taken everything away, leaving nothing behind. After obtaining so many good things and seeing the benefits of war, if they still didn't support Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have any hope. They would only be able to live a peaceful life. In the world of cultivation, it was almost impossible for such people to survive. When Zhao Hai saw that no one objected, he opened his mouth and said, "There's something I want to tell everyone. I want everyone to know what kind of situation you will encounter after entering the extraterritorial devil race." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed a very large mountainous area. This mountainous area was covered with thick vines, just like the 7 planets. Naturally, these weren't the focus of everyone's attention. They were attracted by the situation outside the mountainous area. Countless extraterritorial devil race had gathered outside the mountainous area. The entire mountainous area was tightly surrounded. There should be tens of billions of extraterritorial devil race surrounding the area. However, they didn't enter the mountainous area because it was a world of vines. Zhao Hai pointed at the projection and said, "This mountainous area is where we need to go. Because I only have the coordinates of that area, I sacrificed a lot to build a teleportation formation there. However, the extraterritorial devil race discovered it a few days ago, so they surrounded the area. In other words, as long as we appear there, we will immediately face the extraterritorial devil race's attack. Moreover, it will be a huge battle. Afterward, the extraterritorial devil race's army will continue to arrive and we will fight for a long time. You must know that this is the extraterritorial devil race's territory, not the 7 planets. They have a lot of facilities there that they don't need to build. Therefore, the speed at which they mobilize their troops will be faster and the situation we will face will be more dangerous. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said, I've already explained the situation to everyone. If you don't want to go with me, you can choose to withdraw now. If you don't withdraw, then once we reach the extraterritorial devil race's territory, it will be too late. Without my teleportation formation, you won't be able to return. There are only two ways to return from the extraterritorial devil race's territory. Either we defeat the extraterritorial devil race and return victorious, or we lose to the extraterritorial devil race and everyone dies there. When the extraterritorial devil race attacks the other planes, they might bring your ashes back. However, this possibility is very small. I'm afraid that only your souls will be able to fly back. Everyone was silent. Suddenly, Ling Du said, Mister, I want to ask, why don't the extraterritorial devil race dare to enter the mountainous area? Can the vines block the extraterritorial devil race's attack? Zhao Hai nodded and said, they can. Of course, it's impossible for the vines to block the attack of billions of extraterritorial devil race. However, the vines can cause a lot of casualties to the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race doesn't want to lose too many people before we arrive. Therefore, they didn't go all out in their attack. It can be said that they're waiting for us to appear. Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the extraterritorial devil race really wanted to occupy the mountainous area, they could do it. However, they would have to pay a huge price. The extraterritorial devil race didn't want to pay this price, they wanted to eliminate everyone. Therefore, they didn't attack the mountainous area. In other words, as soon as they appear in the mountainous area, the extraterritorial devil race would immediately launch a large-scale attack. When the time comes, a bloody battle would certainly ensue. Ling Du nodded and said, Mister, our Six Realms Alliance is willing to follow Mister. We won't retreat even if we have to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about the others? Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? It's still not too late to withdraw. If you don't withdraw now, then you won't be able to retreat when the extraterritorial devil race arrives. Elder Tang said, Zhao Hai, there's no need for you to say anything else. We, the Void Realm, will not withdraw. The extraterritorial devil race's first target is our Void Realm. If we can't eliminate them, then our Void Realm will be finished. Therefore, we will absolutely not withdraw. Ling Feng also said, right. Mister, there's no need for you to say anything else. I think that no one here will withdraw. The extraterritorial devil race has wild ambitions, we've already discovered it. If we can't eliminate them, then the realms will never have a day of peace. Therefore, we will absolutely not withdraw. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and laughed, all right, since you've already made your decision, then I, Zhao Hai, won't say anything else. I can only say one thing to everyone, I will destroy the demon race. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and laughed, all right, since you've made your decision, then I, Zhao Hai, won't say anything else. Everyone's heart couldn't help but warm up. Zhao Hai's words were too heartwarming. His firm tone made everyone's heart calm down. It was as if there was some kind of magical power in his words. Zhao Hai looked at the eager faces of everyone and said, all right, everyone can go back. In a while, I'll send a letter to everyone. Everyone will head towards the extraterritorial devil race from the 7th planet. I'll be the first to fight. Everyone should be prepared for the battle. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone returned to their large artifacts, Zhao Hai had Kair form a huge transmission array on the 7th planet. This transmission array was about the same size as the mountain. Then Zhao Hai had the others withdraw from the large artifacts while he released the alien and beast armies. Then with a flash of white light, Zhao Hai disappeared from the 7th planet. After Zhao Hai disappeared, Elder Tang commanded the Void Realm's fleet to enter the transmission array. Then with a flash of white light, Elder Tang and the others also disappeared. Then the Desolate Race, the Six Realms Alliance, and finally Ling Feng and the others. The extraterritorial devil race outside the mountain suddenly discovered a white light that covered the entire mountain. They immediately knew that Zhao Hai and the others had arrived. Everyone in the extraterritorial devil race made their preparations. When the white light disappeared, they could finally see the situation in the mountain. Sure enough, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived. When Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the mountain, the alien and beast armies immediately attacked in one direction. At the same time, Zhao Hai's large artifacts also began to charge. In the blink of an eye, the transmission array gave way to the transmission array. Then with another flash of white light, the Void Realm's fleet under Elder Tang's command appeared. After the fleet appeared, Elder Tang also followed the direction that Zhao Hai attacked. He charged straight ahead and also gave way to the transmission array. Then, the Desolate Race's army appeared. The extraterritorial devil race didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to be so fierce. Although they made some preparations, their preparations were still insufficient. The huge encirclement was torn open by Zhao Hai in the blink of an eye. Of course, Zhao Hai also paid a great price. At least 10 million monsters were killed in this charge. Millions of aliens were also killed. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that when Zhao Hai's large artifacts charged, they broke through all the encirclement and tore open a huge hole. They rushed out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. After rushing out, Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave. Instead, he began to expand the area. The alien army and the beasts actually managed to block the attack of the extraterritorial demons. At this time, Elder Tang and the others also rushed out of the opening. After they came out, they immediately sent the cultivators inside their large artifacts to kill the extraterritorial demons. Zhao Hai's group also rushed out of the opening. After they came out, they immediately sent the cultivators inside their large artifacts to kill the extraterritorial demons. As the extraterritorial devil race's army was in a state of encirclement, they didn't move at all. In this situation, their large artifacts naturally couldn't charge. Therefore, they could only send cultivators to fight in close range. This gave Elder Tang and the others an opportunity. Those cultivators quickly entered the battlefield. Both sides were fighting in a straight line. The hole was also guarded by Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately got Julie to release more small aliens. After these small aliens appeared, they immediately ate the corpses of the dead monsters, aliens, and cultivators. After that, they began to form a fighting force and directly joined the battle. This was the most terrifying part of the alien army. As soon as they were born, as long as they absorbed the genes that could make them mutate, they would immediately mutate and enter a state of combat. At this time, the Desolate Race's army also arrived. After Mo and the others appeared, they immediately rushed out of the mountain. However, they didn't immediately participate in the attack. Instead, they guarded the hole, preventing the extraterritorial devil race from blocking the hole from other places. The extraterritorial devil race felt as if they were going crazy. They had destroyed countless realms, but they had never encountered anyone with such ferocious fighting strength. When they heard that they had lost a lot of manpower in the Void Realm, they didn't believe it. But now, they believed it. The fighting strength of these people was too strong. Moreover, they were very methodical when they fought. With the appearance of the allied army, the extraterritorial devil race suddenly realized that their encirclement for so many days was useless. They couldn't stop the other party's attack at all. They could only watch as the other party appeared one by one and jumped out of their encirclement through the hole. As for the extraterritorial devil race who wanted to enter the mountain to attack the allied army, they were blocked by the vines. The extraterritorial devil race discovered that they had underestimated the vines. It would be very difficult for them to pass through the blockade of the vines. Although they were attacking the vines with all their might, the growth speed and tenacity of the vines were very strong. It would be very difficult for the extraterritorial devil race to break all of the vines. The extraterritorial devil race could only watch as the allied army appeared in the mountain and jumped out of the mountain. They couldn't do anything about it. This made the extraterritorial devil race so angry that their lungs were about to explode. An army of 80 billion might sound terrifying, but don't forget that these people were all in large artifacts. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of large artifacts, the transmission formation was also very big. Zhao Hai had about 80,000 large artifacts from various realms. The transmission formation could transport about 50,000 to 80,000 large artifacts at a time. In other words, the transmission formation could transport all the large artifacts to the extraterritorial devil race's territory 20 times. Moreover, 20 times wouldn't take a long time. In less than 10 hours, all the members of the Allied forces were teleported to the realm where the extraterritorial devil race resided. After that, everyone left the mountainous region. After everyone had left the mountainous area, the vines began to attack. Previously, the vines were mostly defending against the attacks of the extraterritorial devil race. However, this time, they took the initiative to attack. All the vines in the mountainous area came to life. They were like tentacles from hell, stretching towards the sky. In the sky, all the extraterritorial devil race's people, demonic beasts, and celestial devices couldn't escape from their attacks. As long as they were entangled by the vines, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Kai's attack wasn't invulnerable. Her speed of expansion was far slower than Julie's. Previously, when she attacked 7 planets at the same time, she needed a long time to prepare. Now, Kai didn't have a lot of time to prepare. Moreover, she was fighting with the cultivators in the sky. Kai was still at a disadvantage. She could destroy any enemy on the ground, but not in the sky. Once the extraterritorial devils reached a certain height, Kai's underground vines wouldn't be able to reach them. Even if she sent out a vine giant, its fighting strength wouldn't be able to deal a devastating blow to the extraterritorial devils. However, one thing was certain, Kai's attack had dealt a huge blow to the extraterritorial devils' morale. The extraterritorial devils were almost unprepared for Kai's attack. Moreover, Zhao Hai's crazy attack had caused the extraterritorial devils' morale to plummet. The extraterritorial devils began to retreat. Tens of billions of troops began to retreat. Kai began to chase after the extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai's group also cooperated with Kai's actions. Although the extraterritorial devils were retreating, it could be seen that they weren't in chaos. They were retreating, but they weren't retreating randomly. They were retreating in an orderly manner. Even if Zhao Hai's group wanted to chase after them, they wouldn't be able to achieve much. They would only be able to force the extraterritorial devils to retreat. Zhao Hai's group didn't chase too far. They were very clear that this was the extraterritorial devils' territory after all. The main reason why the extraterritorial devils didn't send their entire army to deal with Zhao Hai's group was because they were afraid that Zhao Hai would use this place to attract their attention. It was precisely because of this reason that they only sent tens of billions of people to guard this place. As for the other important places, there were also people guarding them. They were afraid that Zhao Hai's group would sneak attack them. At this time, the extraterritorial devil race should have already reacted. They should have already started to mobilize their army. As long as their army arrived, Zhao Hai and the others would have to face a bitter battle. After forcing the extraterritorial devils to retreat, Zhao Hai led the allied army back to the mountainous area and left the perimeter to Kai. After returning to the mountainous region, Zhao Hai invited the representatives of the various realms to the Tianji pavilion. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we have broken the encirclement of the extraterritorial devil race and won the first battle. However, the situation we are facing is still very grim. The reason why we can beat back the enemy so easily is because the enemy's number is almost equal to ours. Perhaps they are even slightly inferior. When we fought the enemy, we didn't suffer any losses in terms of numbers. However, the following situation is not optimistic." Everyone listened quietly to Zhao Hai's words. They were very clear that in terms of understanding of the extraterritorial devil race, they were inferior to Zhao Hai. At this time, it was better to listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at them calmly and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the extraterritorial devil race sent out a little less troops this time. I don't know if you have noticed?" Everyone nodded. The total number of troops of the extraterritorial devil race couldn't be this small. Even if they had lost a lot in the Void Realm, their total number of troops shouldn't be this small. This was really a little strange. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I think there's a reason why the extraterritorial demons sent so few troops this time. First, they were afraid that we would use this place to attract their attention and then attack other places. In the eyes of the extraterritorial demons, this is entirely possible. Therefore, they only sent a few billion people here in order to keep an eye on us. If we really appear here, then they would delay us. If we don't appear here and attack other places, then their troops in other places would be able to deal with us. Moreover, these tens of billions of people can also be used as reinforcements to support the extraterritorial demons. Their reinforcements will be able to respond in time. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but nod. They thought that Zhao Hai's analysis was very reasonable. The extraterritorial devil race might really think so. After all, the territory of the extraterritorial devil race was so big. Who knew where Zhao Hai would appear from? Now, the extraterritorial devil race had some understanding of Zhao Hai. They should know how powerful Zhao Hai was. It was precisely because they knew how powerful Zhao Hai was that they were more careful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, before we attacked, the extraterritorial devil race would still be on guard against us because they didn't know where we would attack from. But now, it's different. Now that we have attacked, that is to say, we have gone from the dark to the light. From an uncertain factor, we have become a definite factor. Now, they don't have to worry about us attacking other places. They just have to deal with us here. Everyone's expression turned heavy. This was because once the other party went all out to deal with them, then their good days would come to an end. The extraterritorial devil race definitely didn't only have this many troops. Zhao Hai said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a way to slowly understand the situation of the extraterritorial devil race. However, this will take time. As long as I can understand more about the extraterritorial devil race, then I can establish a transmission array in other places. When that time comes, our army will be able to appear anywhere in the extraterritorial devil race's territory. At that time, the one who has the initiative would no longer be the extraterritorial devil race, but us. When Zhao Hai said this, Lingdu couldn't help but stare. This was because he immediately thought of the method that Zhao Hai used to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. Although this method wasn't anything special, one thing was certain, this method was very effective. The others were thinking about Zhao Hai's method. They felt that this method was feasible. This was the best way to deal with an enemy that was several times stronger than them. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions, then he smiled faintly and said, but everyone, this will take time. We need to delay the extraterritorial devil race for some time. Only in this way can we deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. In other words, before they could implement this plan, they would have to fight a bitter battle. And this period of time would be the most difficult for them to endure. Looking at everyone's expression, Zhao Hai knew that they understood what he meant. Then he said, everyone should understand what I mean. For the next period of time, this mountain region will be our main battlefield. We have the 7 colored vines here to help us, making it easier for us to face the enemy. Therefore, what we need to do now is to defend. Use all the methods you can think of to defend. Once the demons are attracted to us, then we will deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's do this. Let's do our best to defend ourselves. Once the demons are attracted to us, then we can deal with them. Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng said, when it comes to defense, I think we can arrange some defensive formations in the mountain area. Naturally, we need to provide enough energy for the formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, formations aren't a problem. Energy isn't a problem either. I can make a kind of energy crystal. This kind of energy crystal can be used as energy for the formations. This kind of energy is very powerful. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to block this kind of attack. Elder Tang and the others knew that Zhao Hai was talking about law crystals. However, the others didn't. In fact, there were a lot of people who didn't know what law crystals were. Moreover, the law crystals that Zhao Hai took out were different from ordinary law crystals. When Ling Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, as long as there is enough energy, the formations can display their might. Zhao Hai said, energy crystals can indeed provide more energy. But at the same time, energy crystals can only be used once. In other words, if the formation isn't controlled, then it can only be used once. Ling Feng nodded, this doesn't matter. If it's a one-time use, then so be it. It's very simple to make a formation. We can use some stones to make it. As long as the energy of the crystal can be emitted, then it should be fine. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, then I'll provide the energy. Are there any other methods? Xiaohai nodded. Ling Du thought for a moment, then he said, illusory formations. We can use illusory formations. What we need now is to delay the other party. Therefore, illusory formations are the best method. As long as we can make a high-level illusory formation, then we should be able to delay them for a long time. Xiaohai nodded and said, it's a good idea to use an illusion formation. As long as an illusion formation is used well, it would be much more powerful than ordinary formations. It's especially useful in stalling for time, so an illusion formation is the best choice. Everyone nodded. They also felt that Ling Du's method was good. Xiaohai looked at them and said, all right, formations and illusory formations are good methods. Everyone can go back and prepare. You can also make some illusory formations. In the end, we'll choose the best ones to use. The more formations we have, the better. Everyone nodded. Xiaohai looked at them and said, everyone, go and prepare. Leave the task of being on guard to me. Everyone nodded, then they stood up and turned to leave. They believed in Xiaohai. Not to mention anything else, just the vines alone made them feel very safe. After all, they were aware of the vines' combat prowess. If it wasn't for Xiaohai saying that the vines were 7-colored vines, then they wouldn't have known what they were. They really didn't know how Xiaohai got his hands on so many things. Any one of these things could allow a person to dominate an area. For Xiaohai to have so many, and with his own strength, this was too heaven-defying. After seeing everyone leave, Xiaohai's body flashed and returned to the space. Then he said, housekeeper, did you find out how to avoid the detection of those formations? The steward said in a deep voice, found it. Every extraterritorial devil has a formation on their body. This formation is like an identification device. As long as you wear this formation, it proves that you are a member of the extraterritorial devil race. If you don't wear it, it proves that you are not. Everything in their location will be marked on the formation. If there is something extra, the identification device will immediately discover it. Xiaohai stared, then he muttered, I didn't think that they would have this kind of identification formation. Can we get our hands on it now? Xiaohai nodded, then he muttered. The housekeeper replied, yes, this identification formation is very small and can be installed on a person's body. This formation is installed on a person's body when they are young. It grows along with their body. This is a biological formation. Biological formation? This was a term that Xiaohai hadn't heard before, so he asked, what is a biological formation? The housekeeper replied, a biological formation is a formation that can integrate with a person's body. This formation is different from a person's body. However, it doesn't affect the person's body. It can also grow along with the person's body. Just like a biological material. Therefore, I call it a biological formation. Xiaohai nodded and said, can we use other materials to make this formation? The housekeeper replied, yes, the reason why the extraterritorial demons make biological formations is because they want to install these things into a person's body. If they use metal formations, then it would affect the person's body. Because of this, they use biological formations. Living formations don't have any effect on people. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, then we'll have flowing silver dust turn into this formation. Then we'll scout the extraterritorial demons' territory. We need to collect the extraterritorial demons as soon as possible. Can you do that? The housekeeper replied, yes, it's very easy to do. Young master can rest assured, I'll do it in the shortest time possible. Xiaohai nodded. Naturally, he knew that the housekeeper wouldn't lie to him. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. After finishing his conversation with the housekeeper, Xiaohai went to Laura and the others. He saw that they were looking at the terrain of the mountain. Xiaohai looked at Laura and the others and said, what's wrong? Why are you looking at the terrain? Laura smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai, don't you want to turn this place into a base? What we need to do now is to turn this place into the best base. Ling Feng and Ling Du's words reminded me, Brother Hai, we can use the terrain here to make an illusion formation. Then we can use the other offensive formations as the nodes of the illusion formation. This way, the illusion formation and the offensive formations can be used in tandem. When the time comes for the demons to attack, Kai and the other formations would be able to coordinate with each other. At that time, the demons would certainly be out of luck. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he stared for a moment before his eyes couldn't help but shine. He nodded and said, "That's a good idea. This time, I'm going to use law crystals as the energy source for the formations. The power of law crystals is very formidable. If the extraterritorial demons aren't prepared, then they would certainly be killed. With the illusion formation and Kai's help, the extraterritorial demons wouldn't be able to break through." "Right, Laura, you seem to have forgotten about the curse formation. If you can add the curse formation to the formations, then wouldn't it be better?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes shone. Then the group ignored Zhao Hai and turned their attention to the computer. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Laura and the others had turned into research madmen. This made Zhao Hai feel that he was being left out. Laura and the others' research was very fast. They already knew how to use illusion formations and offensive formations. What they needed to do now was to design a three-dimensional formation based on the terrain of the mountain. Even with the addition of the curse formation, it wouldn't be a big deal. They had already researched a lot of curse formations. Although these curse formations weren't very lethal, they weren't the main characters this time. The curse formations were only used to make the demons feel more uncomfortable. Zhao Hai and the others didn't need to worry too much about the demon race. In less than a day, the curse formations were designed. At this time, Ling Feng and Ling Du came to look for Zhao Hai. They were invited by Zhao Hai to his room. This was the first time that the two came to Zhao Hai's room. After asking the two to sit down, Ji Wuming served them tea. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "It seems like the two of you have done a good job. How is it? Did you manage to design the curse formations?" Ling Feng looked at Ling Du, then he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Mister, these formations are made by us. The materials used to make them are ordinary stones. There are 500 billion of them in total." Ling Feng looked at Ling Du, then he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, this amount should be enough to make the extraterritorial demons suffer." Ling Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, Ling Du took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "Mister, these are the curse formations that we designed. Please take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and received the spatial bag. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the bag and found that there were nearly 100 jade slips inside. Zhao Hai moved his hand and took out all the jade slips. Then he divided his spiritual force into 100 strands and sent them into the jade slips. One by one, illusion formations appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the illusion formations, then he nodded. Then he looked at Ling Du and said, "The idea is good. Moreover, you used the 7 colored flowers vines to make these formations work on the same plane. Let me handle the illusion formations. The same goes for the offensive formations. Do the two of you have any objections?" Ling Feng and Ling Du shook their heads. Naturally, they wouldn't object. Although they were the ones who proposed this idea, it was still up to Zhao Hai to decide whether to use it or not. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You two can go back first. I'll handle the formations. You don't need to worry about them. These formations are already enough. You don't need to work on them. Let everyone rest and prepare for the battle. The extraterritorial demons have already begun to mobilize their troops." The two nodded before they turned around and left. After the two left, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Then he handed the space bag to Kai and said, "Kai, you arrange the formations according to what we did before. You don't need to participate in the body formation." Kai nodded, then she received the space bag and turned around to make the arrangements. Zhao Hai didn't have 500 billion law crystals in the space, but it was still enough. If the 500 billion attack formations used law crystals as the energy source, then the extraterritorial demons wouldn't be able to take the mountain. Because of this, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use law crystals as the energy source for all the formations. They could still be replaced by other energy sources. Kair was also aware of this. Therefore, Zhao Hai was relieved that Kair was in charge of this matter. In the past, Zhao Hai wasn't very concerned about making law crystals. This was because he always felt that the number of law crystals he had was enough. Therefore, he didn't have the space make law crystals at full capacity. But now, he had the space make law crystals at full capacity. Kair's arrangement was very fast. For the offensive formations that didn't use law crystals, Kair used the yin-yang lightning pool to provide energy to the formations. Naturally, these formations could only be used once. Next to each formation, Kair would also place several formations to replace it. Naturally, the yin-yang lightning pool wasn't only used for one-time use formations. The yin-yang lightning pool was also used to provide energy for the illusion formation. This was the most important thing. For others, arranging a huge formation might take a long time. But for Kair, it didn't take that long. As long as she thought about it, all the formations would be arranged according to her wishes. After Kair finished arranging the formations, she immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Big brother Hai, the formations have been arranged. When do you want to activate them?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Laura, inform everyone that the illusion formation will be activated soon. Tell them not to move easily. After some time, I'll give them the method to move inside the illusion formation as well as the identification formation. When the time comes, they should be able to make their move." Laura and the others nodded before they immediately went to arrange the formation. Before long, Laura had sent jade slips to the representatives of the various sections. After that, Zhao Hai gave the order to activate the illusion formation. After the illusion formation was activated, the entire mountain area was covered in white mist. The mist was very dense, it was so dense that people couldn't see it. The mist had covered the entire mountain area. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the illusion formation and nodded with satisfaction, "Good. Not to mention anything else, just this fog alone is enough to give the demons a headache." "Right, Laura, make the identification formation as soon as possible and send it to them. This way, the formation can display its greatest power." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she said, "All right, I'll do it immediately." "Brother Hai, can we just send a formation to each large artifact? We don't need to send it to everyone, right? Wouldn't that tire us to death?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, we'll give each large artifact an identification formation. If we give everyone an identification formation, then we wouldn't need to do anything else. We'll just have to make identification formations every day." Laura and the others also smiled, then they immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we'll give each large artifact an identification formation. If we give everyone an identification formation, then we won't need to do anything else." This identification formation was actually very simple. The identification formation wasn't limited to materials. As long as the formation was right, then the person could freely come and go in the illusion formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai planned to make a sample of the identification formation and give it to the commanders of the large artifacts. If anyone wanted to make their own identification formation, then they could just make one based on the sample that Zhao Hai gave them. At the same time, the demons outside the mountain area were also able to see the changes in the mountain area. When the white mist appeared, the demons' hearts sank. They weren't rookies, so when they saw the mist, they immediately knew that the other party had used a formation. Moreover, it was certain that it was an illusion formation. This gave them a headache. They didn't believe that the mist could be explored with spiritual force. If the mist couldn't be explored with spiritual force, then dealing with Zhao Hai and the others would be much more troublesome. Seymour was standing on the back of a demonic dragon as he looked at the distant mountains with a gloomy expression. As a famous general of the extraterritorial demon race, Seymour had never suffered such a loss. Tens of billions of people had surrounded the enemy. He thought that it was a sure thing, but in the end, the enemy easily tore a big hole in the encirclement, causing him to suffer a lot of losses. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. This was a great humiliation for Seymour. Now, Seymour had reinforcements in his hands. In addition to his original army, the total number of troops under his command had reached 100 billion, and it was still increasing. However, this didn't make Seymour happy. This was because he received news that His Majesty the Demon King was very dissatisfied with his performance. This time, he sent another person to lead another legion. Seymour could only lead 100 billion people. The extra ones were from the second legion. The new legion commander was called Arui, and he didn't have a good relationship with Seymour. Seymour was from the Red Dragon clan of the extraterritorial demon race. The Red Dragon was the emblem of the Seymour clan, so they were also called the Red Dragon clan. On the other hand, Arui was from the Blue Ice Flower clan of the extraterritorial demon race. The Blue Ice Flower was the emblem of the Arui clan. However, the relationship between the Arui clan and the Seymour clan wasn't very good. The two clans were like fire and water. In this case, the relationship between Seymour and Arui naturally wasn't good. However, both of them were famous military geniuses of the extraterritorial demon race. They were both commanders of their own territories. This time, Seymour suffered a loss, so the Arui clan took the opportunity to attack them. In the end, the Arui clan won. His Majesty the Demon King agreed to let Arui lead a 100 billion legion to deal with Zhao Hai together with Seymour. On the surface, it seems that Seymour and Arui had equal status. However, Seymour was a criminal while Arui wasn't. He appeared as a reinforcement. This meant that Arui's status was higher than Seymour's. This was the reason why Seymour was depressed. Originally, Samuel wanted to lead his men to attack Zhao Hai before Arui arrived. However, when he saw the white fog rising from the mountains, Samuel gave up on this idea. Seymour already knew how powerful Zhao Hai was from their previous exchange. He was very clear that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to take down this mountain covered in an illusion array. Moreover, Seymour had another plan, which was to make Arui suffer a loss. Those who hadn't fought with Zhao Hai would never know how strong he was. But Seymour had fought with Zhao Hai before, so he was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Zhao Hai could break through his encirclement with a single charge was not something an ordinary person could do. Now that Zhao Hai had set up an illusion array in the mountains, Seymour didn't think that it was a simple illusion array. There must be a hidden danger inside. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to attack the mountains. However, Arui didn't know this. Arui didn't want to deal with him. When Arui arrives, he would definitely want to use a victory to prove his incompetence. When that time comes, Arui would certainly attack the mountains. This was what Seymour wanted to see. Seymour believed that Arui, who didn't understand Zhao Hai, would definitely suffer a big loss in Zhao Hai's hands. This way, they would be even. Thinking of this, Seymour's mood became a lot better. He turned to the messenger beside him and said, "Pass down the order, the army will retreat 10 kilometers. The other side has set up an illusion formation. They might attack us while we're relaxed. If the other side really attacks, we'll have time to charge." Seymour nodded and said, "Let's go." The messenger beside him immediately responded and turned around to pass down the order. As soon as the messenger left, a cultivator beside Seymour said, "Commander, why don't we launch a probing attack? If Arui comes, I'm afraid he'll say some nasty things." Seymour looked at the person beside him. This person was a junior of his family. Because he had some potential in commanding, Seymour kept him by his side and taught him how to fight. Seymour didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the person beside him. Then he said, Tell this kid why I'm doing this." El was called Seymour's shadow. He was also a member of the Seymour family. Because of his resourcefulness, he had always been Seymour's strategist. Although he didn't reveal himself, his status in the family was very high. His position in Seymour's army was also very high. If one were to say who understood Seymour the most, it would be El. Els looked at the young demon and smiled faintly. "Bud, the reason why the commander did this is because he wants to make up for our shortcomings. Because of Zhao Hai, we were attacked by a lot of people. This time, we lost because of our shortcomings. If we don't want people to talk about us, then we need to let them know about Zhao Hai's strength. We need to let them know that even if they go, they wouldn't be able to win, they would still lose." Bud nodded and said, "Good." Bard looked at El in confusion and said, "Seventh uncle, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." El looked at the mountain and said, "There's a white fog in the mountain. In other words, Zhao Hai has already used an illusion formation. With Zhao Hai's strength and that illusion formation, do you really think that it's that easy to break through? We have 100 billion people. It might seem like we have more than Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai has the geographical advantage. Moreover, he has a lot of troops. If we rush in, we will still suffer losses. If we fall once, people might not say anything. But if we fall twice, then people will look down on us. Therefore, we can't attack right now. After saying that, El paused for a moment, then he continued, if we don't attack, then we won't suffer losses. However, Aruya is different. They attacked us before and said that we weren't doing well, so they were sent here to lead the army. If they don't attack Zhao Hai, then people will look down on them. Because of this, they will certainly attack Zhao Hai. Looking at the current situation, if they attack Zhao Hai, then they will also suffer a big loss. Once they suffer a big loss, then our shortcomings will no longer be our shortcomings, because they will be on the same level as us. At that time, we won't be so passive. Do you understand? When Bard heard Al, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that a simple military operation would have so many things to do. This was too surprising. Looking at Bard's appearance, El said in a deep voice, Bard, you have to remember that no war can be purely for military purposes. Behind the war, there must be a deeper political goal. And you have to remember, whether it's on the battlefield or in the political arena, you have to learn to make up for your shortcomings. If you can't make up for it, then you have to make others have the same problems as you, or even more serious problems. At that time, your shortcomings will no longer be your shortcomings, understand? Understand? Bard nodded. He didn't think that things would be this complicated. He couldn't accept it for a while. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed the movements of the extraterritorial devil army. When he saw them retreating, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why they would do this. No matter what, the extraterritorial devil army had retreated. This meant that they wouldn't attack for the time being. This gave Zhao Hai more time, and this was exactly what he needed. Because of this, not only would Zhao Hai not take this opportunity to provoke the extraterritorial devil army, he would also be honest and not provoke them. He would wait until the extraterritorial devil army's territory was absorbed into the spatial map before he could make his move. For the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't move. He just gave the identification formations to the large artifacts. The cultivators inside the large artifacts began to make their own identification formations. This was because the cultivators knew that if a battle were to happen, they would need to leave the large artifacts and engage in close combat with the enemy. At that time, if they don't have identification formations, how would they be able to kill the enemy? If they couldn't kill the enemy, they wouldn't get any benefits, no rewards, no spoils of war, and nothing at all. Therefore, these cultivators didn't need anyone to say anything. Many of them brought up the idea of creating an identification spirit design. During these days, Zhao Hai has been observing the spatial map. Because they were in the territory of the extraterritorial devil army, their transmission formations needed to transport a large amount of materials. Naturally, flowing silver dust could use these transmission formations to teleport to any place in the extraterritorial devil army. As long as the extraterritorial devil army teleported there, it would immediately be absorbed into the spatial map. Slowly, the entire territory of the extraterritorial devil army would be absorbed into the spatial map. At that time, Zhao Hai would be able to attack. The identification formation made by the housekeeper was very useful. The extraterritorial devil army scouting formation didn't discover flowing silver dust. This allowed Zhao Hai to release flowing silver dust without any worries. Besides paying attention to the extraterritorial devil army, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the extraterritorial devil army outside the mountains. Zhao Hai discovered that the extraterritorial devil army was increasing in number. At this time, there were nearly 200 billion people. However, he also discovered that these 200 billion people seemed to be under different commanders. Moreover, there seemed to be some disagreements between the two commanders. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai heard Seymour's words, he just inferred it from the situation of the two camps. If the two armies were really allies, then they would have divided their camps into two camps. The distance between the camps would also be adjusted to make it easier for them to work together. But from the distance between the camps of the two extraterritorial devil armies, they didn't seem to be allies. Instead, they seemed to be guarding against each other. From this point, it can be seen that the two armies of the extraterritorial devil race had some sort of grudge against each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. This discovery made Zhao Hai very happy. If the 200 billion troops were able to work together, then they would be in trouble. Even if they used illusion formations and formations to repel the other side, they would still suffer a lot of losses. Now that the extraterritorial devil armies couldn't work together, the pressure that Zhao Hai would have to face would be much less. Although Zhao Hai had absorbed a lot of the extraterritorial devil race's territories into the space's map, there were still some special places that Zhao Hai didn't dare to let flowing silver dust go to. For example, the barracks and the magic artifacts. Zhao Hai also didn't let flowing silver dust go there. In the past, the extraterritorial devil race was very strict with their own people. Therefore, places like the barracks would certainly be even stricter. Although Zhao Hai already knew about the identification formation, he still needed to be careful. If the extraterritorial devil race were to know that he had learned about the identification formation, then it would be even more troublesome. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Zhao Hai had always been very careful. It can even be said that he was a little cautious. If it wasn't for the space, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have such a big career. However, it can also be said that his cautiousness was the foundation that allowed him to reach where he is today. If he had the space in the beginning, then he would have been killed long ago. Otherwise, he would have been hidden inside the space, not daring to come out for the rest of his life. As more and more extraterritorial devil race troops arrived outside the mountains, Zhao Hai knew that the battle was about to begin. The 200 billion troops that the extraterritorial devil race sent weren't just for defense. If they weren't eliminated, then the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Because of this, the extraterritorial devil race would certainly attack. It's just that Zhao Hai didn't know when they would attack. No matter when the extraterritorial devil race would attack, Zhao Hai would be prepared. In the past few days, the space had produced a large number of law crystals. And these law crystals were used in the offensive formations. Naturally, Zhao Hai's large artifacts still had enough law crystals as an energy source. This allowed him to use the energy cannons to attack the enemy at any time. While Zhao Hai was preparing, Arui personally led a dozen people to Seymour's barracks. After reporting, he entered Seymour's body and went to the reception hall. The hall was very big, it was where Seymour usually discussed matters. At this time, Seymour was sitting on the only chair in the hall. He didn't seem to have any intention of standing up to greet the guests. Seymour was currently sitting on the only chair in the hall. He didn't even stand up to greet the guests. Arui looked at Seymour and couldn't help but smile. He had fought with Seymour for countless years, so he knew his opponent very well. The more Seymour acted like this, the more it proved that he had a guilty conscience. Seeing Seymour like this, Arui's heart felt very comfortable. Seymour looked at the smiling Arui, then he coldly snorted and said, "Arui, what did you come here for? Do you want me to deal with Zhao Hai with you? Didn't I tell you that Zhao Hai has the geographical advantage? It's impossible for us to eliminate him with our people. If we don't do it well, then we'll suffer a huge loss. If you want to go, then go, I won't go." Arui looked at Seymour and smiled faintly. He didn't doubt Seymour, he just thought that Seymour was afraid of Zhao Hai. He didn't doubt anything else. Arui looked at Seymour and said, "Seymour, we came here to deal with Zhao Hai. If you just surround Zhao Hai and don't attack him, then when will you be able to deal with Zhao Hai? Would you be happy if Zhao Hai attacked us?" Seymour looked at Arui and sneered, "Arui, you don't need to provoke me. Even if you do, I won't do it. Let me tell you, it's impossible for us to take the mountain region. I'll see if the realm sends reinforcements." Hearing Seymour's words, Arui frowned. In his impression, Seymour wasn't someone who would easily admit defeat. What was going on now? Why was he so afraid of Zhao Hai? After thinking about this, Arui couldn't help but pay more attention to Seymour's expression. He discovered that Seymour's eyes had a hint of pride. This made Arui stare. He didn't understand where Seymour's pride came from. After thinking about it, Arui understood that this was Seymour's trap. Seymour suffered a big loss at the hands of Zhao Hai and was attacked by Erui. Seymour's reputation was damaged. At this time, Seymour should have attacked Zhao Hai, but his army's morale was affected. And with Erui's arrival, Seymour didn't attack Zhao Hai. Moreover, Seymour also said that Zhao Hai was very powerful. This made Erui afraid of Zhao Hai, so he wouldn't attack Zhao Hai. Seymour had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Hai. If the realm held him responsible for not attacking Zhao Hai, then he could say that his army's morale was low because of the losses they suffered, so they needed to rest for a while before attacking. But what about Erui? He was the reinforcements, and he just arrived. If he didn't attack and directly asked for reinforcements, then what would the realm think? Wouldn't that make him seem even more incompetent than Seymour? Thinking of this, Erui couldn't help but feel enlightened. He finally understood Seymour's plot. Seymour wanted to make him look more incompetent than him. Yes, that must be it. The more Erui thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. He looked at Seymour and found that although Seymour was looking at him angrily, his eyes were flickering. This made Erui even more certain that Seymour was scheming against him. Thinking of this, Erui said in a deep voice, "Seymour, is this attack on Zhao Hai the intention of the realm? Do you really not want to attack Zhao Hai?" Seymour looked at Erui and sighed, then he said, "Erui, although you and I have fought for many years, those were just internal conflicts. But this time, things are different. This time, we have to face Zhao Hai. He's the enemy of the extraterritorial race. If we can't eliminate Zhao Hai, then the extraterritorial race will suffer. Therefore, Erui, I don't want to fight with you this time. What I told you today is the truth. Zhao Hai isn't someone that we can deal with 100 billion people. He has the geographical advantage, he has an illusion formation, and he also has the help of the vines. If we attack in a hurry, then we won't have any good results." Erui looked at Seymour's sincere expression and couldn't help but feel disgusted. He coldly said, "Seymour, you really don't want to attack Zhao Hai?" Seymour looked at Erui and said, "Erui, didn't I tell you? It's not that I don't want to attack, it's just that we don't have enough people to deal with Zhao Hai. My opinion is that we should wait." Erui looked at Seymour and said, "Alright, if this is your opinion, then I'll report it to His Majesty the Demon King. Tomorrow, I'll attack Zhao Hai. If you want to go, then come with me. If you don't want to go, then please go, I won't force you." Seymour angrily said, "Erui, why wouldn't I go? I've already told you, why don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then don't blame me if you suffer a loss." Erui sneered and said, "Incompetent people always find excuses for their incompetence. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. In any case, I've already said what I wanted to say. Goodbye." Then Erui turned around and left. It wasn't until Erui left Seymour's demonic dragon that Seymour calmed down. At this time Els and Bard also came out. Bard looked at Seymour and said, "Commander, why would Erui attack Zhao Hai even though you advised him? Are you telling the truth?" Seymour looked at Bard and smiled faintly. "Bard, if your enemy told you that Zhao Hai is easy to attack and that as long as you attack, you can defeat Zhao Hai, would you believe it?" Bard stared, then he immediately understood Seymour's words. He looked at Seymour and said, "So that's what the patriarch said," but Erui didn't believe it. No wonder Erui was determined to attack Zhao Hai. El patted Bader's shoulder and said, "Right, Bader. You have to remember, sometimes speaking the truth is more effective than lying. Zhao Hai can't possibly pose a threat to the foreign realm. He only has an army of several tens of billions. With such a small army, how can he fight against the foreign realm demons? Previously, when we were attacking the scattered world, we weren't able to deal with them with our full strength. That allowed them to take advantage of us in the void realm. Now, they are really starting to get cocky. If we really want to calculate, their strength is far inferior to ours." Bard nodded, then he said, "So we can use this opportunity to attack the Erui family and make them unable to compete with our Seymour family." Els patted Bard's shoulder and didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned to Seymour and said, "Commander, what do you think will happen to Erui's attack?" Samuel said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that Zhao Hai's strength isn't weak, especially his beast army and his vines. These two things are very formidable, especially those mutated beasts. These beasts are very powerful. If we really fight, then these beasts would be enough to give us a headache. If we add those vines, then it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, this time, Arui's attack wouldn't be good. Send a letter to His Majesty, tell him that our current manpower isn't enough to eliminate Zhao Hai. Ask His Majesty to send reinforcements and also prepare to support Arui. Samuel nodded and said, tell him to send reinforcements. Els nodded, but Bard looked at Seymour with a puzzled expression and said, Commander, why should we support Arui? Isn't it good to let him suffer more losses? Seymour replied, supporting him isn't just to help him, it's also to prove that I'm right. After Arui returns, he will certainly send a letter to His Majesty, saying that we're afraid of Zhao Hai and that we don't dare to attack. I sent a letter to ask for reinforcements because I told Arui that we can't do anything to Zhao Hai. At the same time, I also want to tell His Majesty that we don't agree to attack, but we can't not ask Arui for help. If we don't agree to attack, then it will only prove that we have foresight. But if we don't save Arui, then the nature of the situation will change. What will His Majesty think? His Majesty will think that we don't save Arui because of internal strife. In that case, we won't get any benefits and will even make His Majesty dissatisfied. Therefore, we must save him. Don't ever think about killing your enemy. Bard nodded, he felt that he had learned a lot. Seymour nodded and said, go and see what Arui is doing. If he really attacks Zhao Hai, then we must prepare to rescue him. Remember to keep your spirits up, I didn't lie to Arui. With just 200 billion people, we aren't Zhao Hai's match. Bard nodded and then turned around to leave. Looking at Bard's back, Seymour couldn't help but smile as he said, Bard, the Red Dragon family will depend on you in the future. Let me first remove the biggest obstacle, the Arui family. Arui returned to his dragon and turned to the person beside him, Alok, what do you think? There's something wrong with Seymour's behavior today. What do you think? When he heard Arui, he couldn't help but say, I'm afraid this is a trap. It's impossible for Seymour to be so kind. Moreover, with Zhao Hai's 80 billion troops, it's impossible for him to shake the rule of the demon race. I think Seymour doesn't want us to attack Zhao Hai. Arui nodded and said, I'm afraid this is a trap. It's impossible for Seymour to be so kind. Arui nodded and said, I have the same feeling. I think Seymour doesn't want us to attack Zhao Hai. He suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Hai, but in the end, he fought against Zhao Hai. If we don't even dare to fight against Zhao Hai, then what do you think His Majesty will think of us? I think it's because of this that Seymour doesn't want us to fight against Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, his calculations are wrong. Alok said, then I'll immediately send a letter to His Majesty. I'll say that Seymour is too cowardly to be the frontline commander. What do you think, Commander? Aruj nodded and said, all right, then let's do that. Whether Seymour really doesn't dare to fight Zhao Hai or not, let's settle this matter first. If His Majesty has a preconceived idea, then Seymour would be in trouble. Get ready, we'll attack tomorrow. Aruj nodded and then turned around to leave. Arui looked at Seymour's direction and muttered, Seymour, this time I must prove that I, Arui, am stronger than you. Seymour simply isn't worthy of being my opponent. At this time, Zhao Hai was also observing the movements of the extraterritorial demon army. The extraterritorial demon army has been here for several days, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. This made Zhao Hai confused, but he didn't relax. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the extraterritorial demons wouldn't just let him stay here. They would certainly attack, it was only a matter of time. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up. I'm begging you. The next day, Zhao Hai was resting. He couldn't possibly stare at the screen all the time. While Zhao Hai was resting, the butler's voice sounded, Young master, the extraterritorial devil race's army is moving. Upon hearing the butler's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, he moved and appeared in the heaven's secret pavilion. Then, a projection appeared before him. Sure enough, the extraterritorial devil race's army was moving. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the extraterritorial devil race's army wasn't fully mobilized. Of the two camps, only one was moving while the other remained motionless. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then, he said in a deep voice, sure enough, there's a problem. Haha, this is even better. I can finally relax. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out his communication device and sent a message to everyone. He told them that the extraterritorial devil race's army was moving and to prepare for battle. In the past few days, everyone in the Alliance army had been preparing for battle. They were all familiar with the situation of fighting in the illusion formation. In fact, it didn't take too long for them to adapt. After putting on the identification formation, their movements in the illusion formation weren't affected at all. In the past few days, everyone was mainly making the identification formation and trying to understand the illusion formation. However, they didn't dare to experiment without the identification formation. After all, the illusion formation used by Zhao Hai wasn't that simple. Now that they heard that the battle had finally begun, not only were they not worried or afraid, but they were also very excited. In fact, the extraterritorial devil race underestimated the size of Zhao Hai's army. Even without counting the vines released by Kai, the size of Zhao Hai's army was definitely not only 80 billion, but more than 90 billion, which wasn't much less than Rui's army. The reason for the increase of Zhao Hai's army was due to the increase in the number of aliens. As long as the aliens eat something, they would be able to produce more aliens. Because of this, the number of Zhao Hai's army increased once again. If Kai's vines were added to the mix, then the number of his army would be even greater. Of course, if Zhao Hai released those mechas, the number of the army would increase again, but in the current situation, there was no need for that. Rui was now commanding the army to rush towards the mountain area. It wasn't like he hadn't commanded a battle before. Therefore, when he saw the situation in the mountain area, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai had used an illusion formation. However, he had already thought of a way to break the illusion formation. He would first attack and destroy some of the talismans in the mountain area before attacking. This was what Rui thought and did. He commanded the army to come to the periphery of the mountain. Then the extraterritorial demon race's magic artifacts began to spit out energy beams towards the mountain, continuously attacking the inside of the mountain. Rui and the others couldn't see the situation in the mountain area. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know that the energy beams they spat out were all blocked by Kai's vines. They simply didn't have any effect. When Zhao Hai saw Rui's attack, he almost laughed. He didn't think that Rui would be this funny. He actually wanted to use this method to break the illusion formation. It has to be said that if Zhao Hai was attacking an ordinary realm, then this method might be useful. This was because ordinary realms wouldn't be able to arrange such a large illusion formation. Even if it could be arranged, it wouldn't last long under the simultaneous attack of so many energy beams. However, it was a pity that Rui encountered Zhao Hai this time. It was impossible for his attack to do anything to Zhao Hai's illusion formation. However, Zhao Hai thought of a way to deal with Rui. He turned his head to Laura and the others who came out of the space and said, "Inform everyone that I will temporarily stop the illusion formation. When the time comes, the extraterritorial devil race would certainly rush in. After they enter the mountain area, I will activate the illusion formation. When that time comes, the battle will begin." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Then they nodded and immediately went to pass the order. The reason why Zhao Hai was sure that G2O's people would understand was because he had projectors installed on all the large artifacts. The people on the large artifacts could see what the extraterritorial devil race was doing. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to make them understand his intentions. Laura and the others passed the order down. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately stop the illusion formation. If such a large illusion formation was broken in 2 or 3 moves, then not to mention others, even the extraterritorial devil race would become suspicious. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to have them wait. Time passed by bit, Rui and the others had been attacking for 4 hours. Although they had been attacking for a long time, Rui noticed that the fog in the mountain area had become thinner. This discovery made Rui very happy. To be honest, Zhao Hai's illusion formation being able to block their attacks was already beyond his expectations. Now that the fog in the mountain area had become thinner, Rui immediately said, "Pass the order. Wait for the fog to disappear before attacking. In any case, we're not in a hurry." Rui nodded and then immediately ordered someone to pass the order. After another hour or so, the fog in the mountain area finally disappeared. Arui was able to see the situation in the mountain area. There was a deep pit in the mountain area. Metal fragments could be seen in the pit. Aside from the metal fragments, there was nothing else. However, there were many vines in other places. These vines were still crazily waving in the air. In the valley, a huge fleet was ready to attack at any time. Arui sneered and said, "You want to charge at us? Unfortunately, I won't give you such an opportunity. Pass the order, everyone is to immediately charge." Along with his order, the extraterritorial Devil Race army began to charge. Their large artifacts were all beast artifacts. When beast artifacts accelerate, they were much faster compared to ordinary large artifacts. In order for a large artifact to reach its maximum speed, it would need at least 10,000 meters to accelerate. Some large artifacts that weren't that good would need to accelerate even further. However, these beasts were different. They also had some characteristics of beasts. Therefore, when they charged, the acceleration distance was very short. As long as they were about a kilometer away, they would be able to increase their speed. This was one of the advantages of using a beast artifact. At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet was also slowly moving forward. Arui looked at Zhao Hai's large artifacts and couldn't help but sneer, "By the time you reach your maximum speed, we would have already reached you. Kid, this time, you're going to die." Along with his words, the army led by him rushed into the mountain area. As soon as they rushed into the mountain area, the white fog that disappeared suddenly reappeared. Then Arui felt that they had arrived in a very strange world. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, grass, wind, and white clouds. It was incomparably tranquil. Upon seeing this world, Arui stared, then his expression changed. He immediately said, "Send the order to attack. Have the large artifacts attack indiscriminately. Quickly, we've fallen into an illusion." Arui nodded, then he immediately ordered the others to attack. However, Arui soon discovered that the situation was more serious than he thought. He couldn't see the others. In other words, he couldn't see the beast artifacts that were following him. Moreover, his orders were like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response at all. Upon knowing this, Arui's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Arui, inform the people on the artifacts to use the light of destruction." When Arui said this, Arui immediately nodded and organized the people to use the light of destruction to attack the illusion. Arui didn't think that there was anything wrong with Arui's decision. They were now trapped in the illusion. If they couldn't break the illusion as soon as possible, then it would only be more troublesome. Just as Arui and the others were about to use the light of destruction to attack indiscriminately, the demonic dragon suddenly let out a miserable cry. Then the demonic dragon fell to the ground. Arui stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Not good, it's the power of law." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the illusion that had been incomparably tranquil suddenly changed. Countless black clouds appeared in the sky, followed by bolts of lightning that struck straight at them. At this time, they were still on the demon dragon, and the demon dragon was falling to the ground. Arui's expression was very ugly. He coldly snorted as a white light flashed between the two horns on his head. Then a white light struck the lightning that was attacking him. Arui thought that his light of destruction would completely destroy the opponent's white light and scatter the dark clouds in the sky. However, what Arui didn't expect was that the light of destruction he sent out only destroyed one of the lightning bolts. The other lightning bolts weren't affected and continued to attack the demonic dragon. Moreover, the dark clouds in the sky didn't disappear. While Arui was in a daze, the lightning bolts struck the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's huge body was actually broken by the lightning bolts. Moreover, many of the cultivators on the demonic dragon were killed. Upon seeing this, Arui's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "It's the power of law again. How can they have so many people who can use the power of formations?" Before he could understand what was going on, he felt the surrounding flowers and trees attacking him. Arui quickly took out his staff to resist, but he soon discovered that he was wrong. The flowers and trees turned out to be illusions. Just as Arui was about to ignore the attacks of the flowers and trees, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. And the gust of wind that attacked him turned out to be a small blade of grass. Arui immediately understood what was going on. However, his expression became even uglier. He knew that the reason for this was because Zhao Hai had used the illusion formation too well. He had perfectly combined the real attack with the illusions of the illusion formation. This caused the attack to be both real and fake. Arui didn't know which one was real and which one was fake. This made the power of the illusion formation even more powerful. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up, thank you all. Seymour has been paying attention to Arui's situation. He has been paying attention ever since Arui started attacking the mountain. When he saw Arui using energy beams to attack the mountain, Seymour coldly snorted and said, "It's just some old tricks, there's nothing special about it." Seeing that Arui used about 5 hours to disperse the white mist, Seymour coldly snorted again. But this time, he didn't say anything and just watched as Arui charged towards the mountain. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's slow charge, Seymour coldly snorted and said, "If we didn't surround Zhao Hai, we wouldn't have lost in a frontal assault." Although El didn't say anything, he still looked unconvinced. At this time, the wind and clouds in the mountain suddenly changed. The white mist rose once again and covered the entire mountain. The white mist was like a giant beast, it directly swallowed Arui's army, leaving nothing behind. Upon seeing this, Seymour's expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to El and said, "El, what's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that Zhao Hai didn't suffer any losses in the past 5 hours, and everything was just an act?" El's expression also became ugly, but he still nodded and said, "From the current situation, it seems like everything that Zhao Hai did before was just an act." He pretended that the illusion formation was broken and pretended to charge. In fact, he wanted to lure Arui's army into the illusion formation and then deal with Arui. The reason why he waited for so long was because he was afraid that Arui would be suspicious. Seymour's expression changed. He stared at the mountain as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered, "He's actually this cunning? Did Arui fall into his trap from the very beginning?" El replied, "I'm afraid so." Zhao Hai should have already noticed Arui's movement, but he didn't make a move. Later on, when he saw Arui attacking the mountain with energy beams, he deliberately made a false move to make Arui think that he won. But in fact, he fell into Zhao Hai's trap. Samuel replied, "For this plan, Zhao Hai actually endured for 5 hours. In these 5 hours, he didn't attack at all. He just waited there until he thought that it was time. Only then did he lure Arui in." Arui, that idiot, I'm afraid that he was still proud of himself at that time. El sighed and said, "Right, his endurance is terrifying. 5 hours. This Zhao Hai isn't simple. Commander, we might have underestimated him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." When Seymour heard El, he turned silent for a while. He discovered that they really underestimated Zhao Hai. Although there was some information about Zhao Hai, it wasn't very complete. Moreover, most of it was obtained from legends. A lot of the information wasn't very accurate. In this case, they would be at a disadvantage if they faced Zhao Hai. El looked at Seymour and said, "What should we do now? Should we attack and rescue Arui? If we don't, then I'm afraid His Majesty wouldn't agree." Seymour looked at the mountain and muttered, "We have no choice but to rescue him. I'm afraid that there won't be any good results. Let's go all out. I don't believe that Zhao Hai can use 80 billion people to destroy 200 billion of our people." Then he waved his hand and commanded his army to rush towards the mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others didn't attack. They just stood on the side and watched as Arui's army was beaten by the energy beams and vines. At this time, Arui's army had suffered heavy losses. A lot of their beasts and artifacts had been taken away. They could only fight for themselves. This was because the cultivators didn't know that they had companions by their side. Even under the influence of the illusion formation, they would treat their companions as enemies. A chaotic battle broke out in the mountains. Arui felt like he was going crazy. There were always enemies around him. When these enemies appeared, they might be a tree, a grass, a flower, or even a monster beast or an insect. However, some of these things were real, while some were fake. This kind of attack made him tired of dealing with them. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed Seymour's actions. He smiled faintly and said, "You're finally moving. Today, I'll make sure that you won't be able to return." The way Seymour and the others entered the mountain was special. They actually used a formation on their beasts and artifacts. This formation can turn their artifacts into an independent world. This way, the illusions outside wouldn't affect them. However, it was a pity that they weren't facing Zhao Hai. Not long after Seymour's army entered the mountain, they were attacked by the Law formation. All the beasts and artifacts that were hit by the Law formation couldn't be used. This was because the beasts and artifacts weren't hit by a single Law formation. Instead, they were hit by multiple laws at the same time. Although the defenses of the beasts and artifacts were good, it was impossible for them to block the Law formation. The attack of the Law formation continued. At the same time, Seymour's army also suffered heavy losses. When Seymour and the others lost their artifacts, their formation couldn't be maintained. They immediately fell into an illusion before the battle began. This battle can be said to be a one-sided battle between the extraterritorial devils. Although they had the light of destruction, it was only available to the extraterritorial devils. Those who were ruled by the extraterritorial devils didn't have the light of destruction. Even those who comprehended the Law formation were few and far between. After all, they were brainwashed and were different from ordinary cultivators. They might not be able to see it during cultivation, but it was almost impossible for them to comprehend the Law formation. Under such circumstances, the extraterritorial devil cultivators who had fallen into the illusion had almost no hope. They could only attack their surroundings blindly, and their attacks would often hit their companions. When their companions felt such an attack, they would think that the enemy was attacking them. Naturally, they would counterattack, and thus, they would fight. As long as the two of them fought, the ability of the illusory array would immediately be revealed. In the eyes of the people in the illusory array, their companions would no longer be their companions. They would either be a demon beast or an enemy. In this case, they naturally wouldn't hold back. They must fight to the death. Looking at the entire battlefield, this situation was everywhere. Although the extraterritorial devil cultivators had a lot of troops, they were now in complete chaos. People were dying at every moment. And those who died would become fertilizer for the vines or be eaten by the beasts. On the other hand, Ling Feng and the others were dumbfounded. They were sure that Zhao Hai wasn't using the illusion formation that they provided. This was because the illusion formation they provided wasn't this powerful. The reason why illusion formations weren't often used by cultivators was because they had a lot of shortcomings. First, illusion formations didn't have a strong defensive ability. They were different from ordinary defensive formations. Illusion formations can only make people hallucinate. Moreover, the hallucination ability wasn't very strong. It depended on the person's will. If a person's heart was made of stone, then it wouldn't be easy for them to hallucinate. If a person's will was weak, then it would be easy for them to hallucinate. Moreover, it was very difficult to combine an illusion formation with an ordinary formation. For example, defensive formations were very difficult to combine with an illusion formation. This was because defensive formations would produce an energy shield. Once an energy shield was produced, it would affect the energy of the illusion formation. Then the illusion formation would break by itself. What Aru used was an energy beam attack from a distance. This was also a way to break an illusion formation. What Seymour used was also a way to break an illusion formation. Because of these reasons, illusion formations weren't very important in the cultivation realm. People felt that illusion formations were somewhat useless. This was because the first thing a cultivator needed to do was to have a heart of stone. In other words, the effect of illusion formations on cultivators was very small. Moreover, there were so many ways to break the illusion array. Some of the stronger cultivators could directly use long-range attacks to break the illusion array and make it ineffective. Under such circumstances, the illusion array was naturally useless. However, Zhao Hai's illusion formation wasn't that simple. This illusion formation could make cultivators hallucinate. Cultivators like Arui couldn't distinguish between what was real and what was fake. In this case, the illusion formation could display even more power. Of course, another important point was that this illusion formation wasn't afraid of long-range attacks. All of the long-range attacks were blocked by the vines. The vines were like a part of the illusion formation. While the vines protected the illusion formation, they could also be used as a means of attack. This made the illusion formation even more terrifying. Ling Du and the others were very clear about the quality of their illusion formations. Although their illusion formations were good, compared to Zhao Hai's illusion formation, the difference was too great. They simply weren't on the same level. Besides the illusion formations, there were also the offensive formations. Otherwise, the illusion formation wouldn't be this powerful. Ling Feng and the others weren't ignorant. When the offensive formations began to attack, they discovered that the attacks were actually made of law power. This was what surprised them the most. Ling Feng knew how many formations he gave Zhao Hai were made of stone. If these formations were powered by law crystals, then it would be terrifying. Where did Zhao Hai get so many law crystals? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see law crystals on their own interfaces, only people from the Colosseum would be able to see them. Moreover, law crystals were very precious in the Colosseum. If an average person were to obtain a law crystal, it would be considered a treasure. Not everyone would be able to obtain a law crystal. Even if someone were to obtain a law crystal, they would keep it for their own use and would never take it out. On the other hand, Zhao Hai took out so many law crystals and even used them as energy. In the eyes of Ling Feng and the others, this was simply too wasteful. However, Ling Feng and the others also saw another side of this matter, which was Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai didn't have strength, then how could he take out so many law crystals? If Zhao Hai didn't have strength, then how could he keep so many law crystals? If you don't have enough strength, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Instead, it would only hasten your death. Zhao Hai had so many law crystals, yet he was still able to live until now. Didn't this show Zhao Hai's strength? Ling Feng and the others suddenly discovered that they weren't able to become Zhao Hai's life and death enemy. This was a very fortunate thing. The battle below was still going on, but Ling Du and Ling Feng had already arrived at the Tianji building. Zhao Hai invited the two to his room. When the two arrived, they discovered that Zhao Hai was standing in front of the window, looking at the situation outside. Outside the window were the extraterritorial demons. At this moment, Ling Du and Ling Feng suddenly felt that Zhao Hai seemed to have turned into a devil. A devil that was more like a devil than the extraterritorial demons. Just as the two were looking at Zhao Hai's back in a daze, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "You're here. What's the matter?" Ling Du and Ling Feng looked at each other. In the end, Ling Du spoke first. "Mister, did you arrange this illusion formation? I haven't seen this illusion formation before. Such a powerful illusion formation has really opened my eyes." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Where are you right now?" This question came out of nowhere, as if it had nothing to do with Ling Du's previous words. This made Ling Du stare. He didn't react for a while. However, Ling Du was also a smart person, so he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Ling Du looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you obtain this illusion formation from the Tianji sect?" "That's impossible. Although the Celestial Arcanum sect is strong and their formations are very powerful, they don't have such a strong illusion formation. Otherwise, they would have already unified the 6 realms. Moreover, we've dealt with the Celestial Arcanum sect before, they shouldn't have such an illusion formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Every sect has their own treasures. And this illusion formation isn't completely from the Celestial Arcanum sect. It's a very powerful illusion formation from the Celestial Arcanum sect." "Hee, the Celestial Arcanum sect's formations are very powerful, but my cultivation in formations isn't weak either." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." When Ling Du heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn silent. He believed Zhao Hai's words because Zhao Hai had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, the illusion formation was in use right now, so he had no reason to not believe it. Seeing that Ling Du didn't speak, Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai's back and said, "Mister, I want to ask you a question. I wonder if the energy crystal that Mister used outside is a law crystal?" Zhao Hai suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Feng. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, the formation outside is indeed a law crystal. If it wasn't a law crystal, then how could it injure the extraterritorial devil race's magic artifacts, or even kill them? Are you tempted? Please give me a like, please give me a like, please give me a like, please give me a like." It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Of course, Ling Feng was tempted. Those were law crystals. Just a few of them were enough for a person to comprehend the power of laws. Who wouldn't be tempted, but so what if he was tempted? Zhao Hai dared to use the law crystals because he wasn't afraid of them finding out. If they dared to have any ideas about the law crystals, perhaps Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. Ling Feng smiled bitterly and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. I wouldn't dare. I just didn't expect that the energy crystals that Mr. mentioned would actually be law crystals. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, a large portion of these law crystals were obtained from the bestial battle arena. If it weren't for eliminating the extraterritorial devil race, I wouldn't have used them. Ling Feng nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. What does Mr. intend to do? Deal with all the extraterritorial devil race? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, of course. What's the point of keeping them alive? Of course, we'll deal with them all. This way, we can make the extraterritorial devil race feel the pain and make them value us more. If they value us, they won't act recklessly and will want to be fully prepared before attacking us. Haha. When the time comes, we can deal with them calmly. Ling Feng nodded and walked to the window. He looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, it's good to deal with them. With the characteristics of Mr.'s demonic beasts, we can obtain more demonic beasts. When the time comes, our military strength will increase and we will be more confident in dealing with the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai replied, but from this, we can see that the demons are far more powerful than we imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to send so many troops to deal with us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but from this, we can see that the demons are much stronger than we imagined. Ling Feng nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. The extraterritorial devil race's combat strength is indeed stronger than we imagined. It seems like our battle this time will take a long time to end. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it seems like it won't be over in a short time. We need to prepare for a long battle. Ling Du suddenly said, based on the current situation, it probably won't be long before the Xenorealm devil race's reinforcements arrive. There will definitely be quite a few of them this time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. I think the extraterritorial devil race's reinforcements are about to arrive. Moreover, the number of reinforcements they're sending this time is definitely more than 200 billion. They might even turn this world into a huge battlefield. When Ling Du heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, will they? This is an entire realm. Are they willing to part with it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what's there to be reluctant about? They have a lot of realms like this. Therefore, they wouldn't feel any heartache even if they destroyed it. By turning this place into a battlefield, the other realms wouldn't be affected. Isn't this good? When Ling Feng and Ling Du heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, do you have any ideas? If it's really like what you said, then they want to trap us here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, their idea is good, but it's still lacking if they want to use this method to deal with me. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You just need to prepare yourselves. Right, you can go back and organize your people to deal with the extraterritorial demons. These people will always be an unsafe factor. We need to eliminate them as soon as possible. Remember, their artifacts and the things inside the space are all yours, but leave their corpses for me. Naturally, the two didn't respond, they just nodded and turned around to leave. After the two left, Zhao Hai contacted the others and had them deal with the extraterritorial devil race as soon as possible. At the same time, Zhao Hai had the alien army and Kair go all out. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have the alien army and Kair go all out. In his opinion, there was no need to do so. But now, Zhao Hai knew that the extraterritorial devil race would send an army to rescue Ling Feng and the others. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't wait any longer. The extraterritorial devil race had a lot of methods. If the extraterritorial devil race army arrived and attacked the illusion formation from the outside, then the extraterritorial devil race army would be able to break the formation. This would be troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to deal with the extraterritorial devil race first. With Zhao Hai's all-out attack, the extraterritorial devil race army was faced with a disaster. With the help of the illusion formation, the 200 billion extraterritorial devil race army was dealt with by Zhao Hai's group in less than 2 days. 200 billion might seem like a lot, but if you were to do it alone, you would have to do it from the beginning to the end. Even if you were to exhaust yourself to death, you wouldn't be able to finish it. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai had an army of nearly 100 billion extraterritorial devil race army. In addition, he used the law formation to take down the extraterritorial devil race's magic artifacts, causing the extraterritorial devil race to lose a lot of manpower. In addition, the extraterritorial devil race had also lost a lot of manpower. In this case, he had Kair's help. Therefore, the number of extraterritorial devil race army was almost equal. In other words, both sides were fighting one-on-one. If there was no illusion formation, it would be impossible to achieve this. A frontal battle on the battlefield was very particular about a large formation. Both sides were fighting with battle formations. It was almost impossible for hundreds of billions of extraterritorial devil race army to fight one-on-one. But now, the extraterritorial devil race army was in the illusion formation. They had long lost their ability to maintain their formation. In addition, they were still fighting among themselves. When Zhao Hai's group dispatched people, the illusion formation could make them invisible. In this way, it could be said that Zhao Hai's group took advantage of the situation. It was naturally easier and faster to deal with the extraterritorial devil race army. After dealing with the extraterritorial devil race army, Zhao Hai's army had grown to nearly 300 billion. However, he still didn't go out. He was still in the mountains. Although he had collected a lot of extraterritorial devil race territories, these territories were just a drop in the ocean compared to the extraterritorial devil race. Therefore, Zhao Hai was prepared to wait in the mountains for the extraterritorial devil race army to deal with him. When the defenses in other places were weak, he would make his move. However, Zhao Hai had received some good news. The experts that he rescued from the space had recovered their strength. They were even stronger than before. In the past, some of these experts had strong bodies and weren't weak. However, they didn't comprehend the power of laws. But after being rescued by Zhao Hai and making a hard oath, Zhao Hai sent them to the space. These people didn't know where they were, they only felt that the spiritual qi was very rich. Naturally, they began to cultivate. After the space leveled up, these people were also subdued. In other words, they were now completely loyal to Zhao Hai. In this case, Zhao Hai would naturally train them. Because of this, he took out law crystals and had them comprehend the power of laws. Now, these people had come out of seclusion. Not only did they recover their strength, but they also comprehended the power of laws. Although there were only 100,000 of them, which seemed too small in this kind of war with tens of billions of people, one shouldn't forget that all of them had the power of laws. Moreover, they were all masters of their respective realms. Their combat experience was incomparably rich. If they were used well, this team of 100,000 people would definitely be incomparably powerful. Just as Zhao Hai dealt with the 200 billion demons, the reinforcements finally arrived. Although they were in the demon domain, it would take a long time for them to mobilize a large number of troops. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Zhao Hai had already dealt with the 200 billion demons. The reason why the extraterritorial demons sent reinforcements so quickly wasn't because of Seymour's letter. When Seymour's letter was delivered to the Demon King reprimanded Seymour. But it was also because of this decree that the Demon King discovered that something was wrong. In the demon race, hierarchy was very strict. When Seymour was reprimanded by the Demon King, then Seymour must immediately send a letter of apology. If you don't reply, then you would be disrespecting the Demon King. As a veteran of the demon race, it was impossible for Seymour to not know about this. Because of this, after the Demon King reprimanded Seymour, he didn't receive a letter of apology. This made the Demon King very angry. He immediately sent a second decree to reprimand Seymour. However, this time, he still didn't receive a letter of apology. Because of this, the Demon King discovered that something was wrong. He immediately sent people to contact Seymour and Arui. However, in the end, they weren't contacted at all. This made the Demon King even more uneasy. In the end, the Demon King sent people to the mountain area to investigate. However, they discovered that Seymour and Arui's army had disappeared. The Demon King absolutely didn't suspect that Seymour and Arui had betrayed him. This was because their families were in Demon City, and there was no movement from their families. How could the two of them betray him? Moreover, the army that Seymour and Arui led had a lot of people who joined them later. How could those people betray the two of them? Because of this, the Demon King didn't suspect that the two of them had betrayed him. He knew that something must have happened to the two of them. This discovery made the Demon King startled. He immediately gathered people to discuss this matter. In the end, he decided to send reinforcements to the mountain area to see what was going on. It must be said that the mountain area that Zhao Hai chose was very famous among the demon race. This mountain area was called the Demon God's Abandoned Mountain. It was originally called the God's Abandoned Mountain, but after the demon race ruled this world, it changed its name to the Demon God's Abandoned Mountain. What does this mean? In other words, this mountain area was abandoned by the gods. No one wanted it. From the name, one could tell the situation of this mountain area. This mountain area wasn't very good. Not only did it have no resources, but it also didn't have many plants. Demon beasts also rarely came to this mountain area. It was precisely because of this that it was called the Demon God's Abandoned Mountain. The area of the Devil God Abandoned Mountain was very large, but it was a barren land. It was precisely because of this that the extraterritorial devils didn't arrange a reconnaissance array here. Instead, they let Lu Yinshan absorb this place into the spatial map. Think about it, if this place wasn't big, how could it accommodate so many people fighting here at the same time? It was absolutely impossible. It was precisely because this place was big that Zhao Hai prepared to use it as his base. Now that Zhao Hai occupied the Devil God Abandoned Mountain, and the two armies of the extraterritorial devils disappeared at the same time, how could the Devil King not be anxious? Although the Devil God Abandoned Mountain wasn't an important place in the extraterritorial devil race, no matter what, it was still in the territory of the extraterritorial devil race. A person came to their territory, occupied it, and didn't leave. Not only did he not leave, but he also beat up their subordinates. How could the extraterritorial devil race tolerate this? Therefore, after the Devil King discovered that the two armies had disappeared, he immediately mobilized his army and prepared to flatten the Devil God Abandoned Mountain in one fell swoop. This time, the Devil King was really angry. In the past, the Devil King didn't take Zhao Hai seriously. Zhao Hai's previous military strength could run amok in any realm. It was very easy for him to deal with any realm. However, compared to the extraterritorial devil race, it was too far behind. What kind of existence was the extraterritorial devil race? They were the rulers of the myriad realms. The number of legions under their command was in the billions. Would such a force be afraid of Zhao Hai's insignificant tens of billions of people? Of course, it was impossible. However, Zhao Hai, who was regarded as a pest by the Devil King, made them suffer again and again. How could the Devil King swallow this anger? Therefore, the Devil King was so determined to eliminate Zhao Hai this time. However, Zhao Hai didn't care whether the Demon King was angry or not. After destroying the two legions, the number of troops under his command had reached an astonishing 300 billion. If Kair was included, then the number of troops under his command would be even more. With these troops, Zhao Hai could go all out. Zhao Hai also noticed the changes in the extraterritorial devils. At this time, a lot of extraterritorial devils had arrived outside the Demon God Abandoned Mountain. Zhao Hai estimated that there were about 100 billion troops. Moreover, there was no problem with the cooperation between these troops. 100 billion troops had completely surrounded the Demon God Abandoned Mountain. If Zhao Hai and the others wanted to leave, they could only use the transmission formation. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that even if he wanted to leave through the transmission formation, it would be very difficult. The extraterritorial devils had set up a formation here. Inside this formation, the transmission formation had lost its function. Fortunately, this formation was useless against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could easily break it. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already prepared an evacuation formation, so they could leave at any time. If it was an evacuation formation, other people wouldn't be able to make it. Zhao Hai had learned a method called the void condensing technique. In the beginning, this method helped Zhao Hai a lot. However, as time went on, Zhao Hai learned more and more methods. Moreover, the void condensing technique had its limitations. Because of this, Zhao Hai stopped using it. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up on this method. Instead, he continued to study it. Later on, when Laura and the others began to study curse formations, they also thought about the void condensing technique. Although Laura and the others weren't able to make a more powerful curse formation, they inadvertently discovered something else, which was the void condensing formation. The Ning family's transmission formation used a small formation disk to release a large transmission formation. Don't underestimate this transmission formation, it can be used as a transmission formation. Moreover, if the formation disk of the void condensing formation was made, then it can release a large transmission formation that can accommodate hundreds of large artifacts at the same time. From this, one could see how formidable this thing was. It was precisely because of this void condensing formation that Zhao Hai was confident. Although he had a lot of troops with him, there weren't a lot of large artifacts. As long as he can make more void condensing formations, then he would be able to transport everyone in a short time. With such confidence, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He just let the demons surround him. He wanted to see how the demons would break his illusion formation. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the demons surrounded the demon god abandoned mountain. However, they didn't immediately attack. They just surrounded him as if they were taking a rest. Zhao Hai didn't care about this situation. He knew that the demons would certainly attack. They were just surrounding him and not making a move. They were either making preparations or thinking of ways to deal with his illusion formation. After 10 days, the demons didn't make a move. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. Even if the demons wanted to rest, they would be done in 10 days. Could it be that they weren't resting at all, but were preparing something else? Although he thought of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any way to stop them. In fact, he didn't want to stop them. Now that the Spaces map had taken in a lot of the demons, Zhao Hai and the others could leave. Before, Zhao Hai didn't leave because there were too few places in the Spaces map. Even if they left, they wouldn't have enough strategic depth. It would be easy for the demons to block them. When the time comes, they might even have to return to the demon god abandoned mountain. But now, the situation was different. How many places could the flowing silver dust take in 10 days? Zhao Hai calculated that in 10 days, the flowing silver dust under the steward's command would be able to store 10 times the size of true spirit realms. With such a large territory, Zhao Hai would be able to store it in the spatial map. With this, Zhao Hai would be able to start a war against the demon race. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move yet. He wanted to stay here and fight with the foreign demons. He wanted the foreign demons to think that he was guarding this place. This would attract the attention of the foreign demons. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the foreign demons in another place. He thought about how effective this would be. On the 15th day after the demon god abandoned the mountain, Zhao Hai couldn't help but leave. But at this time, the demon army finally made a move. Their movements weren't small. This time, they actually brought several large artifacts with them. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. This large artifact wasn't a demonic beast artifact like the one used by the extraterritorial devil race. It was an ordinary large artifact in the shape of a ship. However, this ship-shaped large artifact was somewhat strange. There was something like a radar antenna installed on top of this large artifact. Moreover, it was constantly rotating. This made people scratch their heads and wonder what this thing was used for. Zhao Hai sat in the conference room and looked at the large artifacts on the projection. He counted a total of 10 of them. Each of them was about the same size as an ordinary large artifact. He couldn't see anything special about them. The only thing special about them was the radar antenna. Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, tell me. Do you know what's on top of these large artifacts?" After Zhao Hai discovered the movements of the extraterritorial demons, he immediately gathered everyone and prepared for a meeting. As soon as these people heard Zhao Hai, they shook their heads. Ling Du said, "No matter what it is, I think that it's very likely that they came for our illusory formation. In the past, when we fought with the demons, we never saw them use these things. Moreover, from the looks of these large artifacts, it's possible that they were recently made." Did you notice that there's no trace of wind or rain on these large artifacts? Ling Du also nodded. Ling Feng said, 10 large artifacts for the 10 legions, one for each legion. Our biggest reliance right now is the illusion formation. The extraterritorial devils are also very clear about this. Although the 10 legions haven't launched any probing attacks, the disappearance of the 2 legions has alerted them. They must know that ordinary methods aren't enough to deal with our illusion formation. Therefore, they made these 10 large artifacts. The reason why the 10 legions haven't made a move before is probably because they're waiting for the arrival of these large artifacts. It seems like they're very confident in these large artifacts. Zhao Hai replied, making 10 large artifacts in 10 days isn't something that can be done in other realms, but the demons can. They're too big and have too many resources. Therefore, it's entirely possible for them to make 10 large artifacts to deal with us. But what I don't understand is what's inside those large artifacts that gave them so much confidence that they would be able to restrain our illusion formation. Think about it, what's the nemesis of our illusion formation? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, the demons aren't able to do it. Everyone frowned. Suddenly, a cultivator behind Ling Feng said, Alliance Lord, I thought of something, but I don't know if it's the right thing. Zhao Hai immediately said, tell me, what is it? That person said, the Eye of True Knowledge can also make the Stone of True Knowledge. This is a very strange treasure. It grows naturally and is born like an eye. As long as spirit energy is injected into this eye made of stone, it will emit a ray of light. This ray of light is the nemesis of all illusory formations. As long as this ray of light flashes, all illusory things will disappear and reveal their true appearance. However, this kind of thing is only recorded in our world, and no one has ever obtained it. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately nodded and said, then there's no need to think about it. This time, the demon's large artifacts are likely to contain truth stones. Things that can't be found in other realms, the demons might be able to get their hands on them. Don't forget how many realms the demons have in their hands. Also, don't forget that the demons have the word outer realm in their name. Everyone nodded. They felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. With the demon's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to get their hands on a few truth stones. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, if the extraterritorial devils really have the eyes of truth, then our illusion formation wouldn't be of much use to them. It seems like we need to make some other preparations. Everyone doesn't need to worry, we can leave now. However, I want to teach the extraterritorial devils a lesson, so I didn't leave. Don't they have the eyes of truth that can break the illusion formation? Alright, then we'll give them the eyes of truth and illusion. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, they didn't know what he meant. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the illusion formation is mainly used to help us deal with the foreign demons. Now that it can't be used, it's naturally useless. I'll make a mist formation as well as a barrier formation to cover the mountain area with mist. Their eyes of truth can break through the illusion, but they can't break through the mist. With the addition of the barrier formation, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through the mist. If they can't break through the mist, then they would think that the illusion formation is still there, so they wouldn't dare to come in easily. Even if they find out, then it wouldn't be a problem. With the mist blocking us, we can do a lot of things. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's eyes lit up. They really thought of Zhao Hai's method. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the mist in the mountain wasn't created by the illusion formation. Their eyes of truth wouldn't be able to break the mist. Seeing that the mist wasn't broken, the extraterritorial devils wouldn't dare to come in. Moreover, even if they came in, there was still the barrier formation. With the double insurance of the barrier formation and the mist, they could easily escape. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, squad captains, prepare your void transmission formations and wait for my orders. Once my orders arrive, immediately send your squad away. Then gather at the designated location. I'll be the last one to send you away. Understood? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, I'll be the last one to leave. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Then Zhao Hai said, alright, then I'll have to ask everyone to return. Remember, all squad leaders, manage your team's large artifacts. You don't need to do anything this time. After we consume everything in the mountain, we'll immediately leave. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll ask you to return. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After seeing them leave, Jiao Hai returned to the top floor of the Heaven's secret building. Then he released a projection to show Laura and the others to Jiao Hai's side. Laura looked at Jiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do we do this time? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, just like I said before, Kai, prepare a mist formation as well as a barrier. At the same time, prepare to evacuate. Kai nodded and said, don't worry, Brother Hai, I know what to do. Jiao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, it's best if we make a few eyes of truth. This way, we wouldn't need to be afraid of any illusion formations. What do you think? Laura nodded and said, all right, we'll make more eyes of truth inside the space. When the time comes, we'll be able to make more eyes of truth. Then any illusion formations would be useless against us. Jiao Hai smiled and said, this is actually easy to do, we just need to take down their large artifacts. But we shouldn't be too greedy. After we get a few eyes of truth, we'll immediately leave. Laura and the others nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Jiao Hai wasn't sure whether the other party's large artifacts had eyes of truth or not, but he believed that regardless of whether they had eyes of truth or not, they must have been used to deal with his illusion formation. Therefore, he had to get a few of them into the space and take a good look at what they were. After the 10 large artifacts arrived at the periphery of the demon god abandoned mountain, the 10 large artifacts were immediately distributed to the 10 armies. After that, the 10 armies began to move. The 10 armies were almost at the same time as they approached the demon god abandoned mountain. It seems like they have been waiting for a long time. Jiao Hai looked at the 10 armies and then coldly smiled as he said, I've been waiting. Come. The 10 armies slowly approached the demon god's abandoned mountain. The 10 large artifacts were being protected by the armies. However, Jiao Hai didn't care about it, he was already prepared to deal with them. The mist formation and the barrier formation weren't anything special, Kai could arrange them in a few minutes. Naturally, Jiao Hai didn't need to worry about them. Now, Jiao Hai just needed to wait for his prey to arrive. The 10 armies were about to enter the demon god abandoned mountain. At this time, the 10 large artifacts had a reaction. The radar-like antennae on the 10 large artifacts emitted a red light. When this light entered the mountain, the white mist in the mountain began to churn. However, although the white mist was churning, it didn't disappear. The white mist was still there. This made the extraterritorial demons surprised, they didn't know what was going on. However, Jiao Hai knew that when the red light entered the mountain, some of the formation cores in his illusion formation were destroyed. This made Jiao Hai startled. He didn't think that the red light would be so violent that it would actually destroy the illusion formation. Fortunately, he was already prepared. The white mist in the mountain was the white mist created by the mist formation. The reason why the white mist didn't disperse was because of the barrier formation. However, Jiao Hai also knew that this method wouldn't be able to hide from the other side for a long time. The other side would soon discover the difference in the white mist. When the time comes, they would still attack. Just as Jiao Hai thought, the extraterritorial demons also sent several formation experts. When the red light entered the mountain, they were already observing the changes in the mountain. When they saw the white mist churning a few times, they couldn't help but frown. After carefully observing for a while, these people couldn't help but smile. They had already discovered that Jiao Hai was using the mist formation. They told this to the 10 legions. When the 10 legions heard this, their noses almost went crooked. They didn't think that Jiao Hai would be so cunning. He actually made a mist formation, causing them to think that the red light wouldn't work. This made them very angry. They immediately gave the order for the 10 legions to rush into the mountain. Before long, they had already killed their way into the mountain. Naturally, after they entered the mountain area, they immediately used some wind magic to blow away some of the white fog. But at this time, a white light directly shot towards their large artifacts. Among these white lights, some were formations, while some weren't. Jiao Hai didn't use law crystals as the energy source for his formations. The law crystals he took out before were already eye-catching enough. He didn't want to attract the attention of others. Although the energy beams that weren't law crystals could still cause some damage to the magic beasts, as long as the magic beasts put up a defense, the defense would still be very limited. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil army was too large. Therefore, these formations couldn't stop the advance of the extraterritorial devil army. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, looking at the extraterritorial devil army. This time, the extraterritorial devil army was very careful. Every army sent out scouts. These scouts were demon beast riders. They constantly scouted the surroundings of the army, fearing that the army would be ambushed. However, Zhao Hai didn't put these scouts in his eyes. His attention was now focused on the large artifacts that could break the illusion formation. He was calculating the time in his mind. Before long, the large artifacts entered the range of the law arrays. The law arrays were powered by law crystals. There weren't many of these arrays in the mountain area. Zhao Hai wanted to use them to attack the large artifacts that could break the illusion formation. The army of the extraterritorial devil clan moved forward slowly. However, the several large celestial devices that could break the illusory formation were protected in the formation. Moreover, they were protected from all directions. It was very difficult for ordinary people to attack them. But this time, Zhao Hai was prepared. When the extraterritorial devil fleet entered the range of the law arrays, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the law arrays to be activated. Dazzling white lights shot towards the sky. The extraterritorial devil army didn't take these white lights seriously at first. After all, they had seen a lot of white light attacks in the past. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. The moment the white light hit the barrier of the demonic beast artifacts, the barrier was like a piece of paper that was easily penetrated by the white light. Then, the white light hit the demonic beast artifacts, and all of the demonic beast artifacts that were hit by the white light were penetrated. Those demonic beasts were either killed or injured. Just as the extraterritorial devil race was startled, the white light appeared once again. This time, the white light pierced through the large celestial device that could break the illusion formation. After the large celestial device was pierced through, several vines suddenly rose from the ground and directly wrapped around the large celestial device, pulling it to the ground. Then, the vines fluctuated and the large celestial device disappeared into the vines. Not even its shadow could be seen. Upon seeing this, the extraterritorial devil army immediately understood that Zhao Hai's target was the large artifacts that could break the illusion formation. The commanders of the 10 legions immediately strengthened the protection of the remaining large artifacts. But before that, Zhao Hai had already shot down 3 large artifacts that could break the illusion formation. At this time, the extraterritorial devil race discovered that the vines on the ground were their biggest enemy. They immediately attacked the vines. First, they wanted to destroy the vines. Second, they wanted to find the large artifacts that could break the illusion formation that were knocked down. However, they were quickly disappointed. Just as they began to attack the vines retracted back into the ground and disappeared. The large artifacts that were shot down also disappeared. Then, the fog in the mountain area also disappeared. When the extraterritorial devil army looked around, they didn't see any enemies besides their own people. The mountain area was still the same. Aside from the traces of their previous attacks, there was nothing else. Upon discovering this, the commanders of the 10 legions were stunned. Then, their complexions changed. They immediately sent a letter to the Devil King, informing him of the situation. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared in another place, a place that the extraterritorial devil army didn't expect. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't stupid enough to fight to the death with the extraterritorial devil army in the mountain area without the protection of the illusion formation. Although he had a lot of troops, he wasn't stupid enough to do such a thing. Therefore, when the extraterritorial devil army entered the mountain area, he had already arranged for the small captains to use the transmission formation to send them away. Then the small captains were sent away by the large captains, and finally the large captains were sent away by Zhao Hai. When the large artifacts were shot down, only the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was left in the mountain area. Then under the cover of the vines, Zhao Hai sent the large artifacts to the space before leaving with the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Before leaving, Zhao Hai wanted Kai to take back the branch as well as all the formations in the mountain area. Even the mist formation wasn't left behind. Because of this, the 10 legions weren't able to see anything in the mountain area. Even if there were any traces left in the mountain area, they were left behind by the extraterritorial devil army. Zhao Hai had cleaned up the mountain area. The extraterritorial devil race had conquered a lot of realms in recent years. Some of the realms resisted fiercely during their conquest. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil race carried out a certain degree of cleansing. In other words, the extraterritorial devil race massacred those who resisted. Just like how Zhao Hai annihilated those realms, there was no room for discussion. Naturally, the extraterritorial devil race didn't throw away the corpses of the destroyed races. However, what if there were too many corpses? In the end, the extraterritorial devil race thought of a way. They emptied out an overdeveloped realm and threw all the corpses and garbage into that realm. That realm was also called a garbage dump. Zhao Hai and the others were now in this garbage dump. This was something that Zhao Hai discovered by accident. To be honest, these things that the extraterritorial devil race considered as trash were actually treasures to Zhao Hai. Even the corpses that were thrown away by the extraterritorial devil race were treasures. The extraterritorial devil race had the means to turn corpses into ghosts. However, they wouldn't turn all of them into ghosts. They didn't have a heaven-defying ability like the space. Even the extraterritorial devil race who were proficient in ghost cultivation wouldn't be able to digest so many corpses. Moreover, once a corpse was left for a long time, its soul would completely disappear. Such a corpse was useless. Even Zhao Hai's space couldn't turn a corpse into an undead. Because of this, the corpses were useless to the extraterritorial devil race. However, for Zhao Hai, these corpses were still useful. Even if only bones were left, these things were still useful to Zhao Hai. Who told him to have the hell space? Who told him to have mountains of bones in his hell space? By taking all the bones in this garbage dump into the hell space would have a few more mountains of bones. Turning waste into treasure was the greatest use of the space. Aside from the space, no matter which force it was impossible to achieve a 100% success rate in alchemy or refining. This was simply impossible. Humans were bound to make mistakes. As long as there was a mistake in the process of alchemy or refining, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. In the end, a pile of waste would be produced. For Zhao Hai, this huge garbage space was an endless treasure trove. As long as he took everything from this space to his space, then his harvest in this war against the extraterritorial devil race would be more than anyone else. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't let anyone see his harvest. The garbage was there, nobody would touch it. At the very least, he wouldn't collect it in front of those people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to bring them here was because he didn't want the extraterritorial devil race to find them. The garbage dump was a place that the extraterritorial devil race rarely came to. Zhao Hai knew about this place by chance. Although it was already a garbage dump, it was still a space, a huge space. Even if they were discovered by the extraterritorial devil race, they would still have time to react in order to deal with the extraterritorial devil race's attack. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to rest in the garbage dump for a long time. At this time, the extraterritorial devil race's army had been attracted to the demon god abandoned mountain. If they didn't seize this opportunity to attack the extraterritorial devil race, then it would be a pity. The reason why Zhao Hai came here was because he wanted to use the garbage dump as a temporary base. Through the garbage dump, his army would be able to achieve their goal of being invisible for the time being. After arriving at the garbage dump, Zhao Hai immediately had Ling Feng and the others enter the Divine Secret Pavilion. After entering the pavilion, Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, "Everyone, I know that everyone is very curious about where we are right now. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is an abandoned realm of the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race didn't want this place, they just turned it into a garbage dump." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared. They didn't think that it would be like this. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I know what everyone is thinking. You think that we shouldn't have come here. However, I have to say that this is the most suitable place for us. First of all, this is a realm of the extraterritorial devil race. There are also some transmission formations left behind by the extraterritorial devil race. we can use these transmission formations. Even if we can't use them, we can still use them to obtain the coordinates of the extraterritorial devil race. When the time comes, we can naturally appear anywhere in the extraterritorial devil race. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but nod. Although this place was abandoned by the demons, it was still a garbage dump. In other words, this place wasn't completely abandoned. There were still some teleportation formations here that they could use to their advantage. Zhao Hai nodded. Although this place was abandoned by the demons, it was still a garbage dump. In other words, this place wasn't completely abandoned. There were still some teleportation formations here that they can use. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, in addition to using those transmission formations, we can also take a rest here from time to time. This is because no one in the extraterritorial devil race would expect us to appear here. After saying that, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, however, this is only a temporary place to rest. Our goal is still the extraterritorial devil race. Now, I'll talk about our goal. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. This projection showed the various realms of the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai pointed at the projection and said, this is the map of the extraterritorial devil race that I've collected. It comes from different realms. From what I've collected so far, there are no less than 1,000 realms under the extraterritorial devil race's rule. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone fell silent. Although forces like Ling Feng's group also ruled hundreds of realms, they were still far from being comparable to the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, what I said is actually a conservative statement. The number of realms ruled by the demons is far more than 1,000. From this point, we can see how formidable our enemies are. No wonder they can send an army of 100 billion people to deal with us. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, actually, this is a conservative statement. The number of realms ruled by the demons is far more than 1,000. From this, we can see how formidable our enemies are. Everyone fell silent. To be honest, no one was willing to face such an opponent because the other party was too strong. Could a team like theirs defeat the other party? Everyone present had no confidence in their hearts. However, no one wanted to withdraw. They had already come this far and there was no reason to withdraw. Of course, the most important point was that they saw the appearance of the cultivators under the extraterritorial devil race's rule. They had fought with the extraterritorial devil race several times, but there weren't many extraterritorial devil race members. Most of them were cultivators under the extraterritorial devil race's rule. The appearance of those cultivators made them feel cold just thinking about it. In the eyes of these people, those cultivators couldn't be called cultivators anymore. They were a group of fanatics. Looking at those cultivators with blood-red eyes and ferocious smiles on their faces, charging at you, and seeing those cultivators with fanatical smiles even when they died, Ling Feng's group had no choice but to stand up against the extraterritorial devil race because they didn't want to become like them. Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. The extraterritorial devil race is very strong, but in my opinion, the extraterritorial devil race is like an incomparably strong elephant. What about us? We're just a lion. Our bodies aren't as strong as the extraterritorial devil races, our strength isn't as great as the extraterritorial devil races, and our defense isn't as good as the extraterritorial devil races. However, the extraterritorial devil race's elephant is still an elephant. Everyone didn't speak and just looked at Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai still had something to say. Zhao Hai pointed at an area on the projection and said, do you see here? This is our target. Zhao Hai pointed at that area and it immediately zoomed in. In the end, everyone was able to see the situation there. However, when they saw the area, everyone couldn't help but stare. This was because the place that Zhao Hai pointed out was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it, it looked like a huge factory. There were a lot of people inside, it was very lively. However, most of them were refining artifacts. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Do you see here? This is an important artifact refining site for the extraterritorial devil race. There are a lot of cultivators refining artifacts day and night for the extraterritorial devil race. This is one of the most important artifact production sites for the extraterritorial devil race. Our target is there. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Although attacking an artifact production site could cause a certain blow to the extraterritorial devil race, everyone was clear about the extraterritorial devil race's strength. Such a blow wouldn't be able to hurt the extraterritorial devil race. So why did Zhao Hai want to attack that place? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Is everyone wondering why I want to attack that place? Hee, let me tell you the truth. Attacking that place isn't for anything else but for this thing. Then Zhao Hai took out a piece of metal and placed it on the table. Everyone's eyes turned to the piece of metal that Zhao Hai took out. They were puzzled as to why Zhao Hai took it out. There was nothing special about the piece of metal, so they didn't know why Zhao Hai took it out. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. This metal has a very special name, it's called soul-drawing iron. Soul-drawing iron is a metal that can attract souls. To be precise, it's a metal that has a very strong attack on souls. This metal is very powerful and also very strange. As long as you add a little bit of this metal into an artifact, it will have a certain amount of soul attack ability. After you kill someone, this metal will absorb a part of the death chi and store it in your artifact. The more people you kill, the more death chi your artifact will have. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this metal has a very special name, it's called soul-drawing iron. Soul-drawing iron is a metal that can attract souls. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. They seemed to understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Then he enlarged the projection. Everyone saw piles of artifacts in the huge factory. And among these artifacts, most of them were sickle artifacts that the extraterritorial devil race liked to use. Zhao Hai pointed at the sickle artifacts and said, these artifacts were made here for the extraterritorial devil race. They found us difficult to deal with, so they wanted to give the extraterritorial devil race equipment to them. Soul Guide Iron has been added to these artifacts. Once the extraterritorial devil race succeeds in changing their equipment, their combat strength will increase greatly. What we have to face is a group of extraterritorial devils with Soul Guide Iron. This isn't what I want to see, and I believe that this isn't what you want to see. Fortunately, they haven't sent these artifacts away yet, which gives us an opportunity. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, attack this place and take away all of the Soul Guide Iron as well as the artifacts made from it. This is the goal of our operation. Remember, we also want to kill. Don't let anyone who's refining artifacts go. Kill them all. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Although they hadn't heard of the Soul Guide Iron before, they understood the importance of it after hearing Zhao Hai's explanation. If they could use weapons that contained Soul Guide Iron, then their combat strength would increase greatly. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, return to your large artifacts and prepare. I'll only give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, everyone will set off and attack this place. As for how we're going to get there, you don't have to worry about it. I know this place, so I can also find its coordinates. I'll send you the coordinates in a moment. When the time comes, just do what we did when we retreated. Understood? Zhao Hai nodded and said. Do you understand? Everyone responded. Then they stood up and saluted Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Soul Tool Valley had always been busy, but it had only gotten busier recently. The Realm of Realms had made a huge order and they needed to rush it. Because of this, Soul Tool Valley was busier than usual. Aside from being busy, the security of Soul Tool Valley had also been strengthened. Normally, the security of this place wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong either. But now, the security of this place was much stronger than before. There was even a legion stationed here to guard this place. Of course, the legion stationed here wasn't a large legion. It was just a local garrison. The extraterritorial devil race had 3 types of legions. The first type were the main legions. These legions were the elites of the extraterritorial devil race. Each legion had around 100 billion members. The second type of legion was the standing legion. Each of these legions had 10 to 50 billion members. Although they couldn't be considered as elites, they were still an important military force of the extraterritorial devil race. The third type was the local garrison legion. These legions were the most numerous in the extraterritorial devil race, but they had the fewest members. The number of people in each local garrison legion wouldn't exceed 10 billion. There were even 100 million garrison legions. The number of these garrison legions was adjusted according to the size of the place they were in. The local garrison corps of the extraterritorial devil tribe had another characteristic, that was, the people who formed the local garrison corps were generally recruited from the local area. Even some powerful local practitioners would be incorporated into the local garrison corps and undergo military training for a period of time. These people were the Army's reserves. The garrison legion stationed in Seoul Tool Valley was from a city right next to Seoul Tool Valley. There were around 3 billion of them. They could also mobilize around 2 billion reserves. It was quite a force to be reckoned with. The people in Seoul Tool Valley also understood why the defenses were suddenly strengthened. It was because there was a war going on ahead. They heard that someone had invaded the realm of Seoul and caused a lot of losses. This time, the realm of Seoul wanted them to refine new artifacts to deal with the army that had invaded the realm of Seoul. But for the people in Seoul Tool Valley, the war was too far away. They were just a bunch of blacksmiths, and they were in the rear. They should be safe. Now that their orders were almost done, they could hand them over to the realm of realms. This made the busy atmosphere in Seoul Tool Valley a bit more relaxed. Dingba was an ordinary blacksmith in Seoul Artifact Valley. He'd finished his work today and was preparing to go home. Although he was a cultivator, he wasn't very good at fighting. He spent most of his time and energy on crafting. If he were to fight, he'd be killed in no time at all. Only a great power like the extraterritorial devil race could cultivate people like Dingba. They were like ordinary people who didn't cultivate. They worked, lived, and died peacefully. Just as Dingba was about to head home, he suddenly felt the sky above his head turn dark. Dingba stared, he thought that it was cloudy. But when he looked up at the sky, his expression changed. Above their heads, numerous large artifacts appeared. These large artifacts covered the entire sky. Dingba had never seen such large artifacts before. In fact, in the entire extraterritorial devil race's territory, such large artifacts were rarely seen. This was because the extraterritorial devil race's territory only used demonic beast artifacts. As Dingba stared in shock, the large ritual implements began to emit bursts of white light. The target of the white light was none other than the garrison army camp next to Seoul Tool Valley. When the white light flashed, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from the garrison's barracks. This alarm made Dingba come back to his senses at once. His face changed as he dashed forward. He only had one thought now, which was to go home as soon as possible and hide with his wife and children. However, just as Dingba was running forward, he suddenly discovered that a demon beast had appeared in front of him. This demon beast had a ferocious head and saliva was dripping from the corner of its mouth. It was staring at him coldly. Dingba felt a chill from his tailbone to the top of his head, causing his hair to stand on end. At this moment, the demon beast opened its mouth and roared, then it rushed towards Dingba. Dingba couldn't even think of resisting, he just knelt down on the ground, trembling in fear. Dingba didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Dingba thought that he was dead for sure, but after he knelt down, the attack he expected did not come. Dingba boldly looked up and found that the demon beast was looking at him. Dingba was scared and lowered his head again. At this moment, Dingba felt his waist tighten. He looked down and found that there was a tail wrapped around his waist. Dingba was so scared that he screamed. His head tilted and he lost consciousness. Xianxia looked at the projection with great interest. The projection was showing Dingba's situation. To be honest, Dingba was the first extraterritorial devil that Xianxia had encountered. Every extraterritorial devil that had fainted was the first extraterritorial devil that Xianxia had encountered. The other extraterritorial devils had fanatical expressions. They knew that they were no match for the enemy, but they still attacked. Only Dingba was an exception. This made Xianxia very confused. Because of this, Xianxia didn't have the aliens kill Dingba. Instead, he had the aliens bring Dingba back to the Heaven's secret sect. He wanted to see Dingba personally. Before long, the unconscious Dingba was brought to Xianxia. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a white light fell on Dingba's body. Dingba's pale face became a lot better. Then he slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Dingba seemed to have thought of something. His expression couldn't help but change. He rolled and crawled a few steps before looking at his surroundings with a horrified expression. Zhao Hai looked at Dingba with interest. He really didn't understand how the extraterritorial devils could produce someone like Dingba. This was too strange. At this time, Dingba also saw Zhao Hai. But then he noticed his surroundings. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance and said, "Who are you?" Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and smiled faintly. "This is an enemy of the extraterritorial devil race. In other words, he's your enemy." "Hee hee. That beast just now was mine." When Dingba heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in surprise and said, "You're Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and smiled, "You know me? It seems like I guessed correctly. You're not just an ordinary person. Tell me, why didn't you resist like the other extraterritorial devils? From your appearance, it seems like you haven't been brainwashed by the extraterritorial devils." Dingba looked at Zhao Hai and said, "That's right. I haven't been brainwashed by the extraterritorial devils. Therefore, I won't risk my life for the extraterritorial devils. I even hate them." Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and said, "I'm very curious. How did you avoid the fate of being brainwashed?" "This is because the extraterritorial devils use demonic seeds to control you. Once the demonic seeds discover that you're dissatisfied with the extraterritorial devils, then you're dead." Dingba stared blankly at Zhao Hai and muttered, "You know about the demonic seeds? How do you know about them?" Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and smiled faintly. "It seems like I asked you first, not you. What's the matter? You don't want to answer me?" Dingba quickly said, "No, I'll answer you. I'll answer you right away. I'm a member of the Underground Army. The Underground Army is a force that resists the extraterritorial devils. However, it's still very weak right now. It's impossible for us to pose any threat to the extraterritorial devils. Therefore, the Underground Army operates in secret. We choose people that we trust and remove the demonic seeds from their bodies. We let them see the world clearly and stop worshipping the extraterritorial devils and stop treating the extraterritorial devils as gods." When he heard Dingba, Zhao Hai stared blankly. Then he looked at Dingba and said, "What do you mean by that? You're saying that there's a resistance force among the extraterritorial devils? How did they survive? How did you remove the demonic seeds?" Dingba replied, "The Underground Army is indeed a force that resists the extraterritorial devils. It's said that the Underground Army's creator was a powerful cultivator. He was initially enslaved by the extraterritorial devils. But one day, he was heavily injured. His soul was severely damaged and the demonic seed in his mind died. Miraculously, he survived. Then he slowly sobered up and saw the world and the true face of the extraterritorial devils. He also knew that he was being enslaved, but he didn't resist immediately. Instead, he began to secretly research how to remove the demonic seed. Later on, he succeeded and removed the demonic seed without being discovered by the extraterritorial devils." Zhao Hai looked at Dingba. He felt that Dingba wasn't lying. However, he was also curious. He looked at Dingba and said, "Why were you recruited into the Underground Army? With your courage, if you were discovered by the extraterritorial devils, wouldn't you give up the entire Underground Army? Why would they dare to recruit you?" A trace of anger appeared on Dingba's face. But after a while, he calmed down. Then he opened his sleeve and a tattoo appeared on his arm. This tattoo looked like a demon god. However, Zhao Hai noticed that this tattoo wasn't simple. It seems like there was a formation hidden inside. Dingba said in a deep voice, "This is the Jade Incineration Array, a suicide array that every member of the Underground Army will install on themselves. As long as we are discovered, we can immediately commit suicide with just a thought. I'm not as cowardly as you think. The weapons of the entire Underground Army were provided by me. The reason why I was afraid before was because I was facing a demon beast and not an extraterrestrial devil. I wanted to surrender to you because you are the enemy of the extraterrestrial devil race, but I couldn't communicate with a demon beast. I was anxious and scared, so I fainted. Brothers and sisters, please give me a thumbs up. Thank you very much, Zhao Hai believed Dingba's explanation. He had long seen that Dingba wasn't a cultivator with strong combat strength. In other words, Dingba didn't have any experience on the battlefield. If someone else came to capture him, he might have made up his mind to commit suicide. But when he went to the battlefield and faced an incomparably ferocious enemy, he might even forget about committing suicide. Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and said, "Is there anyone from the underground army here? If it's me, I can spare their lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Dingba smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, there's no one from the underground army here. In fact, if my father wasn't from the underground army, I wouldn't have joined the underground army. Only my family is from the underground army here." Zhao Hai looked at Dingba and said, "Then how did you contact the underground army? Don't tell me that you used a teleportation formation. In this place, the extraterritorial devils would have placed a lot of scouting formations. Using a teleportation formation here is no different from courting death." Dingba said in a deep voice, "You're right. Using the teleportation circle here is no different from seeking death. In fact, I rely on the tunnel to communicate with the underground army. I'll only use the teleportation circle after I've gone far away from here. Naturally, I won't enslave you. My goal this time is the extraterritorial demons. If you don't want to leave, then it doesn't matter. I can also let you go. Whether you live or die will depend on you. However, my war with the extraterritorial demons will continue for some time. During this time, I won't be merciful to the people here. If I encounter people from the underground army, even if they don't reveal their identity, I will still kill them." Dingba understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai spared his life because they were both enemies of the extraterritorial devils. If they didn't surrender to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't care about their life or death in the future. However, Dingba was a little worried about surrendering to Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be a match for the extraterritorial devils. In that case, they would all die together with Zhao Hai. Although they were fighting against the extraterritorial devils, Dingba was very clear that they had been moving underground and didn't reveal themselves. This way, the extraterritorial devils wouldn't be able to discover them for a long time. At the very least, they could live peacefully for a long time. If they followed Zhao Hai, then it would mean that if Zhao Hai were to fail, then they would be finished as well. It might be better for them to stay and live longer. However, if Zhao Hai were to win, then they would be free. They wouldn't have to live in fear every day. They would be able to live the life they wanted. They would finally become free people and not slaves. In this dilemma, Dingba didn't know how to respond to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Dingba's expression and smiled faintly. "You don't have to make a choice right now. I'll give you this small transmission formation. I'll let you go home. You can take your family to the resistance and tell them my intentions. If you agree to follow me, then you can use this transmission formation to contact me. If you don't, then it's up to you." Then Zhao Hai took out a transmission formation and handed it over to Dingba. Dingba received the small transmission formation and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and then sent someone to escort Dingba out. When Dingba arrived outside, he discovered that the Soul Tool Valley had been razed to the ground. All of the guards had been killed. The valley had been completely destroyed. Moreover, all of the large artifacts had been taken away. When Dingba saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he quickly returned to his home. His home wasn't destroyed, but it wasn't just his home. The area he lived in wasn't destroyed either. However, it was still surrounded. Everyone who dared to resist was killed. After returning home, Dang Bama led his wife and children out of the house. They went through the tunnel and arrived at the teleportation formation. Then, he activated the teleportation formation and the family left. Not long after Dingba and the others left, the allied army entered Dingba's residence. Zhao Hai wanted to extract the demon seeds from these people and then slowly brainwash them. He wanted them to understand that they were slaves of the demons. This way, they wouldn't need to kill the people here. After all, from the beginning of the war until now, the allied army had already killed a lot of people. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the people living there started to resist. Whether it was the elderly or the children, they all stood up and attacked. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that they were actually using self-destruction to resist. This made Zhao Hai surprised. In the end, Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else and directly sent out the alien army. In addition to killing all the people here, Zhao also ordered these people to take away all the ores in the warehouse, as well as all the artifacts that were refined. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want these things and gave them to Ling Feng and the others. Everyone who participated in the war got a share. Only Zhao Hai didn't want it. Ling Feng and the others had a great harvest this time. The Soul Tool Valley was an important refining ground for the extraterritorial devil race. It had its own warehouse, and there were countless kinds of ores in the warehouse. These ores were stored by the extraterritorial devil race. Once the extraterritorial devil race ordered them to make a certain kind of instrument, they would immediately make it. Now, all the things in the warehouse belonged to Ling Feng and the others. Their harvest this time was huge. Originally, they wanted to give some things to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't want them. This made Ling Feng and the others feel embarrassed. Actually, what Ling Feng and the others didn't know was that Zhao Hai was the one with the greatest harvest. The reason why the Soul Tool Valley was built here was because of the soul iron. Even after many years of mining, the soul iron still hadn't been completely mined. There was still an astonishing amount of soul iron in the ground. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't completely mine the soul iron. However, he had the aliens eat a large portion of the soul iron. After being genetically modified by the space, the aliens could eat metals. And after eating the metals, the properties of the metals would appear in their bodies, making them even more powerful. This time, Zhao Hai had the aliens eat the soul iron in order to give them an additional soul attack ability. Zhao Hai's plan was very successful. After eating the soul iron, the aliens gained an additional soul attack ability. However, this ability only appeared in one part of their body, their tail. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that the aliens ate a small amount of soul iron. The alien's tail was an important weapon. It was flexible, fast, and sharp. Now that they gained an additional soul attack ability, the alien's tail became even more powerful. From the time they attacked the Soul Tool Valley to the time Zhao Hai and the others retreated, it only took about 10 hours. The time they spent fighting was less than 4 hours. The rest of the time was spent cleaning up the battlefield and moving things. After moving everything away, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay there. Instead, they returned to the garbage world for a short period of rest and distribution of the spoils. During the 10 hours that Zhao Hai attacked the Soul Tool Valley, the extraterritorial demons didn't come to help. This was because when Zhao Hai attacked the Soul Tool Valley, he used a formation to isolate the valley. Even if the extraterritorial demons discovered that something had happened to the Soul Tool Valley, they wouldn't be able to use the transmission formation. They could only watch as the Soul Tool Valley was destroyed. Zhao Hai didn't plan on hiding the fact that they attacked the Soul Tool Valley. They couldn't hide it anyway. Therefore, when Zhao Hai attacked the Soul Tool Valley, he used a formation and left immediately. When the extraterritorial demons realized that something was wrong and rushed to the Soul Tool Valley, they saw the empty warehouses, empty barracks, and destroyed residences. When the Devil King of the extraterritorial Devil Clan heard this secret, he immediately smashed everything in his room that could be smashed. He even ordered people to prepare 100 people for him to kill to vent his anger. In the Demon King's eyes, Zhao Hai and the others were like a disgusting rat. They always appeared in places that he hated the most. This rat might not have the ability to shake his rule, but it was enough to annoy him. At this time, the Demon King still didn't consider Zhao Hai as someone who could shake his rule. He still thought that Zhao Hai didn't have 100 billion soldiers and couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, he could only use this sneaky method. In fact, Zhao Hai's forces had already reached 300 billion. Moreover, Spirit Edge and the others had obtained a large number of artifacts with Soul Guide Iron. Although most of these artifacts were unconventional weapons such as sickles and scythes, it wasn't difficult for cultivators to use them. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were able to upgrade their equipment. At this point, Zhao Hai and the others' fighting strength had become much stronger. Jiao Hai and the others were also able to use these artifacts. Of course, even Ling Feng and the others didn't know that all of the xenomorphs had absorbed the soul guide iron. If they knew, they would be even more surprised. After returning to the garbage plane, Jiao Hai led everyone to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's conference room. After distributing the items, Jiao Hai called out a projection and said, "We've achieved a great victory in Soul Tool Valley. This is good news for us. Everyone has obtained a lot of benefits. However, the battle still needs to continue. After all, our main purpose in coming here isn't to steal things, but to exterminate the demons." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "We've already achieved a great victory in Soul Tool Valley." Everyone nodded in agreement. They'd reaped a lot of rewards from the Battle of Soul Armament Valley. While they'd lost a few things in the previous battles, they'd still managed to make up for the losses and replenishment they'd lost. This time, however, they'd made a huge profit. It was only natural that they'd be happy about it. But after hearing Jiao Hai's words, they calmed down. After all, they were all tyrants. Their eyes weren't shallow. Although they obtained a lot of good things, they were only happy for a moment. When it came to serious matters, they calmed down. After all, they knew why they came here this time. When Jiao Hai saw that everyone had calmed down, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. Naturally, he was happy that everyone was able to calm down so quickly. Attacking Soul Tool Valley was something that Jiao Hai had specifically chosen to give them some benefits. After all, they were going to face an incomparably powerful force. Many of these people were moved by Jiao Hai's previous promises. If Jiao Hai didn't give them some benefits, then he wouldn't be able to command them in the future. Now that these people had tasted the benefits and the elimination of the extraterritorial devil race was related to the inheritance of their realm, they would naturally do their best. And this was exactly what Jiao Hai needed. Jiao Hai looked at everyone. Then he pointed at a place and said, "Our next target is here." As his finger moved, the place he pointed at became bigger and bigger. Finally, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Upon seeing the place Jiao Hai pointed at, everyone couldn't help but stare. This was because they didn't know where this place was. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary island. But on this island, there were countless monsters. And these monsters had one thing in common: they were very big. Everyone looked at Jiao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted to attack this place. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Are you all curious? Hee, the reason why I want to attack this place is because this is a monster artifact refining site of the extraterritorial devil race. Do you see those monsters? They were raised by the extraterritorial devil race with special medicinal herbs. That's why their bodies are so big. When these monsters grow to a certain extent, the extraterritorial devil race will refine them into monster artifacts. Of course, this is only one of the many monster artifact refining sites of the extraterritorial devil race." Everyone now understood why Jiao Hai wanted to attack this place. Looking at the appearance of those monsters, everyone couldn't help but frown. They didn't have any objections to attacking this place. What they were worried about was that if these monsters attacked them under the control of the extraterritorial devil race, then it wouldn't be easy for them to end the battle in a short time. If they couldn't end the battle in a short time, then they might be surrounded by the extraterritorial devil race. In that case, their losses would be great. Because of this, he smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about the extraterritorial demons commanding those beasts to attack us. In fact, although those beasts are huge and very strong, they don't have any consciousness. In other words, their souls aren't complete. They were created by drugs, so they don't have any intelligence. Before being refined by the extraterritorial demons, it can be said that they don't have any fighting strength." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about the extraterritorial demons commanding those beasts to attack us. In fact, although those beasts are huge and powerful, they don't have any consciousness." When everyone heard Jiao Hai, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They didn't think that these seemingly powerful beasts would have no fighting strength. Jiao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. Attacking the giant beast island has another advantage. Those giant beasts might not have any fighting strength in the hands of the foreign demons, but in my hands, they can fight. I can remove the medicinal properties of those giant beasts, allowing them to regain their consciousness. When the time comes, as long as you can control those giant beasts, they would be a great fighting force. Don't you think so? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their interest was piqued. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them about this matter. Originally, they thought that attacking the giant beast island wouldn't bring them any benefits. But now, it seems like the benefits weren't small. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I can give everyone some time to rest. 10 hours later, we'll attack the giant beast island. Everyone nodded, nobody objected. Zhao Hai nodded, nobody objected. 10 hours wasn't a long time for cultivators. However, it was enough for everyone to rest and relax. After 10 hours, the group set off once again. The giant beast island was an important place for the extraterritorial devils to refine magic artifacts. The extraterritorial devils would first use drugs to raise the beasts. Not only can these drugs make the beasts grow faster, they can also corrode the souls of the beasts, turning them into idiots. Aside from eating, the beasts wouldn't have any thoughts at all. Afterwards, they would refine these beasts. The refined beasts would be equivalent to half an undead. At this time, they would add a mark to the soul of the beasts in order to command them. Speaking of which, this method was really cruel to the demon beasts, because in the process of refining these demon beasts, they may be broken down and then combined with other demon beasts, making all kinds of strange demon beasts that Zhao Hai and the others had seen before. On the other hand, Giant Beast Island rarely had a large number of troops stationed here because it wasn't necessary. These beasts might be treasures to the extraterritorial devil race, but they were useless to cultivators from other realms. Recently, the Giant Beast Island was as busy as the Soul Tool Valley. Because of the war, the Giant Beast Island was even busier than the Soul Tool Valley. The Giant Beast Island was a strategic weapon. While the people on the Giant Beast Island were busy as usual, an attack suddenly came. The people on the Giant Beast Island were stunned. They didn't know what was going on and why the other party would attack them. Although they had some refined magic artifacts, it was impossible for them to fight against Zhao Hai's fleet. Zhao Hai's fleet was too strong, they weren't a match for it. On the other hand, the unrefined beasts were like pigs. They only knew how to eat and didn't have any fighting strength. Because of this, the attack on the Giant Beast Island was much smoother than the attack on the Soul Tool Valley. After eliminating the people on the Giant Beast Island, Zhao Hai directly fed the beasts some medicines. These medicines were produced by the space, mainly spatial water and soul-nourishing water. The spatial water can remove the effects of the medicines on the beasts, making them stronger. As for the soul-nourishing water, it can restore the souls of the beasts, allowing them to fight like normal beasts. However, it would take time. Fortunately, there weren't many people who would come to the Giant Beast Island. Although refining a beast artifact was easier than refining an ordinary large artifact, it still took time. Therefore, the foreign realm devil race wouldn't urge the people of the Giant Beast Island to refine a beast artifact. This gave Zhao Hai and the others some time. Zhao Hai and the others stayed on the island for 10 days. 10 days wasn't a short time, but it wasn't long either. It was normal for a place like the Giant Beast Island to not have contact with the outside world for 10 days to half a month. Zhao Hai also used a formation on the Giant Beast Island. Even if the extraterritorial devils found out that something had happened, it would be impossible for them to come and provide support in a short time. After 10 days, the beasts were restored. And in these 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others had complete control over the beasts. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to keep the beasts for himself. Instead, he distributed them to the others. Originally, Ling Feng and the others wanted to give Zhao Hai some beasts. But when they thought about how much beasts Zhao Hai had in his hands, and most importantly, there were beasts that were bigger than the beasts that Zhao Hai had. Therefore, Ling Feng and the others gave up on the idea and happily took the beasts for their own use. In fact, the fighting strength of Zhao Hai's beasts couldn't be compared to before. When Zhao Hai released the beasts, there would be a lot of casualties. But now, there wouldn't be any casualties. This was because the combat genes of the beasts had been fully activated. 10 days later, Zhao Hai and the others left the Giant Beast Island and returned to the garbage world. However, when Zhao Hai and the others left the island, Zhao Hai didn't leave anything behind for the extraterritorial devils. As long as there was something edible on the giant beast island, it would be eaten by xenomorphs. The entire giant beast island had turned into a desert. After returning to the garbage plane, Zhao Hai immediately prepared to attack his next target. This time, Zhao Hai chose a beast refining field. This refining field was also located on a large island. But this time, Zhao Hai made an agreement with the others. This time, they wouldn't be able to tame the beasts for a long time. This was because the demons would certainly react and strengthen the defenses of the giant beast island. It would be impossible for them to stay on the island for a long time like they did in the past. Zhao Hai's group didn't want to stay on the island for a long time. Zhao Hai's group didn't want to stay on the island for too long. Zhao Hai could understand why the extraterritorial devils liked to put their beast artifact refinery on the island. The island's environment was relatively closed. It wasn't easy for others to get on the island. Therefore, putting the beast artifact refinery on the island was the best choice. When attacking the giant beast island, they encountered some resistance. Sure enough, the extraterritorial devils strengthened the defenses of the other islands. Not only did they set up defensive formations, but they also used a special method to activate the beasts, allowing them to participate in the battle. However, this method didn't have much use for Zhao Hai and the others. Even the refined beast artifacts weren't a match for Zhao Hai, let alone the beasts that were activated. The fighting strength of these beasts couldn't compare to the beast artifacts. All of the activated beasts were quickly eaten by Alien and turned into its energy. The 2 consecutive attacks on the giant beast island made the extraterritorial devils even more nervous. They had no choice but to move all the beasts on the island to the mainland. At the same time, they carried out a unified management and strengthened the defenses. Just the defense alone had an army of 100 billion. At the same time, there were several legions beside this army. They weren't too far away from each other. If one side was in trouble, they would be able to rush over to support within a few hours. This way, even if Zhao Hai attacked the army and used formations, the others would be able to quickly rush over to support. In addition to these, the extraterritorial devils began to build a large number of transmission formations. They built a large number of backup transmission formations around the important places. Some of these transmission formations were boundary transmission formations, just like the one that Zhao Hai used before. These transmission formations could be used in boundary formations. Zhao Hai had already expected such a response from the extraterritorial devils. However, he didn't give up on attacking them. This time, Zhao Hai set his sights on the extraterritorial devil cities. Cities existed in any world. Although cultivators were powerful, it was very difficult for a group of cultivators to attack a city. This was because as cultivators developed, so did the city. Take Earth as an example. Ancient cities generally had city walls. This was because it was the era of cold weapons. The city walls could protect them. With the city walls, people could use the city walls to defend against enemies that were several times their size. But now, with the emergence of firearms, the city walls had lost their function. These city walls had no way to resist the attacks of artillery and missiles. Therefore, the development of a city had a lot to do with the development of a realm. The cultivation world was completely a cultivation civilization. The Almighty here could overturn rivers and seas. The large artifacts here could hold tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more people. In this case, ordinary city walls couldn't stop the attacks of cultivators. However, one shouldn't forget that the city walls had another function, which was to engrave formations on them. Formations were the most commonly used thing in the cultivation world. Whether it was offense, defense, refining, or alchemy, nothing could be done without artifacts. The same went for the construction of a city. In the cultivation world, the strength of a city's defense depended on the construction of the city's formations. Needless to say, the cities of the extraterritorial devils were impregnable. Every city had a huge defensive formation. Moreover, the city was equipped with energy cannons. Most importantly, the people in the city could be mobilized during wartime to participate in the defense of the city. It could be said that every city of the extraterritorial devils was a huge fortress. Everyone, please give me a thumbs up, thank you. When Ling Feng and the others heard that Zhao Hai wanted to attack a city, they couldn't help but stare blankly. One must know that cities in any realm weren't easy to attack. Now that the extraterritorial devils knew that there was an enemy watching them from the side, they would certainly strengthen the defenses of the cities. Would it be good for Zhao Hai to attack a city at this time? Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, "Everyone, we're here to eliminate the extraterritorial devils. Sooner or later, we will attack a city. Moreover, as long as we can take down a city, the things we obtain will certainly be more than what we can get from attacking other places. As for whether it's difficult or not, I think that you don't need to worry about it. Don't forget that we didn't use vines in our previous attacks. Now, when we attack a city, we can use vines to destroy the things in the city before we attack." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and the others couldn't help but shake. They remembered that when they were fighting against the demons, they didn't use the vines in any other place besides the mountains. If they used the vines to destroy the city's transmission formation and defensive formations, then it would be much easier for them to attack. But Zhao Hai didn't use the vines at all. Instead, he used the vines to destroy the city's transmission formation and defensive formations. Ling Du replied, "Mr. is right. We'll have to attack sooner or later. So why don't we attack now?" Teacher thought that we would attack the places where the extraterritorial devils are refining their artifacts. Their defenses in those places are very strong, but their defenses in cities aren't very strong. We can take advantage of this opportunity to take 1 or 2 cities and increase our experience in sieging. Ling Du nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go." Everyone nodded. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Since Mr. has already said it, then I presume that you already have a foolproof plan. Mister, please tell us which city are we going to target this time?" When everyone heard what Ling Feng said, they couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Hai had always been like this. When he said something, he would think of all the advantages and disadvantages of it. Moreover, he already had a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. When Zhao Hai heard Ling Feng, he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to know about my good points. All right, then I won't keep you in suspense. Let's head to this place." Ling Feng nodded and said, "All right." Then Zhao Hai moved his hand and a projection appeared in the conference room. On the projection, a red dot appeared. Then the red dot enlarged, allowing everyone to see the appearance of the city. It was a big city with an astonishing population of 10 billion. It was divided into a main city and 4 citadels. Besides the normal population, there were also 2 garrison legions stationed on the mountains around the city. These 2 garrison legions were both standing legions. The total number of people in these 2 legions was about 70 billion. Naturally, these 2 legions weren't just there to guard the city. Instead, it was because the mountain beside the city was the highest point in the vicinity. If the legions were stationed there, they would be able to support all the cities in the region in the shortest amount of time. With a garrison of 70 billion and a population of about 10 billion, the available military strength of this city reached about 80 billion. In addition to these 80 billion people, there were 5 other cities that could support this city within 3 hours. Each of these 5 cities had a population ranging from tens to tens of billions. There were 15 cities that could support this city within 5 hours. These 15 cities could dispatch at most 100 billion soldiers. Within 10 hours, there were 37 cities that could support this city, which meant that the number of soldiers they could dispatch was about 200 billion. These were the numbers before the war. Now that it was wartime, the population of some small villages had already gathered in the city. Now, the population of the city had reached more than 20 billion. Moreover, there were several large-scale transmission formations in the barracks next to the city. These formations allowed the extraterritorial devil race to transfer their troops to the city in the shortest amount of time. It can be said that the city that Zhao Hai chose was a tough one. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why he chose this city. No matter how they looked at it, this city shouldn't be the first target. It was because he was too strong. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and smiled faintly. "If we want to do it, then let's do it big. When we attack this city, we can eliminate at least 100 billion extraterritorial devil race's population. Moreover, this city is famous among the extraterritorial devil race. Do you know why they're so rich? It's because of pills." Pills. Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone's eyes lit up. If there was a ranking of the most important things in a cultivator's cultivation process, then many cultivators would place pills at the top. This showed the importance of pills in a cultivator's heart. Medicinal pills were something that all cultivators couldn't do without. Especially some good medicinal pills, they were even harder to find. There were many alchemists with such high status in the realm where they came from. It was simply unimaginable. They weren't any worse than the sect masters of ordinary big sections. Although the extraterritorial devil race looked very different from the human race, the pills that they consumed were mostly the same as the human race. This could be seen from their previous spoils of war. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil race mostly consisted of human race cultivators. The pills that these human race cultivators consumed were almost the same as the other cultivators. If the city that Xianxia mentioned was really a city that made a fortune through pills, then it would certainly have a lot of alchemy facilities. This city would be a very good choice. Xianxia looked at everyone and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "This city has a very special name. It's called Medicine River City." Do you know why it's called Medicine River City? It's because of the river in the middle of the city. As Xianxia spoke, he pointed at the projection. Along with Xiaohai's finger, the projection became bigger. A map of Medicine River City appeared on the projection. In the middle of the city, there was a large river that divided the city into two halves. This made the city look even more beautiful. Xiaohai pointed at Medicine River City and said, "Medicine River City got its name because of this river. The reason why it's called the Medicine River is because the water in this river is very suitable for refining pills. Alchemists who live in Medicine River City get water from this river to refine pills." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Medicine River City is named after this river." After saying this, Xiaohai paused for a moment before he continued, "The strangest thing about Medicine River City is that whether it's upstream or downstream, the river water is just ordinary river water. There's nothing special about it. It's only in this part of the city that there's a sudden change in the river water. If ordinary pills are added to Medicine River City's water, then the success rate and grade of the pills would increase. This is very extraordinary." Because of this, Medicine River City slowly became a gathering place for alchemists. It also became an important source of pills for the extraterritorial devil race. Everyone stared at Medicine River City with burning eyes. The attraction of pills to cultivators was too great. Even if these people were powerful, they still couldn't help but be attracted to it. Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, "Our goal is to attack Medicine River City. Once we conquer the city, we'll take all the pills in the city. But I have to tell you that you can take the pills, but you can't forget our goal. At the same time, when I tell you to withdraw, you must withdraw. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone's heart turned cold. They understood why Xiaohai said this. The previous battles had been too smooth. This made everyone feel a bit sluggish. There were even some cases of them disobeying Xiaohai's orders. This made Xiaohai very dissatisfied. This time, it seems like Xiaohai was prepared to rectify the military discipline. Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, "Old rules, we'll attack after 10 hours. I'll send you the location of the attack later. Remember my words, don't disobey my orders. Otherwise, I'll be blunt. I don't care who you are, what your status is, or how many people plead for you, I won't be lenient. Alright, everyone, please go back." After he said that, Xiaohai waved his hand. Then Ling Feng and the others stood up and left. After they left, Xiaohai returned to his room in the Heaven's secret pavilion. Laura and the others were waiting for Xiaohai. When they saw Xiaohai come in, Laura and the others looked at Xiaohai. Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, did you tell them? If anyone disobeys the order this time, then we won't be polite anymore." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I've already told them. You don't need to worry." "Right, did you figure out the situation of the Medicine River? Why did the river water there suddenly become suitable for refining pills? There must be a reason, right?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "There really is a reason. Let's see if you noticed anything." Then Laura waved her hand as a projection appeared in front of her. The projection was on top of the Medicine River. Then the projection slowly zoomed in until it reached the bottom of the river. The water of the Medicine River was very clear and the river wasn't very deep. The projection went all the way down and soon reached the bottom of the river. Upon seeing the bottom of Medicine River City, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were a lot of strange rocks at the bottom of the river. On top of these rocks, there were some very peculiar aquatic plants. These aquatic plants were as thin as hair, but they were very long. Moreover, they were very soft and tough. They looked very special and very beautiful. The projection stopped at the aquatic plants. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and asked, "Is it because of these aquatic plants?" Laura shook her head and said, "No, it's not because of these aquatic plants. It's because of the rocks underneath the aquatic plants. A lot of people would be attracted by the aquatic plants when they see the bottom of the river. They would forget about the rocks underneath the aquatic plants. From what we can see, these rocks don't look special. But if we observe the river as a whole, we would be able to find something special." While speaking, Laura shrunk the map of the Medicine River. On the map, there were some bright spots. Zhao Hai knew that these bright spots were the stones in the river. But when the map of the Medicine River was completely shrunk, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get startled when he saw the bright spots on the map. This was because what appeared in front of Zhao Hai was the skeleton of a huge monster beast. There was no mistake, it was a skeleton. From the bright spots on the map, one could see that the skeleton was very huge. It had almost crossed the entire Medicine River in Medicine River City. One had to know that Medicine River City was a large city with 10 billion permanent residents. How large was such a large city? In the past, Zhao Hai couldn't even imagine it. But now, in the middle of the river, there was a skeleton that could cross the entire river. Upon seeing this skeleton, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of the Kuan-pung from the space. The Kuan-peng's body was very big, very big. It was even bigger than the skeleton in the river. But what rank was the Kuan-pung? It wasn't an existence that should exist in this layer. Moreover, the Kuan-pung was one of the strongest existences in this layer. And this skeleton was the biggest monster beast that Zhao Hai had seen besides the Kuan-pung. This was too astonishing. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. Naturally, they knew why Zhao Hai was so surprised. To be honest, when they saw the skeleton, they were also very surprised. Zhao Hai calmed his emotions, then he turned to Laura and said, "So it's because of this. But what kind of monster beast is this? How can it be so huge? And most importantly, how can this monster beast increase the efficacy of pills?" Laura shook her head and said, "I don't know yet. I only know that nobody knows about the existence of this beast's skeleton. Brother Hai, we must take this skeleton into the space and carefully analyze it. It would be best if we can extract its genes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's do that. We must bring it to the space. When we attack Medicine River City, we'll start the battle. Housekeeper, take care of this matter. It would be best if we don't let anyone know about it." The housekeeper nodded. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he turned to the projection and muttered, "Take the skeleton into the space, then use the projection technology to recreate the appearance of the beast. Show the beast's appearance to the Kuan-ping and see if it recognizes it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's see if it recognizes the beast." Laura and the others nodded, they also thought that this was a good idea. After all, the Kuan-ping came from the upper realms, he should have seen a lot of things. Perhaps he would be able to recognize this monster beast. Because of the existence of the skeleton, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that 10 hours had passed very slowly. But fortunately, Zhao Hai still had a lot of things to do. Assigning tasks to the people was a very important matter. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to attack a city with a population of more than 20 billion people. It had a complete defense system as well as formidable reinforcements. Capturing this city wouldn't be an easy matter. First of all, the reinforcements from the other cities would need to be blocked by some people. Secondly, the large teleportation formations of the standing core on the mountain next to Medicine River City would need to be destroyed. They would also need to use the fastest speed to capture Medicine River City and move away all the good things in the city. All of these things needed to be arranged properly. 10 hours passed by as Zhao Hai busied himself. About 2 hours before the departure, Zhao Hai was finally able to relax. He rested for a while before the time was almost up. With Zhao Hai's command, the Alliance army finally set out. White lights flashed as they appeared above Medicine River City. Zhao Hai was the last one to arrive. When he arrived, the Alliance army had already begun to move. They were already fighting with the people inside the city. Medicine River City's defensive formations were activated very quickly. Almost as soon as the Alliance army appeared, the defensive formations were already activated. It can be seen that Medicine River City's defensive formations were very good. Not only did they have a shield, they also had a certain ability to counterattack. There were also a lot of energy cannons inside the city. Besides Medicine River City's defensive formations being activated, the standing legions on the mountains near the city also immediately came to support. Their speed of support was surprisingly fast. It seems like they were already prepared for battle. Actually, all of this was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's attack on the extraterritorial demons had caused the demons to enter a state of readiness. Because of this, the standing legions were already prepared for battle. As soon as they saw the situation in Medicine River City, they immediately went into battle mode and came to support. Zhao Hai didn't move, he just stood inside the Heaven's secret pavilion. The aliens were already attacking Medicine River City. Because of this, Zhao Hai could see countless aliens lying on the city's defensive shield, biting and tearing it apart. Zhao Hai didn't move, he just stood inside the Heaven's secret pavilion. However, the aliens were already attacking Medicine River City. Because of this, Zhao Hai could see countless aliens lying on the city's defensive shield. However, Medicine River City's defensive shield was also very strong. Their defensive shield wasn't static, it could actually rotate. Moreover, it rotated very quickly. Energy spikes could also appear on the shield to attack the xenomorphs. At this point, a lot of xenomorphs had already been knocked down by the shield. However, Zhao Hai still didn't respond. He didn't even have Kair make a move. This was because the time wasn't right. The armies on both sides of Medicine River City had just left their camps, they still had time to return. Therefore, Zhao Hai was still waiting. Time passed by little. The standing legions on Medicine River City's mountain had already joined the battle. The Alliance army had already reached a certain point. Zhao Hai waved his hand as countless vines suddenly drilled out of the ground. First, it was the camp of the standing legions. The standing legions had left some people to guard the camp. However, their numbers weren't enough. When the vines drilled out, they didn't even have time to react before they were killed by the vines. At the same time, the defensive formation of the camp was also destroyed. Vines didn't only appear in the camp of the standing legions, there were even more in Medicine River City. Countless vines drilled out of the ground and destroyed all the buildings in the city. All the formations in the city were also destroyed. After the formations were destroyed, the city's protective shield was also destroyed. When the defensive formation of Medicine River City was destroyed, the aliens immediately swarmed in and killed their way into the city. At this time, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the situation in the Medicine River. The housekeeper had already begun to move the skeletons in the river into the space. As the skeletons entered the space, a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the Medicine River. If this happened in normal times, it would certainly attract the attention of everyone. However, the entire Medicine River City had turned into a huge battlefield. Naturally, no one would pay attention to it. In order to prevent people from coming to the Medicine River, Zhao Hai also placed a large number of vines on both sides of the river. These vines were tantamount to protecting the Medicine River. The war continued. But after 2 hours, just as the housekeeper was moving all the skeletons into the space, the reinforcements from the other cities arrived. However, Zhao Hai had already arranged for troops to be waiting for them. Because of this, the reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. At the same time, the battle in Medicine River City was about to end. The aliens were merciless killing machines. Under the attacks of the alien army, all living things in Medicine River City were wiped out. As for the people of the Standing Corps, under the joint attack of the alien army, the Demon Beast army, and the Allied army, there weren't many left. Some people from the Allied army had already begun to move things into the city. This was something that they had been doing for the past few days. Therefore, they were very familiar with the process. After more than an hour, the standing legions of Medicine River City had been completely eliminated. The people from the other realms had entered the city to move things. At the same time, the Beast Army and the Beast Army became the outer defensive force. They mercilessly massacred the reinforcements that came to support the city. After more than an hour, while the people from the other realms were still moving things from the city, Laura suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's retreat. The extraterritorial demons have already reacted and are surrounding us." This time, they used a lot of portable transmission formations. Although these transmission formations can't transport too many beasts, they can still allow cultivators to appear on the periphery. At this time, the number of cultivators on the periphery has already reached 300 billion. If we don't retreat, then the number of their troops would increase. Moreover, among these people, there are a lot of extraterritorial demons. There are also some that we haven't seen before. However, I think that the fighting strength of this race wouldn't be low. After that, Laura had Zhao Hai look at the projection. Zhao Hai looked at the projection and saw a race that he hadn't seen before. The people of this race were very strange. They were very tall, each of them was about 3 meters tall. They had yellow skin and black hair that looked like steel needles. They wore ordinary pants and the weapons in their hands were ordinary swords, axes, and the like. However, these people had a fierce aura that was completely different from ordinary demon cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at the demon cultivators and saw that the demon cultivators weren't very familiar with the demon cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at the demon cultivators in front of him. Although ordinary extraterritorial demon cultivators were fierce, daring, and unafraid of death, they didn't experience a lot of battles. They lacked murderous aura. Murderous aura was different from ordinary extraterritorial demon cultivators. As long as you were willing to go all out, you would have a murderous aura. As for the murderous aura, if you haven't experienced a lot of battles, you wouldn't have a murderous aura. But now, these tall people had a fierce murderous aura. What did this mean? This meant that they had seen blood and killed people. They were even veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. Such people were the most difficult to deal with. And there were a lot of such people in the extraterritorial demon army. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Laura and said, "What's going on with these people? What race are they? Why don't we have any information about them? And why haven't we seen them before?" Laura replied, "We don't know about them yet. However, these people aren't easy to deal with. Before we have a better understanding of them, we shouldn't confront them head-on. Moreover, I'm worried that the extraterritorial demons would use boundary formations. Although our transmission formations are boundary formations, the extraterritorial demons aren't easy to deal with. What if they break our boundary formations? Then what do we do? Because of this, we still have to face the extraterritorial demons head-on." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Right, now is not the time to face the extraterritorial demons head-on. Pass down my order, the entire army must retreat. We can't let them surround us." Laura and the others nodded before they turned around to pass down the order. With Zhao Hai's order, the allied army began to retreat in an organized manner. There weren't any violations of the order. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He was afraid that these people wouldn't listen to his orders, so he was prepared to kill one to warn the others. Actually, there were some people who didn't want to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. However, when they saw that most of them had already retreated, they knew that if they didn't, then Zhao Hai would certainly deal with them. The law can't punish the masses, but if they didn't, then the law would naturally punish them. They weren't stupid enough to go against Zhao Hai. As the army slowly retreated, the entire battlefield calmed down. Zhao Hai was the last to leave. When he left, the alien army had also disappeared. When the extraterritorial demon reinforcements arrived at Medicine River City, the city had already turned into ruins. An old extraterritorial demon looked at the ruins with an ugly expression on his face. At the same time, a 4-meter-tall man was standing beside him. This man had a wooden face, but his body was exuding a dense murderous aura. Just by standing there, he looked like an iron tower, giving people a huge pressure. At this time, an extraterritorial demon arrived beside the old extraterritorial demon, then he gave a salute and said, "Iron Commander, they have already run away. They didn't leave behind anything useful." We still don't know how they left. There aren't even any traces of a transmission formation here. I ask for Iron Commander's forgiveness. The old extraterritorial demon called Iron Commander nodded and said, "This is normal. If it's that easy to be caught, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. It's also impossible for him to mess with the extraterritorial demons. You may withdraw." The extraterritorial demon nodded, then he respectfully withdrew. At this time Iron Commander opened his mouth and said, "Huang Hu, what did you see from this battlefield?" The big man behind the old man said, "A fierce aura. A race that exists for slaughter appeared here, and they are very powerful. This race has a boundless fierce aura, and there are a lot of them. They might be the main force of Zhao Hai's subordinates." The old man nodded and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Zhao Hai has a type of demon beast under his command. It is very powerful and has a strong reproductive ability. Most importantly, they can absorb the advantages of other races to optimize themselves. The aura you feel should be the aura left behind by this race." Huang Hu nodded and didn't say anything. He just stood behind the old man and sized up the battlefield. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room, and a projection appeared in the conference room. The projection was showing the situation in Medicine River City. Zhao Hai and the others heard the conversation between the old extraterritorial devil and the burly man called Huang Hu. The entire conference room was very quiet. Not only were these people listening to the conversation between the two, they were also shocked by Zhao Hai's ability. Zhao Hai could actually monitor that place and hear what the other party was saying. No wonder Zhao Hai could easily grasp information about the extraterritorial devil race. With such an ability, what kind of information couldn't he grasp? At the same time, these people were also shocked. If they became Zhao Hai's enemy, then wouldn't everything be under Zhao Hai's surveillance? Even if they didn't become Zhao Hai's enemy, wouldn't what they said be under Zhao Hai's surveillance when they returned to their large artifacts? After thinking about this, the people who complained about Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If they were to curse Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai knew about it, then it would be a very terrifying matter. Zhao Hai didn't know about it. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After waiting for Iron Commander and Huang Hu to stop talking and observe the battlefield, Zhao Hai put away the projection and turned to look at everyone. "This is the information I received from the monitor I left on the battlefield. I haven't heard any news about this old man called Iron Commander from the extraterritorial devil race, and I haven't heard of those yellow-skinned giants." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows that I'm a ghost cultivator. I can turn people into ghosts and let them keep their memories. This time, in order to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, I turned a lot of extraterritorial devil race into ghosts. However, I've never heard of this Iron Commander and Huang Hu. Does everyone know what this means?" None of the people present were fools. When Zhao Hai said this, they immediately knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was collecting information about the extraterritorial devil race, and he was directly collecting information from them. But even so, he still hadn't heard of this Iron Commander and the yellow-skinned giants. What did this mean? This meant that the extraterritorial devil race had some hidden forces that ordinary extraterritorial devil race didn't know about. Ling Du looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Mister, you mean to say that the extraterritorial devil race is even more powerful than we imagined?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I think everyone already knows about the aliens' fighting strength. To be honest, with the aliens' fighting strength, placing them in any space would make them an extremely destructive race. I also inadvertently obtained this race, and the Iron Commander and Huang Hu were able to guess the existence of the alien just by feeling it. This is very amazing. If I'm not wrong, the Iron Commander and the others must be a hidden trump card of the extraterritorial devil race, and now they're taking it out to deal with us." Ling Feng and the others also knew about the aliens' fighting strength. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was wrong. In fact, they thought that Zhao Hai was underestimating the alien. They had all seen the alien's fighting strength in the past few days. That incomparably ferocious fighting strength made them feel a chill in their hearts. To be honest, it was precisely because of the existence of the alien that Ling Feng and the others didn't dare to treat Zhao Hai as their enemy. At the same time, they also made a decision to never become enemies with Zhao Hai. It was also because of the alien that they still dared to fight by Zhao Hai's side and deal with the extraterritorial devil race together. This wasn't only because they treated the extraterritorial devil race as a great enemy, but also because they had confidence in Zhao Hai and the alien army. So when they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's words at all. Their hearts were only filled with envy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, from now on, the enemies we have to face are much more terrifying than before." From the reactions of Iron Commander and Yellow Tiger, we can see that they are experienced warriors. Moreover, from Yellow Tiger's reaction, they should be very good at tracking. We need to be more careful with such enemies. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Ling Feng said in a deep voice, "I agree with Mister's words. Although our current strength is not bad, and we have succeeded in several attacks, all of this is based on the premise that we have the void teleportation formation. Moreover, our void teleportation formation can be used within the boundary. However, don't forget that every formation has a way to break it. What if the extraterritorial devil race comes up with a way to break the void teleportation formation? What if our void transmission formation can't be used? At that time, how will we face the extraterritorial devil race?" Ling Feng's words made everyone nod. They also thought about this problem, but they didn't say it out loud. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "To be able to think of this, it means that everyone hasn't been idle these past few days. This is good. To be honest, I've also thought about this problem. The void transmission formation is an important method for our attacks. However, this method will be known by the extraterritorial devil race sooner or later. Of course, the most important point is that the extraterritorial devil race isn't bad at using formations. They are very familiar with formations and are very good at using them. They will certainly find a way to break our void transmission formation. At that time, we'll be in even more trouble." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Besides this, there's another thing that I'm worried about. It's the barrier formations used by our realms. Although it's not easy to break a barrier from the outside, it isn't completely impossible. If the demons manage to break our barrier, then they would be able to attack our realms. When that time comes, should we go back and rescue our people or stay here and attack the demons?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, I'm afraid that the demons won't be able to break through our barrier formations." Everyone stared, then their complexion changed. They didn't think about this before. Now that Zhao Hai reminded them, they suddenly realized that they had been negligent in this aspect. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The reason why I'm worried about this is because our recent attacks on the demons aren't powerful enough. Our attacks can't put too much pressure on the demons and distract them from doing other things. If we can make the demons pay more attention to our attacks, then we would win." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the demons won't have enough time to think about other things." Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng said, "But with our current strength, it won't be easy to deal with the extraterritorial devil race." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Ling Du and said, "Ling Du, what method did I use to fight the 6 great sects?" When Ling Du heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you mean to say that we should first choose a realm controlled by the demons and then use the formation to destroy it? After that, we'll deal with the other realms." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then we can deal with the other realms?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I meant. We can choose a realm that the extraterritorial devil race attaches great importance to and then attack that realm. After dealing with that realm, we'll deal with the other realms. However, the extraterritorial devil race controls too many realms. If we deal with them one by one, then the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't feel too much pressure. Because of this, I'm prepared to deal with multiple realms at once." Everyone stared, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such big ambitions. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then how many realms does Mr. plan to deal with?" Zhao Hai replied, 10, at least 10. If the extraterritorial devil race were to discover that they had lost contact with 10 realms, then what would they do? Would they not pay attention to this matter? Nobody spoke. To be honest, they were all shocked. After some time, Ling Du opened his mouth and said, "Then mister, which 10 realms do you want to deal with first?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, originally, I've already chosen 10 interfaces and was about to attack. But now, I've changed my mind. I want to remove one interface from the 10 and add another one. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've already chosen 10 interfaces. After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. This projection only showed one person. Upon seeing this person, everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but sigh at Zhao Hai's boldness. At the same time, they also sighed at Zhao Hai's keenness. The person that appeared on Zhao Hai's projection was none other than Huang Hu. Zhao Hai originally didn't plan to deal with Huang Hu, but ever since the Iron Commander and Huang Hu appeared, Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to deal with Huang Hu. Although Zhao Hai knew that the extraterritorial devil race would brainwash the people in the area they controlled, for some reason, Zhao Hai felt that Huang Hu's race was different from the other races that were brainwashed. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of race Huang Hu was from. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Yellow Tiger appeared together with Iron Commander. However, I don't know about Iron Commander's identity. I also don't know what race Yellow Tiger belongs to. However, I can feel that Yellow Tiger's race is different from other races. People of this race can be seen as body cultivators. Moreover, from their attire, they should be very strong. Their defensive capabilities should be very strong as well. This is definitely a powerful fighting race. If we don't eliminate this race as soon as possible, then we would have a lot of trouble dealing with the demons. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, yes. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Although they had never fought with Huang Hu's race before, they could feel the valiant aura of Huang Hu's race from the projection. If they really had to fight with this race in the future, then their losses would definitely not be small. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, however, in order to deal with this race, we have to have some understanding of this race, so I plan to rest for a while. I will first collect information on Huang Hu's race, and when the information is almost collected, we will attack. What do you all think? Agreed. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the projection. Recently, he had been trying his best to track down the yellow-skinned giants. He already regarded them as his enemy. In fact, his idea was correct. The yellow-skinned giants were much more terrifying compared to the other races under the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, they didn't seem to have been brainwashed. Zhao Hai has been monitoring this race for the past few days. He discovered that the people of this race were very aggressive and unruly. The other races under the extraterritorial devil race were very respectful towards them, but this race wasn't. They weren't as respectful towards the extraterritorial devil race as compared to the other races. At the same time, the extraterritorial devil race didn't seem to have a good impression of this race. On the contrary, the yellow-skinned giants only respected the Iron Commander. Although the Iron Commander was also respected by the other extraterritorial devil race, the extraterritorial devil race didn't like the yellow-skinned giants. In the past few days, Zhao Hai saw the yellow-skinned giants and the other races under the extraterritorial devil race. Both sides fought fiercely. In the end, the extraterritorial devil race couldn't do anything about it. The yellow-skinned giants attacked the extraterritorial devil race without any leniency. This made Zhao Hai even more interested in this race. The extraterritorial devil race also wanted to deal with the yellow-skinned giants. However, it was clear that they had to go through the Iron Commander. Moreover, the Iron Commander was very protective of the yellow-skinned giants. Because of this, the extraterritorial devil race simply couldn't do anything to them. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the yellow-skinned giants might be the Iron Commander's private army. However, how did the Iron Commander obtain this private army? This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. After 5 days, Zhao Hai still couldn't find out what race the yellow-skinned giants belonged to. This surprised Zhao Hai. He discovered that although the yellow-skinned giants didn't get along with the extraterritorial devils, their supplies weren't lacking at all. In fact, they were even better than the other races. Finally, on the 7th day, Liquid Silver followed the transmission formation of the yellow-skinned giants to a plane that he had never been to before. Upon arriving at this plane, Zhao Hai knew that he had found the right place. This was the home of the yellow-skinned giants. Here, one could see yellow-skinned giants everywhere, but not an extraterrestrial demon. As soon as he discovered this interface, Zhao Hai immediately began to investigate it. And this investigation made Zhao Hai see another very strange thing. That was the belief of the yellow-skinned giants. What did the extraterritorial devil race rely on to rule the realms under their rule? There was only one answer: faith. The extraterritorial devil race used religious means to brainwash the people under their rule. Under the rule of the extraterritorial devil race, churches could be found everywhere. It was to the point that every village had a church. And in these churches, there was only one god, the demon god. The extraterritorial devil race claimed that they were the descendants of the demon god race. The other races should submit to them. Because of this, the extraterritorial devil race didn't allow another god to appear in their territory. They only recognized one god, the demon god. However, the yellow-skinned giants didn't worship the demon god. In order to convince the other races that they were the descendants of the demon god, the extraterritorial devil race's god was very similar to the extraterritorial devil race. On the other hand, the god that the yellow-skinned giants worshipped looked different. It was a huge, yellow-skinned, muscular god with a ferocious ghost mask on its face. This god was dressed like a yellow-skinned giant. He only wore a pair of shorts, but he had an extra cloak on his body. He wore a ferocious ghost mask on his face. He held a thick saber in his right hand, and his left hand was holding an enemy's head. Under his feet, he was stepping on the enemy's bones. This is a demon god, but at the same time, it's also a war god. This was Zhao Hai's first thought when he saw this god. But he was sure that this god wasn't a demon god from the extraterritorial devil race. This was almost impossible for the extraterritorial devil race. They relied on faith to rule the realms under their rule. How could they allow the people of a realm to worship another god? But now, the yellow-skinned giants were worshipping another god. This made Zhao Hai feel even more strange. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to understand. The yellow-skinned giants had a very domineering name, the Gold Demons. Their status in the extraterritorial devil race was very strange. They were a race that the extraterritorial devil race still couldn't conquer. This was because their fighting strength was too strong. The Gold Demons were known for their powerful defensive capabilities. Moreover, they were a race that was ruled by a religion. In the Gold Demons, the highest authority wasn't the patriarch, but the Pope. From the moment of birth, the Gold Demons would be brainwashed and become believers of the Gold War Demon. Note that they didn't believe in a god, but a demon. All Gold Demons firmly believed in the Gold War Demon. Because of this firm belief, the Gold Demons weren't afraid of the extraterritorial devil race. They were even able to resist the brainwashing of the extraterritorial devil race. This was because their soul force had become very strong. Although they wouldn't use their soul force to attack their enemies, because of their powerful soul force, other people wouldn't be able to attack their souls. The reason why the Gold Demons listened to the Iron Commander was because the Iron Commander was the Pope of the Gold Demons. Naturally, this Pope position was given by the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai knew from the historical records of the Gold Demons that when the extraterritorial devil race and the Gold Demons went to war, the extraterritorial devil race was battered and exhausted in the beginning. However, the extraterritorial devil race had the support of many realms. In the end, the extraterritorial devil race relied on their numerical advantage to slowly gain the upper hand. However, they weren't able to make the Gold Demons surrender. In the end, the extraterritorial devil race had no choice but to acknowledge the status of the Gold Demons. They agreed that the Gold Demons could govern themselves, but they had to arrange a Pope position for the Gold Demons. And this Pope had to be an extraterritorial devil race. The Pope's authority was equal to the Pope's, but he couldn't completely command the Gold Demons. Although the Gold Demons were warlike, they still suffered heavy losses in the war against the extraterritorial devil race. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the rule of the extraterritorial devil race. There was also a tradition among the extraterritorial devil race. Every Pope of the Gold Demons would be the next devil king of the extraterritorial devil race. In other words, after the devil king ascended to the throne, he would arrange for his successor to become the Pope of the Gold Demons. This was tantamount to firmly controlling the Gold Demons in the hands of the extraterritorial devil race. This method had been passed down for many generations. The Gold Demons could also be considered as a part of the extraterritorial devil race. However, they were more like a private army of the extraterritorial devil race's crown prince. However, this method changed in Iron Commander's generation. Iron Commander's father was the previous Devil King, and Iron Commander was the successor appointed by his father. He also wanted to become the Pope of the Gold Demons. Iron Commander also liked the Gold Demons very much. He stayed with the Gold Demons for a long time and received the love and respect of the Gold Demons. The Gold Demons regarded him as one of their own. His status wasn't inferior to the Pope's. This wasn't because of the extraterritorial devil race's enfeoffment, but because the Gold Demons really treated him as one of their own. Originally, everything went smoothly. However, after Iron Commander's father, the old Devil King, passed away, the current Devil King, who was Iron Commander's uncle, became the Devil King. Moreover, he received the support of all the realms under the extraterritorial devil race. Of course, this excluded the Gold Demons. In this case, even if Iron Commander wanted to fight for the throne, he had no way to do so. After all, the extraterritorial devil race was different from before. The extraterritorial devil race's strength was many times stronger than before. Even if he mobilized all the forces of the Gold Demons to fight against the extraterritorial devil race, it would still be impossible for him to take back the throne. Therefore, Iron Commander settled down and became the Pope of the Gold Demons. However, Iron Commander's status in the extraterritorial devil race was still very high. After all, he was the crown prince in the past. And later on, he led the Gold Demons to fight against the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, he won all the battles. Because of this, his status in the extraterritorial devil race was very high. Zhao Hai didn't expect Iron Commander to have such an origin. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai too much. No matter what Iron Commander's identity was, he couldn't change the fact that he was an extraterritorial devil. As long as he was an extraterritorial devil, he would be Zhao Hai's enemy. After knowing the realm where the Gold Demons were located and their origin, Zhao Hai began to prepare to deal with them. Although the Gold Demons seemed to have a grudge against the extraterritorial devil race, they had been part of the extraterritorial devil race for so many years. Now that they had become the private army of the Iron Commander, they would absolutely not resist the extraterritorial devil race. They were Zhao Hai's enemies. A race that worshipped the war demon was the most terrifying. They regarded war as their career, death as glory, and scars as medals. The power that such a race could display on the battlefield was unimaginable. After observing the Gold Demons for several days, Zhao Hai finally made up his mind to deal with the Gold Demons. Moreover, he would personally lead the team to deal with the Gold Demons. The other 9 realms can be left to Ling Feng and the others to deal with, but the Gold Demons must be dealt with by him. After understanding the Gold Demons, Zhao Hai called Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After arriving at the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, "I've already understood the origin of the yellow-skinned giants. They are a race under the extraterritorial devil race called the Gold Demons. I'm going to personally lead the alien army to deal with them. As for the other races, I'll leave them to you." Zhao Hai didn't introduce the Gold Demons to Ling Feng and the others. Instead, he immediately assigned the tasks. Ling Feng and the others didn't ask too much. They could already see that Zhao Hai wouldn't hand over the difficult races to deal with to them. On the contrary, he would leave them to themselves. Because of this, they didn't have anything to worry about. They just needed to listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements. The Iron Commander was still leading the Gold Demons to track down the whereabouts of Zhao Hai. This time, the Demon King had no other choice but to look for the Iron Commander. Although the Demon King had always wanted to dilute the Iron Commander's position in the hearts of the extraterritorial demons and even wanted them to forget about the existence of the Iron Commander, he had to admit that even the most elite extraterritorial demon army wasn't a match for the Gold Demons. The Iron Commander hadn't appeared in the extraterritorial demon race for many years. Indeed, many of the extraterritorial demons had forgotten about his existence. However, those who knew of the Iron Commander's existence were still very respectful to him. After all, the Demon King had used unscrupulous means to snatch the throne from the Iron Commander. This time, the Demon King asked the Iron Commander to come out because he really had no other choice but to ask the Iron Commander to come out. Secondly, he wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's hand to consume the strength of the gold demons. In name, the gold demons were ruled by the extraterritorial demons. However, they had always been in a state of high degree of autonomy. Ever since the Iron Commander became the Pope of the gold demons had become completely independent of the extraterritorial demons. The Demon King obeyed the Emperor's orders. Now, the gold demons had begun to expand, and this was what the Demon King was most worried about. Although the Demon King wanted to remove the Iron Commander from the Pope's position and let his son be the Pope, he found that this was impossible. The Iron Commander's position in the gold demons was very high. It was impossible for the Demon King to shake the Iron Commander's position. If the Demon King really removed the Iron Commander from the Pope's position, then the Iron Commander would immediately rebel. Once the Iron Commander rebelled, then some of the extraterritorial demons who were loyal to the Iron Commander's father might also rebel with him. This was absolutely not a good thing for the extraterritorial demons. Therefore, the Demon King didn't deal with the Iron Commander. It could be said that he was waiting for the right opportunity. The Iron Commander had been very low-key in his previous actions and had maintained sufficient respect for the Demon King, at least in the eyes of other extraterritorial devils. The Iron Commander also knew that the Demon King didn't have any good intentions when he led the golden demons out of the mountain. However, he still came out because he knew that he was an extraterritorial devil. If the extraterritorial devil race was destroyed by Zhao Hai, then he would also die. Because of this, he led the golden demons to deal with Zhao Hai. However, after arriving at the Medicine River City, the Iron Commander discovered that Zhao Hai was not easy to deal with. Huang Hu felt an extremely ferocious aura, and adding on to the things he had heard about Zhao Hai, all of this made the Iron Commander understand that Zhao Hai was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. Moreover, after analyzing Zhao Hai's various actions, the Iron Commander came to the conclusion that Zhao Hai had a hiding place in the extraterritorial devil race, although every time Zhao Hai appeared, he would use a transmission formation. Even if he was in the Void Realm, he could still use the transmission formation to appear in the extraterritorial devil race. However, the Iron Commander believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't do this. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai was a very careful person and a very great commander. Everyone knew that if you always teleported from one space to another, then sooner or later, you would leave some traces of your previous space in that space. The other party could use this point to enter the space you were in. In other words, if Zhao Hai really entered the extraterritorial devil race from the Void Realm, then he would definitely leave some traces of the Void Realm's aura. The extraterritorial devil race could then use this aura to find a way to break the barrier of the Void Realm. Then, they would send an army into the Void Realm. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't return to the Void Realm. Zhao Hai was very careful. After he started the war with the extraterritorial devil race, he had left enough troops in the Void Realm to defend. Therefore, when the extraterritorial devil race invaded the Void Realm last time, their plan to separate Zhao Hai completely failed. After that, Zhao Hai completely sealed off the Void Realm, making it impossible for the extraterritorial devil race to attack the Void Realm. Since he was so careful at that time, how could he continue to shuttle between the Void Realm and the extraterritorial devil race? Therefore, after he attacked a place of the extraterritorial devil race, he would definitely not return to the Void Realm. In other words, he was hiding somewhere in the extraterritorial devil race. After finding this place and blocking it with a barrier, they would be able to block Zhao Hai and eliminate Zhao Hai. Of course, the Iron Commander also knew that Zhao Hai had a special teleportation formation. This teleportation formation wasn't afraid of being blocked by a barrier. However, he also knew that the Demon King had already noticed this and was now researching a way to break this formation. What the Iron Commander wanted to do was to find Zhao Hai. The Gold Demon race's tracking ability was very powerful. They could track the aura left behind at the scene. Previously, when they were in Medicine River City, they already knew about the aura of Zhao Hai's army. As long as they traced this aura, they would be able to find Zhao Hai. However, this wasn't easy because the extraterritorial devil race's territory was too big. While the Iron Commander was still tracking Zhao Hai's whereabouts, a piece of news suddenly spread in the extraterritorial devil race's territory. 10 realms suddenly lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race, including the realm where the gold demon race resided. Upon hearing this news, the Iron Commander's expression changed. He knew that Zhao Hai had made a move before him. Moreover, he had hit the Iron Commander's vitals. The Iron Commander was a member of the extraterritorial devil race, but he was very clear that the reason he was able to live until now was entirely because of the gold demon race. He had a high prestige in the gold demon race. The gold demons treated him as one of their own and supported him. It was also because of the gold demon race that the Demon King feared him and didn't dare to deal with him. Although the gold demon race wasn't of the same race as him, it was still his root. Once that place was destroyed by Zhao Hai, then the gold demon army would become rootless duckweed. The Demon King could do whatever he wanted to do. Therefore, when he heard that the gold demon race had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race, the Iron Commander was even more anxious than Huang Hu. This was because if something really happened to the gold demon race, then his life would be in danger. The gold demon race was the only race that hadn't been brainwashed by the extraterritorial devil race. Therefore, when they heard that their realm had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race, all the gold demons became anxious. They used the transmission formation to contact their own realm, but they couldn't. They wanted to return to their own realm, but they couldn't. This made them even more anxious. The Iron Commander was also anxious. He immediately led the gold demons away from the battlefield and began to desperately think of a way to return to the gold demon race's realm. In fact, they weren't the only ones who were anxious. Even the Demon King was anxious. In an instant, 10 realms had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race. Although 10 realms weren't a lot for the extraterritorial devil race, this was a huge blow to their morale. It was also a huge blow to his prestige as the Demon King. Therefore, he also used the power of the entire extraterritorial devil race to break through the 10 realms as soon as possible. However, the results were very little. At this time, Zhao Hai was leading the alien army to attack the gold demon race. The gold demon race was indeed a fighting race. In this race, whether it was the elderly, the children, or the women, their fighting strength was very strong. Most importantly, none of them would surrender. If they found that they couldn't defeat the other party, the first thing they would do was to kill the babies who couldn't resist. Then, they would use a secret technique to increase their strength. Finally, they would launch a death charge. Their secret technique was very tyrannical. It could increase their strength by 10 times in a short time. However, once the secret technique was used, it was irreversible. In the end, only death would await them. Zhao Hai hadn't encountered such a resolute race before. To be honest, if they weren't enemies, Zhao Hai would have wanted to befriend them. The gold demons made Zhao Hai have a good impression of them. In the end, Zhao Hai used the power of the space to take the gold demon children into the space. In the end, the number of children reached an astonishing number of millions. They were the purest of the gold demons. Besides these children, Zhao Hai also didn't let the other gold demons go. However, Zhao Hai didn't use the alien army for long. Even if the alien army attacked, they would only kill the other party and not eat them. Zhao Hai received the gold demons into the space and turned them into members of the undead army. Because of this, Zhao Hai took a long time to deal with the gold demons. It took him more than 10 days to eliminate them. At the same time, the other 9 realms were also dealt with by Ling Feng and the others. Naturally, Zhao Hai also sent the alien army to help Ling Feng and the others. Half a month later, the extraterritorial devil race discovered that they were able to contact the 10 realms. They immediately sent an army to the 10 realms. Although they knew that there wouldn't be any results, they still sent people. As a result, the news that the people sent back was similar to what they expected. There was nothing left in the 10 realms. Although they weren't completely destroyed like the giant beast island, there was almost nothing left in the 10 realms that could be used to breathe. When Iron Commander led the gold demons back to the gold demon realm, the situation was the same as the other realms. Everyone in the realm had disappeared. Upon seeing this, the gold demons immediately went crazy. Their eyes turned red as if they were eating people. At this moment, Iron Commander suddenly felt that the interface seemed to be a little different. He was startled and immediately took out a small teleportation formation to contact the outside world. But he suddenly realized that they had no way to contact the outside world. In other words, they were isolated once again. However, Iron Commander wasn't afraid, nor was he angry. Instead, he calmly prepared himself and loudly said to Huang Hu, the other party is still in the realm. We've been sealed in the realm, there's no way to contact the outside world. It's clear that he wants to eliminate us all. Upon hearing Iron Commander, Huang Hu stared. Then his eyes turned red as he fiercely said, Good. You came just in time. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find someone to take revenge on. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. His two eyes stared straight ahead, forgetting to speak. Iron Commander followed his gaze and was also stunned. In the sky in front of them, a huge army appeared. They already knew that the enemy was still in the realm, but when they saw the people in the army, Iron Commander and the others were stunned. They didn't know what to do. The people who formed this army were all gold demons. Moreover, they all looked alive. If it wasn't for the large artifact in the middle of the army, they would have thought that their own people were here to welcome them. However, when they saw the large artifact, they knew that these people weren't here to welcome them. Huang Hu looked at the slowly approaching clansmen and muttered, How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? What's wrong with them? Iron Commander also stared blankly at the incoming army. His mind was blank. He really didn't know what was going on, but he was sure that Huang Hu and the others would definitely not make a move against this army. The army stopped, Huang Hu looked at the army, and at this moment, an old man flew out from the army. This old man's clothes were no different from ordinary gold demon race S, except that he had an extra cloak on his back and an extra scepter in his hand. However, when they saw this old man, Huang Hu and the others were at a loss, because this old man was the Pope of the gold demon race, the actual ruler of the gold demon race. The Pope looked at Huang Hu and the others and said, Huang Hu, my children, welcome back. Huang Hu looked at the Pope. He was also confused about the situation, but he still bowed to the Pope and said, Good day, Pope. Why would our enemy appear in our camp? The Pope looked at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, My child, he is not our enemy. To be exact, he is not my enemy, he does not want to lie to you. In fact, all of us are already dead, we were all killed by him, but he also gave us a second life. Iron Commander and Huang Hu both looked at the Pope in confusion. They could feel a surging life force from the Pope's body, without a trace of death aura. How could such a person be dead? However, the Pope said that they were already dead, and they were even killed by the other party. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had the ability to come back from the dead? The Pope looked at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, My child, he said that he didn't want to lie to you, so he didn't want to lie to you. We are indeed dead. At that time, he brought an army to attack us, the gold demons, and we, the gold demons, have never been afraid of death, so we fought back and were all killed in the end, but he also gave us a second life, and even allowed the bloodline of the gold demons to continue. Huang Hu and Iron Commander were both stunned, they did not know what the Pope meant by that. Huang Hu looked at the Pope and said in a deep voice, Pope, are you joking with me? Aren't you guys alive and well right now? The Pope glanced at Huang Hu and Iron Commander, then with a move of his body, he was left with only a skeleton, and the other gold demon clan S were the same. Seeing this situation, Huang Hu and the others were stunned, but after that, the Pope and the others returned to their original appearances, causing Huang Hu and the others to think that what happened just now was just an illusion. However, Huang Hu and the others clearly knew that what happened just now was not an illusion, but real. When the Pope and the others turned into skeletons, the death aura on their bodies could not be concealed. They had indeed turned into ghosts, but now they had turned into humans, and there was no death aura on their bodies at all. However, Huang Hu and the others took out their weapons and looked at the Pope and the others with ugly expressions. Huang Hu looked at the Pope and said in a deep voice, You have already become a ghost, why did you still come to see me? Call Xianxia out. The Pope looked at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, Young Master will meet you, but he wants me to meet you first. Huang Hu, Young Master will give you a chance, as long as you surrender, I will spare your lives, what do you think? Huang Hu looked at the Pope and sneered, Surrender? Judging from your tone, you still have your memories from when you were alive, right? Then tell me, is there anyone in the Gold Demon clan who would surrender without a fight? The Pope looked at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, of course I know that there is no one in the Gold Demon clan who would surrender without a fight, otherwise, all of us wouldn't have died in battle, but now it's different. The young master has millions of babies who don't know anything, although we were given a second life by Zhao Hai, but after all, we are different from the real Gold Demon clan. It's already very difficult for us to teach the children there, so I pleaded with the young master to spare your lives, so that you can teach those children. Huang Hu, do you want our Gold Demon clan's orthodoxy to be broken from now on? Hearing the Pope's words, Huang Hu could not help but be startled. He really did not expect it to be like this, and now he could not help but hesitate in his heart. At this time, the Iron Commander opened his mouth and said, Pope, are you lying to us? If you were really afraid that the orthodoxy of the Gold Demons would be destroyed, why would you fight to the death? If you didn't die in battle, wouldn't you be able to teach those children? When Huang Hu heard Iron Commander's words, he immediately came back to his senses. He looked at the Pope and said, that's right. If Zhao Hai really has a child of our Gold Demon clan, why did all of you die in battle? The Pope looked at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, because at that time, we did not know that young master had our Gold Demon clan's child in his hands, that's why we died in battle. Huang Hu, do you think that young master is afraid of you? If you were to fight with young master, how much damage would it cause to young master? Huang Hu, don't overestimate yourself. That's right, the people you are leading right now are the elites of our Gold Demon clan, but with just these people in your hands, can you destroy the entire Gold Demon clan? You can't do it. Young master only needs to use a few of his own troops to destroy the Gold Demon clan. Huang Hu, with just you people, fighting with young master is just courting death. If it wasn't for those children in the clan, I wouldn't have saved young master. All these years, you've been too close to this extraterritorial demon clan, and have slowly started to listen to him. Hearing the Pope's words, Huang Hu could not help but be stunned. Then, his expression changed as he coldly snorted, Pope, stop making sarcastic remarks. So what if I'm close to the Pope? If I wasn't close to him, would our Gold Demon clan have been able to expand? The Pope looked at Huang Hu and sneered, if you weren't close to him, our Gold Demon clan wouldn't have sent troops to help the extraterritorial demon clan, and we wouldn't have ended up being exterminated by the young master. But this is also good, at least our Gold Demon clan will no longer be controlled by the extraterritorial demon clan. All these years, the extraterritorial demon clan has been thinking of all sorts of ways to control us, and if not for the fact that the Pope of our realms has withstood the pressure, the Gold Demon clan would have long since ceased to exist. Huang Hu, you will never know how many assassinations we, the Pope, would have encountered in a year. Huang Hu was startled, then his expression changed. He turned to look at Iron Commander and said in a deep voice, Pope, is what the Pope said true? Iron Commander glanced at the Pope, sighed, and nodded, what he said is true. In the past, the extraterritorial demon clan would send many people to assassinate the Pope of the Gold Demon clan every year, but in the end, they all failed. Pope, you know my situation, I have long fallen out with the extraterritorial demon clan, I have already considered myself a member of the Gold Demon clan. The Pope looked at Iron Commander and nodded. Huang Hu didn't know what to say at this time, he looked at the Pope. Although he knew that the Pope in front of him was a ghost, the prestige that he had accumulated over the years still made him want to listen to the Pope's words out of habit. However, he was unwilling to surrender just like that. After a long while, Huang Hu said in a deep voice, I can surrender, but we, the Gold Demon clan, only surrender to the strong. Let Zhao Hai come out and fight with me, if he can defeat me, we will surrender to him, if he can't defeat me, then we will definitely not surrender. Alright. It's been a long time since I've fought with someone. I accept your challenge. Following a voice, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared beside the Pope. The Pope immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, why did you come out personally? I'll pay him. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's alright. To be honest, I quite like the Gold Demon clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to recruit them. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them? The Pope nodded and did not say anything else. Zhao Hai turned to look at Huang Hu and said in a deep voice, I am Zhao Hai. If you want to challenge me, then come. Huang Hu looked at Zhao Hai. He really did not expect that such an ordinary-looking person could give the extraterritorial demon clan such a headache. However, since he had already spoken, he would naturally challenge Zhao Hai. Huang Hu snorted and stood up. With a move of his hand, a large blade appeared in his hand. He was more than 3 meters tall, and his large blade was actually more than 2 meters long. It could be considered a heavy weapon. Zhao Hai glanced at Huang Hu and smiled, "Let's do it." Huang Hu snorted and moved his body, slashing towards Zhao Hai. His moves did not have many changes, it was just a move that could split a mountain. It could be said that it was the simplest and most ordinary move among all the martial skills. However, when Huang Hu used this move, it was definitely not ordinary. The moment he used this move, it had already completely locked onto Zhao Hai. Unless Zhao Hai used the law of evasion right now, it would be impossible for him to dodge this move with an ordinary movement technique. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Hu's appearance, but his body did not move at all. Just as the blade was about to chop down on his head, Zhao Hai raised his left hand like lightning and grabbed onto Huang Hu's large blade, while his right hand punched out. A ball of qi was casually released, hitting Huang Hu's stomach. Huang Hu felt a huge force hit his stomach, causing his internal organs to churn, and he could not help but bend down. At this time, Zhao Hai's left leg also kicked out, hitting Huang Hu's face. Zhao Hai's series of movements were extremely fast. From the moment he grabbed the blade to the moment he punched and finally kicked, it was only a blink of an eye, and in this short period of time, Huang Hu had already fainted. This made the Gold Demon race, who were originally prepared to watch a fierce battle, dumbstruck. They never thought that Huang Hu, who was the strongest among them, would not even be able to block a single move from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held on to Huang Hu's large blade, looked at the other Gold Demon race, and smiled, "Who else wants to challenge me?" The Gold Demon race stared blankly at Zhao Hai, no one said a word. Zhao Hai glanced at them, then turned his gaze towards Iron Commander. Iron Commander looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you might not have heard of me. I'm called Iron Commander. Although I'm also a foreign demon, I haven't had any contact with the foreign demons in recent years. I've been living in the Gold Demon realm and consider myself a Gold Demon. I wonder if Mister would accept my surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Commander and smiled faintly. "Iron Commander, I've heard of you. You are the son of the previous Demon King of the Demon race. Originally, the Demon King of this realm should have been you, but your position was snatched away by your uncle. Therefore, you can only live in the Gold Demon race. If you truly wish to submit to me, then I can accept your surrender." After he finished speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a white light surrounded Huang Hu. When the white light disappeared, Huang Hu slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he immediately jumped up, and then saw Zhao Hai standing in front of him with a smile. Huang Hu's face couldn't help but turn red. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is strong." It was Huang Hu who overestimated himself. Huang Hu is willing to surrender to Mr. Zhao Hai nodded, then turned his head to look at the other gold demons and said, "What about the others?" These people looked at each other, then at the same time, they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "We are willing to surrender to Mr. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he nodded and said, "Pope, arrange for them to be brought to the Heaven's secret pavilion." The Pope nodded, then he turned to the others and said, "Everyone, follow me." At this time, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion. When Zhao Hai was recruiting the gold demons, he didn't let Ling Feng and the others know that the gold demons were indeed very strong. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be so fond of them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want Ling Feng and the others to know. This would only make them more afraid of him. After receiving Huang Hu and the others to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Zhao Hai also had Huang Hu and the others take a look at the children of the gold demons. These children were still being taken care of by the women of the gold demons. Naturally, these women had also turned into undead, each and every one of them was living very well. Zhao Hai planned to find an opportunity to bring Huang Hu and the others to the space. He wanted them to stay there for a while so that they wouldn't resist him and would become one of the many races in the space. Although the golden demons looked like humans, there were many differences between them and the space. They could be considered as a different race. Taking the golden demons into the space could be considered as adding a new race to the space. Zhao Hai had already discovered that the space would be able to upgrade the level of the golden demons compared to ordinary plants. Although the golden demons looked like humans, they had a lot of differences. However, Zhao Hai couldn't take the golden demons into the space right now. He would have to wait for some time. After all, Huang Hu and the others hadn't completely submitted to him. If he took them into the space now, then the space might forcefully subdue them. This would have a certain impact on Huang Hu and the others. After taking Huang Hu and the others away, Zhao Hai and the others left the golden demons. When they returned to the trash world, the entire extraterritorial demon race was already in an uproar. Although the cultivators under the extraterritorial demon race had been brainwashed, they still had their own thoughts. Zhao Hai destroying 10 realms was too big of a matter. This caused a huge reaction among these people. At this time, the extraterritorial demons were furious. They wanted to find Zhao Hai as soon as possible and eliminate Zhao Hai in order to vent the anger in their hearts. The reason why the extraterritorial demons were so angry was because they already considered themselves as part of the extraterritorial demon race. After being brainwashed by the extraterritorial demons for many years, as well as the extraterritorial demon race's constant expansion, they already had a sense of pride in being part of the extraterritorial demon race. And with this sense of pride, they would have a sense of belonging. Because of this, these people already had a sense of belonging. Zhao Hai had already expected these people's reactions. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was preparing for the next batch of targets. That's right, the next batch of targets. Zhao Hai was preparing to deal with 10 realms at once. This way, he would be able to slowly deal with the extraterritorial demon race. If the extraterritorial devil race sent troops to guard the various realms, it would make Zhao Hai even happier. Once their forces were scattered, it would be even easier for Zhao Hai to deal with them. Just as Zhao Hai was about to select his next batch of targets, a message suddenly came from his transmission formation. When he saw the transmission formation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this was the transmission formation that he gave to Dingba. Because Dingba was a member of the underground army, Zhao Hai let him go when he attacked Soul Tool Valley. He even gave Zhao Hai a teleportation formation so that Dingba could contact him easily. However, Dingba didn't contact him for a long time. Zhao Hai thought that Dingba wouldn't contact him anymore. He didn't expect Dingba to send him a letter at this time. Zhao Hai took out the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. He discovered that it was indeed Dingba who contacted him. Dingba gave Zhao Hai a set of coordinates and said that the underground army wanted to meet with Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Dingba's letter, Zhao Hai understood what they meant. Dingba and the resistance army didn't want to cooperate with him because they thought that he wouldn't be a match for the extraterritorial devil race. But now, Zhao Hai destroyed 10 realms under the extraterritorial devil race. This matter caused a sensation in the extraterritorial devil race. It was impossible for Dingba and the others to not know about it. Perhaps it was because they knew about it that they contacted Zhao Hai. In their opinion, this was a display of Zhao Hai's strength. They already believed that Zhao Hai had the strength to challenge the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai wasn't very optimistic about this underground army. This was because in his opinion, the number of people in this army wouldn't be too many, and they wouldn't be able to help him much. But in any case, Dingba and the others weren't his enemies. So meeting Dingba and the others wasn't a bad thing. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to meet Dingba and the others. Instead, he called everyone to the conference room of the Heaven's secret sect. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Everyone did a good job this time. You destroyed 10 realms of the extraterritorial devil race in one go. This is enough to make them feel distressed for a while. However, we can't be satisfied. Let's take a break for a few days." Everyone nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. Now that they had formed a life-and-death feud with the extraterritorial devil race, it was impossible for the extraterritorial devil race to let them go. They also couldn't let the extraterritorial devil race go. Therefore, they didn't have any psychological burden when dealing with the realms under the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, they could obtain a lot of benefits from dealing with the realms under the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then waved his hand. He took out several spatial bags and threw them on the table. Then he said, the things in these spatial bags are the resources I obtained from the gold demons. You can divide them among yourselves. I've already destroyed the gold demons. Those people belong to me. You can have the things you want. Ling Feng and the others weren't surprised. Zhao Hai had always been like this. Those who died would belong to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want the resources. Ling Feng and the others were also surprised by Zhao Hai's behavior. They knew that the aliens would grow quickly after eating the corpses. However, Zhao Hai didn't want any resources. This was too generous of him. Later on, Ling Feng and the others learned from Qian Wan that Zhao Hai had always been like this. No matter what realm he fought, he wouldn't want any resources. This was Zhao Hai's rule. Ling Feng and the others felt relieved. However, at the same time, they were even more afraid of Zhao Hai. Yes, Zhao Hai didn't want the resources. On the surface, Zhao Hai was the one who suffered a loss. However, Zhao Hai obtained the corpses. And the corpses could produce more aliens. And with each alien, Zhao Hai would have more strength. As long as he had strength, Zhao Hai would be able to get whatever he wanted. Although they knew that Zhao Hai's strength would increase after obtaining the corpses, they couldn't object. They also had no reason to object. Zhao Hai had already given them the resources. If they still wanted to compete with Zhao Hai for the corpses, then it would be unreasonable. After all, the corpses were useless to them. Ling Feng and the others weren't polite as they received the items. After seeing that, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, let's rest here for 2 days. Everyone can interact with each other. There are a lot of people here, so it's inevitable that there would be people who have things that you don't have. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to exchange and make some transactions? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared for a moment, then they chuckled. Ling Du smiled and said, I didn't think that we could do business while fighting. Hee hee. I'm afraid no one would believe it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, haha. Everyone chuckled. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Once we eliminate the extraterritorial demons, we might be able to get a realm to play with. Those who fought with me before should know that I'm not a person who likes to fight. If we can resolve everything peacefully, then that would be even better. When the time comes, we can do business with each other and exchange our cultivation experiences. Wouldn't that be good? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, let's go to the demon realm. Wouldn't that be great? Everyone smiled faintly and didn't speak. Many people didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai didn't like fighting? In their opinion, Zhao Hai's words were completely opposite. How could he not like fighting? Since his debut, he had never stopped fighting. How could he say that he didn't like fighting? Who would believe that? What's more, which cultivator isn't greedy? When they see that you have something good, their first thought is not to use their own things to exchange with you, but to snatch your things and make them their own. This is what a cultivator is like. If you want cultivators to coexist peacefully, it's extremely difficult. Naturally, if there was a great god like Zhao Hai, then cultivators would be able to coexist peacefully. However, this wasn't because they wanted to, but because they knew that they couldn't afford to offend Zhao Hai. They had no choice but to coexist peacefully. In the end, the one with the bigger fist was the one who had the final say. After sending everyone off, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After informing Laura and the others, his figure moved and appeared at the coordinates given to him by Dingba. The coordinates given to Zhao Hai by Dingba turned out to be inside a mountain. There was a large cave inside the mountain. However, Zhao Hai could see that the cave wasn't naturally formed, it was artificially excavated. Moreover, it wasn't excavated for people to live in, but for mining. However, at this moment, there were a few cultivators waiting restlessly in the belly of the mountain. Among them was Dingba. There was a fire in the belly of the mountain, but none of the cultivators were sitting next to it. Instead, they were pacing around the fire restlessly, as if they were very anxious. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared inside the mountain. When Dingba saw Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted him with an excited expression. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Dingba has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled faintly as he said, Dingba, you're too polite. Are these people from the underground army? Hello everyone, Zhao Hai is very polite. While speaking, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards these people. These people looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would come here alone and be so polite to them. When they saw Zhao Hai cupping his fist to them, they recovered from their daze and returned the courtesy, saying that they didn't dare to do so. Zhao Hai didn't care about their actions. He just smiled at Dingba and said, "Dingba, why did you look for me this time?" Dingba quickly replied, "Mr. is too polite. Let me congratulate Mr. first. Mr.'s move is really extraordinary. You managed to deal with 10 realms of the extraterritorial devil race. You're really amazing. I admire you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, there's no need to be polite with me. If you have something to say, then say it. 10 realms isn't enough to hurt the demons. I just want to remind them not to underestimate me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, there's no need to be polite with me." Dingba looked at Zhao Hai with admiration and said, "After so many years, this is the first time that I, Dingba, have seen someone who dares to challenge the extraterritorial devil race. Not to mention anything else, just Mr.'s courage is enough to make me admire you. Moreover, with Mr.'s strength, I have to admit that Mr. is indeed qualified to fight against the extraterritorial devil race. Come, let me introduce Mr. These are the leaders of the underground army. This is the leader of the underground army, Yu Chuang." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang. He thought that the leader of the underground army would be very old, but he didn't expect Yu Chuang to be only 30 years old. Moreover, his strength wasn't weak. Coupled with the aura he exuded, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator from the extraterritorial devil race. Yu Chuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yu Chuang greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai quickly returned the greeting. Then, he looked at Yu Chuang and said, "I thought that the leader of the underground army would be an old man, but I didn't expect Mr. to be so young. Haha, this is really beyond my expectations." Yu Chuang smiled and said, "Mr.'s thinking isn't wrong. The underground army was originally established by my father. However, my father was severely injured when he was young and passed away a few years ago. Therefore, the position of the underground army was handed over to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Yu Chuang and said, "So that's how it is. From Mr.'s appearance, you don't seem like an ordinary person. Mr. should have a high status in the demon race, right?" Yu Chuang smiled and said, "Mr. is indeed perceptive." Although he said so, Yu Chuang didn't reveal his identity. Obviously, he didn't want to tell Zhao Hai who he was. Zhao Hai didn't ask, but looked at Yu Chuang and said, "I wonder if Mr. has any instructions for me today." Yu Chuang quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. I invited Mr. here today to discuss cooperation with Mr. Cooperation? I'd like to hear about it." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang. He already knew that Yu Chuang wanted to cooperate with him today. As for how to cooperate, Zhao Hai wanted to hear what Yu Chuang had to say. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has fought against the extraterritorial devil race without losing a single battle. I really admire you. Speaking of which, the number of people in our resistance army would be overestimating our capabilities if we want to cooperate with Mr. After so many years of development, the number of people in our resistance army has only reached 10 million. However, we have a special characteristic, that is, we aren't all in one plane. More than 10 million households are spread across nearly 1,000 planes. This accounts for almost half of the total number of planes ruled by the extraterritorial devil race." When he heard Yu Chuang, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He believed that Yu Chuang wasn't telling the truth. Some of what Yu Chuang said should be true while some were lies. For example, when Yu Chuang said that the resistance army only had 10 million households, this shouldn't be true. However, Yu Chuang also said that these 10 million households were divided into about 1,000 realms. These 1,000 realms accounted for about half of the demon realms, so it shouldn't be much different. From what Yu Chuang said, the demons should have more than 2,000 realms under their control. Zhao Hai didn't think that Yu Chuang was telling the truth. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang and didn't answer. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although we don't have a lot of people in each plane, we can still provide Mr. with some information about that plane. I wonder if Mr. is interested in this." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang. then he smiled faintly and said, to be honest, I've collected a lot of information about the extraterritorial devil race. However, it's still not detailed enough. Naturally, it's best to cooperate with Mr. But what does Mr. want? Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, I just want to say that if Mr. defeats and exterminates the extraterritorial demons, then our underground army would like to move to another realm. But Mr. wouldn't allow us to disturb that realm. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Mr. If you defeat the extraterritorial demons and exterminate them, then the underground army would like to move to another realm. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang for a moment before he chuckled and said, all right, I'll agree to Mr.'s condition. After this, I'll let Mr. choose a plane. And as long as I'm here, nobody will disturb Mr. If I leave, I'll also make sure that nobody disturbs Mr. But Mr., you should know that once a person leaves, the tea will turn cold. After I leave, it's hard to say if they would still listen to me. So I can only guarantee that when I'm here, nobody will disturb you. Yu Chuang nodded and said, Mr., I'll leave you alone. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yu Chuang couldn't help but nod. Then he said, all right, I'm relieved to hear Mr.'s words. If Mr. really leaves this plane, then we naturally can't ask Mr. for anything. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Yu Chuang and said, then it's settled. Mr., you can sort out what you know about the various planes and have Dingba send it to me through the transmission formation. Mr., take this, it's an identification formation. After Mr. takes it back, you can copy it. We won't attack anyone who has this formation. Then Zhao Hai took out a small formation made of jade and gave it to Yu Chuang. Yu Chuang received the formation and looked at Zhao Hai with some emotion. He originally wanted to tell Mr. about this matter, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai had already thought about it. There was no need for him to say anything. For Zhao Hai to be able to do things so flawlessly, it can be seen how meticulous he was. Yu Chuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, thank you, Mr. Then we'll return. We'll send the information to Mr. as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and cupped his fist towards Yu Chuang. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Yu Chuang looked at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared, then he let out a long breath and said, such a person, no wonder the extraterritorial devils have such a headache. Hee, it seems like the extraterritorial devils are really in trouble this time. Dingba arrived in front of Yu Chuang and said, Leader, do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai can defeat the extraterritorial devils? Yu Chuang pondered for a moment and said, it's hard to say based on the current situation. After all, in terms of numbers, Mr. Zhao Hai is still inferior to the extraterritorial devils. However, if Mr. Zhao Hai really has a beast that can evolve after eating people, then it's not impossible for him to fight against the extraterritorial devils. Dingba replied, I've seen those beasts before. They're very terrifying and ferocious. Moreover, I heard that there were golden demons in the 10 realms that Mr. Zhao destroyed. I wonder if this is true. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Dingba. Yu Chuang nodded and said, it's true. The gold demon's realm no longer has anyone. Even the Iron Commander has disappeared. It's impossible for these people to disappear for no reason. I think they've already been destroyed by Mr. Zhao Hai. Everyone knows how strong the gold demons are. For Mr. Zhao Hai to be able to destroy them shows how strong Mr. Zhao Hai is. Because of this, I want to cooperate with him. Dingba frowned and said, but leader, Mr. Zhao Hai only said that he would protect us until he leaves this realm. Even if we gather all of our people, we're still at a disadvantage compared to the other realms. If Mr. Zhao Hai leaves, then wouldn't we be in danger? Moreover, doesn't Mr. Zhao Hai's words seem to be lacking in sincerity? Yu Chuang shook his head and said, no, this shows Mr. Zhao Hai's sincerity. Think about it, if Mr. Zhao Hai agrees to protect us, then what will we do when he leaves? With Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, it's impossible for him to stay in this layer for a long time. Ascension is something that will happen sooner or later. If Mr. Zhao Hai didn't explain it to us, then it means that he doesn't really want to protect us. He simply doesn't care about our life and death. If that's the case, then I wouldn't believe his words. But now that he said this, it means that he really cares about us, so I don't have to worry about it. As for our small numbers and weak strength, this is even simpler. If we're weak, then we can slowly increase our strength. If we can't, then we can seal ourselves and develop in peace. Once we're strong enough, then we can contact the outside world. Dingba nodded, then he said, Leader, you're really far-sighted. Leader, when will we start providing information to Mr. Zhao Hai? Yu Chuang replied, immediately. It seems like Mr. Zhao Hai will take action soon. They are now alone in the depths of the realm. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil race knows where their home is. I think that Mr. Zhao Hai's home must be in a sealed state. The reason why Mr. Zhao Hai keeps attacking the extraterritorial devil race is to divert their attention so that they won't be able to deal with their home. In order to do this, Mr. Zhao Hai must be taking action in the near future. Dingba stared, then his expression changed as he said, so Mr. Zhao Hai is taking a huge risk by attacking the extraterritorial devil race? But why would he do this? His strength isn't as good as the extraterritorial devil race, so why would he take the initiative to attack them? Could it be that he has a great enmity with the extraterritorial devil race? I heard that he came from the Void Realm, but the extraterritorial devil race doesn't seem to have any enmity with the Void Realm. Yu Chuang let out a long breath, then he said, the extraterritorial devil race doesn't have any enmity with the Void Realm, but Mr. Zhao Hai is very far-sighted. He must have found out about the extraterritorial devil race's strength from somewhere. He knows very well how to let the extraterritorial devil race develop. Sooner or later, the extraterritorial devil race will invade the Void Realm and conquer it. Mr. doesn't want the Void Realm to be conquered, so he made the first move and led his army to attack the extraterritorial devil race. Haha, speaking of which, Mr.'s courage is really big. But it's precisely because of his courage that he was able to do such an extraordinary thing. Dingba nodded, then he looked at Yu Chuang and said, Leader, what do we do now? Yu Chuang replied, let's go back. We need to gather information as soon as possible and help Mr. As long as Mr. Zhao Hai destroys the extraterritorial devil race, we would have our own territory. We wouldn't have to sneak around like we do now. Dingba and the others' eyes shone, their faces were filled with longing. When Zhao Hai returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, Brother Hai, why did you agree to Yu Chuang's proposal? Do we still need them to provide us with information? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course there's no need. But if I don't agree, then what do you think Yu Chuang and the others would do? Would they still make the request for an interface? Forget it, we won't be able to stay in this plane for a long time. Let's just do a good deed. In any case, Dingba and the others aren't bad people, we'll just help them. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. Naturally, they knew that Dingba and the others weren't bad people. It was just that they didn't like Zhao Hai doing such a good deed. Zhao Hai might not care, but they did. However, they weren't stingy people. When they heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Just like Zhao Hai said, they wouldn't be able to stay in this plane for a long time. After dealing with the extraterritorial devil race, they prepared to leave. After Zhao Hai and the others sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we've already chosen a few planes. How many do we need to deal with this time? Is it still 10? Zhao Hai nodded and said, 10. After dealing with these realms, we'll increase the number of realms. From what Yu Chuang said today, the demons should have more than 2,000 realms under their control. As for how many realms they have, we still don't know. Even Iron Commander doesn't know. After all, he hasn't been in contact with the demons for many years, so he doesn't know much about the demons' current strength. Moreover, the current demon king is very suspicious, so he wouldn't reveal his cards to everyone. It's certain that he has some secret forces under his control. And these secret forces are likely to conquer realms in order to increase their strength. Because of this, we don't know how many realms the demons have under their control. If we want to pressure the demons, then we'll have to strengthen our attacks. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the demon king is very suspicious, so he wouldn't reveal his cards to everyone. Laura and the others nodded. They had been fighting alongside Zhao Hai all this time. Moreover, they were the ones in command in this large-scale battle. Because of this, their grasp of the situation wasn't any worse than Zhao Hai's. They might even be stronger. Because of this, they agreed with Zhao Hai's opinion. Their current strength was still lacking compared to the extraterritorial devil race. It was like a mouse eating an elephant. They need to eat in small bites, and they can't eat too much at once. They need to grow as they eat. When they grow up, they would be able to swallow the elephant in one bite. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to fight the extraterritorial devil race. Laura waved her hand as a projection appeared in front of him. In the projection, there were several places that were red while the rest were green. This was a map of the extraterritorial devil race's control. Although they weren't able to absorb all of the realms into the space, there were already more than 1,000 realms on this map. Laura pointed at the red places and said, "These red places are our targets this time. The 10 realms that we destroyed last time were once again occupied by the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, all of them are armies. Their defenses are very tight, so we won't touch them. This time, we'll attack these 10 realms. What do you think, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at the 10 realms. There weren't any strong realms. However, there were several realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial devil race a long time ago. They were the most loyal realms to the extraterritorial devil race. If these realms were to be dealt with, then the extraterritorial devil race would certainly focus their attention on them. Although the extraterritorial demons would brainwash the people under their rule, the loyalty of these people towards the demons was divided into different levels. After all, brainwashing would have some repercussions. For example, the realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial devil race had lived under the rule of the extraterritorial devil race for several generations. These generations had long forgotten that their ancestors were enemies with the extraterritorial devil race. They now regarded themselves as members of the extraterritorial devil race. Even without brainwashing, they would still be very loyal to the extraterritorial devil race. As for those who had just been subdued by the extraterritorial devil race and had just been brainwashed, they might rebel against the extraterritorial devil race under the influence of their emotions. After all, the human brain was a very mysterious region. Until now, under certain circumstances, it might stimulate its potential and directly break the brainwashing of the extraterritorial devil race. Of the 10 realms that Laura and the others chose, 6 of them had been conquered by the extraterritorial demons for at least 3 generations. Not only were these people loyal to the extraterritorial demons, the extraterritorial demons were also very confident in them. Many of these people held positions in various departments of the extraterritorial demons. Their influence in the extraterritorial demons was very big. Although these people were loyal to the extraterritorial demons, they also had their own thoughts. Compared to the undead in Zhao Hai's space, their loyalty was still lacking. If Zhao Hai really dealt with these people, then it would certainly cause a huge reaction among the extraterritorial demons. The consequences wouldn't be something that the extraterritorial demons would be happy to see. Seeing Zhao Hai in a daze, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think? What are the consequences of choosing them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Very well. After dealing with them, I want to see how the extraterritorial demons would react. Summon everyone to the Heaven's secret tower for a meeting." Laura nodded and then went to arrange the meeting. Before long, everyone arrived at the Heaven's secret tower. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I've already chosen the targets for the second attack. These 10 realms." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a projection appeared. Zhao Hai pointed at the 10 realms on the projection. Everyone looked at the realms and then nodded. Nobody objected. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile. These people's reactions proved one thing. What he did before was slowly showing results. At this point, he had prestige in the hearts of these people. These people had complete trust in him. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "Among the 10 realms, 6 of them have already been conquered by the extraterritorial demons. There are a lot of people in these 6 realms who hold important positions in the extraterritorial demons. As long as these realms are destroyed, the extraterritorial demons wouldn't be able to avoid focusing their attention on us. However, I want to remind everyone that it's best to add more layers of barriers in your realms. The level of formations used by the extraterritorial demons isn't low. If they break through the barriers and attack our realms, then the trouble we would face wouldn't be small. Recently, we've dealt with the extraterritorial demons too ruthlessly. If they really enter our realms, then their destructive power would certainly be astonishing. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. If the extraterritorial demons really entered their realms, then their realms would certainly suffer a devastating blow. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "I'll give everyone 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, we'll set off on time. Whether we can make the extraterritorial demons crazy and make them focus their attention on us will depend on this battle." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then they returned to their large artifacts. As soon as they left, Zhao Hai felt that the transmission formation that he used to communicate with Dingba flashed. Then a jade slip appeared in the transmission formation. Zhao Hai took a look at the jade slip and found that it contained information about the extraterritorial demons. Most of this information was about the recent movements of the extraterritorial demons. This information couldn't be obtained by ordinary people. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about Yu Chuang's identity. Judging from Yu Chuang's temperament, Zhao Hai could tell that his background wasn't low. The temperament that was cultivated by being in a high position wasn't something that an ordinary person could have. And with this information, Zhao Hai was even more certain that Yu Chuang had a high status among the demons. However, this made Zhao Hai even more curious. Zhao Hai already knew that the demons would use people who were absolutely loyal to them, people who had been conquered by the demons for at least 3 generations. If Yu Chuang's family was really conquered by the demons for at least 3 generations, then why would they establish an underground army? Zhao Hai didn't think that Yu Chuang's family had been conquered by the demons for at least 3 generations. Instead, Zhao Hai knew that Yu Chuang's family had been conquered by the demons for 3 generations. Shouldn't they be very loyal to the extraterritorial demons? Zhao Hai didn't release the silver dust on Yu Chuang's body because he was very clear that if he did so, then it was very likely that he would be discovered by Yu Chuang. Who was Yu Chuang? He was a person with a high status in the extraterritorial demons. Although Zhao Hai still didn't know what his identity was, he was sure that his status wasn't low. In addition to his identity as an extraterritorial demon, he was also the leader of the underground army. What kind of existence was the underground army in the extraterritorial demons' eyes? Just like rats, they couldn't be exposed. If the extraterritorial demons knew about the existence of the underground army, then they would eliminate the underground army by any means necessary. But now, the underground army had been developed for so many years. It had already expanded to more than 1,000 families, but it still hadn't been discovered by the extraterritorial demons. This was enough to explain Yu Chuang's means. Yu Chuang must have a very strong anti-reconnaissance and anti-surveillance method. If Zhao Hai really released the silver dust on him, then it would definitely be discovered by Yu Chuang. At that time, it would be very unpleasant. Zhao Hai wouldn't do this, so he still didn't know Yu Chuang's identity. But this didn't hinder his cooperation with Yu Chuang. Now that he saw the information sent by Yu Chuang, Zhao Hai was even more certain of his thoughts. Zhao Hai looked at the jade slip in his hand. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade slip and entered some information into it. Then, he placed the jade slip in the transmission array and sent it out. After sending the jade slip out, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the Tianji building. Then, he began to analyze the few interfaces that they were going to attack. Zhao Hai never underestimated any opponent, and this was no different. On the other side, Dingba just received Zhao Hai's jade slip. When he took out Zhao Hai's jade slip, Dingba immediately sent his spiritual force into it. When he saw the contents of the jade slip, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he quickly walked towards Yu Chuang's study. After Dingba left Soul Tool Valley, he has been following Yu Chuang. Yu Chuang considered Dingba to be his confidant. Naturally, Dingba was no longer called Dingba. He had another name and another identity. When Dingba arrived outside Yu Chuang's study, he gently knocked on the door and said, "Master, there's an urgent letter." Dingba was now by Yu Chuang's side. Naturally, he was Yu Chuang's servant. Because of this, he began to call Yu Chuang master. Yu Chuang said, "Come in." Then Dingba pushed the door and walked in. After entering the room, Yu Chuang looked at Dingba. Dingba said, "Master, it's an urgent letter." Both Dingba and Yu Chuang understood what Dingba meant. Yu Chuang nodded and said, "Bring it over." Dingba walked over to Yu Chuang's desk. However, Yu Chuang pushed the desk, causing it to shake slightly. Then, a white light flashed where the desk was, and in the next moment, they disappeared from the room. In the next moment, the two appeared in a secret room. Yu Chuang looked at Dingba and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai sent a letter? What did he say?" Dingba handed the jade slip over to Yu Chuang and said, "Leader, Mr. Zhao Hai is going to attack in 3 days. He wants us to prepare. If we have people in these realms, we need to prepare identification formations." Yu Chuang nodded. Yu Chuang received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Yu Chuang couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "Good courage." He actually wants to deal with these realms. These realms aren't easy to deal with. Inform the people in these realms to be equipped with identification formations. Right, if they want to leave, they can use the transmission formation when Mr. Zhao Hai attacks. Dingba nodded. Yu Chuang looked at Dingba and said, "Dingba, did you see anything from Mr. Zhao Hai's jade slip?" When Dingba heard Yu Chuang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought about it carefully before he shook his head and said, "No." "Leader, what do you mean?" Yu Chuang opened his mouth and said, "Besides us, Mr. Zhao Hai also has other information systems. You've already met Mr. Zhao Hai twice. Do you think that he's the kind of person who would do something he's not sure of?" No, in other words, he already knows the situation of these realms. And this information wasn't provided by us, it was provided by someone else. Who gave him this information? Isn't this worth thinking about? We all know the situation of these realms. These realms are absolutely loyal to the demons. How could Zhao Hai collect information from these realms? Isn't this very strange? When Dingba heard Yu Chuang's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his complexion changed. Hearing Yu Chuang's words, he finally realized that something was wrong. No one knew the situation of the extraterritorial devil race better than the people who lived in the extraterritorial devil race. It was very difficult to collect information in the extraterritorial devil race. This was because the people here were fanatical religious lunatics. Under the influence of the devil seed, it was extremely difficult to collect information in the extraterritorial devil race. The reason why they could collect such information was because they were foreign realm demons. And with Yu Chuang's identity, they were able to collect such information. But what did Zhao Hai rely on? How did he collect this information? Another 10 realms had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race. Among these 10 realms, 6 of them were old realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial devil race for more than 3 generations. This was too shocking. The lifespan of a cultivator was very long. Therefore, 3 generations of cultivators didn't refer to a few decades or a few hundred years. This time was calculated in units of tens of thousands of years. 6 realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial devil race for tens of thousands of years. What kind of impact would this have on the extraterritorial devil race? Those who weren't the core power of the extraterritorial devil race simply didn't know what this meant. The extraterritorial devil race had a large population, but they had to rule over even more realms. Among the large population of the extraterritorial devil race, a large portion of them couldn't take on management duties. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil race was lacking in manpower. Since they couldn't use their own people, they had to use some people from other races. After the extraterritorial devil race discovered that they lacked manpower and management, they began to train some human cultivators to enter the management and take on some positions. Of course, these people who could enter the management of the extraterritorial devil race were absolutely loyal to the extraterritorial devil race. The realms they were in had to be conquered by the extraterritorial devil race for at least 3 generations. This was because only in such a realm would they truly regard themselves as a member of the extraterritorial devil race. Now, 6 realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial devil race for 3 generations had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil race. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai was attacking those realms. With Zhao Hai's means, no one would be left alive in the realms he attacked. In an instant, the entire extraterritorial devil race was in an uproar. This time, it wasn't only the ordinary devil race that was in an uproar. Some people who were cultivated by the 6 realms and held positions in the management of the extraterritorial devil race were also in an uproar. Although they were now in the management of the extraterritorial devil race, they were still very concerned about the situation of their realms. This was because these people were born in some big families in those realms. Before the extraterritorial devil race ruled those realms, there might be some sects in those realms. However, after those realms were conquered by the extraterritorial devil race, those sects almost no longer existed. The extraterritorial devil race wouldn't allow a powerful sect to exist. So the family forces became the main forces in those realms. Forces that had established sects in those realms. The extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race. Extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race. Those people entered the management of the extraterritorial devil race, but their families didn't move away. They remained in those realms, and those families were the roots of those cultivators who entered the management. Now that their families had lost contact with them, how could they sit still? The extraterritorial devil race had also expected this situation. However, it wasn't easy for them to come up with a feasible plan in a short time. Although the extraterritorial devil race was working hard on research, they still hadn't found a way to break Xiao Hai's void transmission array. This meant that no matter where Xiao Hai and the others wanted to attack, they could come and go as they pleased. The extraterritorial devil race couldn't do anything to them. This was the reason why the extraterritorial devil race had suffered a great loss. However, it wasn't that easy to break a type of void transmission array. The extraterritorial devil race hadn't seen many void transmission arrays. It was even more difficult to break a type of void transmission array that they had never seen before. If they couldn't break that type of void transmission array, they wouldn't be able to capture Xiao Hai and the others. In addition, Xiao Hai's boundary array was very exquisite. After being blocked by the boundary array, the extraterritorial devil race wouldn't be able to break it in a short time and send reinforcements. This was the reason why the extraterritorial devil race couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. In the past, the extraterritorial devil race had thought of another method. They could also use boundary transmission arrays, a type of transmission array that could be used inside a boundary array. This way, no matter where Xiao Hai appeared, they could send reinforcements. Even if Xiao Hai and the others set up a boundary array, they could still send reinforcements through the boundary transmission array. However, the extraterritorial devil race soon discovered that this method was useless. When Xiao Hai and the others attacked those realms, not only would they use boundary arrays, they would also use vines to destroy the transmission arrays of those realms. This was the biggest headache for the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race finally couldn't hold themselves back. The extraterritorial devil race was very clear that even though they had brainwashed so many realms, they were invincible. All the brainwashed cultivators thought that they were a race of gods because they were invincible and were blessed by the gods. The extraterritorial devil race finally couldn't hold themselves back. The extraterritorial devil race was very clear that even though they had brainwashed so many realms, there was a precondition to all of this. They were invincible. All the brainwashed cultivators became the race of gods because they were invincible and were blessed by the gods. But now that they were no longer invincible, people began to doubt them. Especially those realms that were brainwashed not long ago, they began to doubt the extraterritorial devil race. Although the extraterritorial devil race had demonic seeds that could control people, the demonic seeds could only turn those people into idiots or directly kill them. They couldn't completely control those people's thoughts. Cultivators that were turned into idiots or dead were useless to the extraterritorial devil race. At this time, the extraterritorial devil race was most anxious to find Xiao Hai and the others. They needed to find the hiding place of Xiao Hai and the others. At the same time, they also needed to find a way to destroy Xiao Hai's transmission array. Only in this way would they be able to block Xiao Hai and the others. Finally, they would be able to eliminate Xiao Hai and the others. The Devil King was sitting in his study with his brows tightly knitted. He was wearing a gorgeous black robe. Although his appearance was the same as an ordinary devil race member, his body carried an imposing aura. It made people who saw him unconsciously want to submit to him. It must be said that the current Devil King of the extraterritorial devil race was very powerful. Not only was his strength strong, but his methods were also very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to snatch the Devil King's throne from his nephew after his brother's death. However, he wasn't very happy recently. This was because Zhao Hai made him very unhappy. He wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, but he didn't know where to start. This made him very uncomfortable. The Devil King was a person with a strong desire to control everything. But it was clear that he had no way to control Zhao Hai. Sitting in his study, the Devil King carefully read the information about Zhao Hai. Then he gently closed his eyes and said, "Tell the manager of the formation hall to come see me." As soon as his voice fell, a voice was heard from outside the door. Then footsteps could be heard. Before long, footsteps could be heard. Then a voice said, "Manager Yuri of the formation hall has been summoned." The Devil King opened his mouth and said, "Come in." The person outside the door responded. Then a person came in. After entering, the person knelt and kowtowed 3 times. However, the Devil King didn't allow him to stand up. The Devil King looked at Yuri and said, "Yuri, how long have you been the manager of the formation hall?" Seeing that the Devil King didn't allow him to stand up, Yuri knew that the situation wasn't good. Now that he heard the Devil King's question, his heart skipped a beat. However, he still replying to Your Majesty, this servant has been the manager of the formation hall for 371 years. The Demon King nodded and said in a deep voice, 371 years. In other words, you became the manager of the Magic Array Hall after I sat on the throne. I remember that this appointment was personally given by me. Did I remember wrongly? Yuri kowtowed again and said, "This servant will never forget Your Majesty's great kindness." The Demon King replied, "You did a good job in the past. A lot of the new formations were completed under your leadership. But this time, you didn't do well. You still haven't figured out a way to break Zhao Hai's transmission formation. This allowed Zhao Hai to be so arrogant. Do you know that his arrogance is equivalent to slapping my face, making me lose all my face?" The Demon King nodded and said, "The Demon King didn't know that Zhao Hai's void transmission formation." Yuri kowtowed again and said, "This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." The Devil King replied, "I don't need you to die 10,000 deaths. However, from now on, I'll only give you 10 days. After 10 days, if you can't figure out a way to break Zhao Hai's void transfer formation, then don't come to see me. I remember that I gave you a magic blade before. You can use it to end your own life." Yuri kowtowed to the Devil King and said, "This servant receives the decree." The Devil King waved his hand and Yuri retreated out of the room. The guards outside carefully closed the door. The Demon King watched Yuri walk out and then said, "Dagger, come out and see me." As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the room and knelt in front of the Demon King. The Devil King looked at him and said, "Select 1,000 people to track down Zhao Hai's whereabouts. Investigate all the places that Zhao Hai has been to. I want to know where Zhao Hai is hiding when he's not attacking us." Dagger didn't say anything, he just kowtowed to the Demon King before his figure disappeared. The Demon King sighed and muttered, "It's a pity that the golden demons were sacrificed. Zhao Hai, after so many years, you're the first opponent that I have to take seriously. I hope that you won't let me down." Then the study turned silent, there wasn't a single sound. Zhao Hai wasn't aware of this. He was currently attacking the 10 realms with all his strength. It must be said that these 10 realms weren't easy to deal with. This was especially true for the 6 realms that had been conquered by the extraterritorial race for 3 generations. The people of these 6 realms fought back fiercely when they were attacked. Each and every one of them went all out to fight against Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, they didn't care about their own life and death as they shouted, "Demon God is almighty." If it weren't for the alien in Zhao's hands, then facing the attack of these fanatical madmen, only the undead would be able to stop them. The other races wouldn't be able to do so. But Zhao didn't think that the undead would be able to stop them. While Zhao Hai was fighting the crazy cultivators in the 10 realms, the extraterritorial devil race's investigation of Zhao Hai had also begun. This time, the Devil King sent out one of his trump cards. This person was called the Dagger. Just like his name, he was the Devil King's dagger. This group of people was very famous in the extraterritorial devil race. However, very few people had seen them. Everyone knew about their existence, but nobody had seen them before. Outsiders didn't know their names. They only knew that each of them wore a devil mask. Because of this, outsiders called them the Dark Devils. This meant that they were devils that walked in the darkness. The Dark Devils specialized in assassination. Everyone that the Devil King thought should be killed, but he couldn't kill them in the open, would be handed over to the Dark Devils. The Dark Devils were also good at tracking. Moreover, they had undergone strict training. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Their tracking ability was also very strong. This time, the Devil King sent the Dark Devils because of their tracking ability. He wanted to find Xiao Hai's hiding place as soon as possible. As for whether Yuri could make a formation to break the void transmission formation, the Devil King didn't care. In his opinion, even if Yuri couldn't succeed, it wouldn't matter. At worst, he would just kill Yuri and have others study him. When the time comes, Yuri's death would make everyone understand that he wasn't joking. The Dark Devils began to appear in all the places that Xiao Hai went. From the mountains to the places that Xiao Hai attacked, the Soul Tool Valley, the Giant Beast Island, and even the spaces that Xiao Hai attacked, the Dark Devils went to all of them. 10 days passed by. During these 10 days, Xiao Hai destroyed the 10 realms. Even if the cultivators were crazy, their strength was limited. On the other hand, the alien army that Xiao Hai sent out was even crazier than the cultivators. Because of this, the cultivators didn't get any benefits. But what Xiao Hai didn't know was that the Devil King was almost done with his preparations. When the 10 days were up, Yuri didn't commit suicide. Instead, he appeared outside the Devil King's study with an exhausted expression. He looked at the door of the Devil King's study before he took a deep breath and said, "Your servant Yuri wishes to see His Majesty." The Devil King's voice was heard, "Come in." Yuri nodded before he pushed the door and went inside. The Devil King was still sitting behind the desk just like the last time Yuri came. Yuri immediately knelt down and gave the Devil King a deep bow. The Demon King looked at Yuri and said in a deep voice, "I've already said that if you can't find a way to break the void teleportation array, you can commit suicide. Now that you've appeared here, can I assume that you've already found a way to break the void teleportation array?" Yuri immediately said, "Thanks to His Majesty's blessings, this subject has already researched the method to break the void teleportation array. This is a new type of spirit formation array. Its ability to seal off space is even more valiant. This subject has already tested it. The spirit formation teleportation arrays that we produced ourselves are unable to be used in this spirit formation array." When the Demon King heard Yuri, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, if we can eliminate Xiao Hai this time, then you'll have a great merit. Go and make more of these formations. I think we'll need a lot of them." The Demon King nodded and said, "All right, if we can eliminate Xiao Hai this time." Yuri nodded, then he bowed to the Devil King before he slowly left the room. Just as he left the room, a shadow appeared in front of the Devil King. This shadow was Dagger. When the Devil King saw Dagger, he couldn't help but stare. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like today's news is good. Dagger, did you find out where Xiao Hai is?" Dagger didn't say anything, he just stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip. He held the jade slip with both hands and raised it above his head. When the Devil King saw Dagger's appearance, he moved his hand and the jade slip appeared in his hand. When his spiritual force entered the jade slip, he immediately saw the contents of the jade slip. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, the Devil King couldn't help but stare. Then he put down the jade slip and muttered, "They're actually in the trash realm. No wonder I couldn't find them. Good, Xiao Hai, I underestimated you. You're really flexible. You actually went to the trash realm." After he said that, the Devil King looked at Dagger kneeling in front of him. Then he waved his hand. Dagger turned around and disappeared from the room. After seeing Dagger disappear, the Devil King opened his mouth and said, "Come, summon the ministers to the Great Hall for a discussion." The people in the hall immediately complied and went to arrange it. Before long, a voice was heard from outside the door, "Your Majesty, the ministers have already arrived." The Devil King nodded, then he stood up and walked outside. When the people outside saw the Devil King come out, they immediately bowed to him. However, the Devil King didn't pay attention to them as he went straight ahead. At the same time, these people followed behind the Devil King. Before long, the Devil King arrived in front of the Great Hall. This Great Hall was very majestic. It was about 100 meters tall. At the entrance of the Great Hall, there were 18 incomparably huge pillars. Each pillar was about 10 meters thick. These pillars were carved in the image of the demon race, making them look very formidable. At the top of the Great Hall, there was a huge inscribed board with the words Devil King's Hall written on it. The Devil King didn't stop outside the Great Hall. Instead, he directly walked into the Great Hall. Just as the Devil King walked into the Great Hall, the two guards standing in front of the Great Hall shouted, "Your Majesty has arrived." Then they bowed to the Devil King. The Devil King didn't pay attention to them and went straight into the Great Hall. There were already a lot of demons in the Great Hall. Aside from the demons, there were also some cultivators. All of them were wearing black clothes and black armor. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces as they stood there. Inside the Great Hall, there was a platform that was about 10 meters tall. On the platform, there was a huge chair. The back of the chair was engraved with a lifelike devil face. The devil's eyes were inlaid with red gems. At first glance, people would feel terrified. The Devil King walked up to the platform and sat on the chair. Only then did the people below the platform kneel down and say, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Devil King waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, rise." The people below the platform shouted, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then they stood up and bowed. The Devil King glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, Xianxia's matter has caused a lot of trouble. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He even has something like the void teleportation formation in his hands. He's so majestic that he can move unhindered in the territory of the demon race. I don't know what you think." When the people heard the Devil King, they all knelt down and shouted in unison, "We can't help Your Majesty. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths." The Devil King waved his hand and said, "Everyone, rise. This matter can't be blamed on you. That Zhao Hai has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. It's not easy for me to deal with him. Even I didn't think of a good way to deal with him. It's reasonable that my beloved ministers couldn't think of a way to deal with him. However, Zhao Hai is getting more and more excessive. He has already destroyed 10 of my realms. Moreover, none of the people in those realms survived, including my nephew, the Iron Commander. It can be seen that Zhao Hai is bent on destroying my demon god race. Only one of us can survive in this world. But I believe that in the end, we will be the ones to survive. And Zhao Hai must die in front of me. I want to use his head as a sacrifice." The people who just stood up knelt down again. Cheetah shouted, "Our king is mighty. We are willing to die for our king." The Devil King waved his hand again and said, "Rise." After everyone stood up, the Devil King said, "We haven't been able to find Zhao Hai's hiding place all this time. It's impossible for him to return to the Void Realm every time he attacks our race. If he really dares to do so, we would have destroyed him long ago. Therefore, he must have a hiding place in our race. I have sent people to investigate these days." After many days of investigation, we finally found Zhao Hai's hiding place. After saying that, the Devil King took out a jade slip and waved his hand. A human race cultivator standing on the stage carefully walked up to the high platform and took the jade slip from the Devil King's hand. Then, he carefully retreated to the stage and handed the jade slip to an extraterritorial devil. The extraterritorial devil probed the jade slip with his spiritual force and was stunned. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he passed the jade slip to the person next to him. After the jade slip passed through everyone's hands, it was passed back to the human race cultivator. After receiving the jade slip, the human race cultivator carefully walked up the high platform and passed it to the Devil King with both hands. After the Devil King received it, he carefully retreated down the platform. The Devil King looked at everyone and said, "Everyone already knows that Zhao Hai is hiding in the garbage realm. This is really beyond my expectations. What puzzles me is how did Zhao Hai know about the existence of the garbage realm? Did he know about it by accident or through some other means? Also, when he attacked the Soul Tool Valley and the Giant Beast Island, most people don't know about the Soul Tool Valley and the Giant Beast Island. Ordinary people don't know much about the Giant Beast Island either. How did Zhao Hai know about these places? Pai Wu, you're responsible for collecting information about Zhao Hai. Do you know why? A demon came forward and knelt before the Demon King as he said, Your Majesty, this subject has collected information about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is a ghost cultivator, so he can use small undead to gather information for him. However, after we started the war with Zhao Hai, this subject has been carefully guarding against him. Before Zhao Hai appeared in the mountains, this subject was able to track his whereabouts. But after he arrived, all of the scouting formations lost their effect on him. Later on, this subject sent people to guard against his undead, but they weren't able to find any undead in our realm. This subject thinks that Zhao Hai must have other means of gathering information that this subject doesn't know of. This subject is currently investigating this matter, but the progress is very slow. The Devil King nodded and said, For you to be able to say this, it means that you haven't been idle these days. Right, you must continue to investigate what Zhao Hai is using to collect information. Even if we already know where he's hiding, even if we eliminate him in the future, you still need to find out how he collects information. Pai Wu nodded, then he stood up and returned to his position. The Devil King looked at the others and said, Now, everyone knows that Zhao Hai is definitely not easy to deal with. Previously, I had Yuri research the method of destroying Zhao Hai's teleportation formation. Now, Yuri has already made a new formation. Therefore, I order everyone to go and prepare. After 3 days, we will send troops to the Trash Realm. Even if we still haven't contacted the 10 realms, we will go to the Trash Realm and wait for Zhao Hai. This time, we must not let him kneel. Everyone nodded in unison. The Devil King waved his hand and said, All right, you can all go. The 5th to the 30th Legions, prepare to set off in 3 days. Logistics, prepare all the supplies. If there's any delay, bring your heads to me. The Legion commanders of the 5th to the 30th Legions nodded in unison. The head of the logistics department also nodded. The Devil King waved his hand, then he stood up and walked outside. The matters discussed in the hall were only general. As for the specifics, the Devil King had to summon them and give them orders. Along with the Devil King's order, the entire extraterritorial devil race began to move. They were like a huge war machine that finally began to operate at full power. Naturally, this movement wouldn't be small. Yu Chuang immediately received the news. After receiving the news, he immediately called Dingba to the secret room. After the two arrived at the secret room, Yu Chuang immediately said to Dingba, Dingba, immediately send a letter to Mr. Zhao Hai. Tell him that the extraterritorial devil race is going to make a big move. This time, they will definitely target him. However, we don't know the specifics of the operation. Tell Mr. to be careful. Dingba nodded and immediately took out a jade slip. After entering the contents of the jade slip, he used the transmission formation to send it to Zhao Hai. After that, Dingba looked at Yu Chuang and said, Leader, why do you think the extraterritorial devil race is making such a big move this time? Could it be that they broke through the boundary of the Void Realm? Are they preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the Void Realm? Yu Chuang shook his head and said, I don't know yet, I'm only responsible for some specific matters. Only the higher-ups know about the purpose of this expedition. However, these people might have received strict orders, so they didn't reveal half a word. I also can't inquire about it. I feel that the realm's investigation has become stricter than before. If I inquire about this matter too enthusiastically, then I might be suspected. After we go out, you should send a letter to everyone. Tell them to be honest and stop collecting information. Prioritize their own safety. We mustn't let the demons suspect us, and we mustn't let the demons know about the existence of the underground army. This way, even if Mr. Zhao fails, the underground army can still be preserved. Even if Mr. Zhao Hai fails, the extraterritorial devil race will still be able to survive. Dingba nodded and then said in a deep voice, Leader, if Mr. Zhao Hai fails this time, then what will we do in the future? Will we still be like this? Yu Chuang let out a long breath and said, Now, we can only hope that Mr. Zhao Hai can win. Zhao Hai looked at the jade slip and couldn't help but frown. In fact, he also knew that the extraterritorial devil race had begun to mobilize their troops. However, just like Yu Chuang, he didn't know where the extraterritorial devil race's target was. The extraterritorial devil race had strengthened their defenses. Even if Zhao Hai had flowing silver dust that could avoid detection formations, he still didn't dare to inquire about these people. At this time, Zhao Hai's war against the 10 realms was about to end. At this time, only a small portion of the 10 realms were still resisting. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to kill everyone in the 10 realms. Zhao Hai wouldn't touch the children and the women. However, he didn't expect the people of the 10 realms to be this crazy. After discovering that they couldn't stop Zhao Hai's attack, they actually killed their own families. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It was precisely because of this that the remaining extraterritorial devil clansmen were all powerful fellows. They were still putting up their final resistance, but it was believed that their death date was not far away. As for the remaining extraterritorial devils, there was no need for Zhao Hai to act. Zhao Hai directly called Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret pavilion. After sitting down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I just received news that the extraterritorial devil race has been making a big move recently. They are mobilizing troops. Moreover, the scale of the mobilization is very large. It seems like they are preparing for a decisive battle. I think they are targeting us this time. Ling Du frowned and said, do you know their target? Did they discover our whereabouts? Or did they find a way to break our barrier and are preparing to attack the 10 realms? Or do they want to send troops to our realms? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we don't know yet. We don't know their specific target. Ling Du said, in any case, their target is definitely us. Now that we're about to withdraw our troops from the 10 realms, it wouldn't be a problem if they come here to deal with us. But if their target is the garbage boundary or the boundary we're in, then it would be a bit troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm also worried about this. If they come to deal with us, then we can deal with them. But if they come to deal with our realms, then it would be troublesome. Alright, let's send letters to our realms and remind them to be prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's what I'm worried about. If they come to deal with us, then we can deal with them. Everyone nodded. Actually, they also knew that if the extraterritorial devils discovered the garbage realm and went all out to deal with them, then it would be very troublesome. However, Zhao Hai said that he could deal with the extraterritorial devils, then he wouldn't be wrong. They believed in Zhao Hai. After everyone sent a letter to their respective realms, Zhao Hai said, no matter what the demon's goal is, we need to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Then we can return to the garbage plane. I think they wouldn't be able to find the garbage plane easily. Even if they do, we can still use the terrain to deal with them. I forgot to tell everyone that I've already made some arrangements in the garbage plane. I'll tell everyone about it in a while so that everyone can prepare themselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll tell everyone about it later. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ling Du and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make arrangements in the garbage realm. This was beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly, alright, everyone doesn't need to worry about anything. Go back and prepare. We'll leave this place soon. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, it seems like they didn't come with good intentions. But it's fine, they'll come sooner or later. Right, Julie, Kai how are the arrangements in the garbage realm? Zhao Hai didn't lie to those people. He did indeed make arrangements in the garbage realm. However, his arrangements were special, he needed Kai and Julie's cooperation. Julie replied, Big Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Now that we've dug out the trash, it's a brand new underground world. When the time comes, we'll have the bug race army, Kai's vines, and Big Brother Hai's large artifacts. I can guarantee that those fellows wouldn't be able to return from the underground world. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, although I don't know what the demons are planning to do, I think it's unlikely that they would attack those realms. We've already warned them many times. I'm afraid that they have layers upon layers of formations. Even if you break through one layer, there's still another. It's impossible for them to take those realms. Moreover, we're here. If they attack those realms, then they would disperse their forces. Because of this, I think that their target this time might be us. They might have already found out that we're hiding in the garbage realm. Laura nodded, then she said, when I discovered the movements of the extraterritorial demons, I asked the housekeeper about it. The housekeeper really did find something. Brother Hai, take a look. After she said that, Laura waved her hand and a projection appeared in front of her. On the projection, there were a lot of places. Laura clicked on one of the places and found that there were a few people wearing black clothes and devil masks. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "These people aren't ordinary. They look like the ones we met in the desolate realm." Laura nodded and said, "Right, I also feel the same way. These people have been to all the places we've been to." Then the extraterritorial demons made their move. Brother Hai, I think it's very likely that they discovered something. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "How did they develop? We didn't leave any traces behind, right?" Laura shook her head and said, "I can guarantee that we didn't leave any traces behind. I think they must have used some special method to discover us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "No matter what, let's get ready. If they attack us, then we'll deal with them." Laura nodded and didn't say anything else. Before long, the war in the 10 realms was over. There were no survivors in the 10 realms. Once the war was over, Zhao Hai immediately led everyone back to the garbage realm. Then he gave everyone a map of the garbage realm's underground world. When these people received the map, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would turn the garbage realms underground into this. Although they knew that they didn't have to fight the extraterritorial devil race in the underground world, they still kept the map. Zhao Hai also knew that he had his own void transmission formation. However, he also knew that all formations could be cracked. If the other party really did find a way to crack his void transmission formation, then they could only deal with them in the underground world. After returning to the garbage realm, Zhao Hai was still paying attention to the demons' movements. He wanted to see what the demons were planning to do. He wanted to know if their goal was the garbage realm. The extraterritorial devil race was almost done with their preparations. The 10 realms could once again communicate with the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race immediately sent people into the 10 realms. The situation in the 10 realms was exactly the same as the previous 10 realms. No one was left alive, not even a corpse could be found. This caused the extraterritorial devil race to be in an uproar. However, the Demon King had already suppressed this matter. He had already guessed that this would happen. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just told everyone to hurry up and prepare. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. The extraterritorial devil army had finished their preparations. This time, the extraterritorial devil army was fully prepared. They even dug out some transmission formations in the garbage realm. At the same time, all of their large artifacts carried a large number of talismans. After bringing these talismans to the garbage realm, they would be able to set up several transmission formations in the shortest time possible. This would allow the army to arrive at the garbage realm as soon as possible. In addition to these talismans, they also made a lot of formation flags and discs. These flags and discs had only one purpose, and that was to create barriers. Stronger barriers would make Zhao Hai's void transmission formation useless. After making these preparations, the extraterritorial magic beast army immediately moved out. They were divided into 100 teams, each team occupying a large transmission formation. This transmission formation could transport 40 large artifacts at a time, which was definitely big enough. Then with the 100 teams teleporting at the same time, 4,000 demonic beast artifacts entered the garbage world. As soon as they entered the trash world, the first thing they did was install the spirit formation. At the same time, they activated the spirit formation. In the entire trash world, other than their own transmission formation, all the other spirit formations could not be used. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the demon army's movements. When he saw that they had really come to the garbage realm, he wanted everyone to leave. However, before he could do anything, the demon army had already activated the transmission formations. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that his void transmission formations were useless. After discovering that the void transmission formations were useless, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He immediately informed everyone to enter the underground realm. He couldn't fight the demon army on the surface. The demon army was well prepared this time. After the 4,000 demon artifacts entered the garbage realm, they didn't immediately look for Xiao Hai and prepare for a decisive battle with Xiao Hai. Instead, they were guarding the transmission formations. At the same time, they were installing more large transmission formations. Obviously, they would send more troops to the garbage realm. In this case, if Xiao Hai still wanted to fight the demon army on the surface, he wouldn't have a good time. Although the alien army was very powerful, the demon army wasn't bad either. Therefore, Xiao Hai prepared to enter the underground realm. He was the one who dug the underground realm. He was familiar with it. It could be said that it was his home ground. He wanted to fight the demon army there. The Devil King sat in his study and looked at the person in front of him. Standing in front of him was a devil wearing a robe. This was the commander appointed by the Devil King. He led the extraterritorial devil army into the garbage realm. Today, he came to report to the Devil King. The Devil King looked at him and said, "Yuan Rong, you mean to say that after you entered the garbage realm, you didn't find Xiao Hai and the others? You only found traces of them staying in the garbage realm, but you didn't see them?" Yuan Rong nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I did see traces of Xiao Hai and the others staying in the garbage realm. However, I didn't see them." The Devil King said, "Then what do you mean? You mean that they ran away?" Yuan Rong shook his head and said, "I can only say that there is a possibility. They might be hiding somewhere in the garbage realm. Therefore, I came to ask Your Majesty to send some tracking experts to me. I want to see if I can find them in the garbage realm." The Devil King looked at Yuan Rong and said, "You mean to say that they might still be hiding in the garbage realm? Didn't you guys look for it there? Didn't you find them? Why do you think that they're still in the garbage realm?" Yuan Rong said, "Because I found that Xiao Hai didn't appear in any of the places he had been before. Moreover, I didn't find any traces of Xiao Hai in other places. Xiao Hai wants to fight with my race for a long time, so he needs a base, a very stable base. He won't run around. He has already stayed in the garbage realm for many days. These days, he didn't make any movements and just stayed there. Therefore, I think that he must be hiding in the garbage realm. Even if he really left, we can still find some clues in the garbage realm. However, I don't have many people who are good at tracking, so I can only come to Your Majesty." When the Devil King heard Yuan Rong's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems like you're Yuan Rong. Forget it, Xiao Hai is a great enemy of my race. As long as you can deal with him, I'll give you anything you want. Dagger, lead 1,000 people and temporarily place them under Marshal Yuan Rong's command." Dagger appeared in the room and bowed to the Devil King before retreating behind Yuan Rong. Yuan Rong didn't have much of a reaction to Dagger's appearance. He just bowed to the Devil King and said, "Many thanks, Your Majesty. I also have a request. I need a group of people who are good at digging holes and earth magic." The Devil King stared, then he looked at Yuan Rong and said, "You suspect that Xiao Hai and the others are hiding underground?" Yuan Rong replied, "That's the place they're most likely to go. Your Majesty, the garbage realm has been our garbage dump for a long time. There's garbage everywhere and it's piled up like a mountain. To be honest, the smell isn't very good. Moreover, the garbage mountain isn't naturally formed, so it's not very stable. They can't hide in the garbage mountain, so the most likely place they're hiding is underground. Of course, they could also be hiding in the sea, but I'll have to find them bit by bit, so I'll have to start from underground." The Demon King nodded and said, "Take the dagger and go to the garbage realm first. The person you want will arrive in 2 days. Don't let me down. Find Xiao Hai and bring his head to me." Xiao Hai nodded. Yuan Rong responded loudly and bowed to the Demon King. Then, he slowly withdrew from the study room and went directly to the garbage world with the dagger. When the Devil King saw Yuan Rong leave, he immediately shouted, "Pass the order, the steward of the chore hall is to come see me." Someone outside the door responded, then he turned around and left. Although the chore hall sounded like a small hall of a sect, it actually had a very high status in the extraterritorial devil race. The chore hall was in charge of the miscellaneous affairs of the entire extraterritorial devil race. It even included all the people under the extraterritorial devil race's rule. If one wanted to find someone who could use earth magic, they had to look for someone from the chore hall. At this time, Zhao Hai was leading Ling Feng and the others to familiarize themselves with the environment of the underground world. To be honest, the underground world wasn't any worse than the surface world. Zhao Hai had dug a lot of underground rivers here. Naturally, underground rivers couldn't be called underground rivers in the underground world. Zhao Hai had also hollowed out some mountainous areas, making them look bigger than other places. The underground world was almost the same as the surface world, except for the fact that there was no sun and no light. After all, there was no golden crow cauldron, and it was even more impossible to have an earth fire pillar. Therefore, there was no light here. However, having light wasn't a problem for cultivators. Moreover, it was very simple to obtain light. As long as Kaya released her vines, the 7 colored flowers on the vines would bloom, and light would naturally appear. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't do this right now. Light wasn't the most important thing for cultivators. The underground world was very big. It had already occupied half of the underground world. Moreover, it was still expanding at a very fast speed. After Zhao Hai led Ling Feng and the others to see the situation of the underground world, he led everyone back to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After sitting down in the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, as you can see, these are my preparations. We are now in the territory of the extraterritorial demons. No matter which realm we are in, the extraterritorial demons would have the geographical advantage. I'm not willing to let them have the geographical advantage, so I made this underground world. Since we are more familiar with it than the extraterritorial demons, we will have the geographical advantage. Let's deal with the extraterritorial demons here." Ling Feng and the others were shocked, but at the same time, their faces were also filled with joy. The scale of the underground world shocked them, but they were also very happy. Just like Zhao Hai said, they were more familiar with the environment of the underground world compared to the extraterritorial devil race. They can use this place to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Ling Du excitedly said, "Great. With this underground world, we can fight against the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, we can make them suffer a big loss." "But mister, what if the extraterritorial devil race finds some cultivators who are good at using earth magic or some earth magic treasures? What should we do then?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Even if they find those cultivators, it would be useless. All the soil in the underground world has been specially treated. Earth magic has a very weak effect on the soil. Moreover, don't forget that there are vines here. The entire underground world is covered with vines. If the extraterritorial devil race really enters, those vines would be enough to make them suffer heavy losses." Ling Du nodded, then he said, "That's for the best. However, there are also a lot of extraterritorial devils who are very good at using beasts. We have to guard against this. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the terrain of the underworld as soon as possible and learn how to use it to deal with the demons. Also, come to me tomorrow and get an astrolabe. All of your large artifacts need to be equipped with this astrolabe. If your large artifact is destroyed by the enemy, then you don't need to care about the other things, but you must get the astrolabe back. The astrolabe contains a map of the underworld as well as our position. If the enemy obtains it, then the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm afraid that the demon race will enter the underworld soon. You need to familiarize yourself with the terrain of the underworld as soon as possible and learn how to use it to deal with the demons. Also, come to me tomorrow and get an astrolabe." The moment they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. They knew how terrible the consequences of this matter would be. They also saw the situation of the underground world. Although it was hollowed out, it was still composed of a lot of tunnels. These tunnels were very large and could allow large artifacts to pass through at will. However, it was impossible for multiple large artifacts to pass through them. In this case, there was only one way to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, and that was to act separately. Everyone would act separately, forming groups of several large artifacts. They would deal with the extraterritorial devil race bit by bit. In this case, the astrolabe that Zhao Hai mentioned would play a crucial role. Think about it, you have to enter a tunnel that can only be passed through by one large artifact. This tunnel is very long, but when you are halfway through, you will encounter another large artifact from your side. what would you do in this case? Retreat? Then your previous journey would be in vain. Would the other party withdraw? Then the other party's journey would be in vain. This wasn't the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that when your companions were fighting with the enemy, you would suddenly appear on the battlefield. If you only came to help, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But if you were being chased by the enemy and suddenly appeared on the battlefield, then naturally, your enemies would also be attracted to the battlefield. In that case, you wouldn't be the only unlucky one, your companions would also be unlucky. If the enemy used the astrolabe to find your position and suddenly launched an attack, then your sin would be even greater. Therefore, the astrolabe was very important to them. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and then said, "All right, let's get familiar with the environment. Tomorrow, come to me and get the astrolabe. Remember, even if I give you the astrolabe, you still need to familiarize yourself with the environment. This way, you'll be able to deal with the extraterritorial devil race." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room. Laura and the others were looking at the projection. The projection was showing the situation of the extraterritorial devil race army. Although the extraterritorial devil race army was still stationed in the garbage realm, they still sent a small group of troops to explore the garbage realm. It seems like they were looking for something. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that this small group of troops stopped in front of a garbage mountain. Then a group of cultivators flew down from their beast artifacts. Upon seeing this group of cultivators, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "It's them again. It seems like the extraterritorial devil race will soon enter the underground world. Manager, how is the progress of their formation?" Replying to the young master, the formations that the demons used this time were all installed on the magic beast's artifacts. Moreover, they were heavily protected, so we couldn't see what the formations looked like. In addition to the formation talismans, there were also formation discs and formation flags. Because we couldn't see those things, it was quite difficult to break them. "I ask the young master to forgive us." The butler's voice was heard. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't expect the butler to feel embarrassed about this matter. However, Zhao Hai still replied, "It doesn't matter. For the time being, we don't need to go too deep into the demon army, lest they discover the flowing silver dust. Let's think of other ways. First, we need to analyze the method that the demons used to make our transmission formation useless. Did they break our transmission formation or did they use a more powerful formation?" Zhao Hai nodded, "All right, let's do this first." The butler was silent for a moment. It seems like he was analyzing the situation. After some time, the butler's voice was heard, replying to the young master, "They should have strengthened the formation so that our void realm couldn't be used." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think so too. If they want to break our void transmission formation, then they would have to come face to face with us. Since they haven't met us yet, then they would be able to break our void transmission formation. This is a bit unreasonable. Since they are using stronger formations to deal with us, then let's see if we can use a stronger void transmission formation to send people out." The butler replied, "Yes, we'll follow the young master's orders." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There's no need to be anxious. We still need to fight the foreign demons." This time, the foreign demons sent a lot of people to the trash realm. If we don't eliminate these people, then the foreign demons wouldn't be able to deal with them. This would make it more difficult for us to deal with them in the future. It would be best if we deal with their people and strengthen our strength. Then we can deal with the foreign demons later on. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." The butler didn't speak. Instead, it was Laura who looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we also think the same. We need to deal with the demons." "Right, Brother Hai, the astrolabe has been prepared. We can give it to them tomorrow." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There will be a lot of demons coming this time. We won't be able to deal with them by ourselves. I don't want to expose too much of our strength, so we'll have to rely on them. Although they have participated in several battles recently, the battles weren't very intense. We can't just let them take the money and not do anything. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she said, "Now that we're in the underground world, we have the geographical advantage as well as the manpower. This is a good opportunity to deal with the foreign demons. We should make them do their best. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's true that we want them to contribute. However, if we want to cause more casualties to the demons, then we need a unified command. I'll leave this matter to you. All of the large artifacts will be under your command. You don't need to command them during normal times, but if there's an opportunity to eliminate a large number of demons, then I'll leave them to you. Laura and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Since the demons had entered the underworld, then they would certainly move separately. But even if they moved separately, they would still gather together. As long as they gathered together, then they would have the opportunity to annihilate the demons. And at this time, they would need a unified command. When the time comes, the demons would have to rely on them. Laura and the others had commanded a lot of battles in the past. In this aspect, they were much better than Zhao Hai. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai, they naturally didn't oppose. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the projection. The projection showed Dagger and the others. Looking at them, Zhao Hai knew that their identities weren't simple. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, pay attention to these guys. If there's an opportunity, deal with them. Zhao Hai knew that people like Dagger and the others were the most dangerous. Not to mention other things, just their tracking technique was enough to give Zhao Hai a headache. Laura nodded and said, all right, I'll arrange it. But if they leave before the battle, then we shouldn't make a move on them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll leave it to you. In this aspect, I can't compare to you. If there isn't a good opportunity, then don't make a move on them. We can still afford to wait. Laura and the others nodded. They knew why Zhao Hai didn't go all out against the extraterritorial demons. It was because of the word extraterritorial in their name. Looking at the extraterritorial demons' methods, Zhao Hai and the others were almost certain that they were still in contact with the upper realm. It might even be possible that someone from the upper realm sent them to the lower realm. However, they weren't clear about their purpose. They only knew that the person who sent them wasn't on the same side as the Battle Beast sect. Otherwise, the Battle Beast sect wouldn't have built a Colosseum. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't reveal all of his cards to the extraterritorial demons. This was because doing so would only let the upper realm know about his strength. If the upper realm knew about the existence of the space, then even if Zhao Hai ascended, he would still be hunted down endlessly. Because of this, although Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the extraterritorial demons, he still needed to borrow the strength of others. He could show some of his cards, but he couldn't let people suspect that he had the space. Laura and the others were very clear about this. Therefore, they were very careful when doing things. They didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. They were doing everything in a low-key manner. The next morning, Ling Feng and the others went to the Sky Pavilion. Zhao Hai gave them the astrolabe and also told them how to use it. What surprised Ling Feng and the others was that the astrolabe didn't only show the map of the underground world, it could also show their location. It could even show the location of their enemies. With this, they would have an easier time fighting. Looking at their surprised expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you didn't think that the underground world I made was just a big cave, right? If I want to use this place to deal with the extraterritorial demons, why would I make a big cave? How would I deal with the extraterritorial demons? When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Ling Feng smiled and said, we thought it was strange. If Mr. really wanted to take advantage of the terrain, then he could have just made some arrangements on the ground. Why did he have to dig such a big cave? So this is the secret. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Ling Du also smiled and said, right, I didn't expect Mr. to have made such a good thing. No wonder Mr. told us to take care of this astrolabe. If the extraterritorial demons got their hands on it, then I'm afraid we would suffer a big loss. Qianwang looked at the astrolabe and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Before, Mr. said that the vines would cooperate with us. Also, how did Mr. dig this cave? What kind of beast are you using? It's only been a few days, but Mr. has already made such a big movement. It can be seen that the beast's digging speed is very fast. I'm afraid that the geographical advantage that Mr. is talking about isn't as simple as that. Mr. should be able to change the terrain of the underground world in the shortest time possible. When Zhao Hai heard Qian Wang, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Old Qian understands me." Right, old Qian is right. You're only familiar with the basic situation of the underground world. The terrain of the underground world can change at any time. This is also the reason why I told you about the underground world. If I change the terrain and you don't know where it is, wouldn't that be troublesome? Qian Wang nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. They now understood Zhao Hai's plan. To be honest, this plan was very good. Moreover, Zhao Hai can change the terrain of the underground world in an instant. This was very advantageous to them. Now, they were confident that even if the extraterritorial demons were to deal with them, they would still be able to deal with them for some time. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, it's good that you know about this matter. After you go back, install the astrolabe and use it to familiarize yourself with the underground world. Recently, the extraterritorial demon race has discovered that we're hiding underground. They're preparing to attack us. We have to be prepared for war at any time." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This war is different from the previous ones. Although we killed a lot of foreign realm demons in the past, the losses weren't enough to hurt them. However, this time is different. We destroyed 20 of their realms, 6 of which were old realms. This made them very angry. Therefore, they will certainly send an army to deal with us. They have already sent 100 billion troops to the garbage realm, more than 30 of them. This is a real war. If we can kill all of the foreign realm demons in the garbage realm, no, even if we can only kill half of them, it would still be enough to hurt the foreign realm demons. In the future, it would be much easier for us to deal with them. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Yes, I'm sure that the foreign realm demons won't be able to deal with the foreign realm demons in the garbage realm. If we can kill half of them, then it would be much easier for us to deal with them later on." Everyone nodded in unison. Before they came to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, they were already mentally prepared. The extraterritorial devil race wasn't so easy to deal with. This war wouldn't end in a day or two, so they were already prepared for a long battle. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The war in the underground realm won't end in a short period of time. The foreign demons have sent too many people, and the underground realm doesn't have the means to launch a large-scale battle. Therefore, it will take a long time. I will use this time to find a way to break the enemy's formation as soon as possible so that we can use the void transmission formation. This way, we will be able to leave this place whenever we want. Once again, the initiative will be in our hands. We can attack and retreat as we please." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, all right." Everyone nodded. If they could really leave this place at any time, then it would be great. If they couldn't defeat the extraterritorial demons, then they could still run away. But now, if they couldn't defeat the extraterritorial demons, then they could only fight with their lives on the line. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "I'll say this first. Although we're fighting against the foreign demons in the underworld, we're still going to act separately. However, if necessary, I'll mobilize all of you to annihilate large groups of foreign demons. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "All right, all right." Although Zhao Hai said this with a smile, nobody dared to treat it as a joke. Everyone nodded. "Although I'm commanding everyone, I didn't say that I have to do everything myself. Last time in the Void Realm, Ling Du did a good job. However, I noticed that you've become lazy recently. You just do what I say. You don't even think about how to eliminate the extraterritorial demons. This isn't good. You have to think of a way, everyone has to think of a way. I can't do it alone, do you understand?" Everyone chuckled. Even Ling Du smiled embarrassedly. If Zhao Hai didn't mention it, then he wouldn't have noticed it. He seemed to have become lazy recently. He listened to Zhao Hai's commands and didn't think about how to deal with the extraterritorial demons. It seems that once a person's dependence was cultivated, it would be very difficult to change it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone can go back. Don't forget that the extraterritorial demons haven't attacked yet. Use your astrolabe to familiarize yourself with the underground world's environment as soon as possible. Also, make good use of the communicators in your hands. Even if you can't cooperate on a large scale, you still need to cooperate on a small scale. Everyone nodded. They stood up and saluted Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to the Divine Secret Pavilion and looked at the projection. When he saw it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Ready to move?" "They're quite fast." Naturally, Zhao Hai was talking about the extraterritorial demons. The extraterritorial demon army had already begun to move. However, they didn't rush towards a single place. With so many troops, they wouldn't be able to fully display their strength. Instead, they began to split up and enter the underground world. And all the places that they entered the underground world were chosen by the daggers. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the daggers. The places that they chose were places where he could enter the underground world. He didn't know how they did it, but this made Zhao Hai even more curious about the daggers. However, it was impossible for him to deal with Dagger and the others. Yuan Rong had protected Dagger and the others very well. Dagger and the others always had a large army by their side. In addition, they were also very strong. It would not be easy to deal with them. Finally, one day after Zhao Hai distributed the astrolabe, the extraterritorial demons were ready to attack the underground world. Sometimes, a stupid method was a good method. This was what the extraterritorial devils did. Yuan Rong believed in Dagger's words because he was Dagger. Therefore, he believed that Zhao Hai was hiding underground. He divided the army and then used earth magic to dig downwards. To be honest, this method was very stupid, but it was also the most effective method. Because transmission formations couldn't be used in the garbage world, Zhao Hai and the others didn't use a transmission formation when they entered the underground world. Instead, they used magic to slowly enter the underground world. When Zhao Hai established the underground world, he thought about how they would leave the underground world if his formations couldn't be used. Because of this, he prepared a lot of entrances and exits for the underground world. Naturally, these entrances and exits didn't necessarily need magic. Some entrances and exits were in caves, from which one could directly enter the underground world. Some entrances and exits were in the sea, from which one could enter the underground world. However, Zhao Hai discovered that Dagger and the others were very good at tracking. In this case, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't go to the entrances and exits of the underworld. If Dagger and the others were able to track them, then they would block the entrances and exits. It would be very troublesome for them to leave the underworld before using the transmission formation. Because of this, when Zhao Hai chose to enter the underground world, he didn't use the original entrance and exit. Instead, he used magic to break through the ground and enter the underground world. Facts proved that he did the right thing. Dagger and the others' tracking ability was very strong. They were able to track Zhao Hai and the others to the underground world and were preparing to break through the ground and enter. Upon seeing the extraterritorial devil army entering the underground world, Zhao Hai immediately contacted everyone and had them prepare for battle. At this time, everyone was wandering around the underground world, familiarizing themselves with the environment. This was good. Otherwise, they would have to split up. But now, there was no need to separate them, they had already separated themselves. When Ling Feng and the others received Zhao Hai's notification, they immediately raised their vigilance. Although their astrolabe didn't show any signs of the enemy, they were still very careful. Yuan Rong was very clear about how powerful Dagger and the others were. If they were to be described as the Demon King's treasured swords, then Ling Feng and the others would be the Demon King's daggers. Furthermore, they were daggers that were hidden on their bodies and would not be discovered by others. When a sword was used to fight against an enemy, it was usually used openly. However, when a dagger was used to kill someone, it would only be discovered after the enemy was dead. Because he knew how powerful Dagger was, Yuan Rong believed in Dagger's words. Although they had been digging for a long time, they still couldn't find Zhao Hai's hiding place. But Yuan Rong didn't stop, he just kept on digging. The extraterritorial devil army was mainly composed of human practitioners who were ruled by the extraterritorial devil army. In the extraterritorial devil army, the races were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. From the moment you were born, the classes had already started. The lowest class was the human practitioners, and the lowest class was those who had just joined the extraterritorial devil army. They had just been conquered by the extraterritorial devil army and had just been brainwashed. Although they were very loyal to the extraterritorial devil army because of the brainwashing, their status in the extraterritorial devil army was the lowest. The next class was those who had joined the extraterritorial devil army for more than one generation, then 2 generations, and finally 3 generations. In addition, those who had joined the extraterritorial devil army for more than 3 generations could serve in the extraterritorial devil army. Above the human cultivators were all kinds of monster cultivators. There were also monster cultivators in the domains conquered by the extraterritorial devil army. Although monster cultivators were very powerful, they couldn't be a match for the extraterritorial devil army. Therefore, there were many monster beasts that were conquered by the extraterritorial devil army. Above the monster beasts were some human cultivators. These human cultivators included races like the Golden Devil clan. In fact, their status in the extraterritorial devil army was only a little lower than the extraterritorial devil army. The extraterritorial devil army had the highest status in the extraterritorial devil army. Even an ordinary extraterritorial devil army had a much higher status than the human cultivators. When the human cultivators saw the extraterritorial devil army, they had to salute them. Because of the brainwashing, the human cultivators, who had the lowest status, were the most loyal to the extraterritorial devil army. For example, the monster beasts and the human cultivators were often more tenacious than the human cultivators. It wasn't easy to brainwash them. In addition, these people were often very irritable. Even if they were brainwashed, it wasn't easy to control them. It was precisely because of these reasons that most of the extraterritorial devil army consisted of human cultivators. These people wouldn't violate the orders of the extraterritorial devil army. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Finally, when Yuan Rong's confidence was somewhat shaken, the cultivators who were using earth magic arts to dig the ground came back with good news. They had encountered a very special kind of soil. This kind of soil didn't look any different from ordinary soil on the surface, but it was very hard. Most importantly, this kind of soil could block other cultivators' magic arts. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Rong knew that they had found the right place. To be honest, Yuan Rong didn't think that Zhao Hai would be hiding so deep underground. But now that they had dug out Zhao Hai's group, Yuan Rong was very happy. Since he couldn't use earth spells to break through the earth, he used other methods. After a fierce fire attack, cracks appeared in the earth, and after another round of attacks, the cracks became bigger and bigger, before finally bursting open. A huge hole appeared in front of Yuan Rong. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see anything. However, Yuan Rong was very happy. This was because he had just probed it with his spiritual force and found that it was a huge underground cave. His spiritual force couldn't find the end of this underground world. Moreover, this underground world was about 10,000 meters high. It was enough for large artifacts to fly and fight inside. Yuan Rong looked at the hole and said, "Pass down the order. Don't rashly enter the cave. Expand the hole. Otherwise, we'll have to expand the hole and then go in." Someone immediately complied and passed down the order. After passing down the order, Yuan Rong said, "Pass down the order to the other teams. If they haven't reached the hole, then they'll have to keep digging. This underground world isn't small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hide so many people." Naturally, someone complied and then immediately went to pass down the order. Yuan Rong looked at the hole and a fierce expression appeared on his face. Then he muttered, "Good, you big rat. I've finally found your rat hole." The rat that Yuan Rong was talking about was naturally Zhao Hai. He hated Zhao Hai because Zhao Hai killed his little brother. His little brother was also a commander of the demon race. Naturally, he wasn't there. During the battle with Zhao Hai, his little brother was killed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, Yuan Rong hated Zhao Hai. He wanted to kill Zhao Hai with his own hands. As time passed by, the hole got bigger and bigger. However, Yuan Rong's expression became more and more dignified. The joy that he had when he saw the hole had already disappeared from his face. Looking at the hole, he discovered a problem. A problem that he had overlooked before, the amount of work that he had to do. This underground world couldn't have been formed naturally. Otherwise, the soil wouldn't have become so strange. In other words, it was dug out by someone. How big was this underground world that could house hundreds of billions of people? Wouldn't it be enough to empty the entire garbage world? And all of this was done by Zhao Hai. Since when did he start? Did he start before entering the demon race? Or did he start after entering the demon race's territory? If he started before entering the demon race's territory, then he wouldn't have been here for just 1 or 2 days. This meant that he couldn't be underestimated. If he started after entering the demon race's territory, then it would be even more terrifying. This meant that he still had an unknown force in his hands. While he was fighting the demon race's territory, he was also using this force to excavate. Digging out such a large territory wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 days. In other words, Zhao Hai still had a very powerful and huge force hidden in the dark. At the thought of this, Yuan Rong could no longer sit still. He immediately wrote down his thoughts on a jade slip and sent it over to the Demon King. After sending the jade slip, how the Demon King wanted to deal with it was none of Yuan Rong's business. What Yuan Rong wanted to do now was to deal with Zhao Hai with all his strength. 5 days after discovering the cave, Yuan Rong finally expanded the cave enough to accommodate 10 demon beast artifacts. Only then did he order the first batch of demon beast artifacts to enter the underground world. This was an incomparably dark world, but this dark world was so big. Although there wasn't any sound inside, it gave people a silent feeling of oppression. It made people feel as if there was a poisonous snake spitting out its venomous tongue in the dark, ready to pounce and bite you at any time. The demon race didn't like this underground world, but even if they didn't like it, they couldn't do anything about it. Their enemy was here, and they must eliminate their enemy. The demon race who entered this place first didn't forget their duty. They endured the oppressive feeling in their hearts and began to be vigilant all around, waiting for the arrival of the army. However, they soon discovered a problem. The biggest difference between the underground world and the surface world wasn't that it was dark, but that it was made up of countless tunnels of various sizes. The large tunnels could allow 5 to 10 large artifacts to move side by side, while the small tunnels could only allow 1 large artifact to move forward. Inside the tunnels, one couldn't even make a large artifact turn around. Even their demonic beast artifacts couldn't do so. One could only move forward or backward. These large and small tunnels were like a huge maze. It would be very difficult for anyone who entered this maze to get out. What made them even more upset was that the things inside this maze couldn't be destroyed at will. This was because if you destroyed a wall, it was very likely that the entire area would collapse. In the end, not to mention fighting with the enemy, they were afraid that they would be buried alive first. Ling Feng was sitting in the room of his large artifact as he looked at the astrolabe in front of him. He had seen this astrolabe before. The red dots on the astrolabe represented the people of the Alliance. But now, there were a lot of green dots on the astrolabe. These green dots were slowly increasing. However, the red dots that represented the Alliance were scattered while the green dots were gathered together. They were densely packed, just like a group of green ants. Ling Feng looked at the green dots, then he turned to the people beside him and said, "Let's retreat to the tunnel on the left. Let's stay away from them and see what they're going to do next. This time, we won't be able to end the battle quickly. We need to prepare for a long battle." How can we fight a long battle? It's a sneak attack. When the enemy gathers together, we can't attack. They can't stay together all the time. Once they disperse, we can slowly deal with them. A cultivator beside him nodded and then immediately went to teleport. Naturally, large artifacts like theirs couldn't be like Zhao Hai's Heaven's Secret Pavilion. As long as one's mind moved, they could control the direction of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Their large artifacts needed people to control them. Therefore, in terms of reaction speed, they were much slower compared to Zhao Hai's Heaven's Secret Pavilion and the demon race's magic artifacts. Although the extraterritorial devil race's beast artifacts looked very ugly, to be honest, they weren't inferior to large artifacts in terms of performance. In fact, they were much stronger. Not only were they able to control Ling Feng, but their reaction speed was also much faster than ordinary large artifacts. This was why they were envious of Ling Feng. However, there was no need for them to be envious. This was because they already obtained the method to refine magic artifacts. When they attacked the giant beast island, they obtained the method. Once they returned to their own realms, they would be able to refine magic artifacts. Like Ling Feng, the other people in the alliance didn't intend to attack the extraterritorial devil race's army. They were very clear that the underground world was made up of countless tunnels. In these tunnels, the extraterritorial devil race couldn't stay together forever. Once they separated, the unfamiliar extraterritorial devil race would become their prey. They couldn't be anxious. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious either. The extraterritorial devil race's invasion of the underground world was already within Zhao Hai's expectations. He wasn't surprised at all. What he needed to do now was to wait for the extraterritorial devil race's army to move. As long as they moved, Zhao Hai could slowly deal with them. Compared to Zhao Hai, Yuan Rong's mood wasn't very good. He also discovered the characteristics of the underground world, but this was also what gave him a headache. When he discovered this maze-like underground world, Yuan Rong knew what Zhao Hai was planning. But even if he knew it, what could he do? Could he not attacking Zhao Hai? Impossible. In fact, Yuan Rong knew better than anyone that Zhao Hai and the others had the geographical advantage. Moreover, this advantage couldn't be offset by numbers. The last way to deal with Zhao Hai was to withdraw the troops and guard the entrance of the underground world. Then, they would continue to strengthen the barrier so that Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be able to use the transmission formation. They would be trapped in the underground world. When Zhao Hai and the others couldn't stand it anymore, they would naturally come out and fight. This way, they could easily eliminate Zhao Hai's geographical advantage. However, Yuan Rong also knew that although this method was the most feasible, it was also the most difficult to achieve. As long as Zhao Hai and the others were in the extraterritorial devil race's territory, they would be the biggest unstable factor. He was like a poisonous snake. You can lock him in the cave, but who knows if he has other ways to escape. One must know that it was Zhao Hai who first created the void transmission formation. It could be seen that Zhao Hai's level of formation wasn't low at all. If he really escaped from here, wouldn't it be silly for them to send so many troops to guard here? Then, there was the problem of consumption. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't escape from here, he could just hide in the underground world and not come out. At that time, both sides would be competing not in terms of military strength, but in terms of consumption. In this regard, Zhao Hai had a huge advantage. He only had about 8 million human cultivators under his command. The rest were all demonic beasts. Zhao Hai could completely recall the demonic beasts into the demonic beast space. In this way, the consumption would be a lot less. On the other hand, they had a real army and a lot of people. If there were only a few of them, they wouldn't be able to trap Zhao Hai. If there were too many of them, the daily consumption would definitely be an astronomical figure. Even with the extraterritorial devil race's wealth, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, they could only attack. In their own territory, the other party had created a geographical advantage and used it to deal with them. The most infuriating thing was that even though they knew that the other party had a geographical advantage, they had no choice but to attack. This was too terrifying. Tricks? Yuan Rong had always thought that tricks referred to those conspiracies, and those conspiracies were really not worth mentioning in the face of great strength. He believed that no one could stop the advance of the extraterritorial devil race's army. If the Devil King hadn't thought that the time wasn't right, Yuan Rong would have led the army and flattened the Void Realm. However, the appearance of Zhao Hai and his arrival made Yuan Rong understand that tricks didn't necessarily refer to conspiracies. Sometimes, an open conspiracy was more terrifying than a conspiracy. The reason why a conspiracy was called a conspiracy was that it couldn't be exposed to the light. Once a conspiracy was exposed to the light, everything about it would be exposed in front of people. It was like a person. If he was in the dark, no one would notice him even if he was naked. However, when this person was naked under the sun, he would definitely become the focus of everyone. Moreover, everything about him would be seen by everyone. However, an open conspiracy was different. An open conspiracy was carried out under the sun. It was clearly placed there, and it depended on how one chose. In an open conspiracy, no matter what one chose, one would lose. This was the situation that they were facing now. They knew that Zhao Hai was in the underground world. They also knew that there were only two ways to deal with Zhao Hai, which was to attack by force or to besiege him. However, no matter which option they chose, it would be advantageous to Zhao Hai. This was the power of an open conspiracy. Yuan Rong wrote his thoughts on a jade slip and sent it to the Demon King. While he was here, he was already preparing to attack the underground world. If he wanted to know the terrain, and there were no satellites, he could only use the most primitive method, which was to use people to explore and draw the terrain. After the extraterritorial devil army entered the underground world, Yuan Rong immediately sent out scouts to explore the various tunnels in the underground world. These scouts had one thing in common, and that was that they were very strong. Even if they were besieged, they would still be able to escape under normal circumstances. Moreover, Yuan Rong sent out a lot of scouts. It wasn't that one couldn't escape, there would always be another. This was something that all armies would do. Wu Zhang was a scout of the extraterritorial devil army. However, his scout was somewhat different. This was because he wasn't an ordinary person under the rule of the extraterritorial devil army. He was a member of the underground army. After many years of development, although the number of people in the underground army wasn't a lot, there were people from all walks of life. Wu Zhang's family was already a member of the underground army. Wu Zhang was able to get his family's token to join the army. He relied on his own skills to become a scout. Scouts were the elites of the army, but at the same time, they were also the most dangerous profession in the army. This was because these scouts were often the first to come into contact with the enemy. Wu Zhang was now really afraid. The 10 of them were clear about Zhao Hai's strength. The extraterritorial devil army couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. How could he be a simple person? Although Zhao Hai was now trapped in the underground world, as long as one had a bit of military knowledge, they would know that the current situation was still advantageous for Zhao Hai. If the extraterritorial devil army wanted to deal with Zhao Hai in the underground world, they would have to pay a huge price. Wu Zhang had a formation array on his body. This formation array was very small and was made into the shape of a ring. It was very normal for cultivators to wear rings. Therefore, nobody noticed that he had an extra ring. However, Wu Zhang now hoped that this ring would be useful. This was because this ring was an identification device that could prove that he was a member of the underground army. Wu Zhang knew that if he wasn't a member of the underground army, he wouldn't have made it out alive this time. Even if he had the ring, he was still afraid. He was afraid that if the ring didn't work, then he would be dead for sure. Wu Zhang carefully moved forward. His flying speed wasn't very fast. He also knew that there was another scout not far behind him. If he was attacked, then that scout would immediately escape and report back. This was also the reason why Wu Zhang was uneasy. He was afraid that even if Zhao Hai recognized his identity, he would still be dealt with by the people behind him. Although Wu Zhang was moving forward carefully, his flying speed wasn't very slow. In less than an hour, he had already flown 1,000 li. While Wu Zhang was still flying forward, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Wu Zhang immediately stopped and looked around. While he was looking around, a vine suddenly rose from the ground and wrapped around him. Wu Zhang wanted to resist, but the vine's thorns had a strange energy. When the thorns pierced his body, the strength in his body disappeared. In the end, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. While Wu Zhang was being attacked, the cultivator behind him was also attacked by a vine. The cultivator's situation was similar to Wu Zhang's. After being wrapped by the vine, he couldn't move anymore. Then the vine directly shrank into the ground and disappeared as if it had never appeared. But if someone paid attention, they would notice that the vine that wrapped around Wu Zhang was still very thick when it entered the ground. One could see that there was something inside. As for the vine that wrapped around the other cultivator, it had completely recovered when it entered the ground. Obviously, the cultivator inside had disappeared. Wu Zhang woke up. When he woke up, he immediately jumped up. This was because he clearly remembered that he was wrapped by a vine. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. When he jumped up, he discovered that he was in a room. There were already 2 people in the room. One of them was sitting there, making tea, while the other was standing behind him with an expressionless face. Wu Zhang looked at the person who was making tea. He knew this person. He didn't know this person through the underground army, even though the underground army was cooperating with this person. The reason why Wu Zhang knew this person was because almost everyone in the extraterritorial devil race knew this person. He was Zhao Hai. He was an ordinary-looking person with a gentle smile on his face. However, this person was able to make the extraterritorial devil race, who ruled thousands of realms, suffer losses. Until now, the extraterritorial devil race was still helpless against him. Wu Zhang was absent-minded for a moment. Then he immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Wu Zhang greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at Wu Zhang, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're from the underground army?" Hee. I didn't expect that there would be people from the underground army in the extraterritorial devil race's army. To be honest, you're quite formidable. You can still be a scout in the underground army. You're not simple. Sit down and have a cup of tea to calm yourself down. Wu Zhang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Many thanks, mister." Then he walked towards a chair and sat down. Then he carefully received a cup of tea from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Zhang and smiled faintly. "Don't think that I can't contact the outside world. I've already contacted Yu Chuang and he confirmed your identity." Hee. You don't need to worry about your family. From the moment the vine wrapped around you, you were already dead. Even if you left a soul token outside, it has already been broken. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Wu Zhang immediately put down his teacup and said, "Mr. is worrying too much. People like us have no way to leave a soul tablet outside. So as long as people believe that I'm dead, it's fine." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wu Zhang and said, "Because of the formation, you can't go out. You can stay with me. Don't worry, I've already sent a letter to Yu Chuang, telling him that you're safe. I didn't expect Yu Chuang to be so concerned about you." Wu Zhang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, all right. A smile appeared on Wu Zhang's face as he said, "We're all brothers in the underground army. Because we're too weak here, if we don't stick together, we would have been discovered long ago and all of us would have died." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You've done a good job. You've done a great job in a place ruled by the extraterritorial demons. Even I can't help but admire you." Wu Zhang quickly replied, "We don't deserve Mister's praise. To be honest, our abilities are far inferior compared to Mister." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "The environment is different. If I grew up in the same environment as the foreign realm, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be as good as you. You don't need to be polite. I'll arrange for you to rest in a while. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Although I can contact the outside world, I can't contact you for too long. Because of this, I can't let you talk to Yu Chuang today." Wu Zhang shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, mister. I don't need to contact the leader right now. From now on, I'll listen to Mister's commands. If Mister wants me to fight, then I won't frown. But for the safety of my family, I'll have to ask Mister to give me a mask. As long as it covers my face, then there won't be any problems." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "There's no need. If I need you to fight, then it means that I, Zhao Hai, will be defeated. However, the extraterritorial devil race has no way to defeat me, Zhao Hai." If these words were said by someone else, then Wu Zhang would certainly think that they were bluffing. But when these words came from Zhao Hai's mouth, Wu Zhang felt that these words were true. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Zhang, then he turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, take Mr. Wu Zhang to rest. Take good care of Mister. If Mister has any requests, do your best to satisfy them." Ji Wuming nodded and then turned to look at Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang stood up, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "This lowly one doesn't deserve to be called Mister. Mr. Zhao Hai. Please don't be too polite. Leader has already said that if we become Mister's subordinates, then we will be Mister's subordinates. Even if Mister wants us to die, we will not hesitate. Therefore, Mister doesn't need to be so polite." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "All right, I won't be polite. You can go and rest." Wu Zhang nodded, then he was taken away by Ji Wuming. After Wu Zhang left, Laura and the others came out of the room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, why are you so polite to him? He's just an ordinary person in the underground army. Is there a need to be so polite?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you hear what he said? The people in the underground army are as close as brothers. There's no harm in being nice to him. Moreover, we're only cooperating with the underground army. Since he's here, then he's a guest. Naturally, we need to be polite to guests. Alright, let's not talk about this. What happened to the scouts sent by the foreign demons? Did they manage to escape? When she heard Zhao Hai, Laura immediately replied, Brother Hai, some of the demons managed to escape. You wouldn't believe it, there were a lot of divergent abilities among them. Some of them even had spatial divergent abilities. Although some of them managed to escape, it wouldn't affect them too much. If they send more scouts, then I can guarantee that none of them would be able to escape. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, You're right, Brother Hai. Brother Hai, you're right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter. The war with the demons wouldn't end in a day or two. What we need to do now is to break their formation as soon as possible. Housekeeper, how is the research on our new transmission formation going? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright, we'll just escape. The butler's voice sounded, Young master, don't worry. There are already several design plans. Among these plans, there is a 98% chance of finding a way to break the opponent's barrier. However, it will take at least 10 days for the plan to be ready for use. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter, don't worry. 10 days is 10 days. In 10 days, the foreign demons wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, How's the communication with the others going? Did they go to war with the foreign demons? Laura smiled and said, Not yet. They haven't gone crazy. The foreign demons' army is still gathered. If they go to war with the foreign demons, then wouldn't that be the same as sending sheep to the tiger's den? They wouldn't do that. Zhao Hai nodded and said, It's good that no one is impulsive. I'm afraid that they would impulsively go to war with the foreign demons. Isn't it good right now? Let's wait for 2 more days. I want to see what the extraterritorial devil race can do. Anyway, it's not the time for war yet. Let's stall for time until our teleportation array can be used. Then, we'll deal with the extraterritorial devil race. While Zhao Hai was thinking about how to deal with the extraterritorial demons, Yuan Rong was also listening to the report. He already knew that the scouts he sent out wouldn't have any results. However, he couldn't help but send them out. He always had a fluke mentality, hoping that the scouts would bring back something useful. However, the result was just as he expected. Nearly 100,000 scouts were sent out. In the end, only a handful of them came back alive. Moreover, they didn't bring back anything useful. 100,000 people went into the underworld, but they didn't make any noise. Yuan Rong frowned as he sat on his dragon. The situation in front of him was very troublesome. Although he wanted to eat Zhao Hai's meat and drink Zhao Hai's blood, as a commander, he was very clear about the importance of information to the army. At this time, their army was like a deaf and blind elephant. Although they were strong, they couldn't see the road ahead. On the other hand, their enemy was like a viper that was secretly spitting out its venomous tongue, ready to bite them at any time. Do we have to solve this situation? But how? With his current strength, he couldn't do it. It seems like he could only use his last resort. When he thought of this, Yuan Rong immediately took out a jade slip and wrote something in it. Then, he placed the jade slip on the transmission formation and directly sent it out. The Devil King looked at the jade slip in his hand. This was the 3rd jade slip he had received in the past few days. These 3 jade slips came from the same person, Yuan Rong. Devil King trusted Yuan Rong very much. Although Yuan Rong came from a big clan, he relied on his own blade and sword to achieve his military exploits. Yuan Rong had always been the Devil King's most trusted general. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made Yuan Rong the commander this time. It was precisely because of his trust in Yuan Rong that the Devil King attached great importance to these 3 jade slips. The contents of these 3 jade slips were different. The first one was Yuan Rong telling the Devil King that the best way to deal with Zhao Hai was to trap him and not immediately enter his lair. As soon as he saw the contents of this jade slip, the Devil King knew that Yuan Rong was telling him this. Yuan Rong was a veteran. He couldn't not know that attacking was their only choice. However, he had to say this because he couldn't perform too well. he had to appear stupid. At least, he had to appear stupider than the Devil King. The Devil King knew this truth. This was a tacit understanding between the emperor and his subjects. If the Devil King thought that Yuan Rong was stupid, then he would be a real fool. Therefore, the Devil King didn't return Yuan Rong's first jade slip. The second jade slip was from Yuan Rong's conjecture when he saw the underground world. This time, Yuan Rong wasn't pretending to be stupid. He really thought so. He really felt that Zhao Hai still had a hidden strength. When the Devil King saw the second jade slip, he attached more importance to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he gathered his army and prepared to provide support to the garbage world at any time. And now, this was the third jade slip. This jade slip was a request for help. The contents of the jade slip were very simple. Yuan Rong actually wanted to increase the number of dark demons. He wanted the dark demons to help him scout the terrain of the underground world. The Devil King had also joined the army, so he understood the importance of information. However, the Devil King was still hesitant about sending the dark demons. The dark demons were a hidden chess piece in his hand. Only a few people knew about their existence. However, the dark demons' reputation had spread throughout the entire demon race. This was because they were powerful, and because they had never failed. If the dark demons were sent out this time, then the mysterious aura around the dark demons would disappear a lot. For the Devil King, this wasn't a good thing. The Devil King believed that Yuan Rong wouldn't think of this. This was because Yuan Rong wasn't an emperor. It was impossible for him to guess the thoughts of an emperor. It was precisely because of this that the Devil King was hesitant. However, he didn't hesitate for a long time. This was because he quickly figured out another thing. That was Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength was constantly increasing. Now, in order to deal with Zhao Hai, the Devil King had already transferred the majority of the demon race's forces to the garbage world. Moreover, he was still recruiting troops and calling for reinforcements. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai already had the ability to shake the foundation of the demon race. At this time, if he still didn't want the dark demons to contribute, then when would he let the dark demons contribute? Would he let the dark demons contribute after the army had died? At that time, what use would the few dark demons have? It was unheard of that in front of two armies, one could charge with a dagger and defeat all the enemies. It was impossible. After thinking through this point, the Devil King no longer hesitated. He immediately transferred 9,000 dark demons to the garbage world. These dark demons were all under the command of the dagger, while the dagger was under Yuan Rong's command. After the order was issued, the Devil King specially sent a letter to Yuan Rong. He told Yuan Rong to not be anxious and to steadily eliminate Zhao Hai. He couldn't give Zhao Hai too much of an opportunity. When Yuan Rong received the Devil King's letter, he also understood the Devil King's meaning. At the same time, he also felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. He was very clear that if he were to enter this place, then the demon race's strength would be greatly damaged. Those dark demons arrived at the underground world almost at the same time as the Demon King's letter. After all, the Demon King had more than 10,000 dark demons. In the Demon King's imperial palace, there were many dark demons. Perhaps no one knew this number. The only one who knew this number was the Demon King himself. Transferring 10,000 dark demons to Yuan Rong's army didn't affect the strength of the imperial palace's guards. After the dark demons arrived, Dagger appeared in Yuan Rong's room. Dagger still didn't speak, he was still wearing his black mask. He just cupped his fist towards Yuan Rong and gave him a salute. This meant that his subordinates were already in place, ready to fight at any time. Yuan Rong also knew a bit about the dark demons, especially Dagger. He was a true expert. Moreover, Dagger didn't speak in front of the Devil King, let alone Yuan Rong. Because of this, Yuan Rong didn't care whether Dagger spoke or not. Instead, he said to Dagger, "Zhao Hai is in the underground world. His Majesty wants us to make them disappear. But right now, we don't know the terrain of the underground world. Your task is to investigate the terrain of the underground world, the more detailed the better." Dagger quietly listened to Yuan Rong's words. When Yuan Rong finished speaking, Dagger cupped his fist towards Yuan Rong before his figure moved and disappeared from the room. Zhao Hai looked at the screen, then he suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, this stealth ability is very common. There are also people who use this ability in the other planes." Ha ha ha. Before, I thought that if these people weren't easy to deal with, then I wouldn't deal with them. But now, they've delivered themselves to my doorstep. Laura and the others were also looking at the screen with smiles on their faces. Dagger and the others were dark demons, so they couldn't see the light of day. Therefore, Dagger and the others wanted to use stealth the most. Naturally, Dagger and the others were very familiar with it. However, space was the nemesis of all stealth abilities. Now that Dagger and the others had made their move, this gave Xiao Hai an opportunity. Xiao Hai had long been afraid of these people who could track him. However, these people were very well protected, so he didn't have the opportunity to kill them. Now that they had come out, dealing with them would be much easier. Xiao Hai didn't doubt Dagger and the others' abilities. Not to mention anything else, just their tracking ability alone was enough to surprise him. Besides their tracking ability, there was also their stealth ability. If Xiao Hai didn't have the space, then it would be impossible for him to discover them. These people's stealth ability didn't only allow them to hide their bodies, they could also hide their aura. Even if you were strong, you still wouldn't be able to discover them. Anything that was done to the extreme was a skill that could allow one to reach heights that others would never be able to reach. This was the case with stealth. Just like what Xiao Hai said, in the cultivation realm, there were all kinds of stealth abilities. However, there were only a few people who could use it well. Dagger and the others were very good at it. Dagger and the rest split up and continued to advance in the tunnel. These people were originally spies, and they were much more advanced than scouts. It was really easy for them to do reconnaissance work. However, it was clear that they made a mistake this time. This was because they encountered Xiao Hai. Even if they were good at stealth, it was still impossible for them to escape the space's detection. Dagger didn't know about this, he only knew that their goal was to complete their mission. No matter what task the Demon King gave them, they would do their best to complete it. They didn't care how many people died or what method they used. What they wanted to do was to complete the task at the heart of the lake. Dagger carefully moved forward. At this time, he was already 1,000 li away from the army. He didn't know how long the tunnel was, but he had already memorized the map of the tunnel. For people like them, as long as they went through a place, they would be able to clearly draw a map of the place. This was part of their training. Just as the Dagger was moving forward, a demon beast suddenly appeared in front of him. This demon beast's body wasn't very big. It had 8 legs, and 2 of its forelimbs were very large. They looked like 2 large swords. Dagger stopped and carefully observed the demon beast. He didn't know if this demon beast had discovered him, but he was certain that this demon beast had something to do with Xiao Hai. He didn't want to kill this demon beast. If this demon beast didn't discover him and didn't attack him, then he wouldn't kill it. This was because Dagger was very clear that for people like him, demon beasts were more dangerous than humans. Sometimes, people trust their eyes too much and their spiritual force too much. On the contrary, they don't trust their intuition very much. However, demon beasts were different. Their intuition had always been stronger than humans, especially their intuition towards danger. Their invisibility technique could hide from cultivators, but it was very difficult to hide from demon beasts. However, Dagger was very confident in his concealment technique. He could restrain his aura, including his murderous aura, as well as the feeling of danger. He believed that as long as he was invisible, he would disappear into the air like a breeze, and no one would discover him. But this time, Dagger miscalculated. He stopped there and didn't move, but it didn't mean that the demon beast didn't move. The demon beast didn't seem to notice him and crawled to the side. At this moment, Dagger suddenly became vigilant, and his figure quickly dodged to the side. A vine fiercely drilled out from the ground and went straight to the place where Dagger was just standing. If Dagger wasn't a veteran, then he would have been hit by the vine. Dagger now understood that the demon beast had already discovered him. But in order to lower his guard, it deliberately didn't attack him. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, then he would have been hit by the vine. Sure enough, just as Dagger had predicted, as soon as he dodged the vine, the demon beast had already pounced on him. Its 2 huge forelimbs were like large swords, slashing straight at him. These two forelimbs looked like two large swords made of metal. When they were swung, there was a sharp whistling sound as they cut through the air. With just one look, one could tell that this demon beast was not easy to deal with. Dagger's figure moved to avoid the demon beast's attack, but the vine's attack came again. Dagger's hand moved, and a long blade appeared in his hand. This long blade's blade was as black as ink. If he took it out at night, no one would be able to discover this blade. It was best to use it in this kind of underground environment. Dagger held the long blade in his hand and chopped towards the vine. He had also heard about this kind of vine. It was one of the best things in Zhao Hai's hands. Its length could reach up to 1,000 feet, and its strength was extraordinary. If one was really hit by this vine, then even a void-piercing realm expert wouldn't be able to survive. Dang! A loud sound rang out, causing Dagger's eardrums to hurt. Dagger felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. This attack had actually caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to crack. Dagger was taken aback. Although he wasn't a cultivator who specialized in strength, he was still a void-piercing realm expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the most favored confidant of the Devil King. But now, his palm was shattered by the vine, and he couldn't even cut off the vine. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. Although Dagger was shocked, he didn't lose his calm. He borrowed the force of the vine's attack and retreated, intending to immediately escape the battlefield. He was too clear that this underground world was Zhao Hai's territory. If there was any movement, Zhao Hai would immediately know. If he didn't leave now, then he would never be able to leave. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Zhao Hai. Previously, Zhao Hai only sent Zerg and a vine to deal with him because he wanted to try and see how strong these famous dark demons were. As for him wanting to escape, that was a dream. If Dagger escaped under such circumstances, then Zhao Hai didn't need to think about dealing with the extraterritorial devil race anymore. He would just return to the void realm and ascend. A big net made of vines had completely blocked Dagger's escape route. Behind the big net, there were countless monsters eyeing him covetously. As soon as he saw this situation, Dagger knew that he couldn't escape today. If the mission failed, he would be trapped in a desperate situation. In this case, for the dark demons, there was only one choice: death. For the dark demons, mission failure meant death. If they didn't die in the hands of the enemy, they would commit suicide. There was absolutely no possibility of survival. Therefore, when Dagger saw that his escape route was blocked, he immediately chose death. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Now, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. A white light hit his body, and Dagger felt that he couldn't move. Even the spiritual energy in his body couldn't be used. His thinking power was also controlled. He couldn't even die. At that moment, Dagger felt a sharp pain in his chest. A blood-stained vine emerged from his chest. Dagger looked at the blood-stained vine in a daze and let out a sigh of relief. Although Dagger was just a killing machine, he had been in a high position for a long time. He wasn't like those ordinary killing machines that only knew how to kill. He learned how to think for himself. He knew that if the other party really captured him and used some secret method, then it would be possible for the other party to learn some secrets about the extraterritorial devil race. But now, he wasn't afraid. Zhao Hai looked at Dagger, who was standing in front of him. Now that Dagger was an undead, Zhao Hai could use him without worry. Dagger also took off his mask. Zhao Hai knew that their faces were originally damaged, making it impossible for people to recognize them. But after the space repaired them, they returned to their original appearance. Zhao Hai said, "You're called Dagger? How did you find out that we were in the garbage space? How did you find out that we went underground?" Dagger replied, replying to the young master, although the young master didn't leave any traces when you attacked other places, there was one thing that the young master ignored. That is the most common qi. Although the garbage space doesn't have a strong smell, there is still the smell of ruined pills. After a pill is ruined, its smell isn't the same as ordinary pills. The smell isn't very unpleasant, but it still exists. It was through this smell that we were able to determine that the young master was in the garbage space. Speaking up to here, Dagger paused, then he continued, as for finding out that the young master went underground, that's even simpler. This time, when the young master went underground, he used a spell. As long as a spell is used, it would leave behind an aura. Through this aura, we can easily find out where the young master went. We found a strong aura of spells in the garbage space. Naturally, we were able to easily find the young master. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he really ignored the smell. He didn't expect Dagger to be able to find them through the smell. This made him feel very surprised. Zhao Hai said, "Your position in the Dark Demon Army isn't low, right?" Dagger replied, "Yes, young master. I'm the commander of the Dark Demons. I've always been by the Demon King's side. This time, because the Demon King wanted to deal with the young master, I was sent here by the Demon King." Upon hearing Dagger, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Dagger and said, "So you know a lot of the Demon King's secrets? Then tell me, how many realms do the extraterritorial demons control?" Dagger bowed to Zhao Hai and said, replying to the young master, "As far as I know, there are 2,573 realms controlled by the extraterritorial devil race. However, there are still some that I don't know. Although I'm the Devil King's confidant, strictly speaking, the Devil King doesn't trust anyone. Therefore, I don't know if he has any other hidden strength." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand to dismiss Dagger. Dagger bowed and retreated. After Dagger left, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the screen. The screen showed the situation of the extraterritorial Devil Race Army. The extraterritorial Devil Race Army still hadn't made any big moves. However, Zhao Hai could see that the extraterritorial Devil Race Army wouldn't be able to wait much longer. Zhao Hai had already expected the extraterritorial Devil Race's reaction. Dagger and the others were the Devil King's confidants. Now that they had lost 10,000 dark demons, the pressure on Yuan Rong would increase. At the same time, it would also make the Devil King angry. When the time comes, the extraterritorial Devil Race Army would certainly attack. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Yuan Rong's face was gloomy. He didn't think that Dagger and the others wouldn't be able to come back. This made him feel ashamed. Dagger and the others were the Devil King's confidants. They had survived hundreds of battles. But today, they died in the underground world because of Yuan Rong. How could Yuan Rong not be angry? Although Yuan Rong was angry, he had no choice but to report this matter. Dagger was the Devil King's confidant. If he didn't report this, then he would be lying to the Devil King. At that time, the Devil King wouldn't spare him. After reporting the matter of the dagger, Yuan Rong understood that it would be impossible to investigate the underworld. Zhao Hai wouldn't give them this opportunity. However, Yuan Rong was now certain that the underworld wasn't suitable for large-scale battles. This was because large-scale battles would be more advantageous to them. Zhao Hai spent a lot of effort to create the underworld, so naturally, it wouldn't be good for them. Because of this, it was impossible for large-scale battles to take place here, only small-scale battles would be possible. Although a small-scale battle would make them lose their advantage, strictly speaking, Zhao Hai didn't have any advantage. Both sides were just on the same starting line. This wasn't necessarily disadvantageous to them. Now, the only advantage that Zhao Hai had was his familiarity with the terrain. However, they also had their own advantages. First of all, they were fighting in their own territory. Although they weren't familiar with the terrain, their supplies wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, it was very difficult for Zhao Hai to resupply. Then there was the problem of military strength. Zhao Hai used the terrain to offset his disadvantage. Even if they had more troops than Zhao Hai, it was still impossible for them to eliminate Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. However, they still had the advantage of having more troops. If they really wanted to compare their military strength, then they had more troops than Zhao Hai. Yuan Rong didn't believe that this wouldn't work against Zhao Hai. They were just fighting under the same conditions, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After reporting his plan to the Devil King, Yuan Rong waited for the Devil King's news. However, Yuan Rong was already prepared for battle. This was because with his understanding of the Devil King, he knew that the Devil King wouldn't let Zhao Hai off. The Devil King was holding the jade slip that Yuan Rong gave him. The veins on his head were bulging, and his face was frighteningly dark. He didn't think that Dagger would die like this. Dagger had been with him for many years. From the moment he became the Devil King, Dagger had been with him. It can be said that Dagger was his confidant. If Zhao Hai wasn't a huge threat to the extraterritorial devil race, then the Devil King wouldn't have sent Dagger. However, he didn't think that Dagger would die in the underground world. This made the Devil King furious. The Devil King crushed the jade slip in his hand. After taking a few deep breaths, he slowly calmed down. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Pass down the order. Conquer all realms at once. Form 100 billion troops and prepare to support the underground world." Naturally, someone outside the door responded and went to pass down the order. The Devil King took out a jade slip and entered the contents inside. Then he said, "Come in." Following his voice, an extraterritorial devil came in. He knelt in front of the desk and bowed his head, "Your servant is here." The Devil King gave the jade slip to that person and said in a deep voice, "Send this jade slip to Yuan Rong. Tell him to rest assured and fight boldly. Even if he loses all of his men, I won't blame him as long as he kills Zhao Hai. Go." That person took the jade slip and cupped his fist towards the Devil King. "Your servant accepts the order." After saying that, he left the room and quickly left. The Devil King sat in the room and let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "Zhao Hai, I still underestimated you. You even killed Dagger. Good, very good. You better die in the underground world. Otherwise, I will pull out your soul and let you suffer the torment of the eternal flames of hell." Yuan Rong didn't think that the Devil King would send him a message. He recognized the extraterritorial devil who sent him the message. He was one of the Devil King's most loyal guards, De Fei. Yuan Rong invited De Fei to his room. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't think that His Majesty would send you. It seems like His Majesty's anger isn't light this time." De Fei looked at Yuan Rong and said, "Old Yuan, you're really getting worse and worse. How come you can't even deal with Zhao Hai?" Yuan Rong looked at De Fei, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I won't hide it from you. This Zhao Hai is very strong. But no matter what, I've received His Majesty's order. I will go all out to deal with Zhao Hai." De Fei looked at Yuan Rong and couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the arrogant Yuan Rong would be lacking in confidence. This was beyond his expectations. De Fei looked at Yuan Rong and then took out a jade slip as he handed it over to Yuan Rong and said, "This is a gift from His Majesty. Take a look at it yourself." "Right, His Majesty has something to tell you. His Majesty wants you to fight boldly. Even if you have to sacrifice everyone, as long as you can kill Zhao Hai, you would have a great merit." Yuan Rong received the jade slip and used a spiritual force to explore it. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Yuan Rong let out a long breath and said, "With His Majesty's order, I dare to act without restraint. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. I don't have much confidence in dealing with Zhao Hai. However, I also believe that Zhao Hai isn't invincible. I will certainly deal with him." De Fei looked at Yuan Rong and nodded. Then he stood up and patted De Fei's shoulder and said, "Old Yuan, you must succeed this time. This isn't only related to your honor, it's also related to the lives of the extraterritorial demons." Yuan Rong nodded and didn't say anything. De Fei, on the other hand, had already walked out. He was close to the Demon King. After passing on the order, he would immediately leave. Although he also wanted to fight with Zhao Hai, he didn't have the opportunity to do so. After De Fei left, Yuan Rong let out a long breath and said, "Pass down the order. Inform the other legions to rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will go all out to explore the underground world. I don't care how the teams are divided. If you see Zhao Hai's people, kill them." Someone immediately responded and went to pass down the order. Yuan Rong turned his head to look at the dark underground world and muttered, "Zhao Hai, let this Yuan Rong face me. I want to see who is stronger, you or us. I don't believe that you can exterminate the extraterritorial demons." At this time, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Yuan Rong's army. He discovered that Yuan Rong's army seemed to have calmed down. Aside from some people who were responsible for keeping watch, the others rarely came out. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that Yuan Rong was about to make a move. He turned his head to Laura and said, "It seems like Yuan Rong is about to make a move. Have everyone get ready." Laura nodded and then passed down the order. Laura and the others had experienced hundreds of battles, so they knew that the other party was conserving their strength. Their attack was about to begin. Along with Zhao Hai's order, the other members of the alliance also went to rest. They knew that the battle was about to begin. Once the battle starts, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So before the battle, they needed to have enough strength. One day was very short. After one day, the extraterritorial devil race's armies rushed towards the underground world at the same time. If the extraterritorial devil race's armies were like a flower bud, then now, they were like a blooming chrysanthemum. Their tentacles began to stretch towards the underground world. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also made their move. They were ready to meet the enemy head-on. The atmosphere of the underground world suddenly became tense. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others were in a very advantageous position. This was because they had their astrolabe, and the astrolabe allowed them to see the enemy's movements. This meant that one side had complete control of the enemy's movements while the other side was completely clueless. Before the battle even began, Zhao Hai and the others were already in a very advantageous position. Soon, the first battle began. This time, the two parties involved in the battle were Yuan Rong's small team, and their opponents were members of the Desolate race. The Desolate race's ability to fight alone was their weakness. However, when it came to the use of enchanted artifacts and battleships, people from other domains were far inferior to the Desolate race. This time, GMO had brought quite a number of battleships. However, in the previous battles, their battleships had not been used in many places. They had also not displayed their full strength, so the others did not think much of the Desolate race. This made GMO appear a lot quieter. Even when Zhao Hai called him for a meeting, he did not speak much. However, the battle in the underground world was different. The battle in the underground world relied on large enchanted artifacts. It could be said that every large enchanted artifact was an individual combat unit. They were not subordinate to each other. Under such circumstances, the Desolate race's large enchanted artifacts could produce even more power. The Desolate race's battleships were different from the large enchanted artifacts of other races. Typically, large enchanted artifacts of other races were most suitable for a group charge. They were like a group of tanks. When they charged, they could tear apart everything in front of them. As for the Desolate race's battleships, they were more like fighter jets. They were the type of fighter jets that were best suited for aerial combat. Although their group charge was also very powerful, they were better at fighting in small teams. This allowed them to fully display the excellent performance of their battleships. End of chapter 2980. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.